transformed into an Uchiha, yet bound to a ghoul's physique? Faced with a body that requires the consumption of RC cells for survival, what path shall I tread? When Minato Namikaze extends an invitation to share in the light and shadow of Konoha, I adjust the glasses gifted by my caretaker and offer a gentle smile. As a ghoul, how shall I carve my own path in this cannibalistic ninja world? Chapter 1. I am Uchiha Run. Konoha, year 32. The sun shines brightly, and the spring breeze is gentle, marking the blooming of cherry blossoms in Konoha's march. With golden hair, a young boy stealthily approaches the door of a house, carrying a bag. His delicate hand gently knocks on the door. Creak, the door opens slightly, revealing a low, husky voice. The king covers the earth tiger. Minato leans closer to the door crack, whispering a few words. I'm a foolish one. The door swings open. Uchiha Rin takes the bag from Minato's hand, glances around, satisfied that no one is in sight, and pulls Minato into a small two-story villa. Are these items genuine? They're authentic, but what do you need them for? Never you mind, just hand them over. Minato retrieves a small iron cage from the bag, which contains several mountain mice gnawing on rice grains. He skillfully walks to Rin's refrigerator, takes out an apple, and while savoring its sweet and sour flesh, observes his friend. Uchiha Rin, his childhood companion, sometimes engages in behaviors that Minato finds puzzling. Yet, the sunny Minato remains unperturbed by such trivialities as he watches Rin scrutinize the mice, passion and camaraderie igniting in his eyes. Rin catches a glimpse of Minato's strange gaze and suddenly feels a chill, instinctively tightening his muscles. Minato, I like girls, the cute and adorable ones. I don't want to be involved in a lifetime of bromance with you. How will you Kushina like this? The technology in the ninja world is indeed absurdly skewed. In Konoha's 32nd year, refrigerators and medical instruments are available for sale, and even old bulky computers can be purchased. With such advancements, why engage in the primitive combat of ninjas? Especially in the Cloud Village, which, during the last, managed to create a planet-destroying cannon. What a waste when they could have utilized such technology in the fourth grade. Ninja War. The spring breeze tousles the boy's dark hair, his visage akin to a meticulously crafted porcelain doll, making one yearn to pinch his cherubic cheeks. The boy is named Uchiha Rin, 5 years old, residing at number 27 Sunshine Street in Konoha. In a past life, he was a medical student who met an untimely end during examinations and received a gift of reincarnation, finding himself in the body of this Uchiha infant. He has proudly become a member of the prestigious Uchiha clan, with his grandfather Uchiha Kagami, both parents deceased, and his uncle Uchiha Izumi. According to the timeline, Uchiha Kagami met an early demise at the age of 25, leaving no heirs, and in the setting, Shursui is a descendant of Kagami. This implies that the underage uncle Uchiha Izumi is likely Shursui's father, making Rin a cousin to Shursui. There are 5 years until the full-scale outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War. However, this is of little consequence to Rin, as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is in his prime. At that time, Konoha's 3 legendary ninjas are just beginning to show their prowess, alongside formidable figures like White Fang, Danzo Shimura, and Akimichi Torafu. In the peak of Konoha's strength, even if faced with multiple villages, it would not resort to sending ungraduated ninja academy students to the battlefield. Uchiha Rin squints his eyes, mentally mapping out his course. The ninja world is a harsh realm, and he has long contemplated the prospect of defection. Once he possesses the ability, even the mighty Uchiha Madara was coerced to flee from Konoha. The ancient feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans is too deeply rooted. Rin does not believe he can alter Konoha's perception of the Uchiha clan within a mere decade. He lacks the inclination and energy to tend to a group of individuals lost in the glory of the past. After exchanging a few casual words with Minato, he closes the door, dismissing the boy who came to mooch a meal. From a hidden compartment beneath his bed, Rin retrieves a set of surgical instruments. His expression turns cold as he dons disposable latex gloves and a custom white coat. He extracts a syringe, drawing blood from his arm, mixing it with various reagents before withdrawing it again. Taking one of the mountain mice from a cage, he pierces its abdomen with the sharp syringe and injects a minute quantity of blood into its body. Gently, he places the mouse inside a glass enclosure, donning protective goggles as he meticulously observes the mouse's transformations. With a notebook in hand, he records the results. As anticipated, 5 minutes later, the flesh beneath the fur inflates into a grotesque mass, ultimately bursting forth in a gory explosion of blood and entrails. Viscera splatters everywhere, the scene undoubtedly gruesome enough to frighten any unblooded academy student. Uchiha Rin coldly notes, Experiment 13 has once again failed. Compared to previous trials, I specifically reduced my blood's concentration and increased the saline ratio, yet the mouse remains incapable of withstanding the onslaught of RC cells. Perhaps I must conduct experiments on a human subject. He closes the notebook, locking all items away in the hidden compartment. Run has designed the compartment to resemble the drawer of Light Yagami from Death Note, but instead of a switch to ignite, it employs an explosive tag. Should anyone inadvertently trigger the compartment, the explosive tag would instantly turn them into a rogue tree, piece by piece. Rogue Tree should be attending ninja school by now, having met his demise at the age of 12 during the Second Great Ninja War, a year older than Rin. He brushes aside the hair, obscuring his forehead, his face bathed in the sunlight streaming through the glass, presenting a scene of exquisite beauty. A striking image of a handsome youth illuminated by light. In a moment, his slender shoulders break free like a flame through the galaxy, his angelic visage morphing as he spreads demonic wings. Am I unwittingly destined to walk the path of the big boss? After all, I am a Ghoul. He gently parts his lips. System. A luminous interface appears before him. Ninja's Dark System, designed to aid the host in becoming the ultimate tier of ninjas. Host, Uchiha Run. Strength, Jinin, Chakra Amount. Ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique, Substitution Technique, Clone Technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, ***. Taran kakune, ux, ving kakune taran. Points, 250. Items, none. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Gain 10 points. Continuous sign-in for a month rewards a beginner's gift package. Upon opening the gift package, a grotesque black half-face mask appears in his hands, akin to Kaneki Ken's. ***. Item. Kaneki's pain mask, blue, with item rarity classified as white, green, blue, purple, gold, ***. Level blue. Effect. Wearing the pain mask transforms you into a Harbinger of the Night, rendering your identity undetectable. While wearing it, you will instinctively fidget your fingers and inquire, what is 10007? ***. A slight smirk graces Ren's lips. What a ridiculous system, yet practical as a disguise mask. Dingling. The wind chime at the door jingles softly as he retracts his kagun. Uchiha Run descends the stairs and opens the door. Before him stand a purple-haired little girl, her skin like sheep fat, with waistling violet hair, clad in a black long coat adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. At merely 5 years of age, she is undoubtedly a stunning beauty in the making. What an adorable face. The visitor is Uchiha Izumi, Ren's childhood friend and sweetheart. Upon hearing the words, Yin revealed a radiant smile. Well, it can't be helped. You know, due to my grandfather's circumstances, I was ostracized by the clan. I had no choice but to leave the clan grounds. All right, Yin-kun, tomorrow, we are heading to the Ninja Academy. Why not go together and pick up some wooden ninja tools for practice? The girl expressed her delight, clasping her hands together and tilting her head adorably to Uchiha Yin, a Ghoul, an ambitious figure in the ninja world, and a future puppeteer behind the scenes, should not have the term date associated with a little girl in my profile. However, if I were 30, I might refuse, for I am not one to indulge in such fantasies. But I am merely 5 years old. Who could possibly decline a request from a charming little girl? Let's go, Yuri-chan. I'll treat you to some Dango. Then I'll leave it to you, Yin-kun. Chapter 2. I am the hound of the Hokage. Holding the soft, delicate hand of the little girl, Uchiha Yin felt as though he was merely a comic side character. Just kidding. I, Uchiha Yin, am merely gambling on a future. After all, I am only 5. Strolling through the streets of Konoha, the spring breeze was delightful and the scenery enchanting. The scattered cherry blossom petals were caught in the wind, entwining in the girl's hair, which Yin gently brushed away. This made the girl's cheeks flush slightly. Children in the ninja world tend to mature quickly, an aberration shaped by various circumstances. The average lifespan of mainstream ninja is merely 35. During the Warring States, even 5- or 6-year-olds were sent to battle with kunai in hand. Most families married and bore children by the age of 16 or 17, with the majority of couples being childhood friends leading to marriage. The childhood friends faction rejoiced, walking hand in hand with the little girl Yuri through the bustling streets. Konoha truly deserved its title as the premier of the 5 great ninja villages, boasting the most prosperous land. However, the more flourishing the branches, the deeper the roots sink into an unfathomable darkness. The so-called prosperity is but a moon in the water, a flower reflected in a mirror. Under the distorted system of the ninja world, peace is as fragile as a bubble. The sounds of various merchants fill the air. Stopping in front of a Dango shop, Yin exclaimed, "Uncle Murakami, I'll have 2 skewers of 3-color Dango." "Well, if it isn't young Yin. Out on a date with your little girlfriend again? What nonsense, uncle. I suggest you mind your own business." Murakami's teasing made the girl blush again, thanks to Yan's boldness. Soon, the 3-color Dango was ready. Yin handed the Dango to Yuri, who opened her cherry blossom lips and took small bites of the sweet treat. Yin also savored a piece. Who doesn't love sweets? In my previous life, I toiled in medicine until I met an untimely demise, struggling to earn money to pay for training fees, working tirelessly for others while still having to spend my own money. Life was so bitter. Thus, one must indulge in sweetness. Yin-kun, I have prepared a gift for you. It's a memento for our upcoming journey as ninja students. Oh, then I shall thank you, Yuri-chan. Receiving her small gift box, he did not open it immediately, but placed it in his small ninja tool pouch. The worldview of the Hokage resembles that of Japan, yet it is an independent perspective where people of various descents coexist. However, those from the Cloud Village seem to have merely darker skin and cannot be strictly categorized. As a former vassal of the Dragon Kingdom, many customs also stem from it. For instance, it is considered impolite to open gifts in front of guests. Accompanying the little girl, he bought a wooden kunai, akin to a prop for a game of house, as real kunai would not be sold to children like them. Not sending the little girl home, Uchiha Yin was heavily influenced by the will of fire, and he too was shunned by his clan. His second uncle, Uchiha Ki, was often on missions, resulting in fewer disputes at home. Spinning the kunai around his finger, whistling, Uchiha Yin slipped his hands into his pockets, in Konoha's open space. There were various facilities favored by children, such as wooden horses, seesaws, and swings. Thus, many little ones came here to play house and engage in trivial ninja games. Ninjas, after all, were not taken seriously. Smash her, that be a Kugan monster. Ha, behold my S-rank ninja technique, water release, great spit technique. The commotion caught Yan's attention. Once again, it was the familiar sight of common children bullying the offspring of noble clans. It truly seemed like the imagination of a third-rate author. Could the children of noble clans be so easily bullied? Just as a stone was about to strike the black-haired, white-eyed girl. Clang, clang. A precisely aimed pebble struck the base of the rock, altering its trajectory. Several little ones gasped in surprise. Uchiha Yin instantaneously appeared behind the boy Araki, a blade of grass clenched in his mouth. "Hey, little brat, is it amusing to bully others?" "You brat, what are you saying?" The leader of the group, a boy named Araki with a brown hedgehog-like hairstyle, was clearly a mere extra in the play. Just a few words provoked Yan's ire, and he swung his fists at him. Whoosh! Uchiha Yin crouched down, sweeping his leg to trip the boy, sending him sprawling to the ground like a dog. With a cry, Araki fell, his nose bruised and swollen, bursting into tears. It turned out he was just a spoiled child. "Don't cry, little brat." An imposing aura radiated from Yin, stifling Araki's tears. "We'll see about this." With a harsh remark, the group of children hurriedly fled. The girl gazed at Uchiha Yin, her pure, immaculate eyes wide open. The chakra within her was formidable. Yin observed her in return, noting her attributes akin to Rei Ayanami. She had short, jet-black hair, a petite frame, and an exquisite face, every movement brimming with the intricate etiquette of nobility. With her Byakugan, her smooth forehead bore no blue markings, she appeared to be a young lady of the Hyuga clan. "Hyuga-rei." The girl slightly bowed, seemingly in gratitude, softly uttering these words before departing. Seeing the other party not engaging further, Yin chose not to pursue the matter. Was Hinata's branch family guard merely idling? At this time, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans did not harbor animosity, yet they were not close enough for their offspring to play together. Yawning, Yin resolved to return home and train diligently. Chakra stems from physical and mental energy, and a robust physique is essential, but he certainly did not wish to end up like Kakashi, a man plagued by weakness in later years. The following day, early morning, Yin rose early, washed up, and had breakfast. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of the system, he could consume regular food without experiencing the strange taste buds of a ghoul. He merely needed to visit the system shop every so often to purchase a dose of RC concentrated serum to maintain the RC cell levels in his body. In the absence of combat, he would consume it roughly once every half month. System sign in. Ding points 10. Exchange for 1 RC serum. Points 5. The crimson vial of serum instantly appeared in Yan's hand, and he uncorked it, drinking it down. The taste resembled flat cola, neither unpleasant nor delightful. The gift box from Yuri-chan was exquisitely crafted, containing a pair of golden-framed glasses. Wearing them, they fit perfectly. It seemed Yuri-chan had put considerable thought into her selection. Gazing into the mirror, Yin felt somewhat like an elegant but disheveled social elite. Before long, he finished tidying up his appearance. He set off early to the ninja academy, encountering Aunt Michiko, who was with Yuri. The charming young woman bore a striking resemblance to Yuri, with soft purple hair. Her figure was as formidable as a colossal hydra. It was truly intimidating. One could only wonder what kind of man could handle such a presence. Uchiha Michiko was one of the clan members Yen was relatively close to, having not ostracized him due to his grandfather's situation, often sending tidbits through Yuri. With her hair styled in a widow's peak, Michiko greeted Run with a cheerful smile, reminiscent of a mother meeting her son-in-law. "Madam, your hairstyle is rather perilous." "Ah, good morning, Rin-kun." "Good morning, Aunt Michiko. I'll be relying on you to take care of Governor from now on." Of course, Rin thought to himself, slightly bemused. Was she jesting? To think that the formidable creator of the forbidden technique, Izanami, Uchiha Governor, would require my assistance. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. "After all, dear lady, you wouldn't want Governor to be bullied at school, would you? It would be a shame if some unseeing brat dared to pick on a childhood companion. If that were to happen, one must surely inquire what 10,007 equals." As he strolled alongside Governor, they arrived just in time for the school's opening ceremony. The third Hokage, clad in the ceremonial robes of the Hokage, stood tall at the podium in the prime of his life, around 40 years of age. His presence was still commanding, truly befitting the title of the strongest Hokage in history. One could only wonder who had bestowed such a title. How would the first and second Hokage feel if they were no? Sarutobi Hiruzen's warm smile was infectious, yet the content of his speech was devoid of substance. As per usual, it was a tedious and lengthy diatribe. The message was nothing more than the cliches of a sales pitch. The will of fire is noble. Konoha belongs to everyone. You are the pillars of Konoha's future. The crowd below was fervently moved, resonating deeply with his recounting of Konoha's illustrious history. Yet, amidst the flow of words, Uchiha Rin discerned but two words: cannibalistic. No matter how glorified Konoha may be portrayed, it remains a ruthless organization, a military stronghold. Still, Uchiha Rin displayed a facade of admiration and excitement, mirroring that of the crowd. This is what one might call the essence of correctness. What defines a rogue ninja? Before any betrayal occurs, one is merely a devoted lapdog of the Hokage. Chapter 3. The caprices of fate. After enduring 3 hours of monotonous discourse that felt akin to hell, the tiresome lecture finally concluded. Following its end, the instructor departed for a meeting, while the students were instructed to report to their assigned classrooms. Hand in hand with the diligent governance, I entered Class 1A of Konoha. The classroom was arranged in a tiered format, reminiscent of a primary school auditorium, albeit on a smaller scale. Each row contained 3 desks, with a long table likely accommodating 3 individuals. As anticipated, familiar faces greeted me. Nara Shikaku with his pineapple hairstyle, the portly Akimichi Choji, the less attractive than me Yamanaka Ino, the enigmatic and brooding Yuhi Kurenai, and the wild-haired Inazuka Kiba. A cheerful blonde waved enthusiastically in my direction, his eyes sparkling as he eagerly pointed to the seat beside him, seemingly hoping I would join him. Uchiha Ren wore a subtle smile as he guided governance toward the last row by the window. It is often said that the back row by the window belongs to the kings of the classroom. Governance took the innermost seat while I settled in the middle. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Minato gesturing towards us with a playful gesture that mimicked tears. My response was merely an international sign of indifference. Ever since childhood, Minato had unwittingly transformed into a jester. I couldn't help but wonder if this version of Minato would ever stray off course in the future, potentially failing to become Hokage or win the heart of Kushina. As I rested my chin in contemplation, gazing out at the tranquil playground, a newcomer took a seat beside me. Turning my head, I was surprised to find it was the Hyuga girl from last time. Her delicate and charming face bore an air of aloofness, her pristine white eyes gleaming with the purity of diamonds. "Fair lady, please sit beside me. I vow to safeguard your well-being with my life." The Hyuga clan's branch family member, Hinata Mitsuki, regarded the noble Hinata Ringo with a respectful demeanor. Perhaps he had yet to be stamped with the label of a caged bird, merely mimicking the behavior of his elders towards the main family. What a pitiable fellow he was. Surveying the classroom, I noted that most were from ninja clans, with a few civilians among them. Yet all appeared to possess some level of talent. Were we truly placed in the elite class? I would have to maintain a low profile. I had no desire to attract undue scrutiny. However, despite my intentions, fate had other plans. With an obnoxious swagger, 3 individuals approached my desk. Uchiha Kaido, grandson of Uchiha Shursui, was a direct descendant of the radical faction's leader. Flanking him were a Uchiha lackey and a civilian follower. "Hey, isn't this Uchiha Rin? What luck to be in the same class as me." Rin remained silent, offering only a graceful and gentle smile. The adage goes, one should never strike a smiling face. Regardless of Kaido and his companion's disparagement, Rin maintained an expression that conveyed agreement. He neither denied nor responded. Such was his life philosophy. Governance, unable to tolerate their provocations, attempted to rise in Rin's defense. Yet, a small hand pressed against her thigh, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth as she cautiously settled back down. A well-known incident from my previous life demonstrated that cold violence often inflicted greater harm than outright aggression, particularly when dealing with the proud Uchiha. Inflicting endless torment would pale in comparison to a single act of cold disdain. Kaido's face reddened with frustration. "Uchiha Rin, if you are still a man, step outside and duel me." "I concede," Rin replied swiftly. Defeating a scion of a noble family would undoubtedly attract attention from both the village and the clan, and conceding was hardly a disgrace. After all, one may lose countless times, as long as they win in the end. The phoenix need not always emerge victorious, nor must the sparrow forever be defeated. Those who rush to take action in the first episode are unlikely to become the final boss. Rin found the notion of proving his masculinity amusing. Was his manhood subject to their validation? Governance would eventually affirm that matter. On the very first day of school, "You wish to stir trouble? I prefer to distance myself from such dangerous individuals." After all, my aspiration was to become a refined medical ninja, the perfect inheritor of the will of fire, albeit in a manner of speaking. Seeing that the trio resembled a group of timid shrimp, entirely unaffected by his provocations, they ultimately retreated, leaving behind some harsh words. The door creaked open. In walked a rather unremarkable, middle-aged chunin, who surveyed the classroom with a satisfied nod. "Very well. A large group of children is quite a handful to manage." He noted the chaos in the neighboring class, where unruly children were already in disarray, crying and shouting. "Our class, however, is orderly, with everyone seated and studying." Impressive for an elite class. His rough fingers grasped a piece of chalk, inscribing 4 characters on the blackboard. "Sanishir Daisuke. Congratulations on your enrollment in the Ninja Academy. I am Sanishir Daisuke, a chunin of Konoha, and I will serve as your homeroom teacher until your graduation. My passion lies in food, and my dream is to nurture more exceptional children. Therefore, I look forward to your cooperation. Let us begin with self-introductions in the order I call your names. First up, Namikaze Minato." The cheerful blonde rose, somewhat bashful, scratching the back of his head. I am Namikaze Minato. I am 5 years old. I enjoy reading inspirational tales of ninjas. My best friend is Uchiha Rin, and I have no dislikes. I hope to become Hokage in the future." An exemplary response, as expected of you, Minato, Daisuke praised. His words were filled with the spirit of the will of fire, celebrating friendship and dreams, coupled with the potential to become the fastest ninja in the ninja world. A chosen worker of Konoha, it was a bright future ahead. Yet, alas, Minato would ultimately be disappointed. Aspirations often reside far from the realm of understanding. The Hokage should be the strongest. How could this pretty boy ever qualify? Indeed, Kaido is the perfect candidate for Hokage. Several children whispered among themselves, seemingly convinced that the position was already theirs for the taking. With keen hearing, Rin caught their words. Surely, no one would aspire to become Hokage? It was a thankless role, one that even dogs would shy away from. The previous generations toiled tirelessly to manage the village, only to be laid to rest and desecrated posthumously. Particularly the first Hokage. By the end, it seemed that anyone with a modicum of prestige used his cells. Moreover, it was widely known that during the Third Hokage's reign, the Uchiha clan's political status was lower than that of Konoha's dogs. How could one possibly compete for the position of Hokage? Uchiha Ren. As my name was called, I stood up with an air of natural ease. I am Uchiha Ren. My hobbies include reading, and I hope to become an outstanding medical ninja in the future. Daisuke frowned. Taken aback that a child of the Uchiha clan would aspire to be a medical ninja, it was indeed peculiar. The other children found it unremarkable, as in their eyes. If one were to pursue greatness, it must be through the path of the strongest ninja, undoubtedly Hokage. 9 out of 10 children expressed their desire to become Hokage, and the vast majority showed no interest in the role of a medical ninja. Yet, this ambition was merely a fleeting interest for Ren, as he would eventually depart from this village. Uchiha governance. The girl with long purple hair stood up. One must admit, it was evident from a young age that governance would grow into a great beauty. Earlier, when Kaido had approached, I too had wondered if it was due to my proximity to the 2 most beautiful girls in the class. Hello, I am Uchiha governance. The one I admire is Rinkuin, and I have no dislikes. I aspire to become a great female ninja, like Lady Tsunade. Upon hearing this, my ears flushed with warmth, as I grasped the sensation of being publicly confessed to. Having been preoccupied with studies in my previous life, I had no time for romantic pursuits, yet in this life, I was met with a declaration of affection from a young girl right at the start. Truly, fate has a peculiar sense of humor. Chapter 4. The Watergate Jr. Still needs more practice. The last one is Hinata Ling, a cold, aloof beauty, reminiscent of a high and mighty version of Hinata, with her black hair cut short to her ears. Hinata Ling stood up, slowly uttered a name, and then sat back down. All the students had completed their introductions, each with their own dreams and hobbies. For Mitsushi, witnessing the children flourish under his guidance was indeed a source of pride. Now, the first lesson begins. Will of Fire, the original and its intent on the title page. Where leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire endures eternally. The translation reads, the flames will illuminate the village, allowing the new leaves to grow. This implies that the elders must extend their trust and care to the youth. Sacrificing for the village is not without merit, as many young ones will thrive under their guidance. It is laughable. If even a few words in this book were accurate, Uchiha Ron would have devoured the table. In a village that sends countless children under 10 to the battlefield, there is no grandeur in virtue. All ninja villages are merely a den of thieves. Pure violence, assassins, military factions. This will is utterly hollow. Senju Hashirama is a foolish idealist. His contributions are undeniable. Yet the root of the ongoing ninja wars can ultimately be traced to his village system. Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi is far more convincing than his empty rhetoric of love and understanding to resolve hatred. Every page of this book is scrawled with the words village and will of fire. To Run, they are merely 2 bloody, flesh-eating entities. Thus, the classes proceed in their unadorned simplicity. After returning home to train, he would meet up with Kahori and spar with the little blonde. Months slipped by in this manner. Since it was not a time of war, the students enjoyed a relaxed learning environment, and summer vacation arrived as expected. Although he had early on utilized the wealth and scrolls left by his parents to master chakra refinement, Rin still humbly concealed his talents. After all, he aspired to be a benevolent medical ninja who saves lives. As is well known, medical ninjas are typically seen as weak. Under Rin's meticulous control, aside from ranking 3rd in theoretical knowledge, his performance in shuriken, throwing, and practical classes remained mediocre. However, being in the elite class, such a standing was still commendable. The top spot was undeniably held by a member of a prestigious clan. In theory, Kahori was first, Ling second. However, in practical combat, the positions reversed. Ling, petite yet fierce, outmatched Kahori, who had yet to awaken her Byakugan. As for the basic transformation technique, Rin had mastered it long ago, yet he had no desire to graduate early. The Ninja Academy required 6 years, culminating in graduation at the age of 12. With 4 to 5 years remaining before the Second Great Ninja War, a time that was not yet upon him. Thus, he chose to bide his time, preferring not to venture out prematurely. Lazily reclining on a cool boulder, with a straw hat atop his head and delicate hands gripping a fishing rod, Rin had a premonition that this catch would be substantial. Sharingan, activate. The crimson, malevolent Tomo appeared in his eyes, costing him 100 points, a vexing price. Only Minato and Kahori were aware of his awakening. He trusted no one else. For a 5-year-old Uchiha to awaken the Sharingan was a terrifying prospect for those decrepit elders. His vision sharpened instantly. The chakra trails of the fish in the river became vividly clear. Ah, run, the Sharingan fisher. With a splash, Minato surfaced, head tilted back, clutching a large fish tightly as he inadvertently scared away the one Rin had been attempting to catch. Hey, Minato, you scared off my fish. Some Mason, Minato replied, a hint of embarrassment as he dropped the fish to the ground. This one is enough. Now it's your turn, Rin. With Kihori off traveling with her mother to the land of soup, Rin's summer vacation was exclusively spent with this little blonde. How infuriating. He longed to be cuddling with a rich loli. Casting a disdainful glance at the foolish Minato, he picked up the fish. Minato still wore a bewildered grin. A faint blue chakra surgical knife manifested at the tips of Rin's fingers, though he could not yet cover his entire hand like Orochimaru. His exceptional chakra control allowed him to utilize it as a fingertip scalpel, expertly scaling the fish, gutting it, and removing its innards. Years of dissection practice had honed Rin's skills to perfection. He then skewered the fish, placing it over the fire. The flames roasted the succulent white flesh, and the aroma wafted through the death forest. The creatures of the ninja world, infused with chakra, were far fresher than in his previous life, even without seasoning. The taste was exquisite. As they ate, the conversation flowed. Rin-kun, shouldn't your strength rank among the best in the class? If so, why conceal your abilities? Chuckling lightly, Rin replied, because I merely wish to be a medical ninja without the strength to harm a chicken. Noticing Minato's persistent curiosity, Rin simply smirked and shoved a piece of fish into his mouth, silently thinking, go ahead, Minato. Soon you'll weigh 180 pounds, and will need to change your name to Ninja Fat Tiger. After the two had their fill, they lay back on the boulder to rest. Care to spar? Minato raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased with Rin's previous attempt to change the subject. Come on, little brother. For reasons unknown, Minato would often become irate upon hearing certain phrases from Rin, particularly those like little brother or the suffocating feeling akin to a serpent's embrace. With determination, Minato gripped a wooden kunai tightly and hurled a flurry of shuriken towards Rin's vital points. Rin smirked, slightly bending his body to calmly face the approaching danger. Shuriken and kunai flew from all directions. One tomo activate. With a swift motion, Rin reversed his grip on the kunai, twisting his body as he sliced through the air. The sounds of clattering would resonated as the wooden shuriken fell around him. The physical enhancements granted by the Ghoul lineage were terrifying, even at 5 years old. His physique rivaled that of a standard chunin. Yet this made sense. The cellular count of a ninja's body is approximately 23 times that of a regular human, and their RC cell concentration far surpasses that of ghouls. On Earth, they were akin to small superhumans. Coupled with the nurturing of chakra, it was safe to assert that a ninja with decent talent, if transformed into a ghoul, would possess a power ceiling at least comparable to that of Akihito from the age of Tree. Minato was drenched in cold sweat. Rinkuin's strength has increased. He deflected dozens of shuriken with just one hand. Yet, he too was a freak of nature, able to simultaneously throw multiple shuriken at a target at 5 years old, all without the aid of the Sharingan. For the moment, neither utilized ninjutsu. It was merely a clash of physical prowess. With a gust of fierce wind, Rin's kunai lunged towards Minato's heart. Seeing this, Minato's expression shifted, and he dared not underestimate the situation. He twisted his body and skillfully deflected Rin's kunai, attempting to alter its trajectory. This boy possessed incredible strength. He could not afford to meet it head-on. After several collisions of kunai, Minato created distance, simultaneously forming a series of hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. He unleashed a torrent of raging wind. However, due to his limited chakra reserves, the gale was not particularly potent. A large fireball, measuring 5 to 6 meters, approached swiftly. The two forces collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The flames surged with the wind and extinguished against it. Anyone present would surely be left agape, as the prowess of these two individuals was undoubtedly sufficient to qualify as lower ninjas. Chapter 5. The division of Yin and Yangbang. The clash of wind release and fire release enveloped the surrounding area in a cloud of dust. Amidst the obscured vision, Minato coughed a few times, his sight hindered by the smoke. You have lost. With a shining tomo, Yensen Shun appeared behind Minato, wielding a kunai. Battling against a dojutsu user in such a limited field was indeed disheartening. The wooden tip of the kunai was aimed at Minato's neck. I surrender. Minato raised his hand. His chakra could only sustain a single use of a C-rank ninjutsu, and he found himself utterly bereft of options. Furthermore, this ninjutsu had been taught to him by an, who was all too aware of his own limitations and thus could not possibly be defeated by him. Let us call it a day. See you tomorrow. As the battle concluded, Uchiha walked home with an odd expression. During their spar, the system had finally presented him with a task. After 5 years in this world and half a year of having the system, he was seeing the task interface for the first time, and it felt remarkably welcoming. Title: The Dark Twilight of Ninja's Description. I, Uchiha, mock Sarutobi's folly and Danzo's lack of wit, for in this world of heroes, it is only Minato and I. As the ultimate puppeteer behind the scenes of the ninja world, how could I lack my own stronghold? Task: Locate a base, main storyline. Stage 1, Requirements. Completely conquer a nation and win the hearts of its people. Reward: a high-grade gift pack, guaranteed to yield a golden item, 1,000 points. What the hell? The first task cannot be to throttle Uchiha Madara's trachea, or to kick the 4th Hokage's golden locks, can it? I'm merely a 5-year-old child. Why assign me such a daunting task? Frantically lamenting the system's unreliability, he resigned himself to it. At home, Yan sat on the tatami mat and rummaged through his backpack for the only gift pack that had materialized over the past few months of signing in. After lighting incense and preparing a series of rituals, he nervously opened the gift pack, and a violet glow instantly filled the room. Wow, a golden and violet epic. Item: Tiger Talisman, purple. Description: Balance is the way of nature. The tiger divides yin and yang. Effect: Upon use, it will split into twin beings of good and evil. As long as neither side is dead, points can be consumed to resurrect the other. The division into good and evil individuals means that when both fully grasp the moment of balance, they can unite to achieve perfect mastery of the path to equilibrium, entering an absolute state of harmony. A significant foreshadowing, the most lackluster tiger talisman from the adventures of Chung Long. However, the information provided by the system was substantial. And Yan, a person who enjoyed pondering, began to contemplate. Imagine if both good and evil possessed the kaleidoscope. Would their union lead to the evolution of the eternal eye? Could the ultimate state of balance, the harmony of heaven and man, be interpreted as a perfect state of senjutsu chakra? After all, it is well known that the greatest power of the tiger talisman lies in balancing conflicts. The division of individuals is merely a side effect. Rubbing his chin, Yan found it feasible. He could create an evil clone to handle matters he found inconvenient, such as establishing an organization, while he himself would play the obedient student at the Ninja Academy, learning medical ninjutsu. Once the third great ninja war concluded, they would reunite, and he would defect. Gripping the tiger talisman tightly, a wondrous magic enveloped Uchiha in the air. His body was pulled apart by a green luminescence, splitting into 2 identical boys, each adorned with a half of the tiger talisman around their necks. The 2 boys gazed at each other, unable to discern who was good and who was evil. Simultaneously, they held their foreheads and resignedly said, "Let us just flip a coin. Rock, paper, scissors." Left was rock, right was scissors. Upon seeing this, the left one beamed with joy while the right one appeared crestfallen. After all, venturing out to start a business carried significant risks. Let us refer to the left as One Yan and the right as Tune. Hey, One, promise me that during my years away, you won't get cozy with that girl. Two glared at One with a dangerous look, as the thought of living a hard life as a rogue ninja while supporting one who was enjoying a lavish life in Konoha left him exceedingly displeased. Don't worry, we are one and the same. One flashed a radiant smile. When do you plan to depart? I will find a merchant caravan tonight. After discussing, One allocated 100 points and 500,000 Rio to Two, while Two took 300 points and 5 million Rio. The 2 million Rio inheritance left by their parents was divided, and the ninjutsu scrolls were entrusted to Two for replication. What a fascinating talisman. Even the system was divided into 2 parts. Two used a transformation jutsu to morph into a dashing and obedient young man of 18 or 19. His dark hair falling over his brows, resembling Kaneki Ken. He stuffed Kaneki's painful mask, blue, into his ninja tool pouch and stepped out with long strides. Behind him, One held a tissue, feigning tearful eyes as he bid farewell. Go to hell. Turning his back to One, Two made an international gesture and left without looking back. He first arrived at the Konoha Task Center and sought out a merchant caravan, spending 100,000 Rio to secure a spot in their wagon. As dusk approached, the golden rays bathed Konoha. Two sat in the jostling wagon, and due to his affluent status, the caravan had arranged a private compartment for him. The ride was bumpy, far from the comfort of his home's tatami. Damn it, just thinking about it made him envy that guy one. System, open the shop. RC Concentrated Reagent. 5 points Tail Heck Pack. 100 points Armor Heck Pack. 100 points Scale Heck Pack. 100 points Half Hecaform. Requires unlocking 4 Heck Packs. 1500 points Hecaform. Unlocking Half Hecaform Unknown 2 Tomo Sharingan. Unlocking 1 Tomo 100 points 3 Tomo Sharingan. Unlocking 2 Tomo 300 points Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Unlocking 3 Tomo 1000 points Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Unlocking Kaleidoscope Sharingan unknown as ever. The interface was rudimentary, with a lamentably sparse selection of items. He truly envied the flashy systems of other transmigrators. With a sigh, he exchanged for 20 bottles of RC reagent. As he was about to tread the razor's edge, these would serve as essential blood supplies. He also exchanged for Scale Heck and Tail Heck. Rubbing his chin, Tuyan contemplated his configuration. With the ability of Feather Heck, he was undoubtedly a mobility-type ninja, akin to most ninjutsu and illusion-type ninjas who were agile. Ninjas typically possessed high offense but low defense. With some fantastical attributes, they had low resistance to sharp objects, making kunai capable of inflicting fatal damage, while their resistance to blunt and elemental damages was significantly higher, making them hard to kill by lightning strikes or fire. He exchanged for Scale Heck to bolster his recovery and endurance, thereby increasing his kill range and agility. While Tail Heck provided a balanced ability, its damage output was modest. It excelled in versatility, enhancing lower body strength and adapting to various combat situations. Conversely, Armor Heck, though powerful, would impede speed and reduce mobility. Thus, he would not consider it until unlocking Susanoo and Hecaform. The moment he finished his exchange, sizzle. For Scarlet, scaled tendrils erupted from his lower back, with his tailbone sprouting thick, serpent-like, crimson appendages. The edges bore sharp barbs, resembling Scale Heck, yet more robust and powerful, devoid of scales, and similar in shape to a centipede. Kaneki, is there a commotion in your cart? The voice of Uncle Sato, a hired ninja from outside, reached him. Everything's fine. Just a little tumble. Clenching his powerful fist, Number 2 felt that his physical prowess could rival that of a high-ranking shinobi specialized in taijutsu. It seemed that, without unlocking the half-herald form, possessing all 4 types of heki might merely elevate him to the status of a formidable elite taijutsu shinobi. Almost all villages measure the strength of a Kaga-level ninja by their ability to temporarily suppress large-tailed beasts, excluding the 8 and 9 tails, in direct combat. He wondered if, upon unlocking the herald, he could indeed overpower a tailed beast. Although his chakra reserves were still at the level of a genin, he was untroubled, for he was merely 6 years old and had ample time for development. Moreover, prematurely refining chakra could adversely affect his body. One need only look at Kakashi, who became a jonin at 12, and question whether his early overexertion led to the blue-haired youth's later troubles. If possible, he would greatly like to learn the lightning-released chakra form and the 8 gates. Could an ultimate physique shatter the sage's body? His curiosity was piqued. The ninja world held countless secrets and knowledge waiting to be unraveled, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Unfolding the map in his hands, he set his sights on his next destination, the Land of Waves. With a dual narrative of good and evil, it may be challenging to navigate. There could be chapters where characters intersect. Dear readers, please bear with me. For now, let us refer to number 1 and number 2 as Uchiha Yin and Kaneki Ken, respectively. Lastly, I must clarify that the presence of multiple female leads arises from the differing emotional arcs of the dual protagonists, not from any lack of integrity. Attached image, host, Uchiha Yin, number 2, strength, genin, chakra amount, ninjutsu, body flicker technique, substitution technique, shadow clone technique, fire release, great fireball technique, fine chakra control, chakra scalpel, pseudo, heki pack, 3 feather heki, scale heki, tail heki, taijutsu jonin, points, 0 items. Kaneki's pain mask. Tiger Talisman Chapter 6, Kaneki Ken. The Land of Waves lies nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, boasting natural maritime resources. Serving as a buffer zone in the conflict between the two nations, no official organization dares to establish a foothold here. There are no so-called ninja villages or shinobi, as it exists in a lawless region, overrun by rogue ninjas and gangs. It has become one of Kaniki's provisional strongholds. Sitting atop the rough wooden planks, Kaniki gradually contemplated his arduous existence. He closed his eyes, taking a moment to rest. 2 days later, the merchant caravan had traversed the heart of the Land of Fire, nearing the coastal waters. At night, the caravan decided to rest at the border, wary of rogue ninjas from the mist who might ambush them at sea. Even with hired Konoha shinobi, the caravan's owner was reluctant to take any risks. However, Kaniki, with his admirable emotional intelligence and generous demeanor, quickly befriended the caravan's guards. The caravan had jointly hired 6 ninjas, including a middle-aged chunin named Mikami Haruai and 3 young genin, along with 3 rogue ninjas, likely of genin caliber as well. Gathering around a crackling bonfire, a tall man named Sato Ichiro, leading the rogue ninjas, draped his arm around Kaniki's shoulder. Ah, young Kaniki, deciding to venture out to sea at such a tender age is truly commendable. But for someone as inexperienced as I will undoubtedly require your assistance, Sato-san. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a bundle of silver notes, approximately 10,000 ryo, into Sato's hand behind his companion's back. Feeling the weight in his hands, Sato cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. He gently patted Kaniki's slender back. You are too courteous, Kaniki-kun. Worry not. I, Sato Ichiro, have a bit of a reputation in these parts. Should we encounter any trouble, just invoke my name. Is that so? Then I shall rely on Sato-san, Kaniki replied, a hint of gratitude in his voice. A few meters away, Mikami Haruai glanced over, but said nothing. After all, Konoha ninjas were renowned for their professional ethics throughout the ninja world. Except for matters related to their missions, they refrained from engaging in unnecessary conversations with their employers or prying into unrelated topics. In the narrative, those who like Dazna, who misrepresented mission ranks, were fortunate to escape without being beaten after abandoning their tasks. Battles between ninjas are essentially information warfare. Even a minor miscalculation in intelligence could lead to the demise of an entire squad. Had it not been for the fact that the execution team belonged to the protagonist group, barring a few elite squads, any ordinary team would have been utterly decimated by Zabuza. One could only say that Naruto's naivety, coupled with Kakashi's belief in his ability to mitigate any fallout, allowed them to indulge in mischief. Morning dawned, and as a ray of sunlight broke over the border of the Land of Fire, Kaniki lazily stretched, grateful to Sato, who had surprisingly gifted him a blanket. Indeed, money well spent had spared Kaniki from sleeping on the wooden planks. Truly, water margin does not deceive me. We've arrived at the dock of the Land of Fire. With gasps of awe, countless vessels of various sizes were anchored at the harbor, and the azure ocean stretched infinitely. How beautiful, Kaniki mused, squinting at the mesmerizing sight, recalling that in his previous life as an inland dweller, he had scarcely glimpsed the sea. Moreover, how could the ocean, marred by industrial pollution, compare to the pristine waters of the ninja world? Boarding the ship, he languidly leaned against the edge of the deck as a gentle sea breeze tousled his dark hair. The vessel drifted slowly upon the waves, and in comparison to nature, humanity seemed insignificantly small. Lost in the enchanting scenery, Kaniki was jolted by a sudden shout. It was a sailor by the mast. Not good. Pirates. Non-combatants, retreat immediately. Mikami and the other shinobi swiftly braced themselves for battle. Approximately several hundred meters away, a dark ship adorned with a skull emblem loomed. A burly, one-eyed man with a black beard, wearing a straw hat, bellowed with a toothy grin, "Ha! Men, prepare to board." Dozens of frail pirates quickly began to load cannonballs, aiming at the merchant ship. The dark lead balls sped through the air. With his impressive dynamic vision, Kaniki discerned that they were merely ordinary lead balls, lacking even gunpowder. He decided against intervening. If a chunin were to perish from a few solid iron balls, he would have to question their competence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mikami puffed out his cheeks. Wind release, great breakthrough. Several gusts of fierce wind shot forth, slicing the lead balls into fragments. Indeed, as a chunin, he was formidable. For a battle of this scale, Minato would need at least 2 more years of training. Realizing that the cannonballs posed no real threat, several rope ladders were cast over. The one-eyed man formed hand seals. With a wide grin revealing his yellowed teeth, he unleashed a massive water sphere. Water release, great water bullet technique. On the sea, the potency of water release techniques significantly increased. Sizzle. 4 fireballs collided with the enormous water cannon, generating a thick plume of steam. It was evident that Mikami was not particularly adept with fire release. Only by coordinating with 3 genin could they withstand the enemy's water technique. "Oh my, Kaneki-kun, what are you still doing here?" Sato, who had just severed the opponent's rope ladder, rushed over, grabbing Kaneki and urging him toward the cabin. "There are several lifeboats below. Hurry and escape with the captain and the others. The pirates only want the cargo aboard. They won't pursue you." His expression was frantic, clearly perceiving Kaneki as someone of significance. "Aren't the Konoha ninjas here?" Kaneki feigned a desire to leave but turned back to whisper, "What about you? To take someone's wealth is to shoulder their burdens." Sato hesitated for a moment, not looking back, but merely raising his somewhat worn samurai sword, leaving Kaneki with a somewhat dashing silhouette. Kaneki's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Ah, quite the honorable character. It seems I shall have to test my hypothesis on you." Kaneki did not depart. He merely concealed himself within the ship's cabin, observing all that transpired. A hint of disdain flickered across his cold visage as his grotesque, crimson appendages tore through flesh. His hunger was insatiable. The merchant vessel, laden with cargo, could not hope to outrun the nimble pirate ship. A multitude of rope ladders descended, and dozens of pirates surged onto the deck. Even the lower-ranking shinobi could not withstand the ferocity of these fearless marauders, outnumbered 10-1. Sato and several other lower-ranking shinobi soon fell into a pool of blood, gasping for breath. Mikami was also a rather mediocre ninja, despite being evenly matched with his foes. He struggled to contend with Blackbeard amidst the maritime enhancement. It wasn't long before he was ensnared by the water prison technique. With a sickening sound, Blackbeard plunged his blade into Mikami's chest. Mikami Haruhiko was slain. The bloodied Sato and his companions wore expressions of despair. "Search, my lads. Today, we revel in the streets of Yoshiwara. Our captain is magnificent. Blackbeard is formidable. I wish to be your loyal hound, Captain." The pirates erupted in cheers. Yet an incongruous, indifferent voice pierced the air. "Heh, how amusing. A mist ninja has turned pirate." Chapter 7. I am Ken Kaneki, the perfect ultimate being who dares. Blackbeard brandished his sword, scanning the surroundings, his observational skills lacking compared to sensory ninjas. Kaneki's silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows, his left eye a blood-red orb, and his right a tomo-bearing Sharingan. An aura of malevolence enveloped the scene. "The Sharingan," Blackbeard gasped, his beady green eyes betraying a deep-seated greed as he shouted for retreat. Having once been a ninja of the mist, Blackbeard understood the significance of the Sharingan all too well. Even a single tomo, coupled with the unknown, terrifying jutsu of his opponent, filled him with trepidation. He doubted his ability to triumph. This was one of the oldest and most powerful bloodline limits in the ninja world. An age-old adage from the Warring States period echoed in his mind. When encountering a Uchiha ninja, flee if it's one-on-one. Too late. As the words left his lips, Blackbeard stood frozen, instantly ensnared by Kaneki's illusion. The crimson tendrils behind Kaneki pierced through his heart. Such a third-rate individual had long dulled his will through a life of piracy. His feeble mental fortitude could not possibly compete with Kaneki's monstrous ocular prowess, his powerful soul complemented by the formidable physique of a ghoul. After all, the number of tomo did not necessarily correlate with the strength of one's ocular power. Not every Uchiha was worthy of the title Shura of the ninja world. Kaneki believed that the potential of this body was limited to the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. "Monster, run!" The remaining pirates began to flee, some even attempting to jump overboard. However, they were swiftly annihilated by the crimson tendrils, now that Kaneki had revealed his true form. There was no need to leave any survivors. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Ladies and gentlemen, what is 10,007? Kaneki clutched his forehead, laughing maniacally as the crimson crystals behind him continuously shot forth, each possessing the lethality of high-speed shuriken, while the tail-like appendages supported his rapid movement. Each strike of the elongated, grotesque tendrils claimed a life. Only a few pirates, ensnared by the illusion, remained to operate the ship. The rest were obliterated. The tendrils coiled around Blackbeard's heart, and Kaneki parted his lips to savor a taste. Ecstasy. The exquisite flavor was sheer delight. Each bite brought forth a surge of exhilaration. A tremor. Compared to ordinary humans, this body, infused with chakra, was the ghoul's perfect sustenance. Sato and the other lower-ranking shinobi had yet to perish. The 3 Konoha shinobi exchanged complex glances at Kaneki. Isn't that Uchiha fellow one of us? With a sharp sound, several tendrils pierced through their hearts. Heh. It would be troublesome if the Konoha folks found out. I must bid you farewell. Elegantly wiping the blood from his lips, Kaneki approached Sato, crouching down to reveal a radiant smile. Sato Ichiro, do you wish to live or die? Sato weakly moved his lips, struggling to utter a single word. Live. Upon hearing this, Kaneki's black hair danced wildly, and the three tendrils behind him began to pulse. From Sato's blood-soaked perspective, Kaneki's vast crimson wings unfurled to their fullest. The four tentacle-like appendages adopting a predatory stance, the centipede-like tail coiling around his thigh. He appeared as a deity, or perhaps a demon. Kaneki howled in madness, his voice echoing like a demon emerging from the abyss. Sato Ichiro, remember this. I am Kabutsuji Ken Kaneki, the most perfect ultimate being in this ninja realm. And your creator. Drip drop. The tendrils at his waist gently sliced through Sato's pale palm, blood slowly dripping into his mouth. This is the rebirth you have chosen. To rule alongside me, or face death. As Sato consumed Kaneki's blood, his pupils turned white, and his very bones began to twist. Great masses of flesh burgeoned from his back, his entire body convulsing incessantly. After a time, the massive wound on his chest began to heal slowly, too thick, black-purple appendages breaking through his back. He gradually stood up, kneeling on one knee. Lord Kaneki. He no longer dared to address Kaneki casually. The latter's godlike abilities had shattered his narrow worldview. To resurrect a near-death individual and grant them greater strength was a feat that even legendary S-rank jutsu could scarcely achieve. Haha, it seems the experiment was a success. From now on, your codename shall be Gecko. You may refer to me as Eye Patch, and welcome to the Bronze Tree. Compared to the slow pace of the merchant caravan, traveling by ship was undeniably swifter. The journey from the Fire Country's port to the Wave Country took merely half a day, due to its small size and sparse population. And with the Naruto Bridge yet to be constructed, the economy was weak and could not compare to Konoha's. The prosperous areas of the Wave Country were few. The port was one of them, being the nearest region for trade with the Fire Country. In their eagerness to set sail, the merchant ship and its cargo were sold off at a meager price of 1 million ryo to local merchants. The well-behaved boy with black hair, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, followed closely behind the tall and robust Sato, appearing as if a nobleman accompanied by his bodyguard. Kaneki's youthful, innocuous visage was undoubtedly the favored type among wealthy women. As they walked through the streets of Yoshiwara in the Wave Country, both plump noblewomen and alluring courtesans adorned in rouge cast glances at Kaneki, whether intentionally or not. In a region where rogue ninjas and gang factions thrived, such a gentle and clever young man was indeed a rarity. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, a silk fan obscured his enchanting countenance, the delicate curves of his chest trembling as he laughed. Is there not a saying that friendship worth its weight in gold pales in comparison to the beauty of 2 ounces in the bosom? Some even had the audacity to jest at Kaneki. Sato's thick brows furrowed slightly, seemingly displeased with the way others treated Kaneki. Just as he was about to admonish them, Kaneki raised a hand to halt him. My lord, it's fine. Kaneki smiled, gazing at the vibrant streets of Yoshiwara. He had yet to experience such sights, considering it an opportunity for enlightenment. In a shadowy alley, several scruffy men with stubble squatted nearby, one of them chewing on a straw. Did you see that little brat? He's probably a fat sheep. One of them spoke cautiously. The guy next to him looks tough. What are you afraid of? When have we, the Mountain Fist Gang, ever backed down? The group huddled together, seemingly plotting to extort a hefty sum from Kaneki. One man stepped forward, trailing behind Kaneki and Sato. Crash! A tattered porcelain bowl fell to the ground, shattering. The man shouted, Baka! You little brat, your bodyguard knocked over my family heirloom. Pay up! A group of individuals surrounding them wore grim expressions. Clink! Someone repeatedly unsheathed a katana, attempting to intimidate Kaneki. Sato was about to spring into action against these rogue ninjas when Kaneki waved his hand, displaying a disarmingly innocent smile. Ah, my sincerest apologies. It seems I have failed in my duties. May I inquire how much I owe you, esteemed gentleman? The bearded man observed this display with a cold chuckle. Sensing that his opponent was an easy target, he extended 5 fingers, 500,000 ryo. Not a problem, Kaneki replied, retrieving a substantial stack of bills from his bag and handing them to the bearded man, who received the money with an air of disbelief. So timid? At that moment, Kaneki crossed his hands, tilting his head in an elegant gesture reminiscent of nobility. "Gentlemen, I am a merchant from the land of fire, newly arrived and hoping to find a familiar face at the docks. After all, merchants like myself, unarmed and defenseless, dread the ravages of rogue ninjas." With a gentle clap, Sato presented the 1 million ryo he had earned from selling a ship. "This is a token of my goodwill. I hope it meets your approval." Upon seeing the thick stack of bills, the surrounding rogue ninjas were instantly envious. One leaned closer to the bearded man and whispered, "Boss, this kid is a cash cow. Should we introduce him to the leader?" The bearded man grinned widely, unceremoniously accepting the bills. "Since you are so sincere, I shall reluctantly introduce you to the leader of our Yamakuzan group." Chapter 8. The Cursed Number 1. Following the lead of those in front, Sato and Kaneki arrived at a secluded room, not small in size, nestled in a corner of Yoshiwara. The bearded man pushed open the wooden door. Inside sat a dozen menacing figures, a frail boy in sunglasses pouring drinks for the scar-faced man at the head of the table. "Follow me," he commanded. The room was thick with smoke and sweat, an assortment of nauseating odors permeating the air. Kaneki wrinkled his nose in distaste at the foul stench. The bearded man respectfully crouched before the scar-faced leader. "Boss, this kid wants to do business here and is looking to pay protection fees." The scar-faced man took a puff from his pipe and demanded 10 million ryo annually. Kaneki merely chuckled in response. "How about 100 million ryo annually instead?" As soon as the words left his mouth, all the Kakuja within him surged forth, and Sato unleashed his own Kakuja. Kaneki slowly donned a mask of agony, his formerly dark hair transforming into silver. A malevolent aura enveloped his form. With a crackling sound, he flexed his fingers, producing a haunting resonance throughout the room. "Gentlemen, what is 107 equal to?" Instantly, a chorus of anguished screams erupted, mingled with Kaneki's maniacal laughter, as severed limbs danced amidst splattered blood, the metallic scent overpowering the stench. Indeed, the attribute of hysterical laughter was an ancestral skill of the Uchiha clan. A gecko devoured the severed head of the scar-faced man, its sharp teeth tearing away flesh and skin. The bespectacled boy slumped in place, appearing to be a mere mobster in turn. Casting a glance at his features, Kaneki smirked. "Oh, is that not Lord Kato? Now just a lad of 14 or 15. Kato, paralyzed with fear, felt warmth trickle down his leg. Kaneki raised his head, mocking him. To live or to die? Summoning all his courage, Kato managed to squeeze out a response, live. He opened his mouth wide. Kato complied hastily, terrified that the masked figure would take his life. Remember, this is a gift from the creator. A trickle of blood flowed from Kaneki's wrist, falling into Kato's mouth. Upon swallowing the blood, Kato emitted a primal roar, his body writhing like a maggot in filth. The level of distortion surpassed even Sato's initial transformation. But one must consider that Sato was a seasoned shinobi, while Kato was merely an ordinary boy of 14 or 15. Sato cast a sympathetic glance, recognizing the painful nature of this rebirth. However, the immense power it bestowed was undeniable. He clenched his fists, feeling an unparalleled sense of strength coursing through him, sufficient to rival that of elite Chunin. Kaneki, observing Sato, concluded that the Kakuja birth from his blood closely resembled the depictions in anime. Unable to consume human food, requiring human flesh, and possessing skin as tough as iron, rendering ordinary kunai ineffective. Through meticulous analysis, it became evident that the majority of lower-ranked shinobi or ordinary individuals could achieve the status of mid-level taijutsu users simply by consuming their own blood. As for Chunin and Jonin, suitable test subjects had yet to be found. However, if the growth of Kakuja solely enhanced physical prowess and strength, it might yield limited benefits for Jonin. Nevertheless, the nurturing properties of chakra combined with the formidable physique of a Kakuja would ensure that even a single Kakuja like Gecko would possess the strength equivalent to an SS-class Kakuja from the original work, with overall capabilities comparable to a seasoned Chunin in the shinobi world. This represented a dimensional shift in the martial power system. As for the subsequent changes that the combination of chakra and Kakuja might bring, further observation was necessary. While mass-producing Kakuja could provide him with a formidable cadre of subordinates, Kaneki preferred to avoid drawing too much attention. An unexpected surge of elite Chunin would likely prompt investigations from various villages Umbu. He felt no fear of conventional Umbu squads, but simply found the prospect troublesome. Moreover, the evolved Kakuja required human flesh to survive, and an excessive number could easily cause chaos. Transforming only a select few trusted individuals would suffice. Regarding the issue of sustenance, Kaneki was unperturbed in the shinobi world. Corpses could be found with ease in the wilderness. As long as he refrained from excessive predation, he saw no need for restraint. The deaths of a few rogue ninjas would hardly attract the notice of the 5 great nations. Ordinary humans provide limited nourishment, and Kaneki was not a bloodthirsty individual. If rogue ninjas preyed upon innocent civilians, so be it. They were hardly virtuous beings. Soon, a robust, starry serpent-like appendage sprouted from Kato's rear. Excellent. It was the most balanced tail Kakuja. Kato felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him and timidly raised his gaze to Kaneki. He knelt on the ground, fervently bowing his head. "Thank you, my lord, for your grace." Kaneki placed a hand on his forehead, speaking softly. "From this day forth, your code name shall be Hiroki. Within 2 months, I require you and Gecko to consolidate all the rogue ninja organizations in the Land of Waves. Those who refuse will be fed to the sharks." "Yes." Kato gazed at Kaneki with fervor. This was the leader he wished to follow, unlike the scar-faced man who was consumed by vices and women. This was a true visionary. Had Kaneki not intervened, Kato would have eventually eliminated the scar-faced man to seize power for himself, following the same path as in the original narrative. Kaneki merely chuckled, spreading his arms wide. "Together, we shall forge the glory of the Land of Waves." He held a deep admiration for Kato, recognizing his ruthlessness and ability to read the situation. In the narrative, he had monopolized maritime trade in the Land of Waves under the guise of an ordinary man, even overshadowing the nobility and daimyos, thereby seizing control of the region's politics and wealth. Such talent warranted careful utilization. Kaneki had merely provided a trivial assist, accelerating this process. Money may not solve all problems, but it could certainly address 99 of them. After Gecko and Orochi departed to fulfill their tasks, Kaneki casually sought a high-end in. Summoning the system, he relayed all matters related to the transformation of Kakuja to number 1. The divided system could function like a weak signal, transferring points and conveying information. How fascinating. He yearned to dissect the system to discern its structure. Due to the system's division, his daily sign-in points had been halved. Only 5 points a day. At this pace, it would take an eternity to transform into a Kakuja user. System, send a video request to number 1. Perhaps after leaving. What will be gained? A melodious tune emanated from the screen, as Kaneki, adorned with a cascade of dark locks, observed with a smirk. This melancholic background music was far from his usual ringtone. Oh dear, the lament of Kelp. Washing it away, it was painfully resonant. Dressed in a white lab coat, his prominent nose adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, number 1 appeared on the display. "Ah, so leisurely, engaging in research," Kaneki remarked, laced with sarcasm. "Heard whispers of the village preparing to establish a specialized medical class? Just acclimating in advance. Suit yourself. I can preliminarily complete matters concerning the Land of Waves within 2 months. Is that so? Truly efficient, number 2. You live up to my expectations," he retorted, a grin spreading across his face. "Indeed, we are one and the same." Number 1, gloved in latex, lifted a transparent petri dish and placed it before the screen. "While you were embarking on your venture, I too have not been idle. This is the antibiotic I have extracted. It will undoubtedly find a market in the ninja world. You need only handle the sales." On the pristine laboratory bench lay a plethora of deformed animal organs and assorted reagents. Number 1, brushing his smooth forehead, lamented to Kaneki. "There's another matter. Due to the purchase of costly medical equipment, I am now too impoverished to afford a meal." "I understand. Soon, a caravan from the Land of Waves will head to Konoha. Just ensure the handover is smooth. Financial matters will be my responsibility. Moreover, number 2, he said with a smile, opening a page filled with a dense list of item demands. "This is my shopping list. I trust you will take care of it. Love you, moi." With a frown, Kaneki abruptly ended the call. This guy truly treats me like a beast of burden. Chapter 9. The Bronze Tree 2 months later. Rain pattered from the sky. In the bustling district of Kaiohara, before the grand establishment known as the Wave House, 2 squads of rogue ninjas, 12 in total, stood in immaculate black suits, waiting silently at the entrance, undeterred by the downpour, like soldiers well-trained. A resplendent luxury carriage came to a halt before the Wave House. A robust man disembarked first, holding an umbrella of bamboo. A diminutive man followed, bowing low to serve as a step for the dismount. Such a grand spectacle could easily be mistaken for the arrival of the feudal lord of the Land of Waves. Delicate legs emerged, clad in ornate cloth shoes that lightly trod upon the back of Kato, who, due to his transformation into a ghoul, could effortlessly bear the weight. Descending from the carriage was a strikingly handsome youth, fragile as if the wind could whisk him away. As he stepped down, all the rogue ninjas bowed. The visitor was none other than Kaneki. Through the amalgamation of two elite ninjas, all scattered rogue ninjas in the Land of Waves had been integrated. Due to the lack of military strength, the number of spies in the Land of Waves was exceedingly few. Occasionally, powerful rogue ninjas were effortlessly dealt with by Kaneki. In a mere 2 months, Kaneki's strength had surged dramatically, though the system had yet to bestow any gifts. Cursed drop rates. Host, Uchiha Ken. Number 2, Strength. Shunin, Chakra Volume. Bloodline Limit. 1 Tomo Sharingan Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique. Fire Release. Great Fireball. Fine Chakra Control. Chakra Scalpel. Pseudo. Kagun. 4 Rinkaku, Okaku, Bikaku, Kukaku. Elite Jounin in Taijutsu. Points. 100 items. Kaneki's Pain Mask. Tiger Charm. He exchanged the points accumulated over 2 months for Kukaku. A half-ghoul required 1,500 points. The journey ahead was arduous. With all 4 types of Kagun, Kaneki's physical strength ascended to a new level. Correspondingly, his chakra volume also saw a significant increase, though due to his youth, he could not forcibly exhaust or refine it. Yet, Kaneki could faintly glimpse the future. He could undoubtedly possess chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast. Recently, he encountered a particularly strong rogue ninja from the Mist Village, who he easily dispatched. The 4 Kagun enabled Kaneki to enter a pseudo-ghoul state reminiscent of the likes of Kamishiro. According to the original narrative, he had unlocked the ghoul. Yet the shop still indicated it was not unlocked. Thus, Kaneki speculated whether the system's ghoul form might be an upgraded state resulting from the fusion of Kagun and chakra. How exhilarating! Curiosity sparked within Kaneki as he slowly entered the wave house, followed closely by his rogues and confidants. These 12 rogue ninjas were the heads of minor black market factions, assimilated by Sato and Kato. Grateful for their loyalty, Kaneki was willing to extend them a small boon. Each possessed the strength of a Chunin. Do not underestimate these 12 Chunin. Among the non-Great 5 nations, few organizations could gather even a handful of Chunin. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire, considered the noblest of the ninja world, had merely a dozen Jounin by his side. They were named the 12 Zodiac. Upon entering the opulent private room, a flurry of various geishas rushed to greet them. Waving his hand, Kaneki dismissed them. The soundproofing of the establishment was exceptional, and with Kaneki's current perception, there were virtually no non-stealth bloodline limit ninjas capable of evading his awareness below the shadow level. Kato sensibly extinguished the lights in the room, casting it into dimness. Kaneki donned a mask, his hair instantly transforming to silver, with the crimson hue of his ghoul eyes surfacing. All present adorned their masks as well. Orochimaru, gecko, rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. They stood like the godfathers of a dark underworld. Kaneki opened his arms, delivering an impassioned speech. Ladies and gentlemen, our organization is named the Bronze Tree. I believe you all have experienced the powers of a ghoul and do not regret your initial decisions. As he spoke, his Kagun burst forth. Kukaku, Rinkaku, Okaku, and Bikaku simultaneously manifested around him. It was as if he were encased in a crimson armor forged from steel, embodying a blend of madness, elegance, and power, stemming from the primal urge for strength inherent in all living beings. Not to mention, those present were granted extraordinary power solely through Kaneki's grace. Enveloped entirely in Kagun organs, only Kaneki's masked face remained visible. The moment his Kagun emerged, everyone fell into a frenzy. Those infused with Kaneki's blood felt an innate sense of obedience to his words. It was a familiarity rooted in their shared genetic lineage. The executives' Kagun erupted from their flesh, displaying a menagerie of forms. A centipede-like Bikaku, a python-like Bikaku, slender and fearsome Rinkaku, and wing-like Okaku coiled around their arms in hues of blue and purple. Each Kagun was a testament to the host's imagination and potential, akin to the bloodline limits in the ninja world. Gently pulling the zipper of his mask, Kaneki grinned. The leaders of the Bronze Tree are 2 individuals, myself, the Eye Patch, and the other, the Doctor. Sato distributed the designs for the Dark Bird mask to the crowd. When you encounter the masked figure possessing multiple Kagun, you are to obey his commands unconditionally. Yes, the crowd roared in fervor. In that moment, Kaneki felt less like a wise patriarch and more like a fervent cult leader. Clenching his fists, he raised them high. Our aim as the Bronze Tree is to conquer the ninja world. The so-called peace we have now is merely a lie propagated by the 5 great shinobi villages. They are the true source of war and exploitation, and our ultimate adversaries. The enemy's might is formidable. We must cautiously lurk in the shadows, gathering strength until the break of dawn. On the final day of the ninja world, I shall lead you to dominate this realm. The sound of thunderous applause reverberated, as all eyes turned reverently towards Jinmu. Once, they had merely been the despised rogue ninjas of the 5 great nations. But now they possessed the strength of at least Chunin. During the leader's impassioned speech, they could not help but regard the so-called 5 great nations as inconsequential. They are but human, capable of fear, bloodshed, and death. The nations of fire, thunder, wind, water, and earth are nothing but trivial entities. True heroes emerge from the Bronze Tree. Jinmu's words undoubtedly propelled the meeting to its zenith. Under Jinmu's fervent indoctrination and the natural affinity of their genes, all the rogue ninjas expressed unwavering loyalty, willing to sacrifice everything. Jinmu cleared his throat, sensing that if he continued, this fervent group might resort to suicide attacks against the 5 great villages, capturing a few Jinchuriki for themselves. The time for development had not yet arrived. We must be patient. Jinmu snapped his fingers, and Kato reignited the candlelight. Everyone removed their masks, as Jinmu began to outline the organization's plans. First, we must establish a vast economy. When we possess sufficient wealth, the 5 great nations will no longer dare to underestimate us. I shall establish the Black Goat Chamber of Commerce under the name of Orochimaru. After careful deliberation, I have devised 3 5-year plans. First, to monopolize all industries in the Land of Waves. Second, to dominate the maritime trade of the fire and water nations. Third, to engage in international trade, setting up branches in all major and minor countries. With fervor, Jinmu clenched his fists and approached the flag of the Bronze Tree that hung prominently in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, the future lies beneath our feet. Everyone raised their fists to their temples, loudly proclaiming their loyalty. The scene resembled a fervent cult gathering. Thus, before the Akatsuki was even born, the future's foremost underground organization, Bronze Tree, was established. Chapter 10. Minato declares everyone present as worthless time flew by. And while the second unit was fervently pursuing its entrepreneurial endeavors, the first unit was also steering its research onto the right path. Upon receiving the initial funding from the second unit, he procured an extensive array of books and imported technological products from the Land of Lightning. The ninja world is filled with various texts, and as long as they do not pertain to ninjutsu, purchasing them in bulk would not attract unwanted attention. The experimental apparatuses were also acquired through the Black Goat Chamber of Commerce from the Land of Waves. Thanks to the second unit, the demand for Konoha's employment services from the Land of Waves surged dramatically. It was a veritable honeymoon period, as Konoha ultimately relied on ninja missions as its primary source of income. Due to the significant volume of official orders from the Land of Waves, Konoha's management of their merchant caravans became relatively lenient, who wouldn't appreciate a generous benefactor. To prevent the Bronze Tree from prematurely surfacing in the sights of the 5 great nations, the Black Goat Caravan continued to employ numerous Konoha ninjas. As he opened the concealed space on the first floor, dim candlelight flickered on either side. Uchiha Run descended slowly. The basement had been entirely transformed into a hidden laboratory, with numerous books lining the shelves, encompassing subjects such as physics, chemistry, biology, materials science, anatomy, chakra principles, and even mythological origins from various regions. Many myths in the ninja world are not mere fabrications. Studying them can be beneficial. The laboratory, substantial in size, approximately 2 stories, featured several large bookshelves filled with academic materials and Ren's experimental reports on the upper level, while the lower level served as the experimental area. Due to a lack of means to transfer or store large equipment, the facilities procured by Ren were compact and practical. In the experimental area, a cacophony of raspy roars echoed. Within a small cage forged from steel, a mouse-like creature devoid of eyes and covered in exposed muscle roared, roughly the size of a large dog, with 2 clawed scales protruding from its back. Hungry again? So soon? Rin tossed a sizable chunk of raw meat from the freezer. In an instant, the creature tore it apart, its ivory teeth gnashing on the beef with a sickening crunch. One of its scales shot through the cage towards Rin. Oh, how unruly. Rin's eyes transformed into the shape of a double tomo. The illusion of the magical abyss technique rendered the creature momentarily dazed, causing its scales to retract. Compared to the second unit's crude combat style, the first unit excelled in academic research. All of his points were spent on enhancing his Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan, aside from its combat applications, significantly improves neural response time, dynamic visual acuity, and even the ability to replicate ninjutsu. Its aid in Ren's research far outweighed its combat enhancement. Furthermore, its amplification of Jinjutsu proved invaluable in hypnotizing these chakra-infused, yet mindless failed experiments. Truly, quite practical. Day in and day out, Ren diligently tended to his experimental subjects. He also took the time to read. The power of ninjutsu should not be underestimated, yet the power of science is equally magnificent. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the Ninja Academy. Alas, I truly wish to avoid playing house with those children. Opening the system, he discovered a message from the second unit. I have gained control over the daimyo of the Land of Waves. It seems the second unit is progressing exceptionally well. A wicked yet elegant smile crept across his face as he replied, the hidden dragon lies in the abyss, waiting for the opportune moment. Early morning arrived, and Rin and Tomo headed to school together. Sitting at his desk, he noticed that many students had yet to arrive. It appeared that everyone was reluctant to part with their summer vacation. This summer had been thrilling. He had created a scientific monster, while the second unit had become the uncrowned king of the Land of Waves. Tomo, did you enjoy your summer? The hot springs in the Land of Soup are delightful. You must try them when you have the chance. Tomo giggled, covering her mouth. Really? I will definitely have to give it a try. As Rin chatted with Tomo, Hinata Ryo entered the classroom, followed closely by Hinata Mitsuki. A bandage wrapped around his forehead indicated he was in poor condition, and Ryo's usually icy demeanor appeared oddly sympathetic. Rin narrowed his eyes, resting his chin on his hands, observing quietly. What a foolish and outdated system. I wonder if the technology to free caged birds could earn the loyalty of some Hyuga clan members. But now is not the time. Mitsushima Daisuke entered the classroom, carrying a stack of documents, accompanied by a red-haired girl. He introduced her to the class. This is our new transfer student. Before he could finish, Kushina nervously interjected, revealing her anxiousness. I am Uzumaki Kushina. After speaking, she gently covered her mouth, prompting a hushed discussion among the students. Look at her hair color. It's unbelievable. How can it be that red? What an oddity. Observing the students' restless murmurs, Mitsushima Daisuke admonished them. All right, quiet down. I want to become the first female Hokage of this village. Kushina boldly declared her ambition. A stunned silence followed. Just as the awkwardness threatened to linger, the little son timely intervened, stood up, and placed his fist over his chest. I also wish to be a Hokage recognized by the villagers. Rin watched the scene with mild interest. He had no intention of assisting Kushina, even though her future was undoubtedly bright, as he was already committed to Tomo. Moreover, there is a saying, a friend's wife is off limits. Minato, do you want a wife? Go for it. After Kushina took her seat, Mitsushima announced another piece of news. He lifted the documents in his hands and summarized, informing the students that the school would soon offer a specialized medical class, inviting those interested to sign up for testing in his office. Now let's tally up who wishes to participate. Uchiha Yen quietly raised his hand. He had already heard Ling and Zhihui discuss the establishment of a specialized medical class. Indeed, being born into a clan of shinobi has its advantages, as one is privy to first-hand information. Wait a moment. Uchiha Yen abruptly recalled that he too belonged to a shinobi clan, albeit one that had ostracized him. Shaking his head, he felt a twinge of regret. The children displayed no interest in becoming medical ninjas. Only one girl, and Yen enrolled. How foolish and ignorant they were. Although the training period for medical ninjas is lengthy and their combat abilities are relatively weak, they are spared from the front lines, and their remuneration is quite reasonable. Even in the event of capture, they would not face execution by enemy nations, as medical ninjas are exceedingly rare and constitute a precious strategic resource. At this juncture, Tsunade had likely not yet proposed to the third Hokage that each squad be assigned a medical ninja. It seemed they were merely piloting a limited training program. It was only after the Second Great Ninja War, when confronted with Hanzo of the Salamander's poison gas and the puppet needles of Sunagakure, That Konoha truly grasped the significance of medical ninjas. Just after class, Yin was preparing to leave for his test when he witnessed quite a spectacle. Tomato, from today onward. You shall be called Tomato. With a plump, round face and fiery red hair, how could he not resemble a tomato? How could Tomato aspire to be Hokage? I absolutely detest tomatoes. It was inconceivable that an unlikable tomato could gain the approval of others. Thanks to Yin's butterfly effect, Minato did not remain seated, grinning foolishly, but instead approached Yin, presumably to inquire about his upcoming test. Yin casually glanced at a few mischievous children who had already begun tugging at Kushina's red hair. In a sudden burst of mischievousness, he exerted considerable force, sending Minato crashing into one of the rascals. Thud! Minato landed atop one of the mischievous children, inadvertently interrupting Kushina, who was about to unleash her wrath, as everyone stared in bewilderment at Minato, who was now atop the child. Yin flashed an innocent smile. Apologies, Minato-kun, but I must inform you that these bullies are nothing but trash. Not one of them can hold their own. Chapter 11. Oh, foolish Jirui. I merely wished to test my mettle. Ignoring Minato's reproachful gaze, Yin beamed a cheerful smile, his teeth gleaming and perfectly aligned, giving him a thumbs up. He strode directly out of the classroom towards teacher Misaki's office. Inside, Misaki sat at his desk, grading assignments. He heard a gentle knock at the door. Come in. He beckoned, clearing his throat to welcome Yin. Teacher Misaki, I wish to learn medical ninjutsu. Observing the earnest and endearing Uchiha Yin, Misaki sighed inwardly. He was aware of Yan's tragic history. His grandfather, Hyo, had been implicated due to his ties to the Hokage and was subsequently ostracized, and Yin himself was an orphan, having lost his parents. It was truly pitiful. Yin's desire to learn medical ninjutsu might stem from a wish to escape the shadows of the Uchiha clan. A normal Uchiha would hardly consider pursuing such a path. Yin simply fixated on Misaki's face, suspecting that the teacher had concocted an entire backstory in his mind. I'm afraid, Yin, whether you can join depends on whether you possess yang chakra. If not, there is little I can do. I understand, Teacher Misaki. Please allow me to take the test. The assessment concluded swiftly, and Misaki, holding the specialized chakra test paper, broke into a broad smile. Congratulations, Yin. I shall write you a letter of recommendation. On his way back to the classroom, Yin held the letter, feeling elated. He was not the least bit surprised to discover he possessed yang chakra. He had long since tested his attributes, which included the most aggressive elements of fire, wind, and lightning, akin to the second Hokage. Minato, indeed, was of a single elemental nature, having inherited wind techniques from his parents. After all, that boy would undoubtedly become the leader of Konoha, utilizing worthless assets to invest in potential stocks, leaving Yin feeling rather fortunate. In the original narrative, all attributes stemmed from the goddess Kaguya Otsutsuki, tracing back to the ancient ancestor, the Sage of Six Paths. As a direct descendant of Kaguya, Yin was bound to harbor yang release within him, albeit less pronounced compared to Yin release, much like the Senju clan, who largely possessed Yin attributes. The second Hokage's creation of the Genjutsu, the dark arts, was a manifestation of Yin release, while Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan epitomized the limits of Yin chakra, and Hashirama's sage body represented the pinnacle of yang release. The ultimate fusion of Yin and yang releases culminates in the creation of all phenomena, namely, the Rinnegan. Bloodline limits are merely specific genetic inheritances of unique chakra combinations. Ninjutsu-based bloodline limits represent the first individuals to amalgamate different chakra attributes, recorded in genes and passed down through generations, resulting in offspring possessing innate bloodline limit genes. Aside from a select few with mutated organs, such as the Sharingan, the Akugan, and the Shikatsu Myaku, these originate from the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. Stretching lazily, Yin rejoiced at not having to engage in ninja games with these rascals any longer. In the years to come, he would embark on a 5-year journey into the specialized medical ninja class, free from the burdens of combat, and instead indulge in the research he cherished. Such brutish endeavors were best left to the second Hokage. After all, when the talisman of Yin and Yang converges, what is his is mine. Teacher Misaki gazed at the file in his hands, shaking his head in lament. Such a pitiful child. He noted Yan's theoretical excellence, mastery of shuriken, and mediocre performance in practical scenarios, inscribing the following on Uchiha Yan's record. While possessing average ninja talent, his remarkable diligence is rare. With a pure will of fire, He is an outstanding student who holds the village close to his heart. Upon returning to the classroom, Yin found several rascals sporting bruises quietly settled in their seats. Indeed, it seems that a villain must be tempered by another villain. Minato sat awkwardly beside Kushina, muttering something incomprehensible, appearing somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, Kushina shyly lowered her head. No way. Dude, you're so quick. It's truly befitting of the ninja world's fastest. Yin mused silently, mocking Minato. Returning to his seat, Yin began to pack his bag. Did you pass the test, Yin-kun? He was asked. Yin nodded affirmatively. I am going to study in the medical class. Zhihui appeared somewhat reluctant, tugging at the coarse fabric of Yan's clothing. Do not worry. I will come to find you after school. With a bright, radiant smile, Yin reassured her, easing her concerns. In the specialized medical class, a high-cheekboned kunoichi stood at the podium, meticulously explaining the principles of medical ninjutsu to the students below. The essence of medical ninjutsu lies in stimulating cells with chakra to heal patients' wounds. Techniques for encouraging normal cell division at wound sites and extracting diseased flesh require precise chakra control and a solid grounding in medical knowledge. The kunoichi's explanation was thorough. Although it covered only the basics, Yin found it tremendously beneficial. In contrast to the medical technology of his previous life, the ninja world relied on chakra to achieve corresponding effects. While both have their merits, they largely align, and with Yan's solid foundation, he adapted quickly. However, some aspects of chakra were rather fantastical and challenging to comprehend. For instance, Tsunade's Yin seal, which preserves youthful appearance, defies scientific reasoning. And the so-called eye transplant surgery seems as simple as plug-and-play. If only he could devise a way to procure the Yin seal for research, and perhaps allow Zhihui to study it as well. The image of Zhihui piloting a Gundam while utilizing the Yin seal flashed through Yan's mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. How terrifying. Thankfully, he was not a scoundrel. What are you thinking about, Yin-kun? A silvery voice chimed at his ear. It was Zhihui, waiting for him at the classroom door after school. There is nothing of significance, merely some academic matters. Ah, I notice a subtle smile on Governance's face. The atmosphere feels ominous. Governance is an astute young lady, occasionally exuding a hint of intimidation. In a previous life, one might have described her as calculating. As the saying goes, beneath a sweet exterior lies a dark heart. In Yan's eyes, the violet hair is no less daunting, perhaps even more so. She envisions a day when she might betray her village, tenderly plunging a knife into Governance, her fingers caressing the pale expanse of Governance's forehead, gently kissing her thin lips, murmuring, I merely test my capacity. Aspiration is the emotion that is furthest from understanding. Forgive me, my foolish Governance John. Governance, in a fit of rage, unleashes a kaleidoscope of fury, ensnaring herself in an endless cycle akin to Izanami. It is truly terrifying. Merely contemplating it sends shivers down Yan's spine. Cold sweat trickling down her body. Everyone is waiting for you, Yin, Dingzhou announces, celebrating her entrance into the medical class, having reserved a spot at his barbecue restaurant. Really? Then I am grateful to everyone. As she converses with Governance, they arrive at Akiyama Barbecue. The establishment boasts a quaint and elegant design, the rich aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air even before entering. Following Governance into the private room, she hears Dingzhua's playful remark, so slow, Yin. Seated at the head of the table, Dingzhua munches on potato chips, flanked by Rikuju and Hatsuchi, true friends for life. Yin generally gets along well with the majority of her classmates. Her grandfather, Kyo, is a direct descendant of the Hokage line. Thus, aside from Uchiha Kato's small clique, who harbor disdain for Yin, the rest maintain a harmonious relationship. The barbecue sizzles as it meets the oiled grill, emitting a delightful crackle. Among those present are Minato, Inuzuka Tsum, Kushina, and oil girl Shiwi, gathered ostensibly to celebrate Yan's entry into the medical class, but it also serves as a welcome party for Kushina. Most attendees are children of shinobi, and they are somewhat aware of the significance of Kushina's red hair. Yin, how is the medical class? The little son asks first, considering Yin to be his close companion. It's just additional medical knowledge. The practical classes remain with everyone. Governance expertly lifts a perfectly grilled piece of meat, blowing on it gently before offering it to Yan's lips. Yin opens her mouth to eat, raising an eyebrow at Minato, observing the awkwardness of Kushina and the embarrassment of Minato. You still need more practice. Chapter 12. The Scientific Monster Rope Tree. 5 years have swiftly passed since the 37th year of Konoha. The weather is exceedingly cold, with chilling winds howling and large snowflakes cascading from the sky. Yin rubs her hands together, tightening her clothing to ward off the cold. I mustn't catch a cold, she muses. Governance gently wraps a hand-knit scarf around Yan's pale neck. I truly appreciate your kindness, Governance-chan. Governance merely giggles. You've troubled me enough already. This little gesture is hardly significant. Her beautifully arched brows form a charming crescent shape as she playfully winks, seemingly anticipating Yan's response. Yin laughs lightly, grasping Governance's small hand. I understand. I will rely on you in the future. This causes Governance's cheeks to blush slightly. 5 years have elapsed since their enrollment. Indeed, Minato has, as per the original tale, become a disciple of Jiraiya. Moreover, the shinobi world erupted into the Second Shinobi World War at the end of last year. Following the First Shinobi War, the geographical disparities and economic inequalities among the nations have widened, prompting the militaristic factions in each nation to expand their territories through force, thus igniting the Second Shinobi World War. The main battleground is in the Land of Rain. Fortunately, this conflict has not been prolonged, lasting less than 2 years, and it is expected to conclude within the next few months. Yin has spent 5 years in the specialized medical class, gaining a relatively clear understanding of basic medical knowledge for shinobi. In another 6 months, she will graduate, stepping into the arduous life of a shinobi. With purposeful steps, she arrives at the shinobi school alongside Governance. The familiar scenery has been their backdrop for 5 years. Graduating from a school in another world is indeed a peculiar sensation. Yet, the opportunity to learn knowledge starkly different from her previous life fills Yin with profound joy. Upon entering the classroom, she sits at her desk, opening her medical book and awaiting the arrival of the Chunin instructor. Today, the usually punctual teacher arrives exceptionally late. The female shinobi approaches the podium and bows to the students. Dear students, the foundational courses have been completed over the past few years. In the coming days, Lady Tsunade will be substituting for our classes. She leads the applause, and the students respond with excitement. Tsunade's renown in Konoha is unparalleled. As she enters the classroom, her complexion appears somewhat pale. With her light golden ponytail and clad in standard jounin attire, her exquisite features stand out. Utilizing her keen eyesight and vast knowledge, Yin adjusts her gold-rimmed glasses and softly murmurs a number to herself. 106. The same size as that esteemed teacher. The princess of Konoha, Tsunade, seems somewhat listless, indicating that her current state is not particularly favorable. It appears that during this time, Rope Tree and Kato have perished. This means that Tsunade is afflicted with hemophobia due to the traumas of war. It is truly unfortunate. Yin had wished to witness Tsunade's extraordinary surgical skills. Nevertheless, even in theoretical instruction, Tsunade's expertise surpasses that of previous medical chunin. It is likely that the third Hokage wishes for her to emerge from her shadows and take on a teaching role. Yin absorbs knowledge like a sponge, reveling in the beauty of learning. Before she realizes it, the class ends, yet she does not depart like the other children. Instead, she jogs to Tsunade's side with her books in hand. Tsunade-sensei, I have numerous questions I wish to discuss. Yan's face radiates a youthful and innocent smile, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. What an eager child, Tsunade observes, lowering her head. Regarding the impact of different chakra attributes in ninjas on the chakra attributes of their descendants. Can high-quality yang chakra supplement be used to sustain a ninja after extracting chakra? Can precise chakra control maintain cellular division to keep the body in peak condition? The multitude of inquiries overwhelms Tsunade, each accompanied by extensive hypotheses and experimental reasoning involving various animals. The logical rigor leads Tsunade to believe that this child is already capable of serving as a junior researcher. Her expression becomes slightly grave. Little one, what is your name? Uchiha Yen. Upon hearing the Uchiha surname, Tsunade's expression dims slightly. An Uchiha child choosing to study medical ninjutsu? It seems that stereotypes can be quite misleading. Initially, she had been curious to assess this child's potential for apprenticeship, as her own hemophobia prevents her from performing surgeries, and finding a suitable heir would be advantageous. My grandfather, Hyo, was once a disciple of Lord Tobarama. Yen perceives Tsunade's concerns and candidly mentions her esteemed lineage. With a thud, a delicate fist strikes Yen's head. Little one, remember to finish your sentences. With that, Tsunade snatches the notebook from Yen's grasp. Next class, I will bring the answers to you. Watching Tsunade's departing figure, Yen rubs her head in pain. Is this a form of acknowledgement? After all, Few who are not adversaries have endured Tsunade's punch. Naruto, Jiraiya, she muses, adjusting her glasses, the glass reflecting the icy glint in her eyes. I hope you do not disappoint me, Tsunade-sensei. Yin-kun, governance's sweet voice calls from outside the classroom. Instantly, Yan's expression transforms into one of purity and sunshine. What shadowy manipulator? I am truly perplexed. After completing the errands and shopping with Chi, Yin returned to her small abode, thoroughly exhausted. She tossed her backpack onto the bed. Accompanying a girl on a shopping spree was indeed a physically demanding task. The sun had not yet set as she organized her belongings and stepped outside. At the Heishan Goat Pharmaceutical Company, a newly established firm in Konoha last year, she presented her internship badge to the gatekeeper. The suited man wearing sunglasses immediately granted her entry. With practiced ease, she entered the company. The receptionist playfully pinched Yan's cheek, and she smiled, greeting her warmly. Watching Yan's retreating figure, the striking woman at the front desk sighed softly, feeling pity for the child who was so young, yet already working to support herself. Entering a room, Yin retrieved a medieval beak mask from her bag and donned it. How is Subject 17, Rabbit? Doctor, the vital signs are stabilizing. Is that so? 6 slender, delicate tentacles emerged from Yan's waist, each adorned with 3 sharp, yet dexterous finger-like structures. Despite Subjects 1 and 2 being the same entity, the awakened particles exhibited stark differences. The dark beak mask covered her face, while the 6 tentacle-like appendages grasped various experimental tools with remarkable sensitivity. Yin approached the large nutrient chamber housing Subject 17, a humanoid being suspended in green nutrient fluid. Its face was largely exposed, revealing patches of crimson muscle, with only a small area of skin around the mouth, which was fitted with a breathing mask. The body bore numerous stitches and clear signs of sharp instrument wounds and burns. This individual had been shattered on the battlefield, with Rabbit retrieving the fragmented head. In her eyes, a kaleidoscope of snowflake patterns emerged as she monitored the vital signs. Chapter 13, Yamaraja, the Authority of the Divine. The effort to stitch this being together had cost Yin considerable energy, utilizing salvaged fragments from fallen ninjas. Thanks to her kaleidoscope, named Yamaraja, the Sharingan reflected the innermost desires of Uchiha, filled with a thirst for chakra, soul, and knowledge. Thus, she acquired the left Yamaraja to extract and store the souls of the deceased, and the right Yamaraja to bestow souls upon objects or beings. Undoubtedly, this ability was rather trivial for an average ninja, lacking significant lethality, yet Yin was immensely satisfied. After all, matters concerning the soul often belong to the realm of the divine. To wield such powers in a mortal body was a tantalizingly audacious notion. Moreover, with a bit of effort, she could eventually grant Subject 2 a kaleidoscope, a creature brimming with muscle, surely endowed with formidable offensive capabilities. Yin had never claimed that the underworld monarch of the Land of Waves and the end of the shinobi world were the same individual. The supreme being seated upon the throne wielded both power and authority. By merging the residual souls within the head of the rope tree with certain deceased souls, she fashioned a new soul reminiscent of an infant. Gently caressing the smooth exterior of the nutrient chamber, Yin spoke to Rabbit, "Isn't he beautiful? Do you think the name Frankenstein suits him?" The body before her was marred with stitches, large patches of skin missing from the head, exposing raw flesh, while 4 bulging growths on the back rendered it grotesque. Rabbit trembled in fear, acknowledging her words. Since being transferred to the Konoha branch, he had come to understand the true essence of chaotic malevolence. Compared to the doctor's surgeries and experiments, even Kinomoto's methods could be likened to those of an angel. Yin, observing Rabbit beside her, chuckled softly. There's no need to be so formal. After all, I am not a demon. After 5 years, Subject 1 finally realized that she was the embodiment of evil. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as in the predatory world of shinobi. Adhering to moral principles could lead to one's downfall. After a glance at her creation, Yin, filled with satisfaction, commenced her next experiment. Natural energy, an alluring yet perilous force, was the primal power of the shinobi realm, manifesting in the anime with a potency rivaling that of various bloodlines. It could enhance a ninja's attributes and fuse to create formidable sage chakra. If one were to liken it to a game setting, ninjutsu would represent magical attacks, while shurikens and taijutsu would denote physical assaults. Sage arts, however, would equate to true damage. In later stages, with the emergence of extraterrestrial beings and rampant chaos, Magical immunity became a universal trait among ninjas. Yin slowly adorned herself with gray gloves embedded with white square crystals. The divine hand of God. A perfect tool born from the first stage of a mission, generously sponsored by Kinomoto. It could trigger hundreds of precise movements and was equally suitable for healing or destruction. This was an impeccable match for Yan's endeavors. One could say that had she possessed such an item in her past life, even in a state of disarray, she could have easily passed as a surgical expert. Opening a hidden passage behind her, she descended into an underground laboratory, as sometimes, experiments could create considerable disturbances. Within the transparent blast-proof glass, a 2-meter figure devoid of facial features, entirely encased in muscle, stood. At a dazzling speed, Yin prepared a vial of reagent, containing collected natural energy. Though due to technical limitations, it was uncertain what else might be mixed within, an unstable compound, to say the least. She handed it to the Faceless One. Under the manipulation of the kaleidoscope Jinjutsu, the Faceless One tilted its head back and consumed the contents in one gulp. The next moment, Yin retreated, sealing the glass door. Utilizing the Jinjutsu, she began to draw out the chakra and natural energy from within the Faceless One. As anticipated, a resounding explosion ensued, flesh and blood erupting, instantly obliterating the entire body. However, mere seconds later, the remnants began to regenerate. Was it an issue of proportions, or was something else missing? After taking notes, Yin finally raised her gaze to the regenerating Faceless One. This creature had required significant effort to create. A perfect monster composed entirely of particle cells. Heaven knows this being had initially been a mere mouse, one of Yan's masterpieces, coursing with her own blood. Over 5 years, she had continually extracted cellular and blood samples from her own body, injecting them into the Faceless One, even utilizing cells from other ninjas. Gradually, the Faceless One adapted to the internal components and was imbued with a fragile soul. Thus, a perfect monstrosity was exquisitely birthed, albeit it remained an utter imbecile, capable only of executing simple commands and possessing the physical prowess of a standard jonin, with little to no resistance against Jinjutsu. Fortunately, it was immortal, able to compress itself into a highly dense, fist-sized mass of flesh. When confronted by adversaries, one could simply command, "Go, Faceless One." Nothing instills more terror than a puppet that knows neither fatigue nor pain, nor the finality of death. Humanity, after all, harbors an innate fear of the unknown. Removing her gloves, Yin placed them in an exquisite iron box. She adjusted her facial expression to present a radiant smile before departing from the Konoha Pharmaceutical Division. Upon returning home, she was greeted by the sight of Chi, her cheeks puffed in apparent frustration, clearly having waited for a considerable time. Faced with her simmering anger, Yin cautiously sought to placate her. "Damn it, I forgot we were supposed to buy graduation gifts tomorrow. I tend to lose track of time when immersed in experiments. My apologies. Chi, as compensation, let us indulge in some barbecue later." She silently performed a French salute, which shifted Chi's mood from gloomy to bright. Chi smiled, tucking a strand of purple hair behind her ear. "Then I shall graciously accept." She extended her delicate hand, and Yin, momentarily taken aback, naturally took hold. Time indeed flies. Graduation was just around the corner. Yin looked up, reflecting, as snowflakes danced down to her nose, gently brushed away by Chi. The Ninja Academy operated on a 3-semester system, making this time of year the graduation season. Indeed, time does pass swiftly. The war has ended. Governance also raised its little head. As goose downsized snowflakes fell upon her purple hair, the streets bustled with a constant stream of pedestrians, alive with the clamor of vendors before the year's end. 2 individuals strolled hand in hand, purchasing graduation gifts while enjoying a variety of activities along the way. As they wandered, Yin caught a fleeting glimpse of a pair of figures, a tall adult with golden hair and a small child with black hair and gentle black eyes, appearing to be around 3 or 4 years old. It was Kato Shizune, the niece of Kato Dan. It seemed she had already been adopted by Tsunade. No. According to the original narrative, it should be Shizune who adopted Tsunade. Tsunade quickly spotted Yin in governance, her expression shifting to one of playful amusement, yet it soon faded, as if memories of Dan resurfaced. "Tsunade-sensei, Tsunade-sama," the two greeted her politely. Tsunade teased, "Yin, are you on a date with your little girlfriend?" "Tsunade-sama is just joking." Governance blushed, for Tsunade was the idol of nearly every kunoichi in Konoha. Tsunade chuckled and ruffled Yan's smooth black hair with a carefree gesture. "Little one, You've already been sold to me by the old man. Chapter 14. Will 500,000 Rio make a Kage risk his life? After Yen submitted his notes to Tsunade for review, she increasingly felt that this young boy was exceptionally talented. His imagination was boundless, complemented by scientific rigor and a wealth of data on animals. He embodied a trifecta of creativity, development, and execution, truly a natural-born medical ninja. However, some of his experiments were rather macabre. Although they involved only animals, Tsunade viewed this as Yan's greatest flaw. Should he stray from the path, he could undoubtedly become a terrifying individual. Thus, she resolved to personally guide him, steering him clear of detours. She had only seen such traits in one man, Orochimaru. Perhaps cold-blooded was not the right term. Rather, it was a form of absolute rationality. Like Orochimaru, he was a born rational monster. Moreover, being a descendant of her grandfather's disciple, he was rooted in genuine lineage, stirring Tsunade's compassion for taking him as an apprentice. Carrying the notes, Tsunade entered the Hokage's office. With a creak, she pushed the door open, only to find a middle-aged man hurriedly hiding a crystal ball beneath the desk. The third Hokage's face flushed. It was Tsunade, and he lamented her lack of prior notice. Tsunade shot him a disdainful glance. Old man, it seems Jiraiya's lechery is something he learned from you. Clearing his throat, the third quickly changed the subject. Has Jiraiya not returned yet? That rascal said he would stay behind to mend the wounds of the rain village caused by the war, to teach 3 children. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, he continued, what a self-willed fellow he is. Although the war has ended, Konoha is still a military organization. Such defiance would earn a regular ninja a bounty as a rogue ninja. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade slammed the notebook onto the third's desk. I have discovered a genius. A natural medical ninja. The third picked up the notes and leafed through them, his demeanor shifting from casual to astonished. Noticing his surprise, Tsunade spoke slowly. This notebook belongs to a student from the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Yen. Upon hearing the name, the third tapped his pipe against the desk to shake off the ash, then clasped his hands behind his back, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Despite being Hokage, he held a surprising familiarity with this name, recalling that it belonged to the descendant of an old friend. It felt like only yesterday that this man's grandson had grown so large. He sighed. I intend to take him as my disciple. A fine idea. I agree. The third turned, his expression suddenly clouded with concern. Is this sudden decision due to hemophobia? The moment those words left his lips, sorrow washed over Tsunade's heart. Partly yes. I have grown weary of war and death, Shinju, Dan. Tsunade clutched her clothing tightly, suppressing her grief and tears. The third closed his eyes, reflecting, I understand. You have borne much hardship. I plan to transfer you to the Konoha hospital. Enough. Tsunade's emotions erupted uncontrollably as she responded with agitation. I am tired. After teaching him for a while, I will leave Konoha with Shizune. Tsunade offered no reply, merely exiting the office like a hollow puppet. Despite possessing the most profound medical ninjutsu in the shinobi world, having saved countless ninjas, she could not rescue her own loved ones, and as a ninja, she suffered from severe hemophobia. How ironic. With a hint of self-mockery, Tsunade decided to drown her sorrows in drink. Alcohol could temporarily numb her pain. The third sat in his office chair, his thoughts turbulent. He rummaged through the drawer, retrieving Yen's file. It noted that his ninja talent was mediocre, but his work ethic was exceptional, possessing a pure will of fire, making him an exemplary student devoted to the village. Sighing at the remarks, the third smiled. What a good boy. In the land of waves, amidst the dense forest, the fire release surged forth, roaring like a tempestuous sea, charging towards 2 masked figures, one wearing a pig mask and the other a chicken mask. As the flames erupted, the boar's armor expanded rapidly, enveloping both himself and the rooster in a protective black-purple shell. Damn it, what strange jutsu is this? The massive flames were nearly extinguished by the black armor, as the rooster took to the air, its holy, liquid-like wings unfurling. Countless tiny white crystals shot forth, each one wrapped in fierce winds, aiming for Kakuzu. Earth release, earth spear. Quickly forming hand seals, he activated a hardening technique, his body clad in black threads, instantly solidifying. The sounds of clashing hard objects echoed. How could such creatures appear in the land of waves? There was no time for further contemplation as the next wave of attacks ensued. Kakuzu dodged the crystals, and 2 black-threaded monsters emerged from his shoulders, each harboring powerful chakra. Fire release. Fire wind raging waves. The howling flames intensified with the wind, and in the original narrative, this technique even engulfed a forest. Step back. He is no ordinary ninja. Despite the imminent danger, the boar and rooster remained motionless, nodding slightly, gazing at Kakuzu with peculiar eyes. Kakuzu furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of mockery in their gaze. In the next moment, a fleeting shadow flashed before him. The vast flames generated by the fire wind were enveloped in a thick, murky blood mist, the tongues of fire seemingly suspended in midair for several seconds before extinguishing instantly. What? Before Kakuzu could exclaim, a massive figure appeared before him with lightning speed, leaving him unable to comprehend the motion. Too fast. Fire release. Gag. Several pale bone claws crushed the fire mask and wind mask, silencing Kakuzu's incantation. All he could see were countless bones and crimson tendrils surging towards him. Moments later, Kakuzu, having lost 4 masks, found himself gripped in the palm of a colossal, bloody hand. Is this a joke? Those small, bean-like eyes were fixed on the monstrous figure before him. Even facing the 7 tails of Takigakure, Kakuzu had never felt such helplessness. A massive skeletal mask loomed, the single crimson eye widening between the bones. Its gargantuan form surpassed even the tailed beasts, and the fierce gas expelled from its mouth equaled a B-rank jutsu. Its body was forged with muscle as tough as steel, covered in dense bone, with 10 thick, serpent-like tendrils sprouting from its back. Damn it! At that moment, Kakuzu felt so desperate that he wished to slaughter all those wretched dogs at the exchange for gold. Those damn bastards. What initially appeared to be a mere assignment to infiltrate a pharmaceutical company and steal medical formulas quickly spiraled into chaos as a group of enigmatic ninjas pursued him. The situation escalated when a figure clad in crimson armor effortlessly obliterated 2 hearts. As he prepared to retaliate, the monstrous entity inexplicably expanded to the size of a small mountain, and before he could react, he found himself ensnared in its grasp. The most exasperating aspect of this ordeal was that the task came with a meager reward of only 500,000 ryo. Such a paltry sum compelled a standard shadow-level ninja to risk their life. At that moment, Xiao gradually began to comprehend the expressions of the 2 ninjas he had encountered earlier. How infuriating! I have fought against Senju Hashirama himself. Chapter 15. I shall forever keep my gaze fixed upon you, Uchiha Shin. How fortunate you are, Shin, to be taken under the wing of Lady Tsunade. Ji, covering her mouth, chuckled softly. After all, lacking any combat talent, I must exert myself in mastering medical ninjutsu. Not at all. Shin is a very earnest individual, she replied. The sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, the colorful sparks dissipating into the night. How beautiful, Ji exclaimed, and Shin nodded in agreement. After purchasing some souvenirs, Shin escorted Ji back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon stepping through the grand entrance adorned with the emblem of the flame fan, he mused. It has been years since I last returned here. Since the sacrifice of his parents and the subsequent ostracism from his kin, he had been compelled to leave the clan grounds. As an Uchiha, caught in the interstice between the village and his family, he felt the weight of his predicament. Fortunately, unlike Uchiha Itachi, who had become mired in despair, Shin aspired merely to become a formidable figure in the ninja world while safeguarding those he held dear, such as Ji, Minato, and Aunt Michiko. Upon delivering Ji to her home, Aunt Michiko greeted them with a warm smile. Feel free to bring your friends over for a soak in the private bath anytime, she suggested, her expression imbued with charm. Thankfully, at the tender age of 11, Shin was not easily swayed by Aunt Hydra's allure. I shall take you up on that, Auntie. In the years past, following the untimely demise of Ji's father, Aunt Michiko, who possessed considerable wealth, had established a private bathhouse in Konoha. Shin occasionally offered suggestions for optimizing her business model, which helped Michiko's enterprise flourish. After bidding farewell to Ji, Shin strolled through the streets alone. A group of Uchiha clad in green vests approached, led by a young man with a square jaw and an austere expression, likely in his 20s. Scattered along the roadside were several Uchiha clansmen, some inebriated, who pointed at Shin, treating him as fodder for gossip. Isn't that the disgraceful little brat? I've heard he lacks any ninja talent and has turned to medical ninjutsu. What a waste, truly tarnishing the Uchiha lineage. Ignoring the raucous banter, Shin initially intended to hasten his departure, unaffected by the slanderous remarks. Yet, the foolishness of others was always grating. Silence. Fugaka scolded, furrowing his brow at the whispering bystanders. Your parents and grandfather are heroes of the village, while you are merely gossiping fools. Shin was taken aback by Fugaku's defense. After whispering a quick thanks as he passed by, he made his way out. Uchiha Jin, trailing behind Fugaku, muttered, "What an insincere little brat." Fugaku crossed his arms and replied, "Perhaps he is a different kind of clansman. Our kin have languished too long in the shadows of past glory." With his eyes closed. Even at the young age of 20, he had been elevated to the position of captain of the Uchiha Guard, yet he remained unable to alter the clan's plight. The power within the Uchiha was steadfastly held by those obstinate elders who clung to antiquated traditions. As long as these hawks existed, the rift between the Uchiha and the village would remain unbridgeable. Without Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha were powerless against Konoha. A pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would change little. The following day, the graduation ceremony at the Ninja Academy arrived as scheduled. For Shin, passing the body replacement technique examination was as simple as eating. Having mastered it 5 years prior, Minato and Ji, as expected, encountered no difficulties either. Nearly all students in the elite class passed. All the pupils brimmed with anticipation, eager to embark on their true ninja careers. Shin merely smiled softly, donning his gold-rimmed glasses as he diligently perused his book. The seasoned Chunin, Mitsushima Daisuke, rambled on from the podium, imparting various task execution experiences. His motherly tone made it difficult to believe he was a senior Chunin. But he was indeed a very responsible teacher. After a brief pause, Mitsushima announced, "Now, your supervising Jonin will arrive shortly." The list of teams was about to be revealed. Team 1, Inazuka Kiba, Uchiha Haku, Ueno Shin, supervised by Jonin Kinomoto Kodo. Team 5, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Inoichi, supervised by Jonin Yuhi Kurinai. Team 6, Aburame Shino, Yuzuki Ken, Fusho Kiyoshi, Namikaze Minato, supervised by Jonin Saritobi Shino. Due to Jiraiya's temporary mission, Minato will be replaced by Shino for a period. Team 7, Uchiha Ji, Hyuga Rin, Uchiha Shin, supervised by Jonin Hataki Sakumo. After announcing the teams, Mitsushima Daisuke departed the classroom to prepare for the handover with the Jonin. The classroom buzzed with excitement as all students reveled in the news. "We're a team again, Shin," Ji exclaimed. "Indeed, what a coincidence." Upon hearing the name Hataki Sakumo, Shin was momentarily taken aback. In the original story, this was a legendary figure who single-handedly penetrated the Sand Village's forces, instilling fear in all who heard his name. As the Jonin in green vests arrived to collect their respective students, Uchiha Haku stood and approached Shin, who was still engrossed in his book. "Congratulations on your graduation, Haku-kun," Shin said with a gentle smile. Uchiha Haku, unfazed by Shin's warm demeanor, replied, "You hypocrite. You're undoubtedly plotting something sinister, aren't you?" He forced a fierce expression onto his youthful face. "I will keep my eyes on you, you scoundrel." Ji frowned, while Inazuka Kiba covered his forehead and forcibly pulled Haku away. "This guy is at it again, Shin. Don't pay him any mind. Teacher Kinomoto is waiting for us at the door. Let us hurry." Still grumbling, Uchiha Haku shot back, "Don't pull me, Kiba. This brat is undoubtedly up to no good." Kiba covered Haku's mouth, exasperated. Yes, Hakudano." Shin merely chuckled at the scene, pondering how this young lad, despite his antics, displayed potential. At such a young age, he had yet to learn the ruthlessness and cunning of the clan elders, embodying a somewhat clumsy imitation. Ultimately, he was merely an 11-year-old child. Ji pouted, feeling somewhat indignant. Honestly, even after graduating, Uchiha Haku still targets Shin. "Haha, in truth, I find him quite admirable," Shin remarked softly. "Don't be so gentle with everyone." In the midst of their conversation, a robust man with a beard entered, his visage reminiscent of the third Hokage in his youth. Akin to a Suma, but more mature and imposing. Minato rose as well, bidding farewell to Shin and Ji while reassuring Uzumaki Kushina, who, as a Jinchuriki, would not be assigned to a standard ninja team. As Konoha's strategic asset, she was unlikely to even leave the village, ultimately being taken back to the office by Mitsushima Daisuke. The once boisterous classroom was now left with only Ji, Shin, and Rin, with Shin still immersed in his sea of knowledge while Ji and Rin engaged in idle chatter. "Suma-mason, I seem to have lost my way on the journey of life," a gentle silver-haired man softly announced as he pushed open the door. Chapter 16. Shin finally encountered the fabled lone hero, Hataki Sakumo. Kakashi Hataki's father was a remarkable figure. known for compelling adversarial ninjas to abandon their missions unconditionally prior to the Third Great Ninja War. How shall I describe him? His appearance aligns closely with that depicted in the anime. Silver hair cascading down, gathered into a ponytail, adorned with a crimson triangular white armband on his left shoulder. This attire, akin to the ceremonial robes of the Hokage, is an honor bestowed solely upon the heroes of Konoha. He bore a gentle smile, his aura exuding an extraordinary restraint, resembling the amiable neighbor next door. With an endearing scratch of his head, he cheerfully declared, "As an apology, allow me to treat everyone to barbecue tonight." The three young ones accompanied him to the Forest of Death in Konoha, embracing the cherished tradition of the village, ring snatching. From your records at the Ninja Academy, I have gleaned a glimpse of your capabilities. You are truly exceptional youths. However, let us introduce ourselves. I am Kakashi Hitaki, with no particular dislikes, and I have a fondness for mackerel. My current aspiration is to nurture my newborn child into a superb ninja. I am a Bido Uchiha, with a passion for reading. My dream is to become an outstanding medical ninja. Hyuga Rin, a Bito Uchiha, he continued. I admire Rin and aspire to become a formidable kunoichi. Kakashi cast a glance at Obito, giving him a thumbs up. Good lad. He was well aware of their records and noted that Obito and Rin, both ranked at the top of their class, were undeniable prodigies. In contrast, the records of the other young ones seemed rather mediocre. However, the third Hokage held him in high regard. Considering his participation in the medical ninja training sessions, he likely possessed a significant aptitude for medical ninjutsu. To be honest, leading this class was quite a challenge, especially with the presence of Uchiha, Hyuga, and a medical ninja. Such a remarkable assembly was akin to training in Konoha's elite class. After familiarizing himself with the trio, Kakashi produced a bell from his pocket. While I recognize your excellence as ninjas, I still wish to test your abilities. His captivating eyes narrowed into a smile. Now, with a determination to defeat me. Seize the bell. No sooner had he spoken than Rin dashed forward, her Byakugan activated, chakra coalescing in her palms with an intensity that was striking. Kakashi made no move to draw his weapon, merely lifting his eyelids to evade Rin's attack at a perilous moment. Your strength is commendable, but alas, your speed is lacking. Rin swiftly shifted her assault, aiming for Kakashi's lower body, while Obito leapt back, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing sphere of fire surged forward, while Rin positioned herself to launch several shuriken, obstructing Kakashi's escape routes. Incredible youths, Kakashi mused, feeling a hint of pressure despite his extensive experience. Drawing his short blade, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Kakashi's aura intensified, eradicating the earlier sense of gentleness. He deftly evaded Rin's strike, bending his leg to counter her chakra point attack, sending her several meters away. With a surge of immense chakra emanating from his blade, he executed a forward slash, cleaving through the fireball and rendering Obito's shuriken ineffective as they fell harmlessly to the ground. Rin, having attempted to block, was sent reeling back to join Obito, who exchanged a knowing glance with her. They nodded in silent agreement, and the two figures charged forward together. Kakashi adopted a defensive stance, casting a glance at Obito, who remained motionless, seemingly daunted by the confrontation. Kakashi frowned slightly. It appeared that Obito was not particularly battle-hardened. Exchanging glances, Rin and Obito adjusted their strategy, with Obito aiming for Kakashi's bell at his waist, while Rin provided cover. Kakashi raised his blade once more, this time moderating his strength, engaging Rin with the back of his sword while grappling with Obito. In a moment of distraction, a shuriken flew stealthily from behind, severing the bell from Kakashi's waist. With a puff of smoke, Obito emerged triumphantly. We won, Kakashi-sensei. Rin and Obito ceased their attacks. Kakashi examined the bell in Obito's hand, realizing that he had been outmaneuvered through a clever use of shadow and transformation techniques, exploiting his momentary distraction and the preconceived notion that a medical ninja posed no threat. Impressive strategy, you have indeed triumphed. Kakashi sheathed his blade, concluding the trial. Upon returning to the village, the four gathered for a photograph at the studio. Kakashi affectionately ruffled Obito's dark hair, while Obito beamed at the camera and Rin stood stoically to the side. The seventh squad was officially formed. That evening, at Akimichi's barbecue, the restaurant buzzed with activity, teeming with ninja teams celebrating the graduation season and the impending new year. One by one, teams trickled into the establishment. Shinsuke's team encountered the seventh squad, and the exuberant blonde greeted Obito warmly. Shinsuke playfully draped his arm around Kakashi's neck, and their conversation flowed easily. I heard your child has been born, Kakashi. My old man is still going strong. He just had another son. Shinsuke chuckled, reminiscing about their days as classmates and comrades in the Umbu, their bond strong. After some deliberation, the two teams decided to share a table. The two men indulged in drinks, while Minato playfully encroached upon Obito's space, eliciting a tinge of jealousy in Rin, despite knowing the depth of their friendship. However, as the tales of camaraderie unfolded, the atmosphere became more relaxed. The likes of Oil Woman Sure and Moonlight Junichi barely registered, their presence overshadowed by the revelry. After the meal, as the group gradually departed, Obito found himself passing by the Konoha Tavern, where he spotted Tsunade cradling a plush pig outside. Just then, a tipsy Tsunade staggered out, clutching a bottle, prompting Shizune to rush forward, though her frail frame offered little support. With a resigned sigh, Obito stepped in to assist Tsunade, who stood at around 163 centimeters, making it easy for the 11-year-old to support her. "Allow me to help," he said. "You're too kind, Obito," she replied graciously. "After all, Tsunade-sensei is my mentor." In the world of Hokage, the bond between teacher and student resembles that of a familial relationship, underscoring the importance of mentorship. "So, Tsunade is like my surrogate mother?" Obito pondered, thoughts swirling in his mind. The scent of alcohol emanating from her was slightly off-putting, even considering her beauty. Alcohol dulls the mind, leading to irrational actions, and thus, Obito harbored a distaste for it, not because of his poor tolerance, but rather due to his meticulous nature. Supporting Tsunade, he walked back to the Senju clan's residence alongside Shizune. The Senju compound, near the Hokage Rock, was close to the village's heart, yet it lacked the warmth of bustling life. Only Tsunade and Shizune resided among the many houses. After settling the inebriated Tsunade onto the sofa, Obito retrieved honey from the fridge and prepared a cup of honey water for Shizune. "Thank you so much, Shizune." "Not at all. I truly appreciate it, Obito," Shizune replied, glancing at the unconscious Tsunade with a hint of sadness. Ever since Brother Rope and Uncle Dan passed away, Lady Tsunade has been in such a low state. She has indeed endured considerable hardships. Lady Tsunade is certainly not the same figure that the seniors perceive her to be. "I understand," Yin gently nodded. "Should you require my assistance in any capacity, please do not hesitate to command me." Chapter 17. The Malevolent Kakashi upon returning from the Senju clan's territory. Yin strolled through the moonlit Konoha. System. Host. Uchiha Yin. Number 1. Strength. Special Jonin. Chakra Capacity. Dojutsu. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Susan Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique. Substitution Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Style. Grand Fireball. Fine Chakra Control. Chakra Scalpel. Wind Style. Great Breakthrough. Extraction Technique. Sage Art. Pseudo. Hekizai. 4 Feather Heki. Scale Heki. Tail Heki. Armor Heki Points. 250 items. Tiger Talisman. Divine Hand Perfection. Gazing upon his profile on the panel, Yin pondered deeply, even without utilizing Hekizai. He currently possessed the prowess of a conventional Jonin. The path ahead is laden with challenges. At 11 years of age, he still found himself unable to best a formidable shadow, while his neighboring transmigrator had already bested the Hokage at the tender age of 5, trampled Uchiha Madara at 6, and launched a counteroffensive against the Otsutsuki homeworld by 8. It would be prudent to swiftly master the transformation of chakra nature and chakra form. Perhaps I should develop the Chidori. Yan's lips curled into a faint smile, indulging in a hint of wicked delight. Yawning, he decided it was time to return and rest. In the ensuing days, Yin accompanied his teacher, Shikamu, on tedious D-rank missions in the mornings, which, as the teacher put it, were designed to hone a ninja's mental fortitude. In the afternoons, he attended special training sessions with Lady Tsunade at the Senju clan's estate. Evenings were dedicated to accompanying governance on odd days, and the unruly blonde on even days. Sundays were reserved for visits to the Black Goat Company. Yin felt busier than an ancient emperor. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the eve of the new year. Alone and forlorn, Yin resolved to celebrate the new year with governance. Additionally, a certain unruly blonde, aware of Minato's orphan status, warmly invited him to join the festivities. Yin proposed to governance that they invite everyone to Aunt Michiko's private hot spring. Governance concurred that it was an excellent idea. Thus, the situation evolved into the current scene. Rikuju, Shirwei, Minato, Doza, and Kakuto, along with all the boys, luxuriated in the hot spring. Yen reclined lazily in the steaming water. Minato approached him eagerly. Yen, I've begun to formulate the idea you shared with me. Teacher Shino is a master of wind-style chakra transformation and considers it quite feasible. Yen squinted, contemplating the audacity of this fellow, who, despite being in a state of relaxation, had come to discuss ninjutsu. When you develop it, don't forget to mark it as a secondary creation for me. What is a secondary creation? Uchiha Kakuto and his minion were soaking nearby. He hadn't anticipated Yen would extend an invitation, given that he had always targeted him. However, he was determined not to allow a single act of bribery to sway his opinion of Yen. Baka, this kid is undoubtedly concocting some scheme. I shall keep a vigilant watch over him. Doza floated languidly in the water, lamenting how delightful it would be to enjoy barbecue while soaking. Rikuju shot Doza a disapproving glance. Handsome Hachi merely smiled. After a while, the group emerged from the hot spring, exchanging New Year-esque greetings. However, a minor incident occurred. Following their bath, a legend had begun to circulate within their circle regarding Yen and Shurei's Tyrannosaurus tail. After the gathering, the trio intended to pay a visit to Teacher Shikamaru. Knowing his fondness for mackerel, governance had thoughtfully purchased one, while Yen had crafted a toy model resembling Kakashi's short blade for little Kakashi. Upon arriving with their gifts, they found Rin, who was naturally oblivious, tilting her head curiously at them. Seeing Rin empty-handed, governance had no choice but to take her to select a gift. Truly, she was the quintessential naive princess. Bored, Yen accompanied the two lovely girls, attracting glances from passers-by. By evening, they finally reached Shikamaru's residence. After a polite visit, Yen finally laid eyes on Kakashi in his youthful form. Governance and Rin were utterly smitten by the adorable little human. In stark contrast, Yen found the child's gaze to be exceedingly irksome. A pair of dead fish eyes fixated on him. How could one so young, barely under a year, possess such a malevolent stare? You wicked little fish-eyed Hatake. I shall. Kakashi is such a good boy. Would you like to hold him, Yen? Governance provocatively suggested. Reluctantly, Yen took Kakashi, intending to merely rock him a bit before returning him to Shikamaru's wife, Aunt Fuko. Kakashi remained quiet. Yet Yen felt his right hand growing warm and damp. MMP, he just peed on my hand. Aunt Fuko, embarrassed, took Kakashi back, prompting Shikamaru and governance to erupt in laughter. Even Rin, who usually maintained a stoic expression, could not help but chuckle. Yen wiped his hand and flashed Kakashi a menacing smile. I shall remember this for a lifetime, Kakashi. Declining Shikamaru's invitation to dinner, the trio bade him farewell. Just before departing, Yen whispered something in Shikamaru's ear, causing his expression to shift slightly. Once they left, Fuko gently cleared her throat and approached Shikamaru with grace. Noticing her husband's peculiar demeanor, she quietly inquired, Darling, perhaps we should go for a health check at the Konoha hospital in a few days. Why the sudden urge for that? Oh, it's merely a routine examination. Shikamaru recalled Yen's words. If he were an ordinary child, Shikamaru would undoubtedly dismiss it. But Yen's maturity was unlike that of a typical child. He was Tsunade's direct disciple. On New Year's Eve, Yen and Minato were guests at the hospitable Aunt Michiko's home, where, due to family rules, Rin was unable to attend. Simultaneously, the entire ninja world reveled in the joy of the New Year's festivities, even amidst regional conflicts. A temporary truce prevailed. In the Land of Waves, at the headquarters of the Black Goat Company, in the office of the financial director, Kakuzu rapidly tapped on his computer, calculating the financial data of the Black Goat Company. The room was filled with stacks of cash and gold. What bliss! Had I known that entrepreneurship would be this lucrative, who would choose to be a bounty hunter? He mused, recalling the words of that man. The ninja world is rife with gold. A burly man held an umbrella for a slender, refined gentleman, a bespectacled little man respectfully following behind Kinomoto Ginkgo. The emergence of the Black Goat Company had transformed the Land of Waves into an economic powerhouse, harvesting the wealth of the ninja world with an unparalleled vision. The bridge connecting the Land of Waves to the Land of Fire was splendidly completed, not named after Naruto, but rather Kinomoto Bridge. Pedestrians greeted Kinomoto with respect. Happy New Year, Lord Kinomoto. Wishing you good health, Mr. Kinomoto. My family's cat can do backflips. Kinomoto smiled in response to everyone. Kakuzu now held an unwavering admiration for Kinomoto. This man not only enriched the Land of Waves, but also eradicated all malevolent rogue forces, invested in Konoha, signed peace treaties, and expelled spies. There were no longer people starving in the land of waves, nor oppression or exploitation. All criminal merchants were hung from lampposts, and the oppressive nobility were cast into the sea. Kinomoto had become the dragon head of both the white and black markets in the land of waves. Lord Kinomoto is truly a living embodiment of the Sage of Six Paths. In the land of rain, the heavy rain continued to pour. The patter of raindrops fell like tears in a nation eternally weeping. Jiraiya, donned in a frog suit, sat with the three little ones, enjoying delicious cuisine. Observing the children devouring their food, he broke into a broad smile. He took out his notebook, writing while responding to their questions, whether regarding ninjutsu or philosophical inquiries. Jiraiya provided perfect answers. This is an inspirational novel based on Nagato. The words of Nagato had greatly inspired Jiraiya. If the shackles of hatred and war are a curse, then I shall sever them. Upon witnessing those fabled Rinnegan eyes, Jiraiya realized that the prophesied child of the Sage of the Toads might have emerged. The tale of perseverance unfolds. Let us name our protagonist Naruto. A true ninja is one who can endure all. Chapter 18. Lord Kato, the tiger, has met with misfortune. On a clear morning after the new year, within the borders of the land of waves, at the headquarters of the Black Goat Corporation, Kato sat in an ergonomic chair, reviewing documents. Bestowed with a second Kaku by Lord Kaneki a year prior, he had barely stepped into the realm of semi-Kaku users. Regrettably, he still could not consume a third. Cursed lizard. The thought of Kaneki's loyal hounds, particularly that one who, due to his robust physique and abundant chakra, successfully digested the third Kaku, filled him with envy and resentment. The mighty Lord Orochimaru. In a rush, Inagami burst through the door. Kato calmly sipped his tea. As Kaneki had taught him that a true figure of stature remains unruffled, regardless of the circumstances. My lord, it is about the tiger. Speak clearly. Kato barked, noticing Inagami's stammering. The current situation within the Bronze Tree was divided into two factions, Kato's mercantile clique and the martial faction led by the lizard. Unable to rival in strength, they relied on commerce and intellect to gain Kaneki's favor. Inagami bowed his head, trembling as he spoke. Lord Orochimaru, the tiger has eaten something foul. What? Kato's glasses nearly fell from his face. He had heard tales of the tiger's voracious appetite, but never imagined it would lead to such a debacle. What exactly transpired? Explain it to me clearly. Today, the tiger and I went to the docks to collect corpses purchased from the land of grass. Along the way, he caught a whiff of something delectable, and we captured a humanoid creature of white. The tiger claimed its life force was potent. You know how greedy he is. He took a bite and is now incapacitated, vomiting uncontrollably while incessantly asking me what it feels like to defecate. Thus, I dare to speculate he is a fecal being. You fools, take me to see this. Kato was utterly exasperated with his subordinates, rubbing his forehead as he followed Inagami to the medical laboratory of the Black Goat Corporation. Upon entering, he beheld a gaunt white humanoid monstrosity. What does it feel like to have the urge to relieve oneself? Could you enlighten me? From the adjacent restroom came the sounds of retching and splattering. Kato adjusted his glasses. He could not discern what this creature was, but it certainly possessed an alluring aroma, its blood and flesh reeking of vibrant life. Inagami, fetch Lord Kaneki at once. Of course, my lord. After giving his orders, Kato resolved to interrogate this peculiar being personally. You scoundrel, what is your motive in infiltrating our land of waves? Speak truthfully. Kato rebuked the white being. As the Black Goat Corporation thrived, an influx of bounty hunters and spies from foreign lands infiltrated to steal its secrets. Tell me what it feels like to have the urge to defecate, and I shall share my knowledge with you. The white being replied with a sharp voice. Scoundrel, how could I possibly convey that to you? It appeared he was unwilling to cooperate. A starry-hued Kaku emerged from Kato's pant leg, and two robust serpent-like appendages tore through his lower back. The serpentine limbs coiled around the white being's neck, their icy touch instilling a semblance of fear. What a peculiar ninjutsu. How terrifying. As Kato prepared to demonstrate the consequences of defiance, the door behind him swung open. The lizard entered, a towering figure, respectfully allowing Kaneki to step into the laboratory. Kato even noted the smirk on the lizard's face. Indeed, it was quite embarrassing for one's subordinate to indulge in such folly. Cursed tiger, I shall flay your skin. Upon entering, Kaneki immediately noticed Kato's Kaku entwined around the white being's neck. Ah, the white being. The creature turned its head in surprise. Realizing this young man knew of its existence. Oh dear, the plans of that esteemed figure have been leaked. Who is the traitor? It must be that old scoundrel Black. Kaneki merely chuckled. True to the original narrative, he was a master of sarcasm. However, he did detect a fragrant scent, and combined with the tiger's behavior, it was likely the creature's internal composition was causing the nausea. Kaneki had been troubled by the increasing number of dependents. It was impractical to continually purchase corpses from foreign lands. While a temporary solution, it was unsustainable in the long term, as prolonged importation would inevitably raise suspicions among various ninja villages. The appearance of the white being was a most unexpected boon. Perhaps it could serve as a substitute for sustenance? After all, it was fundamentally composed of Hashirama-S cells, capable of rapid proliferation, making it suitable for cultivation in a livestock sense. Kaneki's eyes brightened, and with a swift motion, he summoned several scaly kaku, effortlessly severing the white being's limbs. Ouch! That hurts like hell, you bastard. Ignoring the creature's protests and curses, Kaneki instructed Kato, package these parts and send them to Konoha for the doctors. He then gestured for everyone to leave, including the hefty and incapacitated tiger, held up by Inagami, whose once robust face now appeared pale and weak, reeking of vomit and feces. Kaneki propped his chin on his hand, pulled out a chair, and regarded the now dismembered white being with keen interest. The white being continued to curse Kaneki, though its limbs began to regenerate slowly. Is it akin to a plant? Can it proliferate through spores? You wretched creature, the esteemed figure will not spare you. Do not be angry. I know this injury is trivial for you. Kaneki rapped the armrest of his chair, the sound echoing in the stillness of the room. He stood and addressed the white being enticingly. Do you not wish to know what it feels like to have the urge to defecate? If you let me meet your benefactor, I could implant a genuine digestive and excretory system for you. How does that sound? Are you certain? The white being's eyes lit up. If this was true, it would be the first of its kind capable of defecation. The thought thrilled it, imagining how envious the other would be. Moreover, given this creature's extraordinary abilities and its concealment within the land of waves, Lord Madara would undoubtedly take great interest. You swear? Ninja do not deceive one another. Kaneki, unable to suppress a smile, raised his hand and proclaimed, Ninja do not deceive other ninjas. In the shadowy depths of an underground cavern, an elderly man sat in a chair, several transmission tubes inserted into his back. A half-white, half-black humanoid creature emerged from the rocky ground, flanked by two large aloe leaves. Lord Madara, a white being, claims to have discovered a suspicious individual, one who may be aware of our existence. The elder opened his eyes. Despite his frail body, his sharp gaze remained undiminished, the three tomos spinning in his crimson irises. Is that so? Let Obito test his mettle. If he survives, we shall discuss further. He closed his eyes again and inquired of Black. How goes the search for my successor? The Uchiha clan is in disarray. We have only observed Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Izumi, both of whom possess considerable talent. However, Uchiha Izumi has deeper ties, aligning more closely with your requirements. The Uchiha clan is a lineage defined by love. The deeper the love, the more terrifying the darkness that erupts when it is destroyed. Continue the observation. Let Obito probe this individual who has discovered us. The ninja world truly declines with each generation. Without our era, it has become dreadfully dull. Chapter 19. The all-encompassing cannon. Days later, the white being, having just grown its limbs, shook its arms in irritation. It had taken several days for them to regenerate. It cast a furious glance at Kaneki. The researchers at the Black Goat Pharmaceutical Company have demonstrated remarkable prowess. Baiju visited to observe the organ system they constructed for excretion, cultivated using his cells. The mere thought of being able to relieve himself in a few months filled him with joy. Jinmu watched Baiju with an amused expression, while the gecko and the serpent stood guard nearby. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the ground. The gecko and the serpent immediately went on high alert. But Jinmu merely chuckled softly. Relax, we may soon become partners. The half-black, half-white Heiju and the whirlpool-faced Baiju stood side by side. Heiju, do you even understand what it means to feel the urge to defecate? Heiju merely scowled, though his expression was unreadable. What a fool, he thought, observing a slender yet handsome figure. Afei, Lord Madara has instructed you to test that individual. If he proves weak, do not hesitate to eliminate him. Afei scratched his bald head, noting how feeble the figure appeared. Jinmu's keen hearing captured their exchange, yet he felt no anger. Instead, A subtle smile graced his lips. It seemed he had been underestimated. He held no resentment. After all, earning Uchiha Madara's respect required genuine strength. Assessing his own abilities, he estimated himself to be at a level surpassing the Nine Tails, exceeding the 5 Kage, but still beneath the Super Kage. There was indeed a gap between him and Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, yet he could effortlessly overpower the current 5 Kage. If you are prepared, let us begin, Heiju stated coldly. As you wish, my friend, Jinmu replied gracefully. With a whoosh, a sharp wooden spear pierced through the air, directly embedding itself in Jinmu's chest. In the next moment, a burst of wooden spikes erupted from his body, showering the surroundings with blood. My lord, exclaimed the gecko and the serpent in shock. A Fei, having thrown the spike, shrugged indifferently. So weak, let us move on. However, Heiju seemed to sense something. Wait, that fellow isn't dead yet. Despite being impaled, Jinmu remained standing, a refined smile still on his face. How amusing to be underestimated. It seems I must show my true capabilities. In the next instant, a rumbling sound resonated as his wound began to heal at a visible rate. Jinmu smiled. Having consumed 20 bottles of RC serum before the battle, his RC cells now in a state of peak activity. A vast expanse of crimson flesh began to grow across his surface, as countless blood and bone structures erupted from within him. In an instant, a grotesquely massive creature emerged, larger than any tailed beast. Beneath the skeletal mask, a gaping maw opened wide. Let us engage in a delightful battle. Both Fei and Heiju were taken aback by the sight. What a terrifying entity. How much would it defecate? Fei exclaimed. Heiju, exasperated, responded. Use wood release. Lord Madara has injected you with a high concentration of Hashirama cells. Fei clapped his hands together. Wood release, wood golem technique. A colossal wooden figure appeared on the battlefield. Even without fully embodying Hashirama, Fei utilized a low-tier version of his wood release. Come on, golem. Crush that fellow. The golem clenched its fists and charged at Jinmu, who was in his half-haste state. The two monstrous figures clashed, causing the ground to tremble with thunderous roars. The gecko swallowed hard. He was aware of the legendary shinobi, Senju Hashirama's wood release. This white monster is actually using wood release. Kato wiped the sweat from his brow, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. Such a battle was beyond his comprehension. Is this what the ancients once experienced? Heiju narrowed his eyes, realizing that not only was Jinmu terrifyingly powerful, but even his subordinates, particularly the towering man, exuded a chakra presence that surpassed that of an ordinary jonin, radiating an intimidating aura. What new force had emerged? On the other side, the two colossal beasts continued their fierce struggle. Whenever the golem swung its fists at the grotesque creature, countless tendrils of flesh ensnared its arms. Rather than a balanced combat, it resembled a one-sided massacre. How exhilarating! The massive monster roared, its skeletal neck releasing a barrage of crystalline scales that riddled the golem with injuries. Compared to the typical crystalline projectiles, the ones emitted by Jinmu resembled cannonballs. Damn it! Wood dragon technique. A massive wooden dragon coiled around the golem, roaring as it lunged for the creature's neck. Yet, it was ensnared by several crimson, serpent-like appendages. One wooden dragon stood no chance against 10 of the same size. How dull. It's nearly time to end this. After a while of fighting, Jinmu grew bored. Even Fei posed little challenge. A gigantic claw clamped down on the golem's head. The white mask of the grotesque creature, adorned with a blood-red single eye, glimmered ominously as it opened its mouth wide. A dark crimson energy began to coalesce. This was a technique developed by Jinmu, inspired by the tailed beast chakra, harnessing the essence of the Hizi cells infused with local chakra, resulting in a terrifying energy cannon known as the all-encompassing cannon, a power capable of annihilating everything. The violent blast tore through the earth, with a scarlet beam of energy slicing through the golem, obliterating it into splinters. Dust and debris filled the air, and in that moment, Jinmu possessed a legendary strength capable of moving mountains and shifting seas. Even against the Nine Tails, he held confidence in his ability to suppress it. Coughing, Fei crawled out from the remnants of the golem, half of his body battered. This is terrifying. Heiju broke out in a cold sweat. This fellow's strength, while perhaps not on par with Madara or Hashirama, must surely rank among the top in the shinobi world. When had such a formidable being emerged in the shinobi world? After obliterating the golem, the massive Hizi transformed rapidly into a slender, pale, humanoid form. Kato, quick to act, offered a black cloak, emblazoned with the emblem of the bronze tree, signifying its official attire. The colors, white, gray, and black, indicated rank. White for the lowest tier, gray for mid-level officials like the gecko and the serpent, and black reserved for leaders, doctors, and Jinmu. Even in a white cloak, one held a position of considerable authority within the Black Goat Merchant Association, regarded as a significant figure among the commoners of the Land of Waves. Correspondingly, their power ranged from Chunin to Jonin, and even Kage level. Jinmu's face bore a hint of manic flush and pallor as he extended his hand elegantly. I believe it is time for us to sit down and discuss matters. Of course, esteemed sir, he replied. In the ancient-style conference hall of the Black Goat Merchant Association, Heiju took a sip of the coffee, served by a steward. Tasting it, he found it rather pleasant. What is this drink? Even though I do not require sustenance, consuming it is still enjoyable. Jinmu reclined casually, crossing his legs. Mr. Heiju, I believe Lord Madara must be quite interested in me now. The previously composed Heiju reacted to the mention of Madara's name, spitting out his coffee in shock. Chapter 20. A pleasant collaboration. Heiju found it hard to believe. How did this individual know of Lord Madara's existence? Jinmu chuckled softly, his eyes suddenly turning crimson. The three tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly. The Sharingan. Three tomo. You say? No, the chilling, dense chakra of In release clearly surpasses that of a conventional three tomo. Moreover, its form differs slightly. Could it be the Mangekyo? As Heiju fell into a contemplative silence, Yin understood that the ruse of borrowing strength from a tiger had succeeded. However, he lacked the necessary points to unlock the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, having expended all his points to activate the Half-Kagun form. He had to continuously undertake tasks to accumulate points to support that individual known as one. How utterly vexing it was to have his fruit pilfered by that wretched thief. Upon acquiring the Half-Kagun form, Kaneki gained the ability to freely manipulate his RC cells, subtly altering their form before adorning them with a three-tomo design, thereby simulating the appearance of a kaleidoscope. Coupled with his physical prowess, which far surpassed that of ordinary shinobi, the ocular prowess within him was vastly superior to that of an average Uchiha. This allowed him to effectively wield the borrowed might, creating an illusion that appeared genuine. Kaneki spoke slowly. As you can see, I am an admirer of Lord Madara Uchiha. The colossal skeletal monstrosity before you is my kaleidoscope ability, known as the Egg of the Black Goat. These creatures are also my subordinates, crafted from my own power. Kaneki was quite adept at spinning tales. As long as the power he wielded was authentic, no one would dare question the truth. His abilities were genuine, and his Sharingan was indeed real. Moreover, as a seasoned former Hokage, he possessed an intimate understanding of Madara's character, encompassing all aspects, including but not limited to his living and reanimated forms. In a certain game involving a war of the dead against the red-eye disease, Kaneki was a veritable super shadow. Madara, a figure of pride and solitude, would only regard Hashirama and those Uchiha who awakened the kaleidoscope with a modicum of respect. To capture his attention, one must inevitably reveal their Uchiha identity. It was astonishing. Lord Madara would surely be pleased upon learning this. Black Zetsu feigned admiration. Indeed, I have also perused the stele beneath the South Shrine. What Lord Madara seeks is the technique that ensnares the world in illusion, is it not? As he sipped his coffee, Black Zetsu's reaction was subdued. It was hardly surprising that someone with a kaleidoscope could discern the contents of the stele, especially since he had long since altered its inscriptions. Kaneki donned a look of reverence. I feel the will of Lord Madara. What a magnificent thought it is to envelop the ninja world in serene illusions, devoid of war and bloodshed, ushering in a beautiful peace. Suddenly, Kaneki stood, placing his right hand over his heart, exuding an air of devotion that might lead one to genuinely believe he was a loyal acolyte of Madara. Black Zetsu chuckled inwardly at the sheer strength and folly of Kaneki. Nonetheless, it made him easier to manipulate. I shall convey your request to Lord Madara. Meanwhile, as Black Zetsu discussed matters with Kaneki, the gecko extracted a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. The nearby rat promptly lit it for him, while Akatsuki observed this curious spectacle with great interest. What is this? A specialty cigarette from the Land of Waves. Care for one? The gecko grinned, considering that since the leader had deemed them allies for the time being, a bit of camaraderie would not be amiss. How troublesome, Akatsuki remarked, now also with a cigarette in his mouth. The land of waves had far too many intriguing novelties. Clad in a bronze tree-patterned white trench coat, Black Zetsu approached from the side corridor alongside Kato, who had even given him a code name, White Dove. "Hey, Akatsuki," he greeted, prompting Akatsuki to envy the stylish attire. "I'm about to experience the sensation of relief, haha. The boss has customized a waste disposal system for me. Curse it. I too wish to know what it feels like to need to relieve myself." The gecko scoffed, observing Kato's manipulative ways with a discerning eye. "Rat. Procure a set of trench coats for Mr. Akatsuki." Once an organization grows powerful, differing voices inevitably emerge. Yet, Kaneki remained unperturbed. As long as all power resided in his hands, it mattered little. In a world where extraordinary abilities existed, wealth and authority paled in comparison to strength. As long as his plans and commands were not hindered, he could turn a blind eye to healthy competition. When Kaneki and Black Zetsu opened the door, they exchanged glances with the group. It was a mutual recognition of respect among heroes. Leading a bunch of fools was indeed a challenging task. After shaking hands with Black Zetsu in farewell, Kaneki expressed, "Mr. Black Zetsu, I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. It is an honor to become acquainted with such an exceptional ninja as yourself. Lord Madara will surely be pleased to see such a remarkable successor emerge from our clan. As for the promises made, I shall resolve them post-haste." A pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. As they watched Black Zetsu, Akatsuki, and White Dove depart, Kaneki turned to Kato and the gecko with a slight smile. "Gather all the executives. We are to convene shortly." His alliance with Uchiha Madara was merely a means to fulfill the second phase of his mission. System, host, Uchiha Yen no. 2. Power level, shadow level, chakra amount, Sharingan. 3. Tomo ninjutsu, body flicker technique, substitution technique, shadow clone technique, fire release, great fireball technique, precise chakra control. Chakra scalpel Kagun, half Kagun form winged Kagun, scaled Kagun, tail Kagun, armored Kagun. Half Kagun form, system modification, the ultimate being with perfect mastery over RC cells. Will not perish until RC cells are depleted. In abundance, RC cells can infinitely proliferate Kagun, non-transferable. Points, 595 items. Kaneki's pain mask. Tiger talisman gazing at the formidable panel before him. Yin remained unsatisfied. Although he now stood at the pinnacle of shadow-level strength, such power was becoming commonplace. And Jonin were as plentiful as dogs. Even the likes of Hashirama Senju were relegated to mere support roles. Most concerning was Yin's realization of a stagnation in his growth. The abilities bestowed by the half-Kagun form were undeniably potent. As long as he possessed sufficient RC cells, he could be deemed immortal. Coupled with the potential for infinite Kagun proliferation, his lower limits had been significantly raised. However, due to the relatively low combat power in the world of ghouls, even with the system's modifications, he still found it impossible to contend with the top-tier powers of the ninja world. The sealing of Kagaya with the 6 paths, planetary devastation, the moon being cleaved by the Golden Wheel rebirth explosion, and the world-ending power of the combined killing ash bones. Kaneki harbored no doubts that a single strike from the latter could obliterate him. Even dust release could reduce him to nothingness, not to mention the myriad powers that entailed the realms of souls and deities. His upper limits seemed nearly reached. Even as he aged, gaining chakra levels rivaling tailed beasts or spending points to unlock the kaleidoscope would not yield a power greater than that of the half-Kagun. Such overwhelming strength had effectively capped his potential. Even if he were to don a Susanoo over his half-Kagun form, it would only match the peak prowess of Uchiha Madara, perhaps not even surpassing the sage mode of Hashirama Senju. Thus, his gaze shifted towards the final frontier of the system, the perfect Kagun form. This was precisely why Kaneki was so eagerly seeking Uchiha Madara. Name, permeating shadow description, as the final piece of the Hokage nesting doll. It is the schemer's method to stir the dynamics of the ninja world from the shadows. Task, assist Uchiha Madara in collecting tailed beasts. Main quest phase 2. Requirements. 1. Uchiha Madara must remain alive 2. Collect chakra from all 9 tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails reward. Perfect Kagun form. Doraemon's Anywhere Door, Gold, Chapter 21. It is a spore. There are spores within Black Zetsu. Lord Madara, this is how matters stand. Black Zetsu respectfully relayed his observations to Madara. Indeed, there are numerous delights in the land of waves. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me about this fun place sooner? Akatsuki and White Dove began to bicker nearby, feigning profundity. Akatsuki produced an exquisite cigarette case adorned with a black goat emblem. Just as he was about to light it, he realized he had forgotten his lighter. Fire release, small flame technique. He exhaled a small amount of chakra, producing a tiny flame to ignite the cigarette. I want one too, Akatsuki. Good things are meant to be shared. White Dove rushed forward, attempting to snatch it. Black Zetsu and Madara merely regarded the two fools with bemusement. A cough, imbued with authority, echoed through the air. A Fae cast a fleeting glance at the old man with the attached pipe and reluctantly handed the black goat's cigarette case to Uchiha Madara. In his youth, Madara had encountered many individuals who smoked pipes, and even that brat Hashirama would indulge occasionally. However, he had never seen such exquisite and compact cigarettes before. A thin, bony hand extracted one, and Madara shot a Fae a knowing look. A Fae immediately stepped forward and employed his signature small flame technique. Taking a deep drag, Madara felt a slight boost in his spirits. It seemed that the fellow from the land of waves indeed possessed some skill to conjure such intriguing little trinkets. What other observations did you gather, Kuro? It appeared that the ninjas over there were utilizing earth release techniques to construct roads and buildings. The development was evident. The place was even more prosperous than the capital of the Fire Country. Madara merely scoffed at the idea of using ninja power for such trivial matters. It was quite juvenile. Nevertheless, given your report, we might as well cooperate with him for the time being. Kuro cast a glance at Lord Madara, who was contemplating the spokesperson plan. Madara took another drag, feeling the effects intensify. Let us proceed. Currently, Nagato remains too weak and lacks a suitable heir to wield the rebirth technique. Inform that junior named Kaneki to remain dormant for now. When the time is ripe, my spokesperson will contact him. Yes, my lord. Kuro detected Madara's underlying doubt regarding that individual. The old fox Madara preferred to nurture his own spokesperson to avoid any mishaps. It appeared they would have to wait for the opportune moment. In truth, Kuro harbored hopes of uniting with this so-called bronze tree to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan. After all, having waited a millennium, what were a mere few decades? Madara, they request that we supply some white Zetsu. You may handle the arrangements. It is merely a matter of expendables, so do your best to accommodate these minor requests. After the meeting, Kaneki exited the council chamber, having discussed matters of collaboration with Uchiha Madara. Those with even a modicum of awareness were nearly paralyzed with fear upon hearing Madara's name. The Shura of the ninja world, the rose of the battlefield. Kato approached Kaneki's side. Lord Kaneki, are we truly to collaborate with that dark fellow? Kaneki merely chuckled. Kato, there are no eternal enemies or friends in this world, only eternal interests. As long as there are benefits, collaborating even with the 5 great nations poses no issue. Do not confine your perspective to the minuscule land of waves. Upon hearing this, Kato's eyes sparkled with insight. Indeed, Lord Kaneki spoke with profound wisdom. How is the road construction in the land of waves progressing? My lord, the main route of the Kaneki Bridge leading to the capital of the land of waves is nearly complete. We have employed ninjas from the Rock Village. Kaneki merely smiled. Kato, the power of ninjas is not solely for slaughter. A seasoned earth-release ninja can accomplish the work of dozens of ordinary men in a day, while lightning-release ninjas can harness chakra-transformed electricity for technological energy. Do not perceive everything through the narrow lens of a ninja. Indeed, my lord. Kato felt enlightened, realizing. For instance, that water-release ninjas could irrigate vast fields. Lightning-release ninjas could serve as energy sources, and earth-release ninjas could cultivate wastelands and construct buildings. What a brilliant notion. Kato gazed at Kaneki with admiration. The proud ninjas had originally disdained such mundane tasks, yet as long as they were human, they required sustenance, clothing, and shelter. By controlling the lifeblood of the economy and vast wealth, we hold power over the ninjas. This constitutes my second lesson to you. You still have much to learn before becoming a true heavyweight. Do not disappoint my expectations. I shall ensure I do not fail, Kato replied, rubbing his hands together. Feeling as though the fog had lifted, previously vexing political matters now seemed clearer. In the faraway land of waves, people joyfully frolicked in the streets. Various merchants drawn by its rapid development, even ninjas and nobles from other countries came to visit, marveling at the prosperity of the land of waves. Kaneki had not done much. He merely distributed 80% of the profits to the people of the land of waves, and his remaining 20% sufficed to support a vast army and build a better nation. This revealed just how much the greedy nobles and daimyos had embezzled. In the capital of the Land of Waves, a dark-skinned merchant named Balai exclaimed, "Such premium tobacco, and you only charge 1,000 Rio per box. 5,000 boxes. I want them all." Originally a merchant from the Land of Lightning, Balai had amassed considerable wealth by trading various national specialties. Upon learning of the Land of Waves' rapid development, he quickly traveled there. He was not disappointed. Not only had they constructed the magnificent Kaneki Bridge, but transporting goods to the Land of Fire was now cut in half. Clean streets and abundant specialties had transformed the once backward and weak Land of Waves into something unrecognizable. One might mistake it for the capital of the Land of Fire. Oh, Sage of the Six Paths! This novel and compact cigarette is a complete game-changer compared to the bulky pipe. Not only is the flavor rich and aromatic, but it also lacks the dizziness associated with pipes. I dare wager this will become all the rage in the Land of Lightning. A coarse merchant from the Land of Fire scoffed. You barbarians think you deserve to smoke such refined products? Just 5,000 boxes? Are you jesting? I shall pay 1,500 Rio for 10,000 boxes. Observing the two men bickering, the sales representative from the Black Goat Tobacco Company merely adjusted his glasses. I apologize, sir, but Mr. Kato has limited each merchant to 1,000 boxes. Then bring me 1,000 boxes. Me too. A trend for the products of the Land of Waves began to rise among the nobility of various nations. Yen, wearing golden-rimmed glasses, looked at the thigh in his hands with keen interest. Truly a product of Hashirama's cells, simply perfect. The vibrant life force was enough to make a ghoul drool. As a meticulous researcher, Yen decided to personally test this product for better understanding and development. Crunch. A bite into the arm of the white Zetsu. The next moment, gurgle. Yen's expression changed as he dashed towards the restroom. Fortunately, due to his robust physique, this merely resulted in a bout of diarrhea for Kaneki. In the restroom, as Yen pondered deeply, he suddenly burst into laughter. I've realized it. It is spores. The white Zetsu contains spores. Chapter 22, the first C-rank mission. It is spores. The white Zetsu contains spores. Yen immediately began his experiments. Spores are generally intolerant of high temperatures. He ignited the stove and placed the arm of the white Zetsu into the pot to simmer. After a while, he lifted the lid, and a rich aroma wafted from the arm. Taking a gentle taste, he exclaimed, "Delicious." In mere moments, Yen contemplated countless products derived from the white Zetsu. If the white Zetsu could be mass-produced into canned goods, it could serve as a meal replacement and conveniently provide RC cells for ghouls. As the essence of the white Zetsu remained Hashirama's cellular product, effectively equating to the benevolence of the great Buddha Hashirama feeding countless ghouls. This could resolve the fundamental conflict between humans and ghouls. Surely, Lord Hashirama would not object. Moreover, various flavors of white Zetsu could be cultivated, such as chicken flavor, beef flavor, or even pressed into plant-based juices. It seemed being too brilliant could also be a burden, Yen mused. I wonder how the white Zetsu would feel about becoming food. If the white Zetsu can serve as sustenance, then what about the black Zetsu? It is as dark as night. Could it be oil? He quietly jotted down the black Zetsu in his notebook. In a distant location, Kuro felt a shiver as he organized the white Zetsu's division. Is it possible that the Sage of Six Paths is thinking of me? The diligent governess said, hands on her hips. My apologies, I inadvertently overslept, the somewhat embarrassed Yen replied, dark circles under her eyes. The truth is, the allure of the Hashirama cells was simply too great, prompting her to rush to the Black Goat subsidiary late at night to administer an injection to Frankenstein, the rope tree synthesis. The results were quite touching. There was already a faint stir indicating imminent revival. Teacher Tsunade, I have prepared a splendid gift for you, she exclaimed, not regretting the purchase of 4 packs for the stitching of the rope tree. Do you have any idea how much that cost? A whopping 400 points. Each pack costs a full 100 points. The wretched system would rather discard points than extend support to a frail and helpless host. Cursed be that malevolent system. If it weren't for that number 2 fellow toiling away on side missions to support me, I could hardly manage on such meager earnings. Number 2, the eternal deity. All right, everyone, let us proceed to claim our tasks. Shuai Mao cheerfully reassured the group. On their way, he expressed his gratitude to Yen. Yen, I owe you much. A few days ago, I took my wife for a checkup and discovered that due to not taking proper care after childbirth, she has developed lingering issues. Fortunately, she can recuperate. The hospital warned that if left unattended, it could pose a serious risk to her life. It's a trivial matter, Teacher Shuai Mao. After all, I am a medical ninja. Shuo Mao nodded in agreement, believing that Yin would certainly become a medical ninja on par with Tsunade. Indeed, Yin is remarkable. Governance generously praised her. Yin merely scratched her head, feeling somewhat bashful. If number 2 were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly have a field day with his sarcastic remarks. While I have labored tirelessly to resolve overseas bases, win hearts, and navigate the legendary ninja realms Azura and the millennia-old Spectre, you, my friend, are merely flirting and fishing. The Hokage building, located at the heart of Konoha, stands as the most ostentatious structure near Hokage Rock. Atop the towering Hokage Rock, only 3 heads remain, as having one's likeness carved into it is nearly every Konoha resident's dream. Today marks a significant occasion. The Shuo Mao team has completed 20 to 30 D-rank missions, including but not limited to helping civilians find lost cats and dogs, cultivating land, and serving as child models for a clothing store. This could be considered Yan's most embarrassing chapter since her debut. Teacher Shuo Mao generously refrained from taking his 40 commission, though none of them were in dire need of money. The Uchiha private soup chain's young lady, the helm of the Black Goat Chamber of Commerce's Konoha branch, is the daughter of the Hyuga clan's main family. In the Hokage's economy, one tael is approximately equal to 10 yen, and a standard bowl of char siu tonkatsu ramen costs around 60 taels, translating to about 30 renminbi, which is comparable to the prices in Neon. Shuo Mao pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Lord Third, he acknowledged. Ah, Shuo Mao, the third Hokage replied, a few age spots marking his face. Likely in his 40s, which is considered a prime age for a ninja. Typically, a conventional ninja begins to decline after the age of 45. Yin, governance. And Ling stood behind Shuo Mao. At that moment, Yin caught sight of the third reaching for a small box on the desk, extracting a rolled cigarette adorned with the black goat insignia. Well, number 2 has really outdone himself, he thought. This is a lucrative venture, my friend. We must capitalize on the affluent. The rich flavor pleased the third, as his eldest son, Shinzo, knowing his father's fondness for fine tobacco, had procured it from the capital of the Land of Fire, a specialty from the Land of Waves, which has seen considerable upheaval and prosperity recently. However, Saratobi remained skeptical. Could any small nation truly rival the prosperity of the Land of Fire? The capital of the Land of Fire is the economic center of the ninja world. How could a mere small country compare? Yet, the Land of Waves has indeed released numerous rare goods recently. Perhaps it would be wise to formulate policies to attract merchants to Konoha? This tobacco is quite remarkable. Why not start with it? Not that I have any desire to smoke, of course. Just considering that the esteemed lord would certainly appreciate my efforts in alleviating his troubles. Surely he would be gratified? But that is a matter for another time. Shuo Mao brought the 3 youngsters before the third merely to establish familiarity, indicating that his team had reached a certain level of competence, ready to undertake C rank, B rank, or even A rank missions within the borders of the Land of Fire. In Inoue village, Shuo Mao led his team as they concealed themselves amidst the treetops. It was a standard C rank mission, the eradication of bandits. Why there are so many bandits within the Land of Fire is a thought-provoking matter. It raises questions about training troops by nurturing enemies. Otherwise, with Konoha's strength, coupled with the ability of ninja capable of traveling 1,000 miles, what sort of superhuman would dare to pillage in this land? Especially deep within the heart of the Land of Fire? If there were no demons, it would be hard to believe. Yet, it is the villagers, powerless and oppressed by the bandits nurtured by the ninja, who are forced to pay protection fees to Konoha. Even Yen, who considers herself unscrupulous, finds this situation unbearably dark, the audacity to take and consume. Indeed, Konoha seems to be a place where even dogs are unwelcome. Flee, Shuo Mao urged as he parted the tangled branches to address the trio. There are approximately 50 bandits, and no ninja present. I trust in your abilities to handle this. Do not harbor any sympathy. These bandits are deserving of death. Remember, the essence of a ninja is that of a killer. Shuo Mao gently imparted his wisdom to the 3. From this day forth, those who encounter blood will truly unlock the door to this profession. The trio nodded, albeit with some tension. Even Ling, usually calm and composed, displayed signs of nervousness. After all, they were still merely 11 or 12 years old. Of course, Yen was merely feigning her composure. Even seasoned ninja entering her personal laboratory might find themselves overwhelmed. Yen, however, remained indifferent to her. Both the living and the dead were merely masses of flesh, distinguished only by their ability to move or remain still. Wait, It seems that even the dead Hokage can run and jump. Chapter 23. Governance's Magatama. The moon hung bright, and the stars sparse, a night ripe for mayhem. The three stealthily traversed the rooftops of the bandits' wooden abode. As they were all prodigies, even the most unremarkable Yin excelled as a medical ninja. Precision chakra control is an essential skill for any competent medical ninja. The night serves as the ultimate guise for a ninja. The deep expanse above only punctuated by scattered starlight. Sounds of debauchery echoed from within the dwelling, the collision of flesh with flesh incessantly reverberating. Yan's eyes widened in shock. What a thrilling scene, as lewd male utterances mingled with the pained cries of women. Such raucous noise was indeed the hallmark of a band of despicable brigands. Yin was about to discuss their plan further when she was interrupted. Before she could finish her thought, Hinata Ling had already leapt down like a nimble cat, smashing the door with a single strike. Governance merely shot Yin a look of schadenfreude, and in the next moment, crack, he withdrew his great sword from his back and drove it forcefully into the roof, causing the entire structure to collapse. Yin was left standing alone, bewildered in the wind. Don't be so reckless. Realizing the situation, Yin had no choice but to jump down after them. Who are you? A rugged, bare-chested man stared in fright at the trio before him, a battered woman behind him. The bandit, Chi Wei, had never anticipated that legendary ninjas would come to deal with a third-rate bandit like himself. It felt as though a cannon were being used to swat a mosquito. Governance gently draped his outer garment over the weeping woman. Ling, brow furrowed, proceeded to break the bandit's limbs. However, being children inexperienced in bloodshed, they hesitated to deliver lethal blows. Yin sighed softly. It seemed she still had some purpose after all. As a medical ninja, coupled with her formidable release powers, Yin possessed a distinct talent for perception. In her awareness, numerous individuals were hastily approaching their location. Without hesitation, a brilliant azure light coalesced at her fingertips as Yin effortlessly located the carotid artery of Akihibe. The chakra-infused surgical knife sliced open his artery from within. With a resounding burst, a deluge of blood erupted from Akihibe's neck, resembling a magnificent bloom of crimson. Yin certainly possessed more merciful methods to dispatch this scoundrel. However, firstly, such a wretch did not deserve an easy demise, and secondly, the explosive visual spectacle served to stimulate Ling and Zhihui, aiding their swift acclimatization. The pallor on their faces revealed that these two young ladies, born with silver spoons in their mouths, had indeed never encountered such a scene. Yin could only voice, Hey, you're not planning to just stand there, are you? Many people are coming." Upon hearing this, Zhihui quickly formed hand seals. A scorching fireball erupted from her mouth, while Yin clapped her hands in response. The wind release, great breakthrough, amplified the flames, elevating the size and intensity of the fireball to the potency of B-rank fire release. The fireball shattered the door, incinerating several lurking butchers outside into fiery figures, who claimed that fire release could not kill. It's a ninja. Run. Go fetch Lord Mountain Bandit. In an instant, cries of despair and curses filled the air as all the bandits, confronted with the extraordinary presence of a ninja, scattered in terror. Pursue. Yin immediately commanded Zhihui, and Ling surrounding these scattered ruffians was not a challenge for the trio, especially with teacher Xiao outside leading the charge. No one could possibly escape. The sounds of organs being crushed and flesh being sliced echoed continuously, watching the two mercilessly slaughtering the bandits. Yin could not help but smile like a proud father. I can't fall behind too much. Several bandits rushed towards him, clearly underestimating him. Yin merely sneered coldly, wielding the chakra-infused surgical knife, slicing through one bandit's neck with a swift motion. After a while, as they stared at the carnage of limbs and pools of blood, Zhihui and Ling, having returned from their battle-induced days, felt a wave of nausea wash over them and promptly retched. Fortunately, Yin had anticipated this and retrieved 2 bottles of water from his ninja tool pouch, handing them to the 2 girls. Gazing at the corpses strewn about, Zhihui felt an odd sensation coalesce within her heart. Thank you. As she lifted her gaze, Yin remarked, Zhihui, your eyes. Congratulations. Yin then produced a small mirror from his pocket. How come you have everything in your pouch? Zhihui quipped, glancing at the mirror, where she beheld a striking purple-haired girl, her scarlet Sharingan swirling in her eyes. Awakening the Sharingan at the tender age of 11 is indeed remarkable. Shuahao, Hao, whose clothes were speckled with blood, emerged from the woods. In this era before Uchiha Shursui and Itachi were born, Awakening the Sharingan at 11 was indeed a rarity among the Uchiha clan. If Shuahao recalled correctly, the current captain of the Uchiha police force, Uchiha Fugaku, only awakened his Sharingan at 13 or 14. After completing their task, the trio reported back to the village chief of Inoshikacho, who showered them with gratitude, while villagers brought forth their treasured ingredients to treat the trio. Alas, the two girls were unfortunate. They could hardly stomach the sight of meat now. Yin savored the delicious food while watching the beautiful girls retch. What a joke. What isn't Yin seen? Back in the lab, I could finish 3 bowls of rice while watching the faceless consume flesh. After bidding farewell to the warm-hearted villagers, they returned to Konoha. Due to the overwhelming experience, the 2 young women hurried away. Meanwhile, Shuahao took Yin for a round of barbecue. Though the 2 girls were now terrified by the smell of meat. Days after completing their C-rank mission, one pleasant weekend evening, Yin emerged from the Black Goat division. Carrying a briefcase, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, his tall and handsome stature already rivaling Tsunade's at the age of 12. If he continued to develop in this manner, reaching a height of 1.8 or 1.9 meters would pose no issue. After concluding a hurried research session, he strolled through the streets of Konoha. Please, allow me to join your team. I am truly in need of money. Go away, you perennial genin. Indeed, a fellow who cannot even perform ninjutsu will only hold us back. 2 individuals clad in chunin vests were shooing away a green-skinned figure clad in a tight-fitting outfit. Yin raised an eyebrow. My guy? His eyes sparkled with excitement. It felt like he had stumbled upon an SSR. Uncle, what troubles you? Yin approached Might Guy with a light-hearted gait. The disheartened Might Guy merely looked up. Due to my lack of ninjutsu skills, no ninja team wishes to accept me. Are you in dire need of money? Yin adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. My child has just been born, and I wish to purchase some medicinal herbs for his bath. Upon hearing this, Yin retrieved a golden and black interwoven business card from his briefcase. The Black Goat Medical Division seems to be in need of a guard. Perhaps you could give it a try. I happen to be a researcher at the division, so recommending a guard is no trouble at all. Mike Guy, holding the card, looked incredulous, scrutinizing the 11 or 12-year-old Yin with a hint of skepticism. I am the esteemed disciple of Lady Tsunade, so do not underestimate me due to my age. Moreover, I too lack ninja talents, having accomplished little more than a few simple ninjutsu. Yin took Mike Guy's hand, adopting a sincere and innocent expression. Every morning, I see someone diligently training in taijutsu. Although I do not know him, many label him a freak. However, I believe a ninja who can endure pain and relentlessly adhere to rigorous training cannot be worthless, even without any ninja talent. My ninjutsu instructor, Daisuke Mitsushi, once told me that being a ninja is not about mastering numerous ninjutsu, but about enduring everything. Tears welled up in Might Guy's eyes as he embraced Yin, weeping profusely. Yin maintained a cherubic smile, complemented by his youthful and androgynous visage, rendering him irresistible to adults. Gently patting Might Guy's back, he reassured him with words affirming that one could become an excellent ninja solely through taijutsu, citing the Third Rakage of Kumobikure, who was invincible through his mastery of taijutsu. Thus, Might Guy joined the Black Goat Medical Division as a proud guard. Occasionally, he received financial rewards from his superior, Yudo, who subtly indicated that it was due to the commendations of researcher Uchiha Yin. Chapter 24. There is a lion in your eyes in the spring of the 43rd year of Konoha. The scenery was delightful, with blossoms carpeting the ground. The beauty of spring in Konoha remained as enchanting as ever, with cherry blossoms fluttering in the breeze. You're late again, Yin, pouted the charming purple-haired girl. Zhihui was right. Even the usually aloof Ling echoed her sentiment. Yin, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sheepishly apologized. Shuahao affectionately ruffled Yan's hair and laughed. Men often find themselves lost on the journey of life. He then leaned closer to Yin, advising, do remember to exercise moderation, Yin. What nonsense. Such baseless slander. I merely dozed off in the lab. The allure of the experiments is simply irresistible. Can one call being late in such academic pursuits a fault? But Kakashi is truly impressive. Having become a chunin at the age of 6, Zhihui remarked, casting a sidelong glance. Of course, there's another chunin who was promoted alongside Kakashi. Isn't that right, Uchiha Yin? What nonsense. I am a medical ninja, Yin retorted. Nevertheless, Zhihui's teasing was not entirely unwarranted, as nearly all of their elite class peers had achieved chunin rank quite early, save for a few. Do not even mention the governance. Ling, Watergate, and Huido. These extraordinary geniuses who passed the Jonin examination at the beginning of the year and are now considered part of the village's upper echelon. Yen, even more impressive, has accomplished the feat of passing the Chunin exam at the tender age of 17 alongside 6-year-old Kakashi. Haha, each has their strengths. When it comes to medical ninjutsu, Kakashi cannot even compare to Yen. Fortunately, Asashi Shimo-sensei is quite eager to support Yen. They entered the designated barbecue restaurant. The Akimichi family's business flourishes day by day, and it is rumored they have developed even tastier sauces. Kakashi was already seated at the table, intently studying the menu. Yen playfully tugged at his white hair. Congratulations, Kakashi. The dead fisheye shot a glance at Yen, retorting, You too, Uchiha Yen, Chunin. You little brat. It's fortunate I held you as a child, even when you peed on my hand. Yen feigned a heart-wrenching expression. Kakashi, concealed behind his mask, suddenly turned a shade of red, exclaiming, You said you wouldn't bring that up if I showed you my face without the mask. Oh, foolish Kakashi. I merely agreed not to mention it last time. Yen's words instantly flustered Kakashi, inciting laughter from the group. These two were quite the pair. All right, Kakashi. No more disrespect towards Yen, and Yen, please refrain from teasing him. He has always been sensitive. The group sat together, savoring the delicious barbecue. A few years ago, after Ling and Ji had been promoted to Chunin, Shimo's team disbanded. It was impossible for Shimo to take Yen on missions. After disbanding, Shimo returned to his old post in the Umbu, while Yen, recommended by Tsunade, joined the Konoha hospital and also served as a medical specialization teacher at the Ninja Academy. They toasted to Kakashi and Yen's promotion to Chunin. Since they were still underage, they could only sip on juice. After finishing their drinks, Ling made an effort to blush, pretending to be drunk, and leaned against Yen. Hey, seeing this, Ji also would not be outdone, wrapping her arms around Yen's other arm. Yen felt an overwhelming headache. On the day they were promoted to Chunin and left the team, the naive princess with white eyes was in tears, thinking she would never see Yen again upon leaving the team. There was an inexplicable sentiment from that girl towards her. Ji, too, had taken to learning various tricks from Aunt Michiko, becoming increasingly cunning, truly frightening. Aunt Michiko, what on earth have you taught Ji? Can't anyone just focus on research? Shimo gave Yen a thumbs up with interest, reminiscent of his youthful days. Kakashi sighed helplessly, pondering why two such remarkable seniors would be interested in the rather ordinary older Chunin Uchiha Yen. He turned to Shimo and said, Father, I will relay your words to Mother. Kakashi, you traitor. Just as they were about to part ways, a goggle-wearing boy dashed to the entrance of Akimichi's barbecue. Kakashi, this time Obito has been practicing a technique for a long time. Accept my challenge. He clumsily formed a few hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fist-sized flame erupted from Obito's mouth, the intense heat causing him to cough. You foolish boy, Ji remarked, but still handed Obito a cup of water. After all, they were kin. Fool. Damn Kakashi. You think so too? Yen felt a kindred spirit in her. Yen-senpai. Obito. The others merely stared at these two with incredulous expressions. Clearing her throat, Yen regained a semblance of seriousness. She felt increasingly like an abstract style evolving, certainly due to spending too much time with that wretched Kakashi. Actually, I have also developed a ninjutsu. Oh, Yen can develop ninjutsu? Though Ji's voice was melodious, Yen sensed a note of skepticism in it. What are you saying? Where has my adorable Ji gone? It felt like Ji was becoming more and more of a Yandere character. Quickly forming the seals, dazzling lightning danced in Yan's hands. Arcs of lightning leaping and producing the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. The stunning ninjutsu completely captivated Obito. Such powerful ninjutsu. If I learn this, I can definitely defeat that bastard Kakashi. Yen-senpai, can you teach me? Of course, Obito-kun. However, this technique is a bit complex. First, you must master chakra transformation. If you lack lightning affinity, you must also grasp the nature transformation of chakra. Moreover, this technique requires the dynamic vision of the Sharingan for precise strikes. Otherwise, it can easily go out of control. Upon hearing such complexity, Obito, who had been excited, now felt a sense of despondency. These terms, when dissected, seemed familiar. Yet together they felt like an inscrutable script. Incredible. I didn't expect Yen to have truly developed something. Ji exclaimed in surprise. I feel the same. Ling added in her cool voice. Yen is indeed a genius, albeit a research-oriented one. Shimo reflected, watching his disciples grow into the pillars of Konoha. Swelling his heart with pride, Kakashi looked at this technique in astonishment. So familiar. It feels as though something has been taken from me. Yin shot Kakashi a provocative glance. Brother, still need more practice. The next moment, Kakashi swiftly formed the hand seals Yin had just demonstrated. Lightning surged from his hand, emitting a sharp bird call. What? He learned it just from a glance. Obito was already in a state of despair, wondering how long it would take to defeat that detestable Kakashi. Plagiarism. You are stealing my creative work. Ignoring the older Chunin, who was being restrained by Ling and Ji, Kakashi smirked with a hint of mischief. Copying someone else's ninjutsu is quite enjoyable. This technique produces the sound of 1,000 birds. Let us call it Chidori. After the playful banter, only Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Yin remained. Ling had to return home punctually to undergo elite training from the clan, preparing to inherit the family legacy. Ji also needed to return for training. Ever since she awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan at 16, she had been cultivated as a seed player within the clan. Senpai, do you really think I can defeat Kakashi? Obito asked disheartened. Absolutely, Obito. I firmly believe you can one day pin Kakashi down. Really? Yin Senpai believes in me. Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do not underestimate yourself, Obito. Though you may seem unlucky and struggle with ninjutsu, receiving zeros on tests and lacking the courage to confess to your crush, you are far from a loser. Upon hearing Yan's words, Obito felt his confidence take a hit. However, I see a lion in you, the king of beasts in the forest. As she said this, Yin affectionately patted Obito's arm. There is a lion in my eyes. Thank you, Yin Senpai. Elated by his first compliment, Obito dashed home, eager to share with his grandmother, only to be unexpectedly surrounded by several elderly women. Good child, help me cross the street. Watching Obito depart, Yin immediately retracted her smile, her expression turning serious as she gazed at his retreating figure. Do not let me down, Obito. A miniature blood collection device appeared in her palm, containing several drops of blood. Through an ocular genjutsu, she erased Obito's pain and simultaneously collected his blood. You are the perfect representative chosen by me and Madara. Yin murmured coldly. Chapter 25. The Art of the 100 Heroes. After gathering with the others, Uchiha Yin decided to pay a visit to her second uncle Uchiha Ki's household. Not having seen him, she guessed he was off hurriedly executing some mission. Having barely stayed a few days after the birth of his son, Uchiha Shursui. Gazing at the infantile visage of Chishui, Yin let out a soft sigh. It would be prudent to subtly influence some of Chishui's thoughts before his defection. One must not be sold by Konoha only to count their coins for them. After toying with Chishui for a while, he found him to be far more obedient than that little rascal Kakashi in his youth. Yin proceeded to the Uchiha training grounds in search of Chiri. The expansive area could accommodate battles involving hundreds of combatants. Along the way, no one seemed to pay heed to Yan's presence, as it had been a decade since they had departed from their clan's territory. Moreover, recent events concerning the Uchiha clan had captivated attention. Firstly, the hawkish leader, Uchiha Shana, had passed away, and his grandson, Uchiha Kato, had inherited his will. Secondly, Uchiha Fugaku had been appointed the clan head, becoming the leader of the moderates. Many from the hawkish faction had flocked to the side of the newly appointed Uchiha Fugaku, while a few remained observant, pondering whether the once dominant hawks could prevail over the rising doves. Yan's old friend, Uchiha Kato, was at the heart of this tumult. Accompanying him was the loyal Uchiha Hakadai. By chance, Yin unexpectedly encountered this individual. Uchiha Yin. The expression on the other's face was somewhat peculiar. Like Chiri, he too was a prodigy who unlocked his 3-tomo Sharingan before the age of 17. The silver-haired Uchiha Hakadai trailed closely behind him. Yin merely chuckled. It was Kato. After all, though they had known each other for years, their relationship could hardly be described as close or hostile. Given their past encounters, there was an inevitable awkwardness. Yet they were nearing adulthood, no longer fixating on past trivialities. Humph! Uchiha Kato snorted disdainfully and walked away with Uchiha Hakadai. Yin maintained a smile throughout. Over the years, Kato had always harbored doubts about Yan's intentions, yet after a decade, the boy had yet to reveal any ulterior motives, causing Kato to question his own instincts. Upon reaching the training ground, he found Chiri practicing ninjutsu. Her beautiful purple hair danced in the wind, and even clad in the oversized Uchiha robe. Her curvaceous figure was undeniable. With her eyes shut tight, several blue-violet butterflies fluttered around her. It seems you have succeeded, Yin remarked as he approached from behind, intending to greet Chiri. Suddenly, her figure melted away like foam, as if she had never existed in that space. In an instant, Yin felt something soft pressing against him from behind. Chiri beamed with pride as she embraced Yin from behind. Yin chuckled softly. You have indeed developed the five senses Jinjutsu. That is thanks to the inspiration you provided, Chiri replied. Yin adjusted his glasses perched upon his nose, admitting that due to his lack of combat proficiency, he could only focus on theoretical aspects. This, too, was a testament to Chiri's exceptional talent. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary ninjas. Hearing Yin's compliment, Chiri's eyes curved into crescent shapes. There was no doubt about Uchiha Chiri's talent in Jinjutsu. Otherwise, she could not have developed the inhumane technique known as Izanami. In the long history of the Uchiha clan, only his cousin Chishui could rival her in Jinjutsu prowess. Even the great prodigy Uchiha Itachi fell short. This technique had become a source of distress for Yin. With the third great ninja war approaching, time was of the essence to avoid any unforeseen issues arising from defection. Yin had been diligently contemplating how to escape the clutches of Izanami. In Yin's view, this technique was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying Jinjutsu in the Hokage's arsenal, even surpassing the likes of Kodo Amatsukami. Kodo Amatsukami alters a person's will, imprinting their original character and thoughts to achieve a desired outcome. Simply put, it forcibly changes a person's mindset, compelling them to execute a specific goal. To Yin, this technique seemed somewhat impractical. Its lengthy cooldown time rendered it ineffective against those with higher ocular powers, such as the Rinnegan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, or the Reincarnation Eye. The essence of Jinjutsu ultimately lies in the confrontation of ocular powers. While Kodo Amatsukami might control those with comparable Mangekyo, its influence on superior levels is severely limited. However, it remained quite formidable against conventional ninjas, yet appeared rather ineffective against later formidable entities. With a system at his disposal, Yin was nearly certain to unlock the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His fear of Izanami stemmed entirely from the fact that its core purpose was not self-realization, but rather forced indoctrination. It ensnares an individual in an infinite cycle of repetition, where the only means of breaking free is through self-acceptance and embracing one's fate. Though this technique would have no effect on determined individuals like Naruto or Might Guy, Yin was not in such a position. The temptation of becoming a boss in the ninja world, spurred by the system, was not the original destiny of Uchiha Yin. To Yin, that was the most terrifying aspect. In the original narrative, after numerous trials and tribulations, the spy Tobi, cloaked in the guise of a commoner, became the foremost figure beneath the shadows of the Sage of Six Paths, despite lacking any bloodline limit. His willpower was impeccable, and yet, even such a resilient individual succumbed to the torment of Izanami, all while in a state of perfect sagehood. One could only imagine how unreasonable Izanami was, akin to Izanagi, a power bestowed upon Itachi by Kishimoto. Otherwise, facing Tobi solely based on strength would have been utterly futile. Yin could not help but ponder what would happen if he were ensnared by Izanami. Would it lead to a romantic loop with Chiri? I have developed a Jinjutsu that combines olfactory, visual, and auditory elements. A single blue-violet butterfly, ethereal in beauty, soared from Chiri's fingertip, releasing a captivating fragrance that enveloped Yin, allowing him to hear the faint sound of its wings fluttering. Even knowing it was an illusion, Yin marveled at its splendor. The dwindling Aoi clan of Konoha, now in decline, had a family secret technique seemingly of the five senses type, which, in the original, even had the ability to translate Jinjutsu scenes into tangible harm. Should he consider pilfering it for research? No, his energy was finite. It was impossible to pursue everything. Shaking off such thoughts, Yin presented a scroll to Chiri. The Ein Sealing 100 Healings technique, inspired by Yan's insights, had been successfully developed by Tsunade, who was wandering with Shizune. The scroll contained the 100 Healings technique, the Ein Sealing Release, and the Creation Rebirth techniques. Tsunade's letter read, "Although this technique has been developed, I cannot guarantee you will master it due to the physiological differences between males and females. The intricate chakra control for cellular division was your idea, so feel free to impart it to your little girlfriend. I want to mind. I am also curious if you will teach it to that Uchiha girl or the Hyuga girl. Additionally, as a personal request, your beautiful and powerful teacher Tsunade is struggling to afford meals and would appreciate a monetary contribution." Attached is a cute sticker of Yin's laughing face. Upon receiving the letter, Yin could not help but marvel at Tsunade's efficiency. However, sending her money was out of the question. That wasteful woman would undoubtedly squander it at the gambling tables. As usual, he would discreetly send it to Shizune. Honestly, it's childish to have to choose. Of course, I want it all. The Shadow Clone had already delivered the scroll and was now enjoying tea in the Hyuga clan territory. The esteemed titles of Senju Tsunade and Konoha's White Fang were held in high regard by the Hyuga clan. The reason for dispatching the Shadow Clone was undoubtedly because Rin was somewhat naive. If discovered, it would be easy to smooth things over. As for Chiri, if she dared to be dismissive with the Shadow Clone today, she would be met with a Zanami tomorrow. What is this? Chiri inquired curiously, examining the scroll. It is a new technique developed by Tsunade, called the 100 Healings Technique. Aside from storing chakra and healing injuries, once learned, it allows one to maintain eternal youth. Such a precious technique. Will Lady Tsunade mind if I learn it? Chiri remarked, already taking the scroll and placing it behind her. Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of eternal beauty. Of course, Lady Tsunade has already permitted your learning. Oops, I let it slip. Chapter 26. New research at Konoha's Black Mountain Division. Hiss. Yinda inhaled sharply, feeling the bruise around his waist. He had been too heavy-handed. As a ghoul, with his iron-like bones, why did it hurt so easily? Yinda-sama. The burly eyebrow Mado Dai stood respectfully at the door, bowing to Uchiha Yinda. No need for such formality. Uncle Dai, everything I have achieved today is thanks to you. Yinda-sama, please accept my gratitude. Suppressing his embarrassment, Yinda accepted Dai's bow. Dai donned gloves and a bird beak mask before entering the laboratory, where most of the research topics had already been addressed. Currently, only 3 significant challenges remained for Yinda to tackle. Firstly, the application of natural energy, a subject that had perplexed Uchiha Yinda for a decade. In the original work, Orochimaru was able to develop this due to discovering the natural energy-absorbing abilities of the two-headed serpent. What Yinda lacked was merely a sample. Perhaps he should request Tsunade-sensei for a summoning scroll of a slug, or test the sage techniques of the wet-bone forest. Secondly, the unbinding of the caged bird curse seal. Given its connection to the soul and sealing techniques, Yinda had sought advice from Minato's girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki. This was a somewhat challenging topic, primarily due to the absence of experimental subjects from the main family. He was hesitant to act recklessly with the branch family. The caged bird seal was a connection to the brain, and if he inadvertently caused harm, it would lead to premature exposure. Thirdly, the method for mass-producing the Sharingan. This topic had undergone extensive speculation by Yinda and was deemed the most feasible. The essence of In-released chakra is soul power, while the Sharingan is an organ rich in high-quality In-released chakra. This explains why, even after death, others can still utilize the Sharingan. It is ready to use. Thus, Yinda boldly hypothesized that the Sharingan might be a manifestation of a portion of the Uchiha ninja's soul. With the power of Enma, Yinda was confident that, in the current Konoha, no one held greater authority on the soul than he did. Even Orochimaru fell short. To Yinda, Orochimaru was merely a novice, and it would not be until after the Third Great Ninja War that he would earn Yinda's respect for research. The essence of In-released chakra is soul power. Through his own experience, Yinda believed his strong soul resulted from being a reincarnation and from consuming residual souls, which enhanced his ocular power far beyond that of an ordinary Uchiha. In other words, if the soul power of deceased Uchihas could be extracted and bestowed upon living 3-tomo Uchiha ninjas, could it forcibly enhance their ocular prowess and facilitate mass production of the Mangekyo Sharingan? The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is merely a fusion of 2 Mangekyo ocular powers. And the reason for requiring close relatives could be that 2 ninjas with blood ties have less soul repulsion. Frankenstein is a case in point. Having fused the souls of many ninjas, he occasionally goes mad, yet remains unusually picky as a ghoul, particularly interested in the brains of living corpses. If the souls of Senju relatives were fused, the side effects would likely be significantly reduced. The original work mentioned that the evolution of the Sharingan occurs due to a substance produced by the brain following intense stimuli. Is this also related to the soul? A ninja's soul becomes more substantial with experience. A 40-year-old seasoned Chunin's soul power is roughly 15 times that of an adult genin. The power of the soul can be enhanced through physical training, though the effects may be subtle. Profound experiences and intense emotions further promote soul growth, which explains the rapid increase in power among the Uchiha who descend into madness. The notion of darkening doubling one's strength, while whitening weakens it by a third. Could the fusion of countless Uchiha souls into a single pair of Sharingan create an artifact comparable to the colossal Rinnegan seen in theatrical adaptations? Essentially, these are all ocular techniques, and their origins trace back to Kagaya Otsutsuki. The differences lie in the fact that the Byakugan is exclusive to the Otsutsuki clan, while the Rinnegan is a product of the God Tree's fruit, and the Sharingan is a simplified version of the Rinnegan. This is truly intriguing. The night of the massacre must occur, yet the Uchiha cannot be completely eradicated, otherwise there would be no experimental subjects. Yinda's plan is to secretly separate a portion of the Uchiha from the commoners and transport them to the land of waves for cultivation, providing both subordinates and stable experimental subjects. After the night of the massacre, he would directly raid Danzo's roots to seize Sharingan for his grand experiment. After all, that old man is the Hokage of Konoha. There is no moral burden in stealing from him. Owl, how are you adapting? Are you still experiencing headaches? Yinda raised his head from the experimental records he was writing and glanced toward the dark corner. Tap, tap, tap. The shadow walked unsteadily, resembling someone intoxicated. Light on one step and heavy on the next. Hoo. Breathing heavily, it was evident that the figure, having spent an extended period submerged in nutrient solution, was struggling to adjust to the external world. A face sewn together with various threads emerged, appearing to be around 15 years old. Master, I still can't shake the image of a golden-haired woman from my mind, but no matter how hard I try, I can't remember, said Frankenstein, crouching in agony. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, looking utterly tormented. Is that so? This is normal. After all, your mind is filled with many souls. Only by enhancing your soul strength can you gradually digest these chaotic memories. Yinda paused his writing, malevolent chakra swirling around him, the snowflake pattern of the Mangekyo appearing in his eyes. The owl, under the influence of the illusion, toppled to the ground. This was Yinda using Genjutsu to prune the excessive memories within its mind. After all, this was a grand gift for Tsunade-sensei. Yinda's goal was to allow the soul of Shimura to gradually recover. Rabbit, have you made contact with the Uchiha and Hyuga? Reporting, Master, due to caution, there has been limited interaction. The rabbit-masked figure of Usagi appeared before Yinda, respectfully squatting, even though Yinda did not turn. Only 3 Uchihas and 1 branch member of the Hyuga family have agreed to engage with us. In a month, then? Yes, I will notify them immediately. What are their names? Uchiha Rai, Uchiha Baru, Uchiha Naka, and Hyuga Mitsuki. Hyuga Mitsuki? Such a distant memory. That boy marked by the caged bird. System. Open the personal and task panels. Host, Uchiha Yinda. Number 1, Strength, Kage level, Chakra volume, Dojitsu, Mangekyo Sharingan Enma, Susu Ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique, Substitution Technique, Clone Technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball, Fine Chakra Control, Chakra Surgical Knife, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Extraction Technique, Palm Sage Technique, Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing, Lightning Release, Chidori, Lightning Release, Chidori Stream, Lightning Release, Chidori Sharp Spear, Lightning Release, Kirin, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Rasengan, Heavenly Package, Half Heavenly Form Winged Heaven, Scaled Heaven, Tailed Heaven, Armored Heaven Points, 555 items, Tiger Talisman, Perfecter of the Divine Hand Name, The Collapse of Konoha Description, a man born of heaven and earth cannot remain subdued for long. Konoha's elders have long oppressed me. Now that my wings have grown, let Konoha tremble under your terror. Task: formulate a plan and collapse Konoha requirements. 1. The collapse plan must be completed on the day of the Nine Tails incident. 2. The host bond with Uchiha must activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. 3. The host's bond with Hyuga must begin to explore the evolution of the Byakugan. 4. The host's bond with Minato must not result in his death. 5. Weaken Konoha's overall strength by over 30 relative to Konoha's strength during the current period. Rewards: Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Mercury Cloak. Chapter 27. The Failure of the White Fang Mission Afternoon. After a sleepless night, Yinda finally rose, heading as usual to Ichiraku Ramen for breakfast. Did you hear? About that matter. The White Fang. It is said that a confidential mission was forsaken for the sake of an injured comrade. How infuriating it is to jeopardize the village's interests for the sake of a worthless individual. A group of chunin clad in green vests conversed in a noodle shop. As Yin chewed on his noodles, he suddenly fell deep into thought. Has the incident surrounding the death of White Fang begun? With a loud crash, He slammed his bowl onto the table, startling several chunin nearby. Striving to muster a smile, he coldly addressed them, suggesting that discussing comrades behind their backs was rather inappropriate. Only children would indulge in such idle gossip. The chunin merely glanced at Yin, noticing he too was in a chunin uniform, and returned to their conversation about the White Fang incident. Yin chose not to engage further, quietly committing their appearances to memory, planning to have O2 investigate them later. When the Ninetales incident arises, he would ensure these individuals received a taste of the ghastly products of the Kanin. In Yin's awareness, a powerful chakra surged nearby. Yin, we are in grave trouble. A member of the Uchiha police force, clad in their uniform, rushed into the ramen shop, pulling Yin outside. During this commotion, they overheard the chunin nearby speaking ill of teacher Tsukumo. Incensed, the officer activated his Sharingan. Addressing the Uchiha behind him, he declared, "These individuals are discussing classified village matters. Detain them." No sooner had he spoken than his comrades swiftly apprehended the offenders. "Captain, the cells are already full. Just use earth release to create a few more." The officer sneered. "Teacher Tsukumo has contributed immensely to Konoha. How dare they speak ill of him? This is an illegal act. I will report you to Lord Hokage." "Indeed. You insufferable Uchiha. It is no wonder you are ostracized by the village." Such brazen words from the offenders furrowed the officer's brow. Some things are best kept to oneself. Voicing them only complicates matters. For discussing classified information, they shall be detained for a month. Uchiha Boiju. Provide them with only a bowl of rice daily. They will not perish from hunger in half a month. "Yes, Captain, we will fulfill the mission." With eagerness in his eyes, Uchiha Boiju approached the detained ninjas, eager to teach them a lesson for their offensive words. After issuing orders, the officer took Yin's hand. Hastening across the rooftops of Konoha, the situation was urgent, leaving no room for hesitation. As they ran, the officer recounted the events leading to this moment. Teacher Tsukumo had been engaged in classified missions within the Umbu. Recently, he chose to abandon a mission to return with an injured teammate for treatment. As you can see, I do not know who leaked this information. Tsukumo's home was already besieged. Though the original story does not specify the reason, one need not ponder deeply. It must be Danzo's doing. After all, he has committed countless misdeeds, and it is no surprise that blame falls upon him. Utilizing chakra to enhance their speed, the pair quickly arrived at the Hitaki residence. The door was shut tight, surrounded by numerous civilians and ninjas brandishing placards. Yet, there were no clan ninjas present. Mostly, it was a throng of foolish, misguided civilians. It is baffling why such mindless actions are taken by these individuals, the same ones who bully Naruto. Indeed, it echoes the saying from my past life. Villains may scheme endlessly, but fools can act spontaneously. These civilians raised their placards, denouncing Tsukumo as a coward and labeling him a criminal of Konoha. Uchiha's officer pushed through the crowd with Yin in tow. There is no other option. Grumbling, he closed his eyes. Dozens of azure butterflies materialized from the ground, their wings unfurling gracefully. What is this? How beautiful! With a soft thud, the protesting civilians and ninjas fell into a deep slumber. "Officer, won't this draw too much attention? Would you rather stand idly by while they hold a knife to Teacher Tsukumo's throat?" The officer retorted, eyes wide with indignation. Yin belatedly grasped the urgency. As a traveler from another world, he understood that Tsukumo's death was a predetermined fate, hence his emotional response was muted. It was akin to having watched a horror film. Knowing the frightening moments in advance dulls the impact upon subsequent viewings. Yin believed that it was not mere rumors that would lead to Tsukumo's demise, but rather the rebellion against the destruction of steadfast beliefs. He understood Tsukumo well. The man who faced foes with a razor-sharp edge yet was gentle as a spring breeze towards his comrades could not be toppled by baseless slander. As a traveler, he had begun to feel a sense of arrogance, as if the deceased were mere characters in a game or anime, while he himself was the player. However, for the officer and Kakashi, this world was their reality, and White Fang was their revered teacher. Perhaps it was due to his identity as a manifestation of evil. His emotions were gradually dissipating, and a vast tide of malevolence surged within him. "I am sorry, officer." When Yin sincerely apologized, the officer glanced at him. His eyes filled with complex emotions. "Yin, I find you suddenly unfamiliar. Though we have known each other for 10 years, there is a deep sense of loneliness that seems to envelop you." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her tone tinged with sorrow. "It feels as if you do not belong to this world." Without waiting for Yin's reaction, The officer leaped through the window. With a sigh, Yin followed suit. Upon entering the house, they were quickly noticed by Tsukumo, who appeared in high spirits, enjoying a bowl of mackerel ramen and inviting them to join him. What brings you two here? Are you inviting me to attend your wedding as your elder? He chuckled heartily as he sat on the tatami mat. It is indeed nearing an age for marriage, but I suspect Rin would be quite upset. He seemed entirely unaffected by the chaos outside, rambling on like an elderly man. Teacher Tsukumo, do you truly not care about what those people say? Ignoring Tsukumo's joke, the officer was the first to inquire. The earlier incident had left her eyes slightly reddened, and Tsukumo sensed the weight of her concern. He paused, pouring tea for both Yin and the officer. Please, have some tea. As for me, I do not concern myself with others' opinions. I simply make the decisions I believe are right. With that, he flashed a gentle smile. If given another chance, I would still choose the same path. With a crash, the teacup shattered on the floor as the officer stood abruptly, leaving the Hokage residence without a word, her disappointment and anger palpable. Among the trio, if anyone had the closest relationship with Tsukumo, it was undoubtedly the officer. Her swordsmanship, bold yet unpredictable, was heavily influenced by Tsukumo. Additionally, the other two members of the team had tactical approaches that did not align with Tsukumo's. Rin had her family's secret techniques, and Yin was a medical ninja not required to possess combat prowess. Within the entire team, it was the officer who had received the most investment from Tsukumo, akin to a father figure for her, having grown up in a single-parent household. She has left. Yin took a sip from his teacup. Bitter, much like your sentiments, Teacher Tsukumo. Hearing Yin's words, Tsukumo finally felt a sense of relief, though his expression grew solemn. That girl is too impulsive. I fear she may act irrationally. Indeed, the Uchiha are a clan that craves love more than any other. Is that so? Yet, it always seems that Yin carries an air of nonchalance. I suppose I am growing old. I cannot compare to you young ones, Tsukumo said with self-deprecation. What about Kakashi and Aunt Fuko? Yin, evading Tsukumo's question, shifted the topic. I sent them to my family home to evade the current turmoil, as the Hokage clan has some relatives in the Land of Fire. Is the teacher now awaiting clarification from the third Hokage? Shikaku remained silent. Yet his gaze betrayed his thoughts. If the third Hokage were to acquiesce, and a rescued comrade betrayed you, what choice would you make, teacher? Upon hearing this, Shikaku fell into a sudden silence, remaining unresponsive for an extended period. Yin sighed, rose from her seat, and departed from the Hokage residence, turning her head as she stepped across the threshold to say, Teacher, regardless of your choice, we will support you. Chapter 28. A Game of Power. Konoha, Hokage's Office. Danzo. Look at what you have done. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared angrily at Shimura Danzo. Danzo, however, remained calm as he sipped his tea. Observing Danzo's reaction, the third Hokage stood up, extracted a cigarette, and lit it, pacing back and forth in front of the window, continuously lighting one after another. Danzo's pupils briefly scanned the cigarette box on the table. Noting Hiruzen's engrossed demeanor, he silently resolved to have Ryuma prepare some for him upon his return. At this moment, Danzo had only one eye bandaged, with no traces of the Hashirama cells on his body. The bandaged eye was a bequest from Uchiha Kagami before his demise, the only Uchiha Danzo acknowledged, dismissing the rest as malevolent. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence as he continued to smoke in despondency, Danzo, leaning on his cane, broke the silence first. Isn't this to your liking, Hiruzen? With Shikaku's reputation soaring, I doubt you would want him to ascend to the position of Hokage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen aged, the notion of succession subtly emerged in his mind, rapidly becoming known among the prominent clans. The most popular candidate for the fourth Hokage was none other than the third's disciple, Orochimaru, a member of the rightful Hokage lineage, possessing remarkable intellect and ninjutsu talent. Other contenders such as Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku were hardly worth mentioning. Only one individual could rival Orochimaru, Hatake Shikaku, in terms of both merit and strength. He surpassed the legendary Sannin. Thus, someone was needed to suppress these voices. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's longtime partner, Shimura Danzo was acutely aware that the Hokage must be unblemished and revered by the villagers. Therefore, the only one capable of achieving this was himself, the shadowy manipulator. Just as Danzo had once told the third Hokage years ago, you are the resplendent Hokage of Konoha, while I am the root that safeguards Konoha in the darkness. The third Hokage merely sighed at these words. At this point, it is what it is. Do not engage in any further antics, Danzo. Huh, How hypocritical, Hiruzen. Danzo thought to himself, having long anticipated that the third would permit this for the sake of his disciple. If Orochimaru were to become Hokage, it would indeed be advantageous for Danzo. Witnessing his parents' deaths in childhood and the loss of his beloved disciple, Shinsui, during the Second Great Ninja War, had driven Orochimaru to obsess over the pursuit of immortality. Hiruzen, you will never comprehend the nature of the experiments Orochimaru conducts in the Root Laboratory, Danzo mused. Imagining that if Orochimaru were to become Hokage, his obsession with ninjutsu would likely render him indifferent to Hokage affairs. In effect, the true power behind the Hokage would be himself. Given time, he could expose Orochimaru's human experiments and ascend to the position of fifth Hokage without issue. I shall be the ultimate victor, Hiruzen. Noticing that Sarutobi Hiruzen tacitly accepted his actions, Danzo quickly shifted the conversation to prevent the third from having second thoughts. Hiruzen, the Uchiha have been restless lately. I have already informed you to leave the governance of the Uchiha and the Uchiha crisis to me. The third, still fuming, immediately retorted. Danzo, the Uchiha are also a part of the village. Is that so? To me, only Kagami among the Uchiha can be considered a part of the village. Only he embodies the will of fire, Danzo replied, his cane lightly tapping the floor. Be silent. Danzo, I am the Hokage, Hiruzen exclaimed. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Get out. Danzo scoffed, turning to leave. With a flick of his cane, he swiped the cigarette box from Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him as he exited the Hokage's office without a backward glance. Hyuga clan estate, you are not permitted to go. The second elder of the Hyuga clan, dressed in a light-colored robe, calmly sat on the tatami, sipping tea. Opposite him sat the beautiful yet aloof Hyuga Rin. As the second elder of the prestigious Hyuga clan, he undoubtedly possessed a keen political instinct. In the turmoil surrounding the selection of the fourth Hokage, all ninja clans were observing closely. Although the eldest son of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, was also a contender, the second elder, Hyuga Ufeng, held little faith in that outcome. The true protagonists in this affair were only the third's disciple, Orochimaru, and the White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Shikaku. The pure, pristine white eyes of Hyuga Ufeng narrowed as he cast a glance at the departing Hyuga Rin. Father. Failing to escape, Hyuga Rin slumped back down, dejected. As the head of the main family, your every action represents the Hyuga clan. I understand your concern for your teacher. However, as a member of the Hyuga clan, your duty is to bear the fate of our clan. Hyuga Ufeng took another sip of tea. Spring, take the young lady to rest. A blue-haired maid, dressed in a maid's outfit, respectfully led Hyuga Rin away. After this political upheaval, whether Hatake Shikaku withstood the pressure to become the fourth Hokage or faltered, the observing Hyuga clan stood to benefit. Should Hatake Shikaku succeed, he would be in a position to help Rin ascend to the fifth Hokage due to their master-disciple relationship. As Hyuga Ufeng understood, one of Rin's teammates was a member of the Uchiha clan, while another, though part of the Hokage lineage, lacked formidable strength as a medical ninja, giving Rin a greater chance. If Hatake Shikaku were to falter, the observing Hyuga clan could refrain from entangling themselves in this complex situation, eliminating the heavyweight opponent. The White Fang would significantly increase Hizashi's chances of success. For the Hyuga clan, the outcome of this event, regardless of its nature, was favorable. Hyuga clan estate. Hyuga Rin's room. Miss, the elder has instructed us to keep a close watch on you. The blue-haired maid, Hyuga Haru, looked worryingly at the young girl before her. They will not discover anything. Hyuga Rin formed a series of seals, and a shadow clone appeared around her. The Byakugan could not discern shadow clones. Sister Haru, please keep this a secret for me. After completing the seals, Hyuga Rin transformed into the appearance of Hyuga Haru. Sister Haru, you care for me the most. Please let me go. Gazing into Rin's innocent, pure white eyes, Hyuga Haru sighed. Miss Rin, I saw nothing. Upon hearing this, Rin beamed with a smile. Just say I coerced you. Land of water, Izakaya ha, Hondan-chan, you truly are beautiful. It was worth my long journey here. A middle-aged man with white hair leered at the voluptuous figure before him. This guest certainly possesses a sense of humor. I've heard you sought me out specifically because of my charm, right? The plump blonde woman smiled as she poured the man a cup of sake. After taking a sip, the man found the taste somewhat dry. How should I put it? Hondan-chan resembles a dear friend of mine. As he spoke, Jiraiya's gaze wandered, stealing glances at the barmaid's ample bosom. Is that so? To be compared to a ninja lord's friend is indeed an honor. Ha! The carefree Jiraiya laughed heartily. His jovial expression suddenly froze at the call of Myaboku Mountain. He raised his hand, stuffing several bills into the blonde woman's bosom. Please excuse me for a moment, Hondan-chan. As a man, I often face a multitude of troubles. Is that so? Then I wish the ninja lord great fortune in his endeavors. A blonde woman, beaming with delight, waved farewell to Jiraiya as he departed from the tavern. Chapter 29. The prophecy of the great toad sage. The land of hot water is situated in the northeastern part of the Fire Country, renowned as a ninja village that has forgotten the ravages of war. Nestled amidst the three great nations of water, fire, and thunder, this coastal territory has abandoned military might due to the scars of conflict. Once a flourishing ninja village, it has now transformed into the most famous tourist destination in the ninja world, boasting breathtaking natural landscapes and abundant sightseeing resources. With numerous natural hot springs and an open culture, it has earned the reputation of being a paradise for lovers. Each year, a plethora of visitors flock here, yearning for a beautiful encounter. After imparting his teachings to Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, Jiraiya heeded the guidance of the great toad sage, embarking on a journey across various nations while penning a book. In the prophecy of the sage, he would receive a child of destiny capable of bringing monumental change to the ninja world. Firmly believing in this, Jiraiya took the azure-eyed prodigy, Minato Namikaze, under his wing as a disciple. Initially, Jiraiya had intended merely to look after Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato in the Rain Country. But the extraordinary nature of the sage's vision compelled him to remain, providing them with proper guidance in ninjutsu. Both Minato and Nagato are good-hearted children. Responding to the call of the sage, Jiraiya swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Reverse summoning technique. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to Mount Myaboku, one of the three great sanctuaries and a key investor in Konoha. The landscape was adorned with towering vegetation and talking toads. Jiraiya, it has been far too long, exclaimed the fierce-looking young toad, Wanta, who had been waiting alongside his brethren, Ken and Hiro. Wanta, has the sage called for me regarding something of great importance? The great elder has awakened. He wishes to share a new prophecy with you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya recognized the urgency. Recalling the last prophecy concerning a child destined to bring significant transformation to the ninja realm. Following the toads, he entered the grand palace of Mount Myaboku, where a colossal, elderly toad sat languidly on the throne. As Jiraiya arrived, the sage beckoned him. Ah, young Jiraiya has come. Who might this be? The elder toad inquired, still half asleep. Young Jiraiya, esteemed elder, the sage prompted. Oh, did you not mention something important to convey to him? The sage's forgetfulness was met with playful ridicule from another nearby sage. One must not be disrespectful to the elder, Jiraiya replied, kneeling respectfully, despite the elder's frequent lapses in memory. After all, this was a living legend from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Ah, my memory fails me again. I dreamt of a great shadow looming over the ninja world, one that could bring about destruction and upheaval. It resides in Konoha. Find it and obliterate it. With that, the elder toad resumed his slumber. Truly, the elder is growing old, the other sage remarked. In contrast to the elder's frailty, the sage was indeed the true leader of Mount Myaboku. Young Jiraiya, it is as you have heard. A darkness is brewing in the ninja world, and the elder has tasked you with returning to Konoha to uncover its source. Should matters prove complicated, Mount Myaboku will lend you unconditional support. A lurking darkness, I understand. Sage, stay for a meal, Jiraiya, interjected the other sage, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Urgent matters await. I must return promptly, Jiraiya replied, shuddering at the thought of the sage's peculiar culinary offerings. At the entrance of the Hokage residence, civilians and protesters had been entirely detained by the Uchiha security force. The Konoha prison was overflowing, necessitating the construction of makeshift stone cells using earth-release techniques in the Uchiha's open grounds. Uchiha Boiju, a young ninja recently promoted to Chunin, remarked to the squad leader, while this may provide a sense of relief, I fear it may attract the attention of the Hokage. Pay no mind. Should the Hokage wish to hold someone accountable, I will take full responsibility, the frosty-faced leader replied, arms crossed. Since both Rin and Sakamoto have chosen to endure, I, Uchiha Giri, shall embrace the role of the villain. Lord Hodo instructed that Giri's decisions were tantamount to his own. Uchiha Hakadai cast a cold glance at the moderate faction. well aware that Lord Hodo had commanded the need to win over Uchiha Giri, a genius who had become a jonin at the tender age of 17, possessing the coveted three-tomo Sharingan. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Hodo. I shall remember this favor. Recognizing the cunning nature of the radicals, Uchiha Fugaku's subordinates in the moderate faction were equally unyielding. The clan leader also supports Giri's actions. We can withstand the village's pressures. In the depths of Konoha's base, Danzo leaned heavily on his cane as he entered the frigid laboratory. Orochimaru, clad in a lab coat, stood disheartened among countless petri dishes. How fares the experiment? The erosion from Hashirama's cells is too potent. Ordinary ninjas cannot endure it, Orochimaru replied, his tongue flicking like a serpent. Unless what? Due to a high accident rate, the experiments on replicating the first Hokage's would release had been halted by the third Hokage years ago. However, the shadow of Konoha was indifferent to such constraints, and with Orochimaru's clandestine research into would-release bloodline limits, he pursued a means to obtain a formidable in-release chakra capable of countering Hashirama's cells, perhaps through the Sharingan. I will procure the Sharingan. How did this round of experiments fare? All 60 test subjects have perished. With that, Orochimaru departed, leaving Danzo alone in the laboratory. A faint heartbeat soon captured Danzo's attention. Amidst the lifeless infants sprouting would-release branches, one had inexplicably begun to revive. Danzo's eyes sparkled with intensity. The would-release experiment has succeeded. Chapter 30. Do you wish to become a hero? As the White Fang incident escalated, orchestrated by a certain shadow, public opinion grew increasingly fervent. Today, even the students at the Ninja Academy had become aware of the situation. Standing at the cliff's edge of the Forest of Death, Ren gazed at the towering Hokage rock. How hypocritical. Ren, I have successfully gained favor with several newspapers. They will publish today, replied Utsuki, standing respectfully nearby. Excellent. Ren's eyes remained inscrutable. Given Konoha's blatant disregard for decency, Ren resolved to intervene personally. Yet, he harbored doubts, not about dismantling Konoha's public perception, but rather about altering Sakamoto's decision. Utsuki, how long have you served me? Nearly 10 years, my lord. 10 years already? Have you ever felt disillusion being assigned to the Konoha branch? Utsuki hesitated before admitting. To say I have never felt disappointment would be untruthful. Leaving my hometown and family to serve a doctor more terrifying than the leader of the Kinomoto clan was not easy. Everything stems from the bronze tree. Whether it be the esteemed individuals of the gold and wood or the revered doctor, they are the figures whom Rabbit has resolutely chosen to follow. Even if these masters wish to obliterate the shinobi world, I shall remain steadfast in my allegiance. Indeed, your loyalty has not gone unnoticed. Do you aspire to become a hunter? As Yin turned, his dark eyes concealed boundless depths of shadow. A mere glance could ensnare one into an abyss. Possessing multiple haunter packs, he is capable of fully mastering the ultimate form of ghoul power. Once a mere thug in the land of waves, Rabbit lived in a haze. Surviving through intimidation, robbery, and usury, he never considered himself a virtuous man, yet he did not deem himself excessively wicked. After all, aside from threats, he never harmed the innocent. The debtors he collected from were nothing but gambling addicts who squandered their fortunes. Rabbit never pitied those who forsook their families in pursuit of fleeting pleasures. In contrast to his petty misdeeds, the so-called righteous ninjas and the 5 great nations espoused love and peace, yet their actions were increasingly malevolent, extracting exorbitant taxes from smaller nations. While rogue ninjas from Konoha and the Mist would occasionally wreak havoc in the land of waves, the supposedly just 5 Kage would readily instigate wars involving tens of thousands for their own selfish desires, dragging neutral nations into the throes of conflict. Rabbit had long endured this oppressive existence until a man named Kaneki appeared in the land of waves. He transformed his homeland, expelling the rogue ninja groups and traitorous ninjas from powerful nations. Swearing allegiance to the Sage of 6 Paths, Rabbit resolved to follow such a magnificent leader. However, lacking talent and innate ability, he could only navigate the lower echelons of the bronze tree with his emotional intelligence. After much effort, he was finally recognized by Lord Kato and became a member of the 12 Zodiac. Yet, he was dispatched to serve the second-in-command of the bronze tree, the Doctor, at the Konoha branch. Perhaps had he remained by Kaneki's side, he would have dutifully performed his tasks, striving to build the nation while caring for his wife and daughter. Now, nearly a decade later, he learned through letters that his family lived quite happily, even his daughter. A child from humble beginnings could afford to attend the ninja school established by Kaneki. He never regretted his decision. A man born in the mire has little choice. Now 30, he had waited over a decade and knew that his opportunity had finally arrived. He would surely dedicate himself entirely to his master. Upon hearing Kaneki's words, Rabbit knelt, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground. Prepare for the transplant surgery. I am confident I can transform you into a ghoul second only to me. Yes. As White Fang renounced his mission, the discourse surrounding the village's secrets began to ferment. A voice arose, proclaiming those who abandon their tasks to be worthless. And those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than that. This clashed with the insults directed at Hatake Tsukumo, branding him a traitor of Konoha. In the root office, Danzo scanned the newspaper. Have you discovered who published this? A root ninja, donning an animal mask, respectfully squatted before Danzo. My lord. The newspaper personnel merely stated that a substantial sum was given to publish this content, but they do not know the identity of the benefactor. Humph, Danzo scoffed. It seems yet another clan seeks to elevate Hatake Tsukumo. Is it the Akimichi, Nara, or perhaps the Hyuga? Or the Uchiha? His solitary eye narrowed. Among White Fang's disciples, there are two Uchiha. Setting aside Uchiha Yen, that Uchiha Tsumuji is a considerable talent. If Hatake Tsukumo becomes the fourth Hokage, it is not impossible for his disciple to ascend to the fifth. Do they still covet the position of Hokage? Those nefarious Uchiha. Keep a close watch on the Uchiha. Report to me immediately if there are any signs of movement. Yes, Lord Danzo. The instructed ninja formed hand seals and vanished instantly. Danzo seated himself, gently tapping his cane, reminiscing about the image of Hisashi smoking a black goat cigarette. From his pocket, he withdrew a cigarette, mimicking Hisashi's manner and lighting it. With the cigarette held between his lips, he closed his eyes. Uchiha, Humph, I still possess a trump card. The Uchiha shall not lay claim to the position of Hokage. I will not allow your wicked schemes to succeed. Come in. As Tsukumo prepared a meal, he opened the door, cheerfully inviting the three individuals before him into his home. Thanks to Tsumuji's fortune, no one had interrupted. Outside stood Hinata Rin, Uchiha Obito, and Noera Lin. This is troublesome. Noera Lin politely addressed Hatake Tsukumo. Thank you, uncle. The three sat on the tatama mat as Tsukumo served hot dishes onto the table. My culinary skills are lacking. Please forgive me. Not at all. We're the ones troubling you. Uncle, Noera Lin responded courteously. Rin remained silent, focused solely on her meal. Tsukumo cast a kind glance at Rin, then turned to Uchiha Obito and Noera Lin. You are here to see Kakashi, I presume? He is currently with his mother. Upon hearing Kakashi's name, Noera Lin's face flushed slightly. Lord Hatake, we heard some unfavorable rumors at the Ninja Academy and are concerned about Kakashi's well-being. Indeed, Obito said, chewing his rice. Haha, what good children you are. Tsukumo paused before continuing, is this about me? Before Noera Lin could respond, Obito interjected. Many in the village are saying that uncle lost the village's interest by abandoning his mission. Even Teacher Mato is saying so. But I believe that if those who break the rules are worthless, then those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. I think you are a hero, uncle. Obito exclaimed passionately, gesturing dramatically. Noera Lin, who initially intended to remind Obito of his rudeness, was taken aback by his words. Obito, while not entirely reliable, has surprisingly spoken quite wisely, she mused. What a gentle person you are, Obito-kun. Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Tsukumo was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Those who break the rules are worthless, and those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. How unexpected. You shall certainly become a great ninja, Obito-kun. Tsukumo's praise, known throughout the ninja world, made Obito blush with pride. Obito sheepishly scratched his head. Actually, I learned that from the newspaper. Noera Lin sighed. This is indeed the Obito I remember. Chapter 31. The Knife Strike, a man's pact. Haha, such an honest child. Tsukumo took the newspaper Obito handed him and scanned its contents. The entire article expounded on the will of fire and the philosophy surrounding his abandonment of the mission. The crux of it stated that Konoha's White Fang embodies the faith in the will of fire, acting as a hero who practices this will in reality. But who was behind this? Tsumuji? Or perhaps Yen? He gently set the newspaper down and engaged the two children in light conversation about Kakashi's amusing anecdotes. So, Kakashi wears a mask because of a beauty mark on his chin? After a while, Yen approached Tsukumo's residence. Coincidentally, He encountered Noera Lin and Uchiha Obito as they were leaving. Yin-senpai. Yin-kun. Uchiha Yin bowed his head. Ah, it's Lin and Obito-kun. After exchanging a few words, Yin entered the Hitaki household. Rin, sitting across from Tsukumo like a wooden doll, noticed Tsukumo's eyes light up upon seeing Yin. Quickly, quickly, help me get this girl out of here. Fearing that Tsukumo would overthink, Rin had already been seated there for an entire afternoon. The taciturn Rin was at a loss for words, simply engaging in a silent stare-off with Tsukumo. Konoha's White Fang would not be swayed by such baseless rumors, rest assured. Ling hearing Yan's words, Ling nodded slightly. Yan placed a gentle hand on Ling's dark hair, tenderly stroking it. Just leave it to me. You snuck out, didn't you? Be careful, or you might face punishment from your clan. While caressing Ling's hair, Yin found the texture delightful. No wonder Teacher Shumo adored petting me. Ling then rose, offering a slight bow to Shumo before embracing Yin tightly. After she departed, the once vibrant atmosphere gradually cooled. Yin and Shumo sat across from each other. Did you have a hand in the newspaper incident? After a moment, Shumo broke the silence. Yin remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. I see. Observing Yan's reticence, Shumo poured himself a cup of sake. Care for some? Never mind. I'm not of age yet. When I was your age, I could already drink. What a wicked mentor I am, indeed. Haha, certainly. The two engaged in casual conversation as they usually did. Suddenly, a stone shattered the window of the Hitaki residence, crashing violently to the ground. Outside, a new group had gathered. Konoha criminal, the one who leaked secrets. Konoha's White Fang does not deserve the title of hero. The clamorous voices stirred a sense of revulsion within Yin, prompting her to want to tear everything apart. Yet Shumo remained impassive, sipping his drink. The soundproofing in Teacher Shumo's home leaves much to be desired. A bit, yes, until a voice echoed from outside, causing Shumo's hand holding the cup to tremble. Ishiyama Lingren, the one he had saved. Outside the Hitaki residence, a young ninja leaning on a cane pushed through the crowd. I have clearly expressed my willingness to sacrifice for the village. Yet that scoundrel Hitaki Shumo ignored my plea and chose to abandon the mission. Ishiyama's expression was grotesque. Thick bandages wrapped around his leg, blood seeping from the wounds. I shall never forgive someone who harms the village's interests. He shouted towards the Hitaki mansion, Hitaki Shumo. If you're still a man, don't hide like a coward. The fervent emotions ignited the surrounding villagers. Yes, it's all Hitaki Shumo's fault. Come out, come out. White Fang, the coward. Inside, Hitaki Shumo's hand trembled uncontrollably. Your heart is in turmoil, Teacher Shumo. Hitaki Shumo forced a smile. You've hit the nail on the head. Yen. So what will Teacher Shumo choose? Shumo merely drew the White Fang short sword from behind him, gently caressing the scabbard. This blade, which had fought alongside Shumo for decades, still exuded an undeniable sharpness, even when sheathed. Even now, Yen did not dare claim she could best this legendary ninja. The likelihood was that she would be gravely injured while he triumphed, as she was not particularly skilled in combat, relying instead on raw stats. Compared to the declining strength of the third Hokage and Might Guy, who had shed his limits, Konoha's White Fang was undeniably the strongest in the village today. Yen, do you know? Rather than a ninja, I see myself more as a samurai. The Hitaki clan was once a prominent samurai family before the advent of the ninja era, which gradually phased out traditional warriors. Just like the aging third Hokage, who has resorted to political machinations, I too uphold the principles of a samurai. If the will of fire, as envisioned by the first Hokage, is being corrupted by these individuals. Clang. The glimmering short sword was drawn, its brilliance flickering in Shumo's eyes. Like a ferocious tiger, his aura erupted, the winds swirling with a cutting ferocity. Let my resolve serve as the first strike against decay. Yen sighed softly, knowing that Teacher Shumo had made his decision. Have you decided? Yes. Don't you wish to see Kakashi and Aunt Natsu one last time? I do not want Kakashi to live in hatred. As for Natsu, she is a good woman. The clan and Kakashi will take good care of her. Understood. With that, Yen raised a nearby cup of sake and downed it in one gulp. The bitterness blossomed on her tongue. Truly, what is the appeal of alcohol? Yet, in the myriad troubles of the world, only strong spirits can soothe the heart. Shumo wore a bittersweet expression. He pulled out a bottle of sake, sipping while conversing with Yen. She did not interrupt, patiently listening as a faithful audience. It felt reminiscent of those summer nights years ago when, as a genin, she would seek Shumo's guidance, admiringly listening to her teacher impart wisdom. The teacher always thought Yen too mature for her age, though she was the weakest in the team. She was unexpectedly reliable. Even the proud girls like Ling and Jean would heed your commands. Both Ling and Jean are wonderful, yet you present a uniquely challenging dilemma. Therefore, I will not interfere with your choice, as long as you do not harm either of them. Kakashi can be a bit extreme, overly fixated on ninjutsu while neglecting the inner strength of a ninja. If possible, I hope you can guide him well. It would be alright for him to take you as his mentor, even if you cannot enhance his skills. I hope Kakashi can grow to be as wise and mature as you. Ultimately, I am truly honored to have you three as my students. A drunken Shumo spoke at length, drawing the White Fang short sword. He raised the blade slowly, drawing it from its sheath, pausing momentarily before sheathing it again, producing a clear ringing sound, repeating this 3 times. After completing this ritual, Shumo extended the White Fang short sword to Yen. I understand this request may be sudden, but if you are willing to accept, please perform the blade-knocking ceremony. In samurai tradition, this gesture symbolizes a solemn pact between men, pledging their lives. Understood. Taking the blade, Yen gently mirrored Shumo's actions. In this moment, Yen felt an immense weight of solemnity, slowly engaging in this simple yet noble agreement, forgetting time and all else. Clang. Accompanied by the final ring of the blade, Yen gently returned the White Fang short sword to Shumo. He smiled, warm and inviting, reminiscent of their first meeting. If only life could always be as it was at first sight. I entrust everything to you, Yen. It is understood, Teacher Shumo. As if her soul had been extracted, Yen stepped unsteadily out of the Hokage residence, like a wind-up puppet whose energy had been fully expended, merely repeating the motions of moving forward. The outraged civilians and ninjas outside appeared to her as flesh-wearing, flesh-eating demons. All the clamor seemed to fade away from her. Chapter 32. Merely a bit of wind and frost. Death is not to be feared. Death is a cool summer night, offering a worry-free slumber. The night in Konoha was not lively. Aside from the brightly lit izakayas, most of the night was profoundly serene. Ninjas and civilians lacked distractions in the darkness. Yet, Yen knew that tonight would not be tranquil. With closed eyes, Yen did not sleep. That night, she pondered deeply. The following morning, news spread throughout Konoha. Konoha's White Fang, the hero who single-handedly ended the Sand Village battlefield, the sharpest blade of the Umbu, and the powerful ninja bearing the Hokage's half-sleeve, Hitachi Shumo, had committed suicide, dying by that very White Fang short sword that had accompanied him in slaying countless foes. The previously thunderous denunciations vanished entirely. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's eyes widened in shock, the cigarette he had been smoking falling to the ground. He committed suicide. How could this be? Beside him, a member of the Umbu respectfully presented the bloodied White Fang short sword. The legendary weapon, which had claimed countless enemies, had become the instrument of its master's demise. Enraged, the third Hokage slammed his hand down on the wooden Hokage desk, splintering it like a spider's web. Summon Danzo to come and see me at once. In the root base, Danzo furiously smashed various items on the table. Bang! Bang! Numerous objects shattered into pieces, scattering even the invaluable confidential documents across the floor. How dare he? How dare he take his own life? I never wished for his death. Enveloped in rage and confusion, Danzo stood frozen. His initial intent was merely to temper the young man's arrogance. A tool that overshadows its master is not a desirable tool, yet, why did he resort to suicide? An elite seasoned in battle would not succumb to such trivial public opinion, would he? As Danzo wreaked havoc, a root ninja swiftly entered. Lord Danzo, the third Umbu is awaiting your presence at the Hokage building. I understand, Danzo replied, his heart heavy as he closed his eyes and exited the root base. He anticipated a significant cost this time. Captain, Lord Kakashi has committed suicide. Uchiha Obito burst into the Uchiha administration office. The purple-haired woman engrossed in paperwork suddenly froze. After a long pause, a hoarse and cold voice reached Obito's ears. Leave. Yes, Captain. Obito cautiously closed the door. Pain, loss, and uncertainty enveloped the captain's heart. An indescribable sensation surged within her. The sound of a bell rang in her ears, akin to the shattering of her heart. A malevolent and immense chakra enveloped her vision, and tears mixed with blood streamed down her pale cheeks. She gazed at the delicate vanity mirror on her desk, a gift from the C-rank mission. The sinister, crimson three-tomo spun rapidly in her pupils, forming a pattern resembling a clover. Shikamaru-sensei, at the Hyuga clan grounds. A teacup fell to the ground and shattered with a piercing sound. Impossible, it can't be true. Shikamaru promised me he would be fine, Rin murmured weakly, tears glistening in her eyes. We were all mistaken. Hyuga Yufeng set down his tea, furrowing his brow. Shikamaru is a true ninja. It is unfortunate he fell to the monster known as politics. He sighed softly. Spring, take Miss Rin to rest. Yes, elder. Supporting the tearful Rin, Spring felt a pang of sorrow. As the maid who had watched over Rin, she saw her as forever a child, pure and beautiful. Alas, such qualities should not belong to a ninja. Ninjas are ultimately professionals who tread the edge of blades, accompanied by life and death. Sister Spring, it hurts here. Rin pointed to her heart, tears streaming down her face. Spring could only gently comfort her. Hyuga Yufeng stood, clasping his hands behind his back, gazing out the window. Did Shikamaru hope to awaken the will of fire with his death? Remarkable. Shattering Ling, leaning on a cane, limped to the entrance of the root base, disheveled and shouting like a madman. Didn't you promise me that you would merely diminish Captain Shikamaru's reputation? Why? Why did he take his own life? I must find Lord Danzo. His eyes were bloodshot. The two root ninjas at the entrance regarded him with the pity one reserves for a lost dog. Gon, break his other leg. What a noisy fellow. Following orders, Gon stepped forward and expertly shattered Shattering Ling's leg. He howled in agony. Yet his assailant showed no mercy, spitting at him in contempt. As a root ninja, he had long since lost his past, future, and name. However, they held no fondness for someone willing to betray even their benefactor for trifling gains. Damn it! Shattering Ling, his leg broken, crawled back toward the building. His chin a bloody mess, his mind a void. The passers-by on the street glared at him with disdain. That's him, the one who slandered White Fang yesterday. If it weren't for the Hokage's wisdom, we could have been deceived by such a disgusting man. Indeed, having such a person as a companion is truly revolting. With hollow eyes, he continued to crawl, numb to the world. What difference was there between him and those who reviled him? Just a bunch of opportunists. Yesterday, they hailed him as the hero who identified the criminal, yet today they regarded him as the traitor to his savior. Ha ha ha. He erupted into a frenzied and derisive laughter. Returning to his room, Shattering Ling shut his eyes. Tears rolled down his cheeks, saturating the ground beneath him. Captain Shikamaru, I am sorry. It was my selfishness. Let me honor you with my death. The blade pierced his neck, slicing through flesh. Shattering Ling took his own life. But who cared? Who would remember this nameless pawn? At the Konoha Heroes Memorial, Shikamaru's body lay within a heavy coffin. The third Hokage stood on a platform, reciting an elegy for the legendary White Fang of Konoha, detailing his countless S-rank missions, hundreds of A-rank missions, and the countless enemies he felled during the Second Great Ninja War, achieving unparalleled merit for Konoha. He was interred under the title of Konoha Hero. As the third's eulogy concluded, several ninjas draped a curtain adorned with the Hokage's ceremonial pattern over the coffin, followed by the usual proclamations of the will of fire. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire endures. Shikamaru's death was for Konoha. They must learn from Shikamaru's will and strive to be ninjas who contribute to Konoha. The common folk and ninjas below merely shouted praises for the Hokage, applauding the third. It was a tiresome script. Uchiha governance, radiating a chilling aura, crossed his arms and departed the memorial, followed closely by Uchiha Obito and other confidants. The various clan leaders remained silent, their faces stoic. Unlike the ignorant masses, the clan ninjas understood the true reasons behind White Fang's death. This time, Shikamaru had interfered with the fourth Hokage's election, making him a target. Would their clansmen face a similar fate in the future? His suicide was also unforeseen by everyone. Nevertheless, this did not prevent many clans from admiring this rebellious man. He embodied the will of fire with his life, shattering the third's ambition to select the Hokage solely through lineage. Among the crowd, Uchiha Rin's eyes were as tranquil as a deep well, cold as ice. She grew increasingly disillusioned with this mediocrity of a village. Let us go home, rabbit. Yes. Rin stepped out of the crowd, glancing at the retreating figure of governance, then at the tear-streaked Rin, and finally at the third, who fervently lectured on the will of fire. The cheering civilians and ninjas below met Rin's expressionless gaze, as she coldly muttered, just a bit of frost and wind. Chapter 33. The debut of the Faceless One for most of Konoha's residents. White Fang's death merely provided fodder for conversation after dinner, without much alteration to their lives. At the Uchiha training grounds, governance unleashed his three-tomo Sharingan. swinging his blade with each strike resonating like a thunderclap through the air. Swish! The training dummies were reduced to splinters, and countless ethereal butterflies fluttered from the gleaming blade. The captain had trained for a full day and night, clearly impacted deeply by White Fang's death. Uchiha Obito and another member of the Uchiha Guard exchanged nervous glances. That new technique combining jinjutsu with swordsmanship is eerie and nearly impossible to defend against. The captain of governance truly is a formidable master of illusion. To oppose her would be nothing short of tragic. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, on a carriage, Kakashi, with a troubled heart, inquired of the pallid Tsuneko. Did your father truly take his own life due to the harm brought upon our village? Kakashi pressed on. Even after such an incident involving your father, do you still choose the path of a ninja? Tsuneko, with a bitter expression, gazed at the 7-year-old Kakashi. In the frigid laboratory, Uchiha Rin found it hard to concentrate on his rare experiments. An unnamed fire raged within his chest, compelling him to shred the manuscripts littering his desk. Faceless one, he called out. A mass of blood and flesh rapidly traversed the ground until it reached Run. The sanguine substance began to coalesce, faintly taking the shape of a humanoid being. A creature, swathed in muscle, emerged beside him, its expression as cold as Ren's. As the Faceless One's jaws expanded to the point of accommodating a person, Ren tossed a scroll filled with explosive tags into its mouth. Though it cost him a fortune, he felt no remorse. With his malevolent, snowflake-patterned Sharingan activated, he cast a transcribing illusion upon the Faceless One, directing it to the root base to trigger the explosive tags upon encountering Danzo. Ren knew that such an act would not slay Danzo, but that was of no concern to him. It was merely a means of avenging teacher Tsukumo. As for Danzo, Ren found value in keeping him alive. Being a master of villainy necessitated patience and the gathering of strength. Until the resurrection of the Ten Tails, his interests aligned with those of Uchiha Obito and others. Ren pondered the outcome of completing the Naruto saga. Would he return to reality and resume his life, or embark on a new journey? Danzo could not die, not now. At least, the thought of Konoha without Danzo sent shivers down his spine. He could scarcely imagine the village's might. Even with a complete eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it would likely falter against the duo of Naruto and Sasuke. Yet, his system resembled a rudimentary artificial intelligence, devoid of anything beyond simple commodities and a shabby point interface. Ren believed himself distinct from the muscle-bound Kaneki. He worried whether merging with Kaneki would compromise his intellect. Perhaps that entity would resist becoming one with him. Hence, he devised a contingency plan, the path of ascendancy. This involved fusing all bloodline limits and artificial bloodlines. The Uchiha S-In release, the Senju S-Yang release, the Hyuga S-Byakugan, and the Kagaya S-Shikatsumiyaku, for bloodlines closest to the progenitor, Kagaya Otsutsuki, coupled with a chakra body based on the multi-elemental ninja Kakashi Hatake, and utilizing the spirit transformation technique from Konoha's sealing scrolls as a pivot, reinforced by the blending ninjutsu of the cursed Yagura. He aimed to purify his bloodline to a level nearly identical to that of the Otsutsuki clan, striving to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki ahead of Obito and Madara. This was Ren's envisioned path of ascendancy, to break free from the system's control and become an everlasting deity within the ninja world. As the night air turned cool, Danzo's mood soured due to the death of White Fang. Not only had he been berated by the third Hokage in the Hokage's office, but his permissions and funding from the root were also slashed by a third. Leaning on his cane, Danzo mused, "It matters not. As long as I can master the first Hokage's wood release, the position of Hokage will surely be mine." Lord Danzo. A root ninja stationed at the door greeted him respectfully. Danzo merely nodded with indifference as he entered his office. With a hint of melancholy, he retrieved a black goat cigarette. It offered a moment of relief. He contemplated how to reclaim his power from the third Hokage. Politics, after all, is a dance of compromise and negotiation. Patience, Hiruzen, just wait. Outside the root base, a shadow of blood slithered across the ground. Who goes there? The vigilant root ninja. A testament to their elite training, remained alert. The Faceless One, having received Ren's orders, did not conceal itself. Ren's directive was to create as much chaos as possible. Ideally, the entire root base would be obliterated, exposing Danzo's sordid deeds to the third Hokage, igniting a conflict between the two old dogs. A chilling laughter echoed in the ears of the root ninja, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass. "What sorcery is this?" the ninja shouted. unleashing a barrage of wind bullets that carved deep gashes into the ground. Even the simplest wind techniques, wielded by a root ninja, unleashed tremendous power. As the dust settled, he tightened his grip on the blade, slowly advancing. Though the base lay on the outskirts of Konoha, numerous ninja resided within, and reinforcements would surely arrive soon. However, the ground revealed no signs of life. What? The eerie laughter returned. Years of elite training prompted the ninja to swiftly turn and strike. The blade sliced cleanly through the air, yet only a mouth remained where a face should have been. What manner of creature is this? The severed neck began to regenerate at a terrifying pace, and the ninja's blade became lodged within the monstrous entity. Realizing the peril, he abandoned his weapon and leaped back, attempting to create distance. With a boom, the faceless one's head exploded, transforming into countless minute tendrils, each sight provoking sheer horror. The root ninja's eyelids twitched. How could a being with severed head still live? Yet, his elite training compelled him to form a hand sign. Earth release, earth flow wall. A towering earthen barrier erupted, blocking the probing tendrils. What is happening, Gon? A teammate's voice called from afar. Relieved, Gon felt reinforcements had arrived, ensuring that even this undying monstrosity would not escape. Be careful. But before he could finish his warning, Gon was pierced through the heart. A crimson tendril had emerged from his back, and as he glanced at the ground, a massive bloodstain cast an ominous shadow behind him. That was the lower half of the creature. Chapter 35. The Perfect One. The violent explosion of the explosive tags shattered the tranquility of Konoha's night. Several Umbu, donned in animal masks, traversed the forest surrounding the root base, intent on investigating the remnants of the shattered facility. Halt! A figure obstructed the path of Team Fox, barring their advance. The root is a forbidden ground. Entry is prohibited. Fox frowned, his tone sharp. The Hokage has ordered an investigation into the root explosion. No need for your concern. The root will handle everything, the figure replied, tapping the hilt of his sword. Is that so? Then why did an explosion occur in the root? That is classified. Lord Danzo will personally explain to the Hokage later. With the refusal to divulge information, Team Fox had no choice but to retreat. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on a cigarette. Fox knelt respectfully, recounting the events at the root base. You did not see Danzo. Report to the Hokage. I did not. I understand. Thank you for your efforts, Fox. It is our honor to relieve the Hokage's burdens. In the underground laboratory of the root base, Orochimaru, clad in a lab coat, operated at the surgical table. His golden vertical pupils shimmered. The corrosive nature of Hashirama's cells is still too potent. If only there were a weakened version. He turned to a nearby researcher and inquired, does the root possess any Sharingan? O Lord Orochimaru, there are still 3 Sharingan. Bring them all. Yes. Due to Danzo's grievous injuries, it is fortunate that the chakra of a shadow-level ninja is sufficiently potent. Coupled with the fact that Danzo had utilized wind release to mitigate some of the explosion's force before the detonating tags detonated. Nevertheless, his condition remains dire. Without the integration of Hashirama's cells, he is unlikely to continue as a ninja in the future. Fortunately, the surgery was timely, and the efficacy of Hashirama's cells has proven remarkable. Danzo's limbs and the missing tissues have been initially restored. Thus, the most pressing issue now is how to withstand the encroachment of Hashirama's cells. Excluding the one in Danzo's eye, at least 7 more Sharingan are required. Orochimaru took the Sharingan handed to him by the researcher and swiftly embedded it into the arm composed of Hashirama's cells. Danzo's body, already unable to endure the invasion, began to sprout roots and leaves. After the transplantation of the Sharingan, the growth rate of the branches visibly slowed, and the weaker would-release effects of his body gradually began to dissipate. What is the situation, Orochimaru? Danzo inquired, his body swathed in bandages, opening the intact eye. The prognosis is not optimistic. Even with 4 Sharingan now, it remains challenging to contend with Hashirama's cells. Your body has sustained severe damage, necessitating the transplantation of extensive Hashirama's cells, which consequently heightens the degree of invasion. Without additional Sharingan, it is highly probable that your body will fully succumb to wood release within 3 months. How many more do we need? Danzo gasped, his voice hoarse. At least 4 Sharingan, or 1 Mangekyo. I understand, Danzo replied, closing his eyes. Bring the team of Ugly to see me. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures swiftly appeared before Danzo's bedside. Ugly. Provide me with the list of Uchiha ninjas outside. Yes. Scanning the names on the list, Danzo focused on several jonin. Is this the son of Uchiha Kagami? Danzo murmured. Kagami, do not blame me. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. After dispatching the root ninjas to eliminate the Uchiha ninjas outside, Orochimaru suddenly interjected. Did you not master that forbidden technique? The absolute forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha. If utilized, escape should not be an issue. Danzo maintained a stoic expression. Kagami's eyes must not be desecrated by such an evil technique. Yet, memories flooded back of years past when he and Kagami were surrounded by the Yunin army. The only Uchiha he recognized lay grievously wounded, blood spilling from his mouth, yet still maintaining a gentle smile. Danzo, take my eyes and live on. Meanwhile, Kagami had already lost one eye in battle. Each recollection intensified Danzo's loathing for those vile brutes. Reflecting on 2 years prior, when a Yunin spy had audaciously attempted to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was only thanks to Konoha ninjas that the situation was averted. Furthermore, the once mighty Hiruzen is now aging and no longer possesses the prowess of his prime. Enemies have been riding roughshod over Konoha, yet he has remained restrained. If I were Hokage, I would send those Yunin brutes packing, making them aware of the majesty of the ninja world's sovereign. As a leader more radical than the radicals themselves, there is nothing he would not sacrifice for Konoha, be it the desecration of the revered Hashirama's remains or the acquisition of a friend's child's eyes. As long as it ensures Konoha's prosperity, he would not hesitate to lay down his own life. Hiruzen, you are too weak. The waning faceless one transformed into a puddle of blood and returned to the laboratory of Yin. Blinking its pupil-less eyes, it spoke in fragmented phrases. Danzo wants. Danzo. Upon hearing this, Yin was momentarily taken aback. How did it learn to speak? Contemplating, Yin lowered his head, the frame of his glasses casting a gleam. Could it have evolved intelligence from consuming live ninjas? Out of humanitarian concerns, Yin had refrained from feeding it live humans, instead providing it with periodic doses of RC fluid or raw meat. Fascinating. A flicker of intrigue danced in Yan's otherwise calm gaze. Since it possesses intelligence and can speak, calling it the Faceless One seems inappropriate. From now on, you shall be known as the Perfect One. The newly named Perfect One danced with glee, its coagulated blood forming a head that resembled a wrinkled sea urchin from a distance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern, oh, is that not Lord Danzo? Tempted by Danzo's chakra, I see. Who would have thought a monster could bear a grudge? After calming the Perfect One, Yin called for Autu. The now significantly more robust Autu appeared immediately, standing respectfully at his side. How well have you adapted? Autu's muscles had become as solid as steel, his fist clenched, crackling with explosive energy. Report, my lord. I have achieved 50% of the Heki form. Is that so? From today onward, you shall wear a gray windbreaker. Thank you, my lord. Thus, the third middle-level cadre was born. Unlike Kaneki and Yen, it appeared that the familiars merely needed to possess multiple Heki to become semi-Heki, and collecting 4 different Heki would unlock the Heki form, significantly enhancing their power. At this moment, Autu undoubtedly stood on par with Kage-level standards, capable of withstanding even seasoned Kage for a brief period. However, when he possessed all 4 types of Heki, he found himself lacking compared to the familiars. From this perspective, it seemed the familiars were more akin to the original Tokyo Ghoul concept, while he and Kaneki leaned toward a more fantastical interpretation. For instance, his semi-Heki mode? In Yan's eyes, his semi-Heki mode was nearing the level of a complete Susanoo, yet within the system, it could only be classified as semi-Heki. His consciousness would not fade as it did in the original story. Quite intriguing indeed. Furthermore, to this day, evolution on the Heki side could only rely on the system. However, he was determined to deviate from that plan. Executing the Ascension plan was the foremost priority. Nearly achieving the capabilities akin to Kagaya Otsutsuki was undeniably more formidable than this Heki business. Moreover, if he were to be dominated by power, would that not be him? Rather than that, it would be preferable for him to dominate the power. Chapter 36. The Winds of Change. Yunin Village. Mountains abound, steep cliffs and gorges. Vast clouds of dust billowed, stirring up great clouds of debris. The 8-tails beast, with its horns and octopus-like body, let out a furious roar. Its tail, imbued with tremendous force, swung down with great ferocity. A robust man standing with arms crossed merely regarded it with indifference. Behind him, a swift flash of blue light zipped past, a broad, dark-skinned hand crackling with fierce lightning arced toward the man's lower back. Humph, No progress. The muscular man merely scoffed. A more terrifying lightning erupted from his body, each strand of hair standing on end, enveloped in an overwhelming aura. Even from 100 miles away, one could sense the terrifying chakra fluctuations. The man raised his left hand. Compared to the tail swing of the eight tails, his figure appeared remarkably diminutive. The thrust from behind was firmly grasped in his right hand. Despite Ei's face turning crimson, he could not advance a single step. Throughout Yunin's history, all Rakage are named Ei, hence the fourth is simply referred to as Ei. Boom. The eight tails tail strike arrived as anticipated. However, the formidable attack was halted by the man's raised hand. This man was none other than the renowned Third Rakage, a force unmatched by any. 3 lightning blades. The mightiest D-ranked ninja. He possessed an unparalleled mastery of lightning chakra, honing his speed, strength, and defense to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Having subdued the uncontrolled eight-tails beast on several occasions single-handedly, even severing one of its horns, one must wonder if this is truly the extent of the AB duo's capabilities. It is far too feeble. The massive eight-tails swiftly transformed into a young man with dark skin, Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the eight-tails from the hidden cloud village. He had already attained the status of a perfect Jinchuriki months prior, undeniably the foremost Jinchuriki of his era and the only one to achieve perfection. Oh no, it's not that we are weak. It's simply that my father is exceptionally strong, Killer Bee proclaimed in his peculiar tone. This elicited a furious reaction from Raijin, who clenched his fist and struck Killer Bee on the head. A nearby merely gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the sheer might of his father. Truly, I may never surpass him in lightning release chakra mode in this lifetime. No, I need not refine everything to its utmost. If I can master my speed to the pinnacle, that alone will suffice. I shall become the fastest man in the ninja world. A thought resolutely, his eyes gleaming with determination. After all, his father was a beast cloaked in human skin. As the group conversed in the valley, a member of the hidden clouds Umbu leaped from the distance, swiftly arriving at their side. Rakage-sama, our infiltrator in Konoha has relayed crucial intelligence. Oh, do share, came the reply. Since all present were of the Rakage's direct lineage, it was possible that they would one day inherit the title. The Umbu wasted no time in recounting the details contained within the scroll. Ha! Raijin bellowed with hearty laughter. The death of White Fang is a boon for us, removing a significant adversary from our midst. However, his expression soon sobered, tinged with regret. It is a pity that a pure ninja succumbed to infighting, such a waste of talent. Had White Fang been born in the hidden cloud, I would have respected him immensely. A approached the Third Rakage, gazing down upon the rugged terrain of the hidden cloud. The towering peaks and steep cliffs rendered agriculture and livestock impractical. Thus, the industrious Rakage had focused on enhancing the quality of his shinobi, accepting more missions, while simultaneously discarding traditional ninja ideologies in favor of technological advancement. They maintained an ambitious expansionist outlook, for no one coveted land more than they did. Moreover, the lightning release, derived from chakra, was a rare and valuable energy source. The hidden cloud was, coincidentally, most abundant in lightning release users. Hey, what do you see? Father, I see our ninja village flourishing. It is enough to challenge Konoha's supremacy. Aside from the traitorous Kin and Jin, there are no rogue ninjas left. Raijin affectionately placed his hand atop A's head. You are too limited in your perspective, A. A true hero merely glosses over victory and power while meticulously analyzing decay and failure. The Third Rakage shook his head. Were it not for the emergence of the god of ninjas and the Shura of the ninja world in Konoha, this ninja realm would already belong to my Yagami clan. Given the synergy between you and Killer Bee, you could certainly rival the four Kages. However, do not become complacent. I sense a new wave is about to sweep through the ninja world, and the death of White Fang is merely the beginning. Oh, the invincible hidden cloud AB duo. Konoha is in disarray, Raijin's fervor reignited. Do not underestimate your enemies. With that, Killer Bee was abruptly punched into the ground. However, for a Jinchuriki, it was hardly a serious blow. The pieces were nearly in place. At just 12 years old, Scorpion had already begun to shine, earning the title of Sands of the Red Sand through his extraordinary puppet techniques. His hands deftly mixed toxic substances. As the grandson of the flower of the ninja world, he was exceptionally gifted, and under Chiyo's meticulous guidance, he had concocted poisons that even the experts Chiyo and Ero Senin found difficult to counteract within a mere few years. It was time to avenge Konoha's White Fang. The flames of vengeance ignited in Scorpion's eyes, and as his hands intertwined, the chakra threads manipulated the puppets that embraced him. Alas, the puppets lacked the warmth of flesh, and Scorpion had long ceased to know what warmth truly was. Gifted yet orphaned, his reclusive nature forged the most taciturn of the strongest puppet masters in history. As Scorpion contemplated his revenge, a confidential report arrived from Chiyo's subordinate. Upon unrolling the scroll, Scorpion swiftly learned of White Fang's demise. His once handsome face twisted into a mask of wrath and madness. White Fang is dead. An overwhelming solitude enveloped his heart, akin to emerging from years of seclusion, prepared to make his mark on the world, only to discover humanity's extinction. No. Scorpion suddenly turned his gaze toward the tallest structure in Sunagakure, the Wind Shadow Tower. You promised to change this land of wind, did you not? Yet now, your words feel like daggers to my ears. The failures of war, the village's poverty, and the death of my parents, all stem from this disappointing village. From this detestable wind shadow. Life is so fragile and fleeting. Only eternity represents the perfect art form. Clack, clack, clack. Inside the wind shadow's office, a handsome young man with black hair sat at his desk handling documents. Upon seeing Scorpion, the third wind shadow smiled. Ah, Scorpion. I have heard from Chiyo that your puppet techniques have surpassed hers. What a genius you are. You will become an extraordinary ninja. Scorpion offered a sincere smile, presenting a cup of tea to the third wind shadow. This is a special tea from the land of fire, brought by Grandma Chiyo. Please enjoy it, Wind Shadow-sama. How thoughtful. The third wind shadow took a deep sip of the tea, acknowledging Scorpion's lineage as Chiyo's grandson. Ero-senin and Chiyo had always been loyal. He had no reason to suspect Scorpion. With the support of both advisors and being the strongest talent in Sunagakure, attaining the position of Wind Shadow felt almost within reach for Scorpion. The third Wind Shadow did not contemplate further. If Scorpion were to betray them, it would be akin to a prince rebelling against his own kingdom. Absurd, indeed. The position of Wind Shadow would inevitably be his. Yet, the reality is often absurd. Stories require logic, while reality requires none. The very next moment, the third Wind Shadow began to cough violently, expelling large amounts of purple toxic blood. Scorpion, having heard the broken words of the third Wind Shadow, felt his eyes turn cold and disdainful. I have already dealt with all the Umbu. They were a foolish bunch. He gently caressed the corpse of the third Wind Shadow, his pupils reflecting a morbid fascination. What a perfect body. Rest assured, I shall transform you into my second perfect work of art, esteemed third. Where to next? Let us seal the third Wind Shadow within a scroll. Perhaps we shall venture to the land of waves. I have heard they possess a peculiar group of ninjas. With this thought, Scorpion's excitement surged at the prospect of acquiring new and intriguing materials for his puppets. Chapter 37. An unexpected encounter with Minato as dusk deepened and dawn approached. The sun dipped in the evening sky over Konoha. After a long day, Master Yen prepared for his customary evening stroll. Today marked the 1-month anniversary, and as per their agreement, he was to meet Uchiha's 3 members and Hinata Mugetsu in the Death Forest at midnight. The croaking of frogs echoed around him, drawing Yan's thoughts into distant realms. Due to the incident involving Kakashi, governance had grown somewhat resentful of Yan, and he had not been seen for quite some time. Hinata Ling, too, had been temporarily confined by the Hyuga clan to prevent further complications. Yen respected White Fang's decision to take his own life and refrained from using his ocular techniques to seize the powerful soul. The erratic pulsing of his right eye hinted at the ominous gaze that may have begun to fixate upon him. This was one reason he dared not indulge in extensive soul experiments. Who is the king of hell in the ninja realm? Surely, it is not some grim reaper or evil deity, but rather the sage of the 6 paths residing in the Pure Land. This old fellow, ever wary of Otsutsuki Kagaya, lurks in the Pure Land, continually receiving the souls of the deceased from the human realm. Yan's ocular techniques, in essence, are akin to snatching food from his plate. The only essence I absorbed was not excessive, primarily consisting of fragmented souls from the Konoha cemetery, particularly from the Uchiha burial grounds. Fortuitously, my connections allowed me to visit several times with the management. However, I certainly did not acquire the essence of any extraordinarily powerful ninjas or any notable figures from the original narrative. Lost in thought, I inadvertently stepped on something slippery, a sticky substance underfoot. Damn it, I stepped on a toad. I shook off the deflated creature from my soul. feeling a wave of nausea rise within me. The toads in Konoha have been multiplying. Could it be that the inhabitants of Mayaboku Mountain are casting their gaze upon Konoha? In these times, the few entities I dread the most include the Sage of Six Paths, his brother, Uchiha Madara, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the three legendary Sannin. Many in the ninja world could potentially best me. For instance, against Madara, I am acutely aware of my limitations. While defeat is likely, I could escape. Excluding the cunning Kagaya, the others are utterly inscrutable, instilling a sense of caution within me that prevents me from being overly audacious. Ah, Yand, good afternoon, a gentle voice, tinged with warmth and sunlight, interrupted my contemplation. I lifted my gaze to behold the reliably handsome visage of Naruto, his azure eyes sparkling. Ah no. It was that little rascal, the blonde-haired troublemaker, who was now entwined with the elegant red-haired beauty, Kushina, as they strolled along the streets of Konoha. The expression upon his handsome face conveyed a sense of condescension, as if to say, "You still have much to learn." Who adjusted the air conditioning to this temperature? Surely, it cannot be revenge for some childhood grievance, that mischievous Minato. Kushina, noticing my presence, playfully twisted Minato's waist, casting an apologetic glance in my direction. While Minato grimaced in response, a chill ran down my spine. Even women seemed to possess this trick. We were old acquaintances, and Minato and I shared a bond that ran deep, having grown up together. As for the relationship between him and Kushina, it was marked by a hint of jealousy, albeit a man's jealousy. Minato exudes a gentle demeanor towards everyone, save for me. Kushina, at a loss for words, noted how, regardless of age, our collective intellect seemed to plummet to that of 5-year-olds upon reuniting. It has been a long time, Yankoin. Gone was the boisterousness of our youth, leaving only her beauty and grace, perhaps due to not having provoked Kushina. Time passes inexorably, day and night unceasing. These years have flown by. It has indeed been a while, Kushina, Minato. It is rare for this task-oriented man to venture out. Kushina glanced at Minato, then pouted. He is either on a mission or learning new jutsu every day, and yet they are already engaged. Minato sheepishly scratched his head. Congratulations, I wish you happiness. Both being orphans with no family in Konoha, the precarious nature of a ninja's life leaves one uncertain of survival, and one could perish on a mission at any moment. An engagement at 18 or 19, and a marriage in one's 20s, is already considered late. Moreover, an unprecedented war, surpassing the scale of the First and Second Shinobi Wars, looms on the horizon, threatening to engulf all major nations in the ninja world. This war has been the catalyst for most tragedies in the Hokage's history, a divine pain bestowed upon us, a fervent savior, and the chaos of the Nine Tails. Let us not dwell on that, I replied. Yand and the others should be arriving soon. Kushina blinked, her expression brimming with curiosity. Even Minato's gaze shifted, a mix of intrigue and amusement in his eyes. I, who is intimately familiar with every little detail about him, can sense the unspoken warning in his look. Do not stir the pot of romance. Now it is up to you to choose how to proceed. I do wish to, but due to certain matters, the management is currently wary of me. I sighed softly, reflecting on how, despite being the potential harbinger of doom in the ninja world and the second in command of the underworld's ruler, even I am powerless in matters of the heart. Thus, I think it prudent to allow each other some space and maintain a slight distance. I genuinely do not wish to lose the bond one share with the management. Having said that, I felt a tinge of embarrassment, glancing up to find Minato and Kushina visibly moved. As fellow jonin, they were well aware of the White Fang incident, a topic that has become a taboo in Konoha. I understand, I began, but Kushina interjected, let us not talk about that. Minato's interruption quelled the conversation. Apologies, Yand. We did not intend to bring it up. It's quite all right, I replied, glancing at the special kunai at Minato's waist. It seems he has begun learning the Flying Thunder God technique. What a dangerous fellow he is. Lord Jiraiya has returned to the village. I wonder if you, as a fellow disciple of the Sannin, would like to join us in paying him a visit, Minato suggested. After all, the bonds between the Sannin are akin to family, making this invitation feel natural. Minato sheepishly rubbed his face, extending a plea to me. I actually intended to invite Lord Jiraiya as an elder for my engagement. Kushina, having once stayed with the Senju clan, noted that Lady Tsunade is somewhat of a distant cousin. As Minato spoke, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication. It would be splendid if we could invite Lady Tsunade to act as a representative for the bride's family. I wonder if you have any means to contact her. Kushina's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously. I haven't heard from Tsunade since she left Konoha. I nodded in agreement. I will write to Lady Tsunade. But as for visiting Lord Jiraiya, I think it would be best to refrain from that. However, whether Lady Tsunade is willing to return, I cannot guarantee. As I spoke, I helplessly spread my hands. Perhaps Lady Tsunade is currently evading creditors or drowning her sorrows in a tavern. Truly a troublesome individual. In the land of iron. A beautiful blonde sneezed, her striking features radiating a certain vigor. Clad in samurai attire, her hair styled with wooden hairpins, she possessed an aura reminiscent of a wandering swordswoman. Beside her, Shizun clutched a plump piglet, trailing closely at Tsunade's side. The 5 great nations are off limits, and Tsunade, along with her companions, can only roam in neutral territories and smaller nations. Am I being thought of by someone? Tsunade remarked nonchalantly, wiping her nose without a hint of ladylike decorum. She extended her hand towards Shizun, smiling cheerfully. Little Shizun, your teacher is hungry. No, we just ate. Shizun discreetly tightened the small pocket inside her clothing, protecting their meager savings from Tsunade's gambling tendencies. Looking skyward, Shizun lamented inwardly. When will you send more money, Yen-senpai? At this rate, Shizun will starve to death in less than a month. Several times, when Tsunade-sensei was famished, she eyed my piglet with ill intent, but thankfully, Yen-senpai's timely assistance saved the day. Chapter 38, Uchiha Yan, in peril. After bidding farewell to Minato and Kushina, who perpetually radiated the fragrance of young love, dusk began to settle. My circle of friends in Konoha is rather limited, comprising mainly the previous generation S12 strong, along with the management, Ling, and the entire White Fang family. Regrettably, Kakashi and Aunt Natsumi have yet to return to Konoha, but it should be within the next few days. I truly do not know how to face Aunt Natsumi. Kakashi, that little brat, must feel equally upset. Shaking my head, I dismissed such thoughts. I shall wait for their arrival before addressing anything further. As I wandered aimlessly, I found myself once again at the Uchiha clan grounds. In the Uchiha security team's duty room, Uchiha Baku was sipping tea, one leg crossed over the other, holding a Konoha news bulletin. Upon seeing me, he sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Hey, Yan, the management said not to let you in. We truly cannot permit your entry. I was left with no choice but to force a smile, my expression darkening. Perhaps I should seek advice from Aunt Michiko instead. Whispers filled the air. Isn't that the mooching guy again? Still trying to see the management? What an audacious fellow. Indeed. How could the formidable captain of the governing team be attracted to an unremarkable chunin? A few members of the Uchiha security team were engaged in casual conversation. Uchiha Boiju merely turned his head. How dare you speak ill of the captain? The previously chatty individuals fell silent in an instant. They resumed their tasks. Others might be oblivious, but Uchiha Boiju saw clearly. This individual was indeed favored by the captain, and there was a high probability he would become the husband of their superior. However, the captain had been significantly affected by the death of White Fang, often found alone, diligently developing new jutsu. To be honest, as a close confidant, Uchiha Boiju had received numerous pointers from the captain. Although younger, he felt that the captain's strength was likely comparable to that of clan leader Fugaku. As for the other Uchiha prodigy, Uchiha Kato, he humbly admitted, "We are neutral under the command of Uchiha Governor, not well acquainted with either the hawks or the doves." Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door of the Uchiha Governor's residence. Although it was known that the governor had moved due to an elevation in status, this residence was astonishingly opulent, rivaling even the Hyuga clan's esteemed homes. The grounds were adorned with steam rising from various amenities, a standalone villa, a garden, and a hot spring, not to mention the numerous hired servants. Soon, under the servant's guidance, Yin entered a room. The decor was simple yet elegant, devoid of ostentation, instead exuding a refined sense of understated luxury. My heavens, Aunt Michiko, you haven't monopolized the hot springs of the Land of Fire, have you? Is it too late for me to become a member of the family? Even with the support of the Konoha Black Goat Division, expenses required reporting, and it was unlikely that Yan would indulge in a lavish lifestyle. He would even have to invest his own money to support a certain gambling woman. After all, it was only with 3 salaries as a Konoha chief surgeon, a medical instructor at the Ninja Academy, and a researcher for the Black Goat that he could afford to maintain such extravagance. The room was sparsely furnished yet increasingly captivating. With Aunt Michiko lazily reclining on the tatami mat, exuding a mature allure. She held a custom-made black goat cigarette in hand, and the servants had already brewed tea on the table. Yan swallowed hard. Aunt Michiko, please come in. Upon witnessing Yan's reaction, Michiko chuckled, her voluptuous form shaking with mirth. Avert your eyes. Years had passed, yet Aunt Michiko remained as captivating as ever, save for a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes. This room is nice, isn't it? If little Yan were to marry Yan, all of this would be yours. Her enticing voice echoed in Yan's ears, like a fairy that devours without leaving a bone. Stay calm. After all, this is my mother-in-law. Yan feigned composure as he approached and sat down, maintaining a dignified demeanor while taking a delicate sip of the tea, which was refreshingly fragrant. A plume of smoke wafted from Michiko's red lips. Aunt knows what you wish to say, little Yan, but you've grown. And one tea heed the words of this old woman. Before Yan could speak, Michiko swiftly interrupted his request. Since you are here, why not enjoy a soak in the hot spring? There are surprises in store. With his mind blank, Yan had no choice but to follow the servant to a private hot spring. The screen was elegantly designed, imbued with a subtle fragrance and a predominantly purple theme, which happened to be the governor's favorite color. As Yan donned a bathrobe, he settled into the soothing waters, relishing the experience. It must be said, Aunt Michiko's private hot spring was truly exceptional. Sipping the red tea from the tray, accompanied by an array of pastries and fruits, he felt a sense of indulgence. However, the aroma of the incense was somewhat drowsy. Suddenly, the sound of changing clothes startled Yan awake from his near slumber. A silhouette with a perfect, curvaceous figure appeared beyond the screen, limbs delicate yet strong, with cascading hair. Although the bosom could not compare to Tsunade-sensei's, it was nonetheless ample. Yet, due to the excellent proportions, Yan couldn't help but think it was a sight to behold. Wait, why am I contemplating this? He suddenly froze. The figure was beginning to pull aside the screen. No way, could it be the governor? Was this the surprise Aunt Michiko mentioned? It felt more like a shock. Realizing he couldn't exit, Yan quickly submerged himself, grateful for the size of the pool, hoping to remain undetected, as the governor was not a sensory ninja. As Yan's mind raced with nonsensical thoughts, a pale, lotus-like leg entered the water, followed by a melodious gasp. Yan glanced down to see the azure dragon and the soaring phoenix, with a jade-like figure opposite him. Unable to withstand the sight, he inadvertently released a breath, causing small bubbles to rise. Who goes there? The governor's brows furrowed as she swiftly donned a bathrobe and drew her sword. The sound of the blade shattered the silence. What the? Governor, you take a bath with a sword. In a swift motion, a chakra-infused sword technique slashed towards the water. Yan even glimpsed a priceless object at risk. There was no time for explanations. He emerged, saluting awkwardly with a French military salute, stammering, I was tricked by Aunt Michiko, do you believe me? Upon recognizing Yan in the water, the sword that had been aimed at his face suddenly halted. The governor's face turned crimson as she barked, pervert. 3 tomo appeared in her eyes. With a crash, the world spun. When Yan regained consciousness, he found himself in the realm of the Red Moon, bound by countless chains. The governor, clad in an oversized robe and expressionless, was silently sharpening her blade, occasionally gesturing towards Yan's lower half. Oh no, this is real. While he spoke flippantly, Yan's mind began to speculate. Is this technique Tsuki no Mi? Given her talent, it was almost certain she would awaken the Mangekyo. Yet, this ocular technique seemed distinct from Itachi's. Could it be a self-created genjutsu? Yan did not sense the power of the Mangekyo, and the technique itself felt rather crude. In the Red Moon world, the cold wind howled, and skeletal remains littered the ground. Yet, Yan felt no chill. Itachi's Tsuki no Mi could instantaneously simulate a lifetime. A legendary ocular technique. In the original work, Uchiha Izumi experienced a blissful life within Tsuki no Mi with Itachi. True Tsuki no Mi should not possess such flaws. Could he be mistaken? Had the governor not awakened the Mangekyo at all? However, Yan had no time to ponder. The governor was already approaching, brandishing her blade. Damn it. It's my own fault for being reckless. Chapter 39. My name is Uchiha Madara in reality. The governor, her cheeks flushed and filled with indignation, glared at the limp, unconscious figure. Someone throw this guy out. She felt it was time to distance herself from Yan for a while. This did not signify the end of their feelings. At least for now, she was preoccupied with other matters, having no inclination for romance. Strength, constantly enhancing her power, was her current pursuit. Even someone as formidable as Teacher Shobu, with numerous accomplishments, could be pressured to death by Konoha's upper echelons. How far off could the end be for the Uchiha? The sensitive and meticulous governor had long been prepared for the betrayal of Konoha against the Uchiha. At least before that, she needed the power to save more of her clan. Yet, she had no intention of involving Yen. Firstly, he belonged to the direct lineage of the Hokage, and moreover, the Uchiha owed him too much. It was not appropriate. Secondly, Yen was too weak. A medical ninja with little combat capability could not assist her much. As for actually harming Yen in a genjutsu, the governor had never considered it. It was merely a lesson for him. That mother of his. What on earth is she doing? Governance cast a fleeting glance at Yan's lower body. The dragon sparrow has yet to rise. Truly terrifying, unfathomable. Qian gently draped a bathrobe over Yen. The arriving servant, under governance's command, unceremoniously tossed the inebriated man out of the door. In the realm of illusions, governance approached with a long knife glinting coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. At the moment the blade was poised to strike, the entire illusionary world shattered like a mirror. Awakened from his frozen stupor, Yen stealthily slipped out of the Uchiha clan's grounds. What a joke! If this were discovered, how could he continue to play the role of the villainous overlord? Had governance's blade been a mere fraction closer, Yen would have been compelled to forcibly break free from the illusion. As time drew near, Yen transformed into a swirling red mist, heading towards the death forest of Konoha. Years prior, he had established several hideouts within the death forest, and this meeting was to take place in one of them. Upon reaching the cave, no one had arrived yet. After changing into his attire, he stepped into polished leather boots, the hem of his trench coat fluttering in the wind. The plague doctor's mask, as profound as the night, subtly shimmered with red light. Stooping slightly, he held a cane, maintaining a posture facing the cave entrance. It was time for Yen to make a grand entrance. Soft footsteps approached, gradually intensifying, as if parting the branches of the forest. Uchiha Baru, Uchiha Rai, Uchiha Naka. The three unexpectedly converged. Though they belonged to different factions, Uchiha Rai of the radical faction, while Baru and Naka were of the dovish faction, their yearning for power was undeniable. Otherwise, they would not have accepted Motu's invitation. While the trio did not clash, an unspoken tension led them to cautiously draw their blades, wary of one another. Among the Uchiha Jonin, Rai's strength surpassed that of the other two, yet their combined efforts would yield greater odds. Do refrain from causing a commotion, youngsters. A voice, hoarse and frail as decaying wood, quelled the escalating tension. Is it you who summoned us here? Uchiha Rai, the most impetuous, inquired first. That legendary power above the three Tomo. Uchiha Baru's crimson eyes sparkled with desire. Uchiha Naka, the most composed, merely observed the reactions of the others. The sound of leather boots crushing the earth echoed as a figure turned, donning a chilling, peculiar raven mask. Uchiha Rai frowned slightly. Since you invited us, wearing a mask seems rather insincere. Upon hearing Rai's words, Yen let out a hearty laugh with an aged voice. I possess neither a name nor a future. I am merely a specter caught between life and death. The identity behind the mask was of little consequence. The cane in his hand tapped lightly against the ground. The sound resonated like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the gathered. A vast, sinister chakra permeated the entire cave. Even the typically composed Uchiha Naka could not remain silent in the face of such overwhelming power. The magnitude of the ocular prowess surpassed even that of the mightiest Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku, remember, it was not I who invited you. Rather, it is you who have chosen this new world. Those tightly shut eyes, visible through the mask's gaps, opened to reveal a malevolence as vivid as blood. The hexagonal snowflake pattern was strikingly prominent. In an instant, the consciousness of the three was drawn into an illusionary realm. Blood flooded the ground, and skeletal remains littered the area, dominated by a colossal Sharingan resembling a hexagonal snowflake, suspended in the sky. What is happening? Baru exclaimed. This is an illusion. How could an illusion reach such depths? Uchiha Rai gasped, simultaneously manipulating the three Uchiha with three Tomo into the illusion. Such an occurrence was utterly unheard of. Even the most accomplished illusionist among the Uchiha, governance, would struggle to achieve this. The scene before them left them utterly astounded. Clad in scarlet light armor, with spiky hair and striking features, a formidable ninja whirled through an army of shinobi, engaging in rapid combat. Each frame appeared as a vivid holographic projection. The overwhelming might, precision akin to a scalpel in martial techniques, was stark and decisive, resembling a rose on the battlefield. A casual jutsu unleashed was of B rank or even A rank potency. Whether ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, each was executed to perfection. Merely observing this spectacle allowed the three to significantly deepen their understanding. Most striking was what followed. The scene shifted to the Valley of the End within the Land of Fire. Two massive stone statues remained uncarved. A man danced wildly, dark energy swirling around him. Such arrogance, as if looking down upon the world. A young man laughed maniacally, standing atop the nine tails. His right hand wielding a flaming fan and his left grasping a scythe. Madara, Hashirama, I have awaited you for long. A deep blue chakra, thick enough to be tangible, enveloped the nine tails. With 4 arms wielding blades, his overwhelming presence was enough to intimidate the shinobi army. On the opposing side, a clap of hands manifested an equally massive wooden figure, coiled with a gigantic wooden dragon. Each punch possessed the strength to move mountains. The battle between the two transcended the comprehension of ninjas. Each movement could cause the earth to quake and the heavens to shift. Was this the renowned Uchiha Rai? Trembling with excitement, Uchiha Baru and Uchiha Naka remained ensnared in shock. Yet, an incongruously timed voice echoed, breaking the moment. The figure, leaning on a cane, approached the trio. Youngsters, I am Uchiha Madara. This identity was one Yen had meticulously chosen to adopt. He was well aware of the collaboration between Uchiha Madara and Kinomoto. Furthermore, the involvement of the three was to aid in capturing the tailed beasts. Madara would likely not object, as long as the Moon Eye plan could be realized. Of course, Yen was unperturbed by the potential revelation of his identity during the Nine Tails incident. As long as the three successfully awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan, as Yen had stated, the identity behind the mask was inconsequential. What mattered was his ability to empower them. Adopting Madara's identity served to enhance his intimidation of the trio, preventing the need to prove himself as the relatively unknown medical Chunin with such immense power. The commotion could attract the Umbu, which would pose a problem. Thus, utilizing the identity of Uchiha Madara was indeed a prudent strategy. It would instill fear in these petty individuals, for he was well aware of the might of his ancestors. Coupled with the reputation of standing alongside the legendary god of shinobi, anyone who faced him directly would inevitably tremble. These two had carved their names through the blood-soaked battlefields of the Warring States period. No one in the shinobi world would dare question Uchiha Madara or the reputation of Senju Hashirama. Even shadow-level ninjas like Kage would take pride in hurling kunai from 800 miles away to assassinate Senju Hashirama. Chapter 40. Raijin, Flame Demon, Water Dragon. Lord Madara, it is foolish for those ignorant clansmen to forsake you in favor of Konoha. The current Konoha has gradually marginalized the Uchiha. Yet those foolish individuals still cling to dreams of past glory. Uchiha Rai fervently knelt on one knee, expressing his loyalty first. The Uchiha is what it is because of ninjas like you, Lord Madara. A flush crept across Uchiha Rai's cheeks, his emotions soaring to their zenith. As an ardent hawk, he was dissatisfied with the dovish faction's ideals of peace with Konoha, nor was he content with the approach of the newly appointed leader, Uchiha Kado. To follow this legendary, unyielding leader fulfilled his deepest desires. Observing this, Uchiha Baru and Uchiha Naka also knelt on one knee, demonstrating their allegiance. Excellent. The hoarse, aged voice resonated, filling the hearts of the gathered with joy. The method to awaken the Mangekyo is to kill one's closest kin. The words left the others in shock. While they would follow Madara to slay enemies, killing their own kin was an entirely different matter. Observing the reactions of the three, Yen seized the opportunity to elaborate. This is merely one method. Since the battle between the pillars, I have come to understand its significance. The eyes beneath the mask gleamed with brilliance. Uchiha Lei stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Lei eagerly approached the researcher, embodying the essence of a devoted admirer. The researcher placed a hand upon his head. Previous experimental studies had already demonstrated that infusing powerful spiritual energy could catalyze the evolution of the Sharingan. However, the researcher had only managed to reach the level of the 3 Tomo and had not progressed further. The reason was simple. The consumption required for advancing to the Mangekyo was immense, and he still needed to facilitate the awakening of these 3 individuals. The Sage of 6 Paths had begun to meddle with the researcher's endeavors. At least for now, while absorbing souls, the researcher felt a strange force competing with him. The rate of absorption had significantly declined, but fortunately, he had previously packed away all the residual souls from the Uchiha graveyard. Of course, the artificial Mangekyo came with its own costs. Based on the researcher's conjectures, there was a high probability of instability occurring, such as possessing ocular power far exceeding that of the three Tomo, but being unable to utilize the Mangekyo techniques, thus only qualifying as a quasi-Mangekyo. Alternatively, one could suffer from an overload of souls, damaging both spirit and memory, making it suitable only for those of unwavering will. Essentially, it could lead to a fragile mental state. It was a mad notion to allow a group of unstable individuals to become even more volatile. However, as a consumable tool, it was barely adequate. A vast reservoir of spiritual power was extracted from the researcher's realm of Yama and bestowed upon Uchiha Lei. The stinging sensation from the souls made this seasoned and powerful ninja roar in madness. Minutes later, drenched in sweat, his face flushed and veins bulging, Uchiha Lei rose. He felt an overwhelming power of ocular energy surging within him. The original three Tomo spun wildly, transforming into a three-bladed shape, reminiscent of Itachi's, yet broader. Thank you, Lord Madara. I shall not disappoint your generosity. The sheer strength captivated Uchiha Lei to the point of obsession, plunging him into fervor for Madara. Speak of your ocular technique. The researcher remarked coldly. Uchiha Lei cast a wary glance at Baru and Naka. He understood that all students of the Ninja Academy knew that battles among ninjas were ultimately battles of information. No matter, he declared, dismissing his concerns about information leakage. Lord Madara, my ocular technique is called Ming Lei Shun, which translates to lightning that strikes the soul. Does it involve the soul? Quite intriguing. The anticipation grew as Uchiha Baru and Uchiha Naka also eagerly prepared to awaken the legendary Mangekyo. After a brief pause, it was not unexpected that the three of them possessed only one ocular technique each. Furthermore, the strength of their Susanu's third power was notably weak and could not be compared to a normal awakening, barely able to manifest the skeletal form and second stage. However, it sufficed to deal with ordinary ninjas. The ocular techniques of the three were as follows. Uchiha Lei's Ming Lei Shun, the spear of lightning that strikes the soul. Uchiha Baru's Amaterasu, the eternal black flame that never extinguishes. Uchiha Naka's Yomi no Kuro, the bone-chilling water that deprives life. I am quite satisfied. From this day forth, you shall be known as Raijin, Inma, and Suiryu. Remember, my organization is called the Bronze Tree. No sooner had the words left his mouth than three gray cloaks appeared, draping over the shoulders of the trio. The three knelt on one knee, fervently gazing at this deity of the mortal realm. With a rumble, a throne, grotesque and composed of flesh and bone, rose within the cave. The researcher stepped forward and sat upon it, lowering his gaze. The Mangekyo shimmered in his eyes as his fingers lightly tapped the suture of his skull. You three shall secretly proceed to the clan's land and observe the stele beneath the Nana's shrine. You will come to understand my intentions. Furthermore, acquire the forbidden technique Izanagi and seek out the artifacts, the Ten Kusanagi sword, the Yata mirror, and the Yasaka Magatama. Yes, we shall obey, they chorused, their fervent gazes seemingly ready to offer their lives to the researcher. You may withdraw. The researcher closed his eyes, signaling the end of the meeting. As the three departed, Hinata Mitsuki entered the cave. His eyes fell upon a masked man clad in a white coat. In Hinata's Byakugan, the immense chakra and life force could not be concealed. Impersonating Uchiha Madara was undoubtedly unsustainable. The researcher chose to utilize his identity as a doctor for a more authentic performance, an endless layering of disguises. You summon me here, yet hesitate to reveal yourself, Hinata Mitsuki remarked, frowning slightly, but refraining from direct confrontation like Uchiha Lei. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished from sight. The Byakugan's vision seemed to falter. In a daze, a finger pressed against his back, precisely at the blind spot of the branch family's Byakugan. It was a regrettable flaw. However, a person lacking the courage to oppose the main family truly deserved to grovel at the feet of the strong. Originally startled into a cold sweat, Hinata Mitsuki erupted in fury, turning to unleash a gentle fist technique, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. There was nothing gentle about it. Instead, it was imbued with the ferocity of a steel fist style. One could imagine the pent-up rage he felt over the branch family's issues. Yet, no matter how fierce his attack, it was effortlessly intercepted by a hand clad in a gray glove. It was no jest. The researcher had been teammates with Rin for so many years that he was intimately familiar with the gentle fist technique. Moreover, As a seasoned victim of paranoia and a dark doppelganger, he harbored hostility towards everyone in Konoha. Even the likes of Minato, Tsunade, and others had their techniques meticulously analyzed and documented in a bag full of notes, especially concerning Namake's Minato and Uchiha Tsukuyami. If that bag were to be sold to the other 4 great ninja villages, it could likely purchase half a village's worth of land. With detailed intelligence and an understanding of each ninja's strengths and weaknesses, toppling Konoha's hegemony would not be insurmountable. Not everyone could master the Flying Thunder God technique, which was nearly unanswerable. The battlefield was not akin to a one-on-one duel among ninjas, unless one possessed strength on par with Hashirama Senju. Even the mightiest of shadows could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. It was a cowardly act to strike at me, a benevolent investor, instead of confronting the true aggressors. A few sinister chuckles escaped the researcher's lips as he loosened his clenched fists, causing Hinata Mitsuki's smooth nails to pierce his palm, drawing blood. It seems you are not entirely without merit. The researcher clasped his hands behind him, leisurely strolling within the cave. Your hatred does not concern me. I merely seek to uncover all truths of the ninja world, pursuing eternity. Coincidentally, the caged bird is a subject of my particular interest. With that, the researcher's words reached a conclusion, leaving Hinata Mitsuki perplexed. The researcher was likely contemplating a change of internal spies. Hinata Mitsuki suddenly knelt, slamming his forehead against the hard ground, blood oozing from his forehead. I implore you, grant me your assistance. Chapter 41. The White Zetsu Factory in the Land of Waves. The capital city. Light rain drizzled incessantly, the sound of raindrops pattering softly. Gradually, an unusual red mist enveloped the Land of Waves. Yet this strange environment had no effect on the common folk residing there. Only the members of the Bronze Tree comprehended its significance. The thin red mist was composed of the researcher's scattered Ketsuryugen cells, instilling profound reverence in those aware of it. To merge one's cells into an entire nation, what a terrifying prospect. One could say that the entirety of the Land of Waves was an extension of Kaneki-ken. Modeled after Nagato's Rain Tiger Freedom technique, a surveillance technique was developed, harmless to the populace. The dissipated Ketsuryugen cells could detect powerful chakra entities entering the borders of the Land of Waves. Today marked the anniversary celebration of the Ninja Academy in the Land of Waves. As the principal, Kaneki-ken stood gracefully upon the platform, delivering a speech on the will of the waves. Kato, as his foremost lackey, clapped enthusiastically below. The populace and students cheered, "Long live Lord Kaneki." Unlike the great ninja villages, the Ninja Academy in the Land of Waves was distinct. Kaneki transformed the 6-year curriculum into a 12-year program, nurturing not merely ninjas, but engineers. All students, in addition to their specialized studies, were required to undertake supplementary courses in language, arithmetic, and various non-combat general knowledge subjects. Possessing a talent for ninjutsu entails an additional commitment to mastering the intricate knowledge of various elemental chakra taught by hired retired ninjas, albeit under the stringent supervision of the Bronze Tree. Students specializing in earth release delve into the art of earth manipulation, while those studying lightning release focus on the techniques of electrokinesis, and water release students engage in the mastery of hydrokinesis. In this flourishing ninja realm, the most coveted skill undoubtedly remains earth manipulation. Even students lacking innate ninja abilities will acquire practical skills to sustain their livelihoods. As a public institution in the Land of Waves, aside from waiving tuition and living expenses, a monthly stipend is also provided. All expenses are sponsored by the Black Goat Merchant Association. Currently, the talent pool in the Land of Waves remains insufficient. A single individual cannot establish a nation alone. After delivering his speech, Kaneki exhaled deeply, having severed the Oju cells from his body, resulting in a decline of 70% in his combat prowess. In confrontations, this crimson mist would also be reclaimed. Let us visit the White Zetsu processing facility. Yes, Lord Kaneki, Kato replied respectfully, leading him to inspect the recently expanded factory. The blueprints were modeled after industrial parks from a previous life. Inside the factory, which radiated with brightness, hygiene standards were of paramount importance due to its designation as a food processing facility, despite ghouls being impervious to hunger. Nonetheless, experiencing nausea or diarrhea is quite uncomfortable. Above several assembly lines, hundreds of white zetsu, adorned with white caps, were industriously dividing. The white zetsu were funded by the second shareholder, Uchiha Obito. The specially crafted food produced from their divisions lacked consciousness, lying inertly upon the conveyor belts. After undergoing cutting, heating, and packaging, they were transformed into various meal replacement cans, boasting flavors such as beef, chicken, and vegetables, all rich and diverse. Thanks to the alleviating effects of food, the transformation into ghouls was significantly enhanced. The Land of Waves boasted approximately 1,000 ghouls. Apart from a few engaged in espionage, most were employed by the Black Goat Merchant Association. In their daily lives, they served as cheerful merchant bodyguards, donning masks to blend in as members of the Bronze Tree. Under the promotional campaigns of various films, ghouls had been deified as the guardians of the Land of Waves. However, the majority of the populace merely recognized ghouls as unique ninjas of the Land of Waves, renowned for their formidable physical prowess, an exclusive trait of the burgeoning nation's covert operations. Furthermore, they could only consume specialized foods. The white dove, adorned with a red helmet, reclined contentedly in a lounge chair, holding a megaphone in one hand while sipping a cup of bubble milk tea. Life was blissful. He seized the megaphone and shouted, "Everyone, work hard. Those who meet performance standards will enjoy the same delightful experiences as I do, complete with digestion, excretion, and even taste buds." Upon hearing his words, the white Zetsu engaged in division work were invigorated as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. The reason was unclear. Nearly all white Zetsu exhibited an unusual fascination with excrement. Thus, a reward mechanism emerged. Divide 1,000 units to earn a digestive system. Divide 2,000 units for an excretory system, and so forth. All chakra consumed in these divisions was contracted by the Land of Waves, leading to the establishment of the unique industry of the Land of Waves, the White Zetsu Ranch. When a white Zetsu with complete organs emerged, the reward mechanism would be converted into monetary compensation. To excrete, one must consume, and to eat, one must spend money, not to mention the various delectable snacks, beverages, and intriguing trinkets available. It was evident that Lord Obito indulged in a small white stick daily. All white Zetsu worked diligently. After all, they were not human and could not be exhausted. Thus, a perfect cycle was established. The white dove, as the first white Zetsu to possess excretory functions, became the overseer of the ranch. Kaneki, draped in a black trench coat, smiled and nodded. "Everyone performed admirably today. Each of you will receive an additional 10 points. No sooner had he spoken than the white Zetsu on the production line erupted in cheers. "Kaneki is amazing. Ah, Kaneki, I want to be your dog." He merely smiled, accepting the exuberant chatter of the loquacious white Zetsu. Turning to Kato, Kaneki instructed, "Remember, the meal replacements must be crafted by the white Zetsu. Employee benefits must be provided to the staff. Fire hydrants must be fully operational." Kato, beaming with servility, exclaimed, "Your wisdom knows no bounds, my lord." He hastily retrieved paper and pen from the inner pocket of his trench coat to jot down notes. Kaneki was pleased with Kato's eager and inquisitive attitude. "Let us proceed to the 01 testing facility." Upon hearing this, Kato froze, beads of sweat forming. That place was not one to be visited lightly, as he still harbored shadows from his last experience. Understood. The 01 testing facility was established years ago, as Kaneki recognized that his low-level combat capabilities were inadequate compared to the ninja villages. With the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, the Land of Water would inevitably regard the Land of Waves as a staging ground for their invasion of the Land of Fire. In war, small nations hold no dignity. However, they could never have anticipated that the Land of Waves had undergone a remarkable transformation. When they arrived, it would no longer be necessary to engage on the battlefield of Konoha. The facility, resembling a silver-white coffin, was situated underground. Rather than a testing ground, it resembled a prison. Kaneki strode forward, greeted by several lab-coated researchers emerging to welcome him. In a realm where technological advancement was not prioritized, those who forsook ninjutsu and chakra in favor of scientific innovation were not well regarded by the nobility. This presented Kaneki with an opportunity to undermine their foundations. Although his research capabilities paled in comparison to Uchiha's, they were serviceable nonetheless. The ninja world was rife with illiteracy, with few commoners capable of affording education aside from ninjas and noble offspring. "Sir," the elder with white hair called softly. Kaneki merely nodded and continued forward. Within the narrow alley lay countless small cages, meticulously sealed with iron bars. The only opening was a narrow slot for food delivery. Various cries echoed incessantly. The sounds of bones being gnawed, fingernails scraping against walls, and the thudding of impacts resonating eerily within the desolate confines. A slender shard of pierced through the food slot, aiming for Kaneki, only to be seized by the robust arm of the security chief, Gecko. After all these years, Gecko's visage bore the marks of time, matured and rugged, with a deep scar crossing his left eye that added to his imposing presence. Long time no see, Gecko. Gecko knelt, acknowledging, my subordinates failed to execute their duties, leading to the disrespect shown towards you, my lord. No matter, Kaneki replied, advancing to the central testing area where a colossal glass dome enclosed a chaotic scene of bizarre creatures engaged in brutal combat. Lacking features or awareness, they relied solely on primal instincts to kill and consume one another, a stark contrast to the perfected versions of Ghoul available through the system. Chapter 42, Scorpion vs. Tyrant. Kaneki gazed intently at the tumultuous testing ground. According to Gecko and the researchers, batches of Ghoul test subjects would be released for experimentation. Due to their inherent deficiencies and the significantly lower RC cell counts within their bodies, out of 100 test subjects, only one could evolve into a half-ghoul. This was the maximum threshold Gecko could manage. Any stronger would necessitate the intervention of Lord Kaneki. Not bad, Kaneki remarked. In the arena stood a creature reminiscent of a tyrant, towering 5 meters in height, its back adorned with numerous thrashing scales, armored limbs resembling steel plating. It was akin to a small, 100-ton vehicle. The beast crushed the head of a spider-like ghoul, devouring it with ravenous bites. The remaining ghouls simultaneously launched an assault against the tyrant. Humph! The tyrant's bald head emitted a furious roar, exhaling plumes of white vapor. Clenching its fists, it charged at the nearest ghoul like a speeding car, the immense force reducing its target to a mere pulp, leaving no time for consumption. The tyrant shielded its head with its armored gauntlets as spears, each the size of a long javelin, hurtled through the air, piercing through its armor and embedding themselves into its arm. In pain, the tyrant roared in fury. Half an hour later, the battered tyrant stood panting in the center of the arena. Having consumed all its kin, it pounded its fists against its chest, proclaiming its victory. Its combat instincts are commendable, Kaneki assessed. My dear, this experimental specimen ranks among the elite when compared to all previous victors of the battle royale. The silver-haired researcher's eyes gleamed with intensity. He had personally nurtured this specimen, which had been fed a diet rich in the remains of sun-dodging ninja corpses. Its formidable strength was indeed to be expected, as the variety of sustenance consumed by ghoul specimens greatly impacts their abilities. Previously, there had been ghouls that, after devouring numerous lightning-based ninjas, acquired the ability to entangle with lightning techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, the lizard had already commanded the area to be cleared. Dark jets began to spray white mist into the glass enclosure. The originally fearsome tyrant gradually succumbed to drowsiness, eventually collapsing onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. RC cell inhibitors. Wait. Kaneki smiled and waved his hand to signal a halt. A small mouse had entered. Why not have the tyrant entertain it? At the port of the Land of Waves, Scorpion, having just disembarked, was not clad in a ninja tactical outfit, but had instead donned civilian linen garments. His bulging backpack was filled with sealing scrolls. Seeking materials for puppetry, he refrained from using the Scarlet Flow Jewel to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. As he stepped into the Land of Waves, he found the coastal area, long battered by sea winds, somewhat damp, a stark contrast to his accustomed arid desert environment. A slight red mist enveloped the area. Perhaps it was a local characteristic. Much like the hot springs that dotted the Land of Soup or the swirling sands of the Land of Wind. The most prosperous area of the port was undoubtedly the Yoshiwara district. The Land of Waves, being a mere speck of land, could be traversed in a day or two by Scorpion's swift pace. His purpose for this visit was to seek out the rumored, extraordinary secret arts of the ninja ghouls within the black market. As he entered the alleys of Yoshiwara, a place formerly known for its entertainment industry, he was surprised by its unexpected prosperity. Various merchants and carts bustled continuously, yet he hardly noticed any izakayas. The roads appeared even more pristine and well-maintained than those in the capital of the Land of Wind. Upon entering a restaurant, he ordered a bowl of char siu ramen. "All right, customer," the waitress called out. Sitting quietly, Scorpion felt no distinct difference, save for the ever-present smiles of happiness adorning the faces of the townsfolk. Was this the world of ordinary people? Having grown up in a ninja village, Scorpion could not grasp the significance of possessing a sanctuary untouched by the ravages of war in a realm rife with conflict. Even in the absence of a great ninja war, various localized skirmishes were incessantly erupting. To fund the military organizations of ninja villages, the feudal lords could only extract every last bit of vitality from the common folk. Yet, this was merely a facade, even without war. These parasites would continue to drain the lifeblood of the populace. Just as Scorpion settled in, he felt several piercing gazes fixated upon him. Intriguing. They had discovered me so quickly. A sly smile crept across his handsome visage as a few furtive individuals pushed open the door and slipped outside. Rising, Scorpion pursued them. It was not arrogance on his part, but rather the ingrained impression that ninjas from smaller nations often exhibited inferior qualities. Moreover, the Land of Waves lacked any military might. There was only one Hanzo the Salamander, and it wasn't just anyone who could be called a demigod. With absolute confidence in his own abilities, Scorpion was unperturbed by the bait presented before him. He chased them deep into the dense forest. The figures ahead halted, mockingly gazing back at him. What was this? Before him stood a colossal shipping container, causing Scorpion to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. He retrieved a scroll. With a resounding thud, the scarlet flow jewel puppet emerged from the ground. Even without being within his body, he could manipulate it through chakra threads. Upon witnessing the summoning of the puppet, the lizard smirked derisively and commanded his men to open the container. With a thunderous crash, heavy steel plates fell to the ground. The heartbeat reverberated like war drums, and a gigantic humanoid creature lay on the ground, resembling the scarlet flow jewel. Its crimson eyes materialized through the haze, and its gaping maw dripped with drool. Scorpion was taken aback. In all his years of experience, he had never encountered such a peculiar being. A biological creation? Though he was a puppeteer, his expertise in the art of human puppetry made him one of the few biological scholars in the ninja world. His gaze sharpened, and he tugged gently. Regardless of what it was, he would first probe its capabilities. The scarlet flow jewel's needle, 8 waves, unleashed a torrent of ultra-dense poisonous spikes, launching them at incredible speed. Nearly impossible to evade. Any ordinary ninja would meet their demise even upon sustaining a mere scratch from such an attack. The tyrant did not flinch, allowing the spikes to pierce its armored shoulder. Did it have no effect? The tyrant's crimson muscles only darkened slightly, the poison failing to take hold. In the next moment, the tyrant charged forward with the ferocity of a tank. A cloud of dust kicked up by its powerful limbs. Thousand hands manipulation. The sealing technique of the scarlet flow jewel was instantly released, and countless mechanical arms surged forth to ensnare the tyrant, releasing a toxic mist from its limbs. Witnessing the tyrant's confinement, Scorpion disdainfully remarked, "Only a lowly creature would succumb. Only puppets are eternal." "Is that so?" "You may continue to observe," the lizard replied coolly, crossing his arms as he perched on a branch. With a thunderous roar, the tyrant broke free from the puppet's grasp, several blades shooting forth. The armor of the tyrant enveloped its massive fists. So swift, Scorpion hastily leaped aside to evade the oncoming attack, his expression grave. The scarlet flow jewel puppet was shattered by the tyrant's heavy blow. The tyrant thumped its chest, proclaiming its victory, and opened its maw to devour the scarlet flow jewel. Instead of the sweet, succulent flesh, it was met with a mixture of wood and iron. The tyrant's muscle-laden brain registered that it had been deceived by this short figure. To kill meant to feast, to be killed meant to be consumed. This was the mindset of the ghoul specimen. Its continuous roars echoed as its blood-red eyes locked onto Scorpion's figure, charging forward in a fit of rage. Humph! With a cold snort, anger flickered across Scorpion's delicate features. "Since you have destroyed my puppet, I shall take your body and create an even more perfect scarlet flow jewel." With a bang, a black-haired puppeteer donned in a feathered cloak emerged. Countless streams of dark sand iron surged forth. He was the third Hokage. Chapter 43. Scorpion, do you despise war? At this moment, Scorpion had not yet transformed himself into a human puppet. Skillfully manipulating the nearly transparent chakra threads, he summoned a tsunami of sand iron. Each grain was laced with a deadly poison that would spell doom for any ordinary ninja upon contact. However, the tyrant paid no heed to such matters. Aside from an extreme aversion to RC inhibitors, it was impervious to any toxin. With a furious roar, the massive body leaped into action. Its bulging muscles compressed to their limits. Accompanied by the might of its armored fist, it unleashed a fierce wind, hurtling towards Scorpion perched upon the branch. Magnet release, Sandiron wall. The third Kazekage puppet raised its arm, and the surging Sandiron rapidly coalesced into a 3-meter-wide black barrier, shielding Scorpion from the impending blow. With a resounding crash, the immense fist, brimming with destructive force, smashed through the Sandiron wall but became entangled in the densely packed grains. Layer upon layer of cushioning absorbed the impact of the fist, preventing it from reaching Scorpion. Cold sweat trickled down Scorpion's forehead. That was perilously close. However, this is where it ends. In the next moment, Scorpion frantically drew upon the chakra within him, channeling a massive amount of Sandiron. The dense black Sandiron snaked around the tyrant's form like a viper. With a roar of defiance, the tyrant struggled to break free from the iron shackles. Futile, Scorpion remarked coldly, as if announcing the tyrant's demise. Magnet release, black coffin. Magnet release, triangular prism. Magnet release, cylinder. Accompanied by 3 chilling declarations of death. Scorpion deftly waved his fingers. The black coffin, formed from the gathered Sandiron, extended several snake-like black chains that ensnared the tyrant, sealing it tightly within the coffin. Even amidst the fervent roars of defiance, Scorpion merely scoffed. It was a resilient creature. In the next moment, the pyramid-shaped sand cone, suspended in the sky, plummeted from dozens of meters above, stirring up a fierce wind that violently pierced the black coffin, rendering the struggles within significantly more tranquil. Yet, was there another one? A colossal cylindrical object, even larger than the triangular cone, fell from the sky at an accelerated pace, crashing down upon the pyramid with an unstoppable force. The tremendous impact propelled the pyramid through the black coffin and deep into the earth. Inside the coffin, the tyrant had already become a tattered rag, having departed in a state of serene acceptance. However, for an infant scarcely months old, being able to contend with the future foremost puppet master, the Scorpion of the Red Sand, was a source of pride. The 01 laboratory housed at least dozens of experimental subjects on par with the tyrant. After unleashing his ultimate technique, the Scorpion appeared pallid, his already handsome features rendered even more benign against his ashen complexion. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly quiet and handsome youth was the direct catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War? The underlying cause may have been the various nations fortifying their strengths, attempting to reshuffle the stagnant ninja world through a third conflict. Nevertheless, the actions of the Scorpion indirectly accelerated this process, an undeniable truth. Clapping his hands, the gecko approached slowly. His robust frame draped in a trench coat appeared exceedingly perilous to the Scorpion. The ghastly scar upon his face accentuated his menacing aura, and the gray coat fluttered ominously in the wind, with a twisted bronze tree emblazoned on his chest, exuding an air of mystery. No wonder the Scorpion of the Red Sand, who assassinated the third Kazekage, elicited such joy from the leader upon his arrival in the Land of Waves. The gecko gestured invitingly. Outnumbered and weary, the Scorpion's elegant gaze swept across the forest, spotting at least dozens of cloaked ninjas. If each possessed the strength of the earlier monstrosity, it was indeed terrifying. The Land of Waves, wielding such power, could likely challenge the 5 great nations. What then? Was the Land of Waves concealing? Or what were they plotting? The Scorpion's eyes sparkled with curiosity, a common trait among scholars. Curiosity and desire are the primary driving forces behind human technological advancement. The Scorpion, though reclusive, was not withdrawn. He raised his hands, signaling a gesture of surrender. Even though Granny Chiyo had yet to issue a bounty on him as a rogue ninja, the Scorpion had already considered himself one, indifferent to betraying Sunegakure's secrets. Assassinating a village leader was an act of treason that could invoke relentless wrath. The man in the horse mask, known as Noon Horse, stepped forward, with the supple feathers behind him splitting into a crystalline ribbon. Possessing remarkable resilience and defensive capabilities, yet as soft as a cloak, he declared, "I shall handle this myself." The Scorpion understood their intentions and did not resist, adeptly wrapping the ribbon around his eyes. When he next beheld the light, a young man stood before him, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sunset. The golden afterglow illuminated him, rendering his previously slender frame remarkably tall. The man turned, smiling gently, and within the interplay of brilliance and softness, he resembled an immortal from the annals of history. The Scorpion found himself seated in a comfortable ergonomic chair, devoid of the anticipated instruments of torture and the constraining darkness of a small cell. It seemed he had overthought the notion of being captured and interrogated. He shook his wrist, feeling a twinge of soreness from prolonged manipulation of chakra threads. Indeed, the human body had its inconveniences. If corpses could retain chakra and bloodline limits to become human puppets, then could living beings not also be subjected to the same fate? Lost in contemplation, the scorpion failed to notice the man had approached him. A captor who does not bind his prisoner is either a fool or possesses the confidence to suppress all. Clearly, the one commanding such a formidable organization was of the latter ilk. The man remained silent, sitting across from him, elegantly pouring tea, his movements refined and deliberate, reminiscent of an aristocrat with immense poise, yet devoid of the disdainful demeanor often associated with nobility. Soon, steaming tea was placed before the scorpion. He took a delicate sip, the aroma wafting forth, leaving a lingering sweetness on his palate. Admittedly, he acknowledged that the human form had its merits. Puppets could not savor food or tea. "How is it?" "Delicious," the scorpion replied. The man showed no interest in trivial matters. Instead, he listened intently to the scorpion's thoughts on the tea's flavor. Kimiko merely smiled gently, reflecting within. Even the scorpion of the red sand, who had slain the Kazekage, was but a 12-year-old child, a gifted boy who, having lost his parents, had locked himself away in loneliness. The turmoil of the ninja world stemmed fundamentally from a distorted value system. Children raised within the villages were indoctrinated to learn the art of killing by the age of 5 or 6, brainwashed to believe the village superseded all else. Such a decayed system was the root of their tragedies. Having arrived in the ninja world, failing to take action would render the journey meaningless. Kimiko found himself increasingly burdened by feelings of compassion and sorrow. Victims of war, countless orphaned children, and hypocritical nobles who exploited the populace while bowing to the great powers, all contributed to the nauseating cycle of violence and suffering. If war begets pain, then let me be the one to end it all. Should my desires be thwarted, then let change ensue. Kimiko smiled warmly, softly speaking, "Scorpion, do you despise war?" The scorpion paused, a flicker of confusion dancing in his eyes. Did he truly abhor war? Perhaps so. If there were no war, if the land of wind were no longer barren, if his parents had not perished, he might have followed the expected path to become Tsunagekyu's prodigy, a commendable ninja, and ultimately, the Kazekage, leading his village to prosperity and seizing the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. Perhaps he would have even used illusions to manipulate the arrogant feudal lord, ensuring happiness for the commoners of Tsunagakure. Yet, what was the essence of it all? Even the precocious scorpion could not fathom. He remained expressionless for an extended period, like a puppet devoid of chakra threads. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. Countless thoughts swirled within him, yet only 2 mundane words escaped his lips. "I loathe." Even emotion was stripped from his utterance. Kimiko discerned his discomfort and turmoil, gently ruffling the scorpion's soft red hair. In a solemn tone, he remarked, "The world of ninjas is rife with conflict. Where there is conflict, there will be war, and war only breeds new hatred. Hatred incites further conflict and battles, creating a chain reaction that perpetuates endlessly." Kimiko may have spoken to the scorpion, or perhaps he spoke for himself. How many years had he spent in the land of waves? Perhaps over a decade, nearly forgotten. Even the faces of those he governed were fading from memory. She must have become an extraordinary and powerful kunoichi by now, he mused. The visage of his first love gradually blurred in his mind. Yet the pristine beauty of their initial encounter remained unchanged. What was it like upon his arrival in the land of waves? Rogue ninja clans rampant, red light districts abounding, and nobles who valued wealth above life, mercilessly exploiting the very essence of the land of waves, yet groveling before the aristocracy of great nations. Thus, he had hung the nobles from lampposts, transforming rogue ninja clans into guardians of the shadows, erecting the Kimiko Bridge that led directly to the Land of Fire. Had he truly accomplished so much? He had believed himself to be the embodiment of evil, yet how could a villain harbor such sorrowful emotions? Only those like number 1, donning a thick mask, can engage in horrifying experiments amidst laughter, unhesitatingly inflicting harm upon their cherished ones. Such individuals embody malevolence. Kaneki does not perceive himself as a virtuous being. He has taken many lives, including those of reluctant henchmen, spies who have stolen secrets, and pirates who commit unspeakable atrocities. In a self-deprecating manner, Kaneki prefers to describe himself as the savior of the wicked. Perhaps the essence of the yin-yang of the tiger transcends merely wielding the power of natural balance. It is about self-awareness, redeeming oneself amidst good and evil, and viewing everything from diverse perspectives. When the actions of good and evil converge, it culminates in the perfect form of an immortal being, encompassing both body and soul. Yet, at least before ushering in peace, he is reluctant to merge with Number One. Number One likely harbors the same sentiment. No one understands Kaneki better than he does. As fellow outcasts in the realm of ninjas, they tend to each other's wounds in times of adversity, all the while remaining vigilant against one another. Scorpion and Kaneki, one large and one small, sat quietly across from each other at a table, both lost in thought. Even Scorpion seemed to have forgotten he was a captive invited to this place. The air was thick with silence until Kaneki shattered the stillness, suggesting they step outside for a look. Scorpion nodded in agreement, and the two walked side by side. The bustling streets were alive with crowds. Hurried foreign merchants and vendors called out, while restaurants exuded enticing aromas. Every face that encountered Kaneki beamed with genuine smiles, distinct from the sycophantic grins one might expect from those in power. Clad in attire of the merchant guild, some assisted the elderly across the street. "Good morning, Lord Kaneki. Would you care to sample my family's tempura? Today is another vibrant day, Lord Kaneki." From Scorpion's perspective, Kaneki greeted everyone with a gentle smile, seemingly indifferent to the disparity in their statuses. What a curious individual, Scorpion mused. Young, beautiful maidens cast flirtatious glances, while children presented him with wildflowers. Yet, this man treated the trivial blooms as treasures, tucking them into his pocket before tousling a child's hair. "Why do you do this?" Scorpion eventually inquired, breaking his silence. "You're already powerful enough to be considered a different species from these people, are you not?" In response, Kaneki stood, stating, "There are few in the ninja world who can rival me. To disregard those weaker than oneself would surely lead to profound loneliness." He once again ruffled Scorpion's hair. "Don't touch my hair," Scorpion protested, resembling a disgruntled hamster. "Come on, that adds some vitality. Why should a 12-year-old like you wear such a cynical expression? Do you want to try some Dango?" Kaneki asked. "I don't need it," Scorpion replied, his face quickly returning to an icy demeanor, though a tinge of pink still lingered in his ears. Ignoring him, Kaneki purchased several skewers of Dango, including the sweet variety from the Leaf Village and seafood Dango typical of the Land of Waves. The soft, chewy Dango paired with baby octopus was particularly enticing. Kaneki savored one himself before offering another to Scorpion. For reasons unknown, Scorpion instinctively accepted it. The flavor of the baby octopus burst in his mouth, a hint of sea breeze accompanying its softness. Children should act like children. Some matters are best left to adults, Kaneki remarked with a smile, contemplating whether he had unwittingly become a morally ambiguous figure enticing children before Orochimaru. "Do you want to go to school, Scorpion? Is it another one of those tedious ninja academies?" "I doubt I would learn anything," Scorpion coldly replied. "No, the schools in the Land of Waves do not train ninjas." Scorpion tilted his head in confusion. "If not ninjutsu, then what do they teach?" "Philosophy, skills, and healthy growth like a child." Before Scorpion could respond, Kaneki's hand once more found its way to his head. "No need to consider. I will decide for you. By the way, I will be teaching one of the courses." Scorpion nodded silently, realizing the futility of resisting. If he chose not to attend or attempted to flee, this man would undoubtedly eliminate him instantly. With this thought, Scorpion joyfully accepted the proposal, unsure why he trusted this individual he had known for less than a day. Perhaps it was due to the smiles on the faces of the common folk in the Land of Waves. Hey, Kaneki, is this your younger brother? He looks nothing like you. Could it be that your father made a mistake?" A teasing voice interrupted, belonging to a figure clad in a white windbreaker, arms laden with food bags and carrying several new gaming consoles along with a bundle of cigarettes. Before Kaneki could respond, Scorpion's expression turned icy as he fixed a menacing glare on the newcomer, conveying a clear message: "Speak again, and I will end you." The intensity of Scorpion's stare sent shivers down the newcomer's spine, causing his pale face to contort in discomfort. "What a frightening child," the newcomer stammered awkwardly. That gentleman urgently needs cigarettes. I'll take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he bolted away. Scorpion then turned to Kaneki and asked, "What was that?" "That was not just anything. That is, well, a specialty of the Land of Waves. Much like the sharkmen and pufferfishmen from the Land of Water," Kaneki replied, bemused by the absurdity of White Zetsu's remarks. Due to their sweet collaboration and Black Zetsu's favorable view of the situation, Kaneki invited Uchiha Madara and others to reside in the Land of Waves. To maintain discretion, they tacitly referred to Madara as that gentleman. Come, let me show you around the school. You might find it intriguing. Standing at a height of 6 feet 1 inch, Kaneki naturally took Scorpion, who barely reached 5 feet 3 inches, by the hand as they ventured forth. In the villa of the bronze tree merchants in the Land of Waves, White Pigeon strode in with an air of nonchalance, dumping his load onto the table. Lord Madara, I've brought everything you requested, including for Akatsuki and those nameless white Zetsu. His voice echoed within the villa. Akatsuki was the first to rush down, eyes gleaming at the sight of the gaming consoles, followed closely by several white Zetsu, who were the flagship models of white Zetsu manufacturing, the first to assimilate digestive organs, and so forth. Mine. They're all mine. Don't snatch them from me. I want tempura. Hey, has the latest edition of the legendary Ninja World comic arrived? The scene erupted into chaos, prompting Akatsuki to shout, "You fools. First deliver it to Lord Madara." Upon hearing this, the white Zetsu reluctantly set down their belongings, blinking at Akatsuki. Grab a bundle of tobacco, the latest gaming console, and some cola. Akatsuki dashed upstairs, exhilarated by his ongoing battle with Lord Madara. As Akatsuki departed, the remaining white Zetsu resumed their scuffle. On the second floor, Uchiha Madara sat in solitude, biting a cigarette while staring forlornly at the pixelated figures on his computer screen. Clad in light armor, adorned with the Leaf Village symbol on his forehead protector, and carrying a scroll of half his size, he mused. I never expected the Land of Waves to possess such technology. How intriguing. Madara frowned slightly, finding the expression Akatsuki referred to rather peculiar, a hand resting on a head, accompanied by a smile that was difficult to articulate. Lord Madara, your goods have arrived, Akatsuki announced, placing a large bag of cigarette boxes at Madara's feet, expertly pulling out a chair to sit. Continue, Akatsuki, Madara replied coolly, leaving one to wonder what grand schemes he was plotting to disrupt the ninja world. Akatsuki exuberantly exclaimed, I want to play the bandaged clone man. That was the second generation of the Earth Shadow, merely a defeated foe. Madara flicked his lighter, the flame eagerly embracing the cigarette. He silently chose the character of Senju Hashirama once again. Why do you always use the character of Senju Hashirama, Lord Madara? Complained Obito. It's effective and visually appealing. Initially, Madara had hesitated, testing the waters for a few days, but he was pleasantly surprised by this place. The hospitality was exceptional, with delightful food and drink, and he didn't have to hide underground. Before his arrival, the Black Goat engineering team had excavated the subterranean space, sufficiently large to accommodate the Outer Path's golem. As for the health risks associated with smoking is harmful to health. Quitting early can mitigate health hazards. They were trivial compared to the lethal or blinding forbidden techniques. Moreover, Madara's life depended entirely on the oxygen supply from the Outer Path's golem. If the tube was removed, he would perish within 3 minutes. However, the trinkets from the Land of Waves were indeed intriguing. Madara glanced at the lighter in his hand, devoid of any signs of fire release, filled instead with some fluid. Perhaps it was something akin to firestones? Madara considered himself a living fossil in the ninja world, with little that he did not recognize. He had heard of the computer, a product from the Land of Thunder. The pixelated battles on the screen were quite amusing. Lost in thought, Madara suddenly activated his Sharingan. Obito, you dare to ambush me? Ah, Lord Madara, you are the one who activates the Sharingan even while playing a game. If Kaneki-kin were to learn that Uchiha Obito used a Sharingan to fish, and Uchiha Madara activated his to play games, he would surely be left speechless. Amidst the stunning effects and immersive voiceovers, Madara inhaled deeply, savoring the swirling smoke, and laughed heartily, observing the pixelated Hashirama stepping triumphantly atop the corpse of the bandaged man. He chuckled with a mix of joy and derision. Damn you, Lord Madara, Obito lamented, his face a portrait of defeat, having lost to Madara yet again. He quickly pressed several buttons, and the bandaged character emitted a series of expressions indicating a head pat. What is this? Well, Lord Madara, this signifies respect. It indicates my acknowledgement of your will. Is that so? Obito, prepare for another round. As they strolled towards the engineering academy in the Land of Waves, accompanied by Scorpion, they passed lush trees every few meters, with flower beds bursting with vibrant colors. Such sights were rare in the Land of Wind, where aside from oases, cacti dominated the landscape. Scorpion couldn't help but admire the scenery. Kaneki, upon witnessing the beauty before him, silently reflected on the remarkable greening efforts in the Land of Waves. Kato had not disappointed Kaniki's trust, managing the Land of Waves with exceptional order. Significant decisions were made by Kaniki, while minor matters were deliberated by the internal cadre of the Bronze Tree. Efforts were made to lure skilled personnel from the Land of Thunder with high salaries. As long as essential ninjutsu or bloodline limits weren't involved, these nobles would welcome their departure with smiles as long as the compensation was adequate. The civilization of the Land of Waves had evidently advanced ahead of others by over a decade, reaching the standards seen in Boruto. With ample clean and renewable energy sources and chakra, many previously unattainable ideas could now be realized. A pollution-free, supersized power plant, perhaps powered by tailed beasts? After all, they couldn't be killed by extraction. They could be kept as mascots and fed while a suitable ecological park was established for them. No longer needing to be confined within Jinchuriki or controlled as weapons, they merely needed to pay rent and contribute chakra. Most tailed beasts would likely agree to such terms. Upon arrival, Kaniki's words were like a gentle spring breeze, in stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of the sand-hidden academy. The gate was majestic, adorned with gold lettering proclaiming freedom and equality, alongside phrases like knowledge is the ladder of human progress. The marble floor gleamed without a speck of dust. Inside, the voices of children echoed, reciting, "To learn without thinking is labor lost. To think without learning is perilous." Older boys and girls, appearing slightly more mature, gathered under cherry blossom trees, laughing and discussing with books in hand. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of books. Scorpion's lips curled into a rare smile, contemplating that perhaps school wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 46. Mechanical Research Group 1 at the Engineering Academy of the Land of Waves. Stepping onto the campus, Scorpion greedily inhaled the fresh, humid air. There were no jarring sounds of shurikens or kunai clashing, nor were there bored children playing ninja games. In the eyes of many children, he saw a fervent desire, a thirst for knowledge. Kaniki remained silent, standing beside him, both gazing at the grandeur of this academy, which dwarfed the office building of the Black Goat Commerce. "What do you think?" Kaniki softly inquired, his gaze drifting towards the azure sky, which held nothing. Yet Kaniki understood. A colossal storm was brewing above the school, set to sweep across the entire ninja world, capable of toppling the ancient feudal system of noble clans. "I will prepare my lesson. A mentor will be here shortly to meet you." Understood, Scorpion nodded in acknowledgement. He stood quietly in place. "Excuse me, do you need assistance?" A vibrant girl with pink hair approached, her round glasses perched on her nose, a small hat with wings atop her head, looking about his age. She exuded a weak chakra presence, equivalent to that of an ordinary 5-year-old from Sunagakure. Scorpion silently assessed her. "No, I'm just waiting for someone." "Oh, what's your mentor's name? Should I go call for them?" The girl spoke playfully, her voice carrying a slight lilt, her cherubic face, slightly chubby, being quite endearing. "No need, he will arrive shortly." "Indeed, little Iase, the teacher has just arrived." No sooner had she spoken than a man with dark skin and silver hair appeared. In Scorpion's view, he was a man from the Land of Thunder, donned in gold-rimmed glasses, his physique not as robust as one would expect from textbooks, rather appearing somewhat frail. Likely in his 30s. Yet his eyes held an indescribable depth. Scorpion sensed a kindred spirit, one willing to sacrifice everything for his dreams. The man approached Scorpion, yawning slightly. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha. My homeland is the Land of Thunder, and according to Lord Kaniki's instructions, I am your mentor." After a brief pause, he offered a meaningful look. "By the way, I teach mechanical subjects. I am extremely particular, so if you fail to meet my standards, even with the recommendation of Lord Kaniki, I will not hesitate to expel you from my research group. Do you understand?" Scorpion coldly nodded, clearly confident in his abilities. As the greatest prodigy of Sunagakure, he possessed his own pride. "Oh, Scorpion-kun, we are in the same major," Iase exclaimed, her hands clasped, her face alight with joy. Scorpion averted his gaze, his ears reddening, and calmly replied, "Please call me by my name." Uchiha looked on with interest before teasingly addressing Iase, "Little Iase. Have you completed your research assignment? Don't think you can wander around just because you're a student council member. Be careful, or I will deduct your usual points." "Ah, please don't, Uchiha-sensei." Iase's expression transformed into one of tearful dismay. "If you deduct more points, I'll fail." "Fail? Student council? What are these terms?" Scorpion was utterly perplexed by the jargon, Yet he found the term mechanics quite intriguing. Mechanics and puppetry, how closely related they seemed. Following Uchiha's lead, he and the pink-hatted girl made their way toward the mechanical classroom, passing many intricately crafted wooden huts along the way. A lazy cat lounged on a woolen blanket beneath one of the huts, licking up milk, momentarily capturing Scorpion's attention. What an adorable sight. The environment of the Land of Wind is utterly unfit for nurturing such creatures, and their lifespan is tragically brief. Ding ding. Scorpion. These quaint little cabins were crafted by our student council with our own hands. Little Flying Hat Iase boasted to Scorpion, her charming visage brimming with pride. Indeed. Otai chimed in with a smile. Taking a moment to pet a cat when fatigued can enhance productivity, as our teacher advocates. Scorpion's gaze flickered subtly, concealing the thoughts that danced within his mind. Traversing a lengthy cherry blossom path, petals cascaded gently, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. Scorpion, you have a petal on your shoulder. Little Flying Hat casually brushed away the cherry blossom from him. The soft touch of the girl's fingers momentarily halted Scorpion, causing him to pause before continuing onward. How peculiar, Iase remarked, puzzled by Scorpion's expression. Soon, they ascended a staircase leading to a towering redwood door, 2 meters high. Even from a distance, its weight was palpable. The silver plaque atop the doorframe boldly declared the Mechanical Engineering Research Room. To the right, a grand banner proclaimed, the first mechanical research group of the Engineering Academy of the Land of Waves, the cradle of distinguished mechanical engineers. Otai feigned mystery, chuckling softly as he nudged the door ajar. Are you ready, Scorpion? He asked, pushing the door open to reveal the enigmatic interior. Welcome to the world of mechanics. The thunderous roar of machinery reverberated, accompanied by the rustling sounds of handwritten notes and the whirring of countless gears in motion. Dozens of individuals were immersed in their tasks, primarily teenagers, alongside several young scholars of Otai's age. Scorpion stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Is this paradise? Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the meticulously organized research room, followed by a cacophony of manic laughter. Ha! I've understood. I've truly achieved. A paint-smeared boy, his face shadowed by dark circles, dashed out the door, leaving chaos in his wake. Another one gone mad, Otai sighed, rubbing his temples. Approaching his desk, he sipped his coffee and retrieved a draft of an incomplete blueprint. With his rough hands, he presented it to Scorpion, a smirk curling his lips. Lord Kimiko once said you are a once-in-a-millennium puppet genius. I believe this task will pose no challenge for you. He extended a finger. In 3 months. I wish to see a prototype. As Scorpion accepted the blueprint, a spontaneous and genuine laughter erupted from him, a rare occurrence since the sacrifice of his parents. A month is more than sufficient. The blueprint depicted a machine reminiscent of a beetle, bearing similarities to the structure of the crimson flow of light. It was signed, Chakra Motor, an exceptional young talent. Otai joined in the laughter. Little Flying Hat Iase glanced at the previously stoic Scorpion, now laughing heartily, and then at Otai's dark countenance, which had also softened into a smile. The frail and trembling Iase, with her soulful, vibrant eyes, turned her gaze to her own desk. A miniature airplane model rested there. If only she could create a flying machine, perhaps she could reunite with her father. Iase turned towards the direction of the Land of Fire. Lacking the strength of a ninja, she could not leap across rooftops to her father's side. Nor did she possess the means to hire a carriage or ninja to journey to the Land of Fire. Her mother often remarked that her father served a great lord and urged her not to worry, forbidding her to seek him. Since the day of her birth, Iase had never laid eyes upon her father, and her bright eyes brimmed with longing for the Land of Fire and the village hidden in the leaves. For Iase truly missed him. Thoughts traverse mountains and seas, yet mountains and seas remain insurmountable. Before reaching the towering mountains, 12 years of flickering lights had passed. Chapter 47, Rakage. I declare, the war begins. Under the blazing sun, yellow sands howled across the desert. Situated in the heart of the desert, the Land of Wind is the most impoverished of the 5 great nations. Though part of the 5, it lags significantly in both economic and ninja strength. A group of Sand Village Umbu scoured the vast desert in search of the third Kazekage, who had been missing for several days. Captain, finding someone in the desert is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, one of the Umbu lamented. The commanding officer paid no heed to the complaints of his subordinate, unable to believe that the village's most formidable ninja had vanished without a trace. With a sigh, He resolved to report back to Chiyo. At that moment, the Sand Village had descended into turmoil. The retired Chiyo was compelled to step forward once more to restore order. She appeared less aged than depicted in the original narrative, perhaps in her 40s, her eyes bloodshot from worry. Through the Umbu's extensive investigations, all evidence pointed to one individual, Sasori of the Red Sand, her grandson. This cannot be true, Chiyo murmured, her wrinkled face trembling. However, Aizo approached slowly. Perhaps we should have paid closer attention to Scorpion sooner, but now it is too late. Aizo sighed heavily. His gaze seemed to seek Chiyo's counsel on whether to publicly announce and issue a bounty for Scorpion. No, we cannot reveal that Scorpion assassinated the Kazekage, Chiyo declared. Her voice now devoid of warmth, her teeth clenched. It is Konoha. It is all part of Konoha's scheme. Only Konoha possesses the power to make the Kazekage vanish silently. Aizo, make the announcement. Inform the village that the Kazekage's disappearance is a plot by Konoha. Aizo sighed once more, nodding in agreement. The most effective way to resolve internal strife is to redirect the conflict outward. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the third Hokage remained unaware of the brewing storm. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face clouded with concern, scrutinized the reports from Konoha's spies infiltrating the Sand Village. The third Kazekage is missing? A shadow, gone without a trace, he mused, puffing on his cigarette and coughing lightly. Fox, enhance the security around the Hokage Tower. Have the barrier team improve the defenses. Yes, Lord Hokage, the masked Umbu, known as Fox, replied dutifully. At the root base, Danzo, whose body bore the marks of multiple transplanted Sharingan, was swathed in bandages. To the unknowing observer, he might have appeared as the second Tsuchikage, as the explosion caused by the self-destruction of the Perfected One had left Danzo's body significantly more damaged than in the original tale. Danzo's arms and legs were embedded with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Seated high upon a platform, he reviewed the reports sent back from Root. The third Kazekage is missing? His keen political instincts sensed something amiss. The Sand Village would undoubtedly seize upon this opportunity. War was highly probable. What a troublesome time. Danzo gestured for Root to leave, then resumed reading a book. The title on the back cover boldly proclaimed, Legends of the Ninja World, published by the Land of Waves. And it had even been adapted into a manga. The narrative revolved around a 40-year-old commoner from a small nation who rose against the tyranny of the Fire Country's feudal lord, rallying numerous powerful ninjas through sheer charisma and fortuitous events, ultimately defeating the renowned military forces of the Fire Country and the Rakage, who was said to be invincible. As Danzo perused the book, his fingers caressed the pages. Initially, he had dismissed it as mere fantasy, yet the deeper he delved, the more astounded he became. The profound insights and the shocking content regarding the grandeur of warfare and the intricacies of strategy captivated him. Unlike the typical hero-driven narratives prevalent in the ninja world, this story's protagonist emerged from obscurity, igniting a spark of intelligence amidst silence and death. As Danzo witnessed the protagonist inadvertently encountering the grand spectacle of the Fire Country's feudal lord touring the land. Speak of the grand aspirations befitting a true man. And recall the young Rakage who has yet to inherit the mantle of shadow, with his proclamation that he could take their place. Within Danzo's heart, a wave of exhilaration surged, an indescribable emotion brewing. A true man must embody such resolve as that of the Hokage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen can achieve it, then I, Danzo, too, can claim that honor. A mix of shock and sentiment welled up within him as he turned the final page, lamenting that their stories had reached a close. While my tale, that of Danzo, was only just commencing. The author, Jinmuxi, ignited a spark in Danzo's eyes, an insatiable ambition erupting within. At just over 40, he was still in the prime of his endeavors. What a remarkable individual, this author named Jinmuxi, even from a great distance. Reading his works evoked a sense of searching for a kindred spirit across the vast expanse. Danzo resolved that should he ascend to the position of Hokage, he would undoubtedly invite this gentleman to assist him, an astute strategist, an elegant man with a flowing beard, manifesting in Danzo's imagination. Should war arise, it would present an opportunity for his ascent. In the land of lightning, within the Rakage's tower, hearty laughter reverberated endlessly. The third Rakage could scarcely contain his joy. He had finally awaited a chance to expand his territory. At this moment, Sunagakure was undoubtedly at its weakest. As the most audacious of the 5 Kage, the Rakage had long harbored the ambition to expand his dominion, to have his illustrious achievements sung throughout history. with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed out the window, prepared to send a covert missive to Sunagakure. A smirk graced his lips. The message was clear. Since your Kazekage is missing, I, the Rakage, am more than willing to lead you. An immediate declaration was made. Hyuga declares war on Sunagakure. A bold and resounding voice echoed throughout the village of Hyuga. The obedient Umbu could hardly contain their excitement. They had been biding their time for years, their military prowess now unparalleled. Meanwhile, Kirigakure remained isolated. Konoha was embroiled in internal strife. Iwagakure faced a generational drought of talent, and Sunagakure was the most inept, with even their Kazekage gone missing. Hyuga, as the most unified and formidable of the 5 great nations, was poised to emerge as the new hegemon of the ninja world, while the other villages were but mere rabble, unworthy of note. Under the leadership of the Rakage, Hyuga would sweep across the ninja realm. At your command, my lord. Once the Umbu vanished, the third Rakage turned, grasping a book in hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. The ruler of the ninja world? That is an attainable goal. A magnificent aura surged forth, lightning crackling across his ironclad muscles. Thus, the curtain slowly rose on the third great ninja war. As the orchestrator of this impending conflict, the scorpion of the red sand was diligently immersed in his work, clad in mechanized overalls, amidst a chaotic array of parts and wires. Sweat trickled down his brow, and his attire was speckled with grease. Beside him, Karasu offered a cup of milk tea. Thank you, he replied, accepting the drink. Refreshing. At this rate, it will be operational within 10 days. A mere chakra vehicle, easily managed. I am, after all, the foremost puppet master in the ninja world, the scorpion of the red sand. Chapter 48. Let us annihilate Konoha together. Kakashi in the tranquility before the storm's arrival, most remained oblivious. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, in the medical specialization class, Uchiha Obito, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, inscribed the principles of medical ninjutsu on the blackboard. The bell rang, prompting Obito to halt his writing. He was never one to prolong lessons. Well then, we shall continue the rest in the next class. Amidst the cheers, he exited the classroom. A gentle breeze caressed his face. Konoha seemed eternally in spring's embrace. Even winter's snowfall felt devoid of chill. What a lovely place. He made his way to the Hitaki residence. It had been half a month since White Fang's demise. Aunt Fuko had finished sorting her belongings and departed a few days prior. Kakashi chose to remain independent in Konoha, aspiring to become a ninja. As he approached, the sound of blades striking would reach his ears. Obito skillfully retrieved his keys and opened the door, stepping into the backyard. Kakashi, with a vacant stare, continued to swing his blade relentlessly. Even upon noticing Obito's entrance, he paid no heed, increasing the intensity of his strikes. The hilt of the blade fractured his palm, blood oozing from the wound. Such dedication, yet to me, it merely seems like the silent lament of the weak. Obito adjusted his glasses, reflecting the sunlight's glare. Hearing this, Kakashi turned, his eyes narrowing in a menacing glare, veins protruding on his forehead. You vile creature, what do you know? Such a fierce little brat. Obito turned away, leisurely walking off. My sorrow is no less than yours. I simply do not wear it on my sleeve. His fingers, youthful and delicate, caressed the splintered wood, marked by erratic cuts, akin to venting frustration rather than training. Your training is self-harm. It serves no purpose other than to diminish your physical gifts. Even so, it is still superior to your mediocrity as a chunin, Kakashi retorted without reservation. Is that so? Obito remained unfazed, merely chuckling softly. Then come at me. If you can land a blow, consider it a victory. His flippant and nonchalant words ignited Kakashi's fury once more. You arrogant fool. The howling wind coiled around the gleaming blade of the White Fang, slicing through the air like a comet, hurtling toward Obito's face. You truly intend to kill me, don't you? Alas, I regret to inform you, you are far too weak. Amidst the encroaching shadows, Uchiha Obito's silhouette elongated. Two crimson, tentacle-like appendages blocked the blade, erupting in a shower of sparks. Meanwhile, others targeted Kakashi's vital points, his throat, groin, nape, and eyes. Kakashi stood in shock, gazing at the scene before him. The sinister, scarlet tendrils aimed at all his critical areas, each adorned with gleaming, sharp claws capable of piercing flesh. I shall be killed. Now are you calm? Obito maintained his ever-gentle smile. Shall we sit and converse? Kakashi silently lowered his blade, pondering for a moment before posing a question. Who exactly are you? A being not of this realm, Obito replied. Kakashi contemplated this phrase. Not of this realm? Did it imply betrayal? If you possess such formidable strength, why settle for being a chunin? Obito suddenly mocked. It's all ephemeral. I stand atop the heavens. Why should I care for the recognition of mere ants beneath me? Kakashi, therein lies your limitation. I have transcended this village, this ninja world. I shall rise above. Moreover, there lurks an old fool who should have perished, now watching me from the shadows. His cryptic and ominous words left Kakashi bewildered. I once promised Master Shomu that I would take you as my disciple. So, Kakashi, will you accept or refuse? Kakashi pondered for a moment, refraining from answering Obito's question, instead asking another. Did my father truly take his own life due to the weight of rumors? Master Shomu was a pure ninja, utterly oblivious to politics. Thus, he was unaware that he obstructed others' paths, and his downfall was inevitable. Yet he was indeed a great ninja, embodying the will of fire. Obito then revealed a chilling, sinister smile. If one must name a murderer, the entire Konoha stands as the assassin of Master Shomu. I have grown weary of this mediocre, foolish village. Let us together obliterate it, Kakashi. These words left Kakashi frozen in place. Annihilate Konoha? He had never entertained such a notion. Obito's declaration shocked him to his core. Teacher Shomao aspires to awaken the will of fire among the higher-ups of Konoha through his own demise. Yet, in my view, it is utterly futile. This decaying village has long forsaken its original beliefs. Rather than patching up its myriad wounds, it would be more prudent to demolish and rebuild. Kakashi nodded in silence. Can I, too, become as strong as you? Naturally. Then I agree. Welcome to the new world, Kakashi. A scarlet organ, pulsating like a heartbeat, materialized in Yan's hand. Based on years of experimental experience and various instances. 1. Transplanting a perfect kaku can significantly enhance the stability of a ghoul, with an exceedingly low probability of death, making it the most stable and reliable method to rapidly cultivate an elite jonin-level ghoul, albeit at the cost of losing further growth potential. Additionally, it demands a significant expenditure of points to procure a flawless kaku. 2. In contrast, ghouls like Kato, Gecko, and the 12 Zodiac, transformed from blood, exhibit almost no growth potential. They require the subsequent consumption of a perfect kaku to amplify their abilities. But the ingestion of multiple kakus places a tremendous burden on the body, leading to a high risk of death. If one solely considers the production of cannon fodder, this method is cost-effective. 3. Fully consuming a kaku produced by the system using a human body. Yen speculated that this method would yield a perfect ghoul akin to himself in number 2. However, the mortality rate hovers around 100%, with all test subjects having perished, existing only in conjecture. Yet, Yen is confident that, given Kakashi's talent, he can validate this hypothesis. Even death would be inconsequential. Sacrifice and bloodshed are inevitable in experiments. Yen would not halt his progress for the mere sake of Kakashi. Upon ingestion, one would either attain talents rivaling those of the god of ninjas or perish. Yan's smile resembled that of a malevolent specter, akin to the serpent in Eden enticing Adam and Eve to partake of the fruit of wisdom. Kakashi, trembling, grasped the kaku and devoured it voraciously. His body convulsed violently, frothing at the mouth, limbs twisting in a frenzy. In a brief moment, silence reigned. Was he dead? It seemed this conjecture could not proceed any further. Just as Yen contemplated turning away, he suddenly heard a faint moan. Kakashi lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling slowly. Tiny protrusions emerged from Kakashi's shoulders, back, waist, and tailbone. Yan's gaze flickered. Success. At the age of 7, he had developed the rudimentary forms of armor, wings, scales, and a tail. The third iteration of a super ghoul, akin to himself and number 2, had been born. Chapter 49. The one-eyed owl Kakashi slowly rose from the ground, feeling newfound strength coursing through him. His chakra had at least doubled. He touched the small protrusions on his shoulders and back, astonished by the sudden growth. Congratulations, Kakashi. You have become a being like myself. Yen clapped his hands, chuckling softly. Kakashi, puzzled, inquired, what is that? A ghoul, a perfect being. Kakashi silently repeated the name ghoul in his mind. The RC cell content of a single kaku is too low. You have merely developed its rudimentary form, so you cannot yet be considered one in the strictest sense. However, as your body matures and you consume food rich in RC cells, the development of 4 complete kakus is inevitable. As Yen spoke, his body's kaku tore through flesh, revealing a grotesque, crimson organ, an exclusive predatory organ stored within the kaku. This, the kaku, is our fundamental distinction from humans. A mask with a single eye and a black cloak was retrieved from a sealing scroll by Yen and tossed before Kakashi. From this day forth, you shall be the third leader of the Bronze Tree, the One-Eyed Owl. It is well known that the One-Eyed Owl comprises two individuals, so my apologies to Obito. You will soon join your companion. Kakashi picked up the mask and cloak, understanding. The fire rekindled in his once lifeless eyes. The seeds of vengeance against Konoha taking root in his heart. What must I do? Lurk. Kakashi's eyes were clouded with confusion, unable to grasp why Yen, possessing such strength, still needed to hide. Yen recognized his bewilderment and extended 3 fingers. First, I mentioned that an old figure has been lurking in the shadows, watching me. Therefore, I cannot interfere too much. The destined two have yet to be born, and acting now may provoke an unfavorable outcome. Second, our power is insufficient to contend with the combined might of the 5 great nations. Third, a war, far grander than the previous 2, is imminent in the ninja world, and our goal is to gather strength amidst the chaos. Yan's words cascaded like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving the 7 or 8-year-old Kakashi bewildered. What old figure? What destiny? He understood nothing. Yen chuckled softly, saying, "It's no secret. That old figure is what you refer to as the Sage of 6 Paths." As soon as the words left his lips, Kakashi's pupils dilated. Such a being truly exists? Indeed, he may very well be observing us even now. However, as long as we do not interfere with the 2 he chooses, we can cause turmoil in the ninja world without consequence. Kakashi pondered every sentence Yen had uttered, the weight of the information staggering. So what must I do? Simply maintain a facade, if there is a task to be undertaken. It is to keep an eye on one individual. Who? Uchiha Obito. Kakashi's once lifeless eyes flickered again. What need was there to watch that fool? He chuckled. Do not underestimate that fellow. I have long stated that within him lies a lion ablaze with fury. Given time, his wrath will engulf the entire ninja world. Kakashi gaped. Disbelief etched across his face. Impossible, that fool Uchiha? There is nothing impossible in this world. He is merely shackled by the restraints binding the beast within him. Yen adjusted his glasses, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced. The conditions for transforming into a super ghoul are exceedingly stringent. Only a rare genius stands a chance of success. If your success probability is 80, then Uchiha Obito's likelihood of success is 99. Yen narrowed his eyes, a warm smile gracing his face. Thus, I must sever his shackles, enabling him to recognize that the peace in the ninja world is but an illusion, thereby willingly joining our ranks. Kakashi's gaze flickered uncertainly, torn between feelings of inferiority to Obito's competitive spirit and the overwhelming revelations presented by Yen. Yen clapped his hands, pulling Kakashi's tangled thoughts back together. We shall conclude for today. Should you wish to learn more or hasten your growth, seek me at the Black Goat Medical Company. Understood. As Yen exited the Hitaki residence, he gazed at the starry sky. The night air was cool, with a few scattered stars adorning the horizon. He sighed, reflecting on how neither Chiri nor Ling had sought him since Shimeo's passing. One was sulking, while the other was confined by the Hyuga clan. Annoying. Despite being a manifestation of evil, I find myself unable to sever emotional ties. How am I to betray the village? However, the team I assembled consists of nothing but emotionally unstable elementary students. Perhaps I should simply rename myself the leader of the darkened elementary student squad. Members: Hitaki Kakashi, age 8, already darkened. Uchiha Obito, age 8, not yet darkened. Akasuna no Sasori, age 12, already darkened. All troubled youths. As for why I must wait for Uchiha Obito to mature before executing the tailed beast recovery, this is a decision I have contemplated thoroughly. If I act hastily, it may very well provoke the Sage of 6 Paths to intervene personally, for my existence is merely a glitch within the ninja world. In essence, I am a malicious Trojan within this game, while the Sage of 6 Paths serves as the antivirus software. The trajectory of the ninja world must adhere to the will of the Sage of 6 Paths. For instance, Naruto and Sasuke are absolutely not to perish. Who would dare to take their lives? Believe it or not, the Sage of 6 Paths would leap from the Pure Land to grant them extraordinary abilities. There is no such thing as a protagonist's halo. Rather, it is merely a lonely old father who watches over his 2 foolish sons, thus assigning Uchiha Obito a native of the original story, to execute this plan is a stroke of genius. He does not interfere directly with the operation of the ninja world. Instead, he subtly influences it from the shadows, hastening Obito's growth at a significantly lesser cost. Considering the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths would not prematurely expend his accumulated power to confront the enemies directly. Instead, he would guide people to resist through various hints and signs. For example, when Obito squinted his eyes, he crushed a croaking frog by the roadside underfoot. Speaking of which, Tsunade has indeed sent back something remarkable. I wonder how that reckless woman is faring now. She had promised to attend the engagement ceremony of Kushina and Minato, yet the wedding is just days away. I hope she hasn't lost another bet, living in a bridge culvert with Shizune and scavenging for food. In light of her gifting me the summoning scroll of the Whetbone Forest, I shall extend her a bit of financial support. Primarily because poor Shizune, being with that reckless woman, is truly pitiful. In the land of rice, Tsunade sneezed vehemently. I hope no one is thinking of me again, she muttered. Tsunade-sensei, run. The debt collectors are back. Upon hearing this, Tsunade swiftly tucked Shizune under her arm and fled. During their escape, Shizune pouted, complaining, Tsunade-sensei, weren't we supposed to return to Konoha for Sister Kushina's engagement? And yet, you've been gambling all day? I know. I had planned to visit the Land of Waves, as I heard it has undergone tremendous changes. Chapter 50, Miss Slug of the Whetbone Forest. In the early morning, a thin mist enveloped the surroundings. Being a weekend, the ninja school was closed, and the cafeteria did not open early. With light steps, dressed in a black bodysuit, Obito was out for a morning run. Unfortunately, without headphones or music, he sighed to himself. He had heard that the Land of Waves had developed a prototype of a mobile phone. Perhaps he would ask his second-in-command to send one over someday. However, it seemed that Konoha lacked internet access. Hey guy, youth never stands still. Let's get running. Yes, father. If I can't finish, I'll do 1,000 push-ups. Their enthusiasm was palpable. The voices of two green-skinned kappa echoed as a large and small figure approached quickly. Upon seeing Obito, Might Guy respectfully stopped to greet him. Good morning, Lord Obito, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. Good morning, Obito, Kai echoed, mirroring his father's gesture. Their peculiar poses and antics drew curious glances from passers-by. Obito initially intended to pretend he didn't recognize them, but as they drew closer, he reluctantly acknowledged them. After bidding farewell to the duo, Obito arrived at the office of the Black Goat Medical Company. He retrieved a summoning scroll from the drawer, weighing it in his hands. Surprised by its unexpectedly sturdy material, the summoning technique was an area of great interest to him. However, due to his lack of powerful summoning beasts and his own reluctance to form contracts, he had yet to establish a summoning pact. Tsunade's scroll from the Whetbone Forest was just what he needed to satiate his curiosity. Summoning techniques are not merely about calling forth mystical creatures. At a deeper level, they represent a unique form of space-time ninjutsu. Both parties involved in the contract can respond to each other's summoning invitations as circumstances allow. This includes the summoning technique and reverse summoning technique, the former transporting the summoning beast to the user, and the latter bringing the user to the summoning beast. It could be likened to a simplified version of the Flying Thunder God technique, with far less demanding talent requirements. The summoning technique is colloquially referred to as the Little Flying Thunder God. Obito opened the scroll, and the names of Hashirama Senju and Tsunade Senju were prominently displayed. He felt a surge of chakra flow from his waist, cutting his finger. A few drops of blood fell onto the scroll as he pressed his thumb down. The signs of the summoning technique materialized. In the next moment, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and Obito felt as though he were spinning in the air hundreds of times. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar land, surrounded by twisted trees that resembled steel. Hello, contractor, a playful yet regal voice echoed. Obito looked up to see the enormous figure of the slug sage, her size dwarfing him several times over. If humans appeared as ants before tailed beasts, then tailed beasts were mere diminutive siblings in comparison to the slug sage. Hello, beautiful Miss Slug, Obito said with polite jest. You are quite amusing, she replied, bubbles emitting from her mouth. Is that so? Many have said the same, the slug sage remarked, her massive form quivering, shaking the ground. In the long annals of time, I have rarely encountered such a humorous contractor. The sacred Whetbone Forest does not refuse any who arrive. Speak your desires. Obito merely approached the twisted trees, gently caressing their surfaces. They were resilient, possessing a texture that combined wood with a hint of steel, ideal materials for industrial use, reminiscent of the atom tree in a different world. He raised his gaze to meet the slug sage's colossal presence. Could I have some of these trees? Traditionally, ninja who ventured into the wet-bone forest sought either legendary sage arts or greater power. It was unheard of for someone to seek trees. These trees have been steeped in rich natural energy for extended periods, and after being eroded by my acidic liquid, they seem to have undergone some transformation. However, if you require them, feel free to take as many as you wish. Obito smiled. I truly appreciate it. I am called Uchiha Obito, or Kaneki Ken, if you prefer. Very well, Lord Uchiha Obito, the slug sage responded, adhering to the custom of referring to others as Lord. She was indeed a gentle female. Among the three great sages, the slug sage was the youngest and possessed the most amiable temperament. Lord Obito, do you possess two names? She inquired. Not so much two names as it is that Uchiha Obito is not a singular entity. The jutsu I created has separated my soul from my body into two parts. And what you see is merely one of my forms. That is impressive, Obito said, turning his head. If I may trouble you, there is something I wish to inquire about. Please, do not hesitate, the slug sage urged. I am quite intrigued by the principles of sage arts. Many years ago, I studied it for a time, but due to the deficiencies in my body and soul, I was unable to perceive natural energy. And thus I abandoned the idea of learning it myself. Obito tapped his fingers as he retrieved a notebook from the ceiling scroll and began to peruse its pages. However, I am quite curious about the methods of learning sage arts at the three great sacred lands. Could you enlighten me, Miss Slug? The slug sage spoke slowly. To successfully perform sage arts, one must balance natural energy and chakra in a 1-to-1 ratio. Additionally, maintaining this balance between sage chakra and natural energy is essential for successful execution. It is not an endeavor for the average person. External experiments fail due to the lack of balance and maintenance from a human. Obito pondered this. So, my attempt to teach the perfect being, who lacks intellect and substantial soul consciousness, sage arts was purely misguided. He realized that he could not learn sage arts himself, as his soul was incomplete, making it impossible to balance with his body and chakra. However, Yin remained unperturbed. If he were to merge with the second, as suggested by the introduction of the tiger talisman, mastering the perfect art of the immortal would undoubtedly be within reach. Now, allow me to experience some natural energy. Miss Slug. Certainly, she replied. The slug opened her massive mouth and engulfed Yin entirely. Covered in the creature's viscous secretion, a profound energy coursed through Yan's being. Were it not for the slug's ability to guide natural energy, he would soon have been transformed into the surrounding trees by this violent force. Moments later, drenched in slime, Yin sensed the essence of natural energy. It was not mastery, merely an opportunity to perceive a fragment of immortal techniques under the slug's guidance. Although the quantity of chakra remained unchanged, its quality had increased several-fold. The same ninjutsu released with sage chakra could amplify its potency by at least 5 times. Truly terrifying. If he could master sage techniques, even the likes of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha at their peak would find themselves challenged by Yin. Regrettably, this power was not his for the time being. May I take some samples of your slime? Yin queried. He believed he could extract special enzymes from the cells, similar to how Orochimaru had done with Ryo. Gathering several vials of slug slime into a sealing scroll, Yin smiled. Miss Slug, would you care to visit the human world? My other body would greatly appreciate your assistance. The era of ninjas was drawing to a close. Shall we witness history together? Chapter 51. Tsunade's return. Is the age of ninjas truly coming to an end? A flicker of brilliance danced in the slug's sleepy eyes. As an immortal who had lived for over 1,000 years, few things could stir her emotions. Yet, this young man before her was more intriguing than any of her previous contractees. Even the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, had been rather dull in comparison. Perhaps this young man could bring her a semblance of novelty. The loneliness of a millennium is something few can comprehend. It had been ages since the slug had encountered such an interesting human. This could be troublesome, Lord Yin, she said, as a mini slug split off from her body and precisely landed on Yan's shoulder. Please take care of me, Lord Yin. How adorable, he remarked. The mini slug was undeniably charming, rivaling even the beauty of a sea slug. Yin formed hand seals to dispel the summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, the bright afternoon was revealed. Donning a white lab coat and securing the goddess' hand, Yin placed the slug slime enzyme into a test tube to commence his new research. As for the mini-slug, it had already been summoned to the Land of Waves by Kimiku, presumably to serve as a professor at the engineering academy there. Given the slug's vast knowledge, teaching should pose no challenge. However, that was of little concern to Yin. At this moment, he was solely focused on developing a medium for sage techniques akin to the cursed seals. Backed by the slug's prowess, he felt emboldened. Just as he immersed himself in his work, Usagi entered the lab, respectfully addressing Yin. "My lord, Lady Tsunade is waiting for you outside." Setting down the test tube, Yin replied and stepped out. Outside awaited Tsunade and Shizune, both clad in tattered, rogue-like attire. Tsunade appeared considerably thinner, likely from enduring hunger. "I'm famished. Please, take me out for a grand feast," she lamented, clearly in dire need of sustenance. With his hands tucked into his lab coat pockets, Yin chuckled softly. "Welcome back home, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade paused, murmuring, "Indeed." Shizune looked at Yin with teary eyes, clutching a noticeably lighter Tun-Tun. "Senior Yin," Shizune nearly starved. Tun-Tun squealed in agreement. Tsunade cleared her throat awkwardly. "Let us catch up while we eat." Sighing in resignation, Yin resolved to first address their hunger. Seated at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, the fan creaked ominously overhead. Tsunade showed no regard for appearances, devouring her food like a tempest, while Shizune stared in disbelief at her ravenous consumption. "Wait, Lady Tsunade. If you eat like that, what am I supposed to have? Am I to feast on grilled Tun-Tun?" Yin sighed, bemused by her childlike behavior. He picked up the tongs and flipped the succulent meat, serving generous portions to both women and the pig. "But Tun-Tun, aren't you a pig? Why do you enjoy eating pork belly so much?" Pausing for a moment, Yin addressed Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, Tsukumo Hatake has passed away." Tsunade swallowed her drink of sake and burped contentedly, but upon hearing this, her cheerful demeanor turned solemn. After all, he was a ninja from the same era as White Fang, and they shared some camaraderie. He was a ninja worthy of respect, Tsunade acknowledged, her voice heavy. Yin narrowed his eyes, resting his chin on crossed arms. "Surely, Lady Tsunade has deduced the cause. It's merely those old fools pulling the strings again. I have no interest in becoming Hokage. Let the old man find someone else. I also heard that the war between Tsunagakure and Kumogakure has begun." "How do you know that?" Tsunade inquired. "As a medical ninja, my network is quite extensive," she replied, spreading her hands in a gesture of resignation. "Let them fight. It's not like it's a war against Konoha. Is that so? You're as lackadaisical as ever, Lady Tsunade. Are there any private hot springs with good environments in Konoha? I haven't soaked in a bath for quite some time." "Huh." Yin quietly pulled his chair back, distancing himself from Tsunade. "You scoundrel." The next moment, a fist came crashing down on Yin's head. The familiar sensation was unmistakable. Yin could only smile sheepishly as he produced a VIP card for Konoha's private hot springs. Holding the exquisitely crafted VIP card, Tsunade squinted. "It seems you've been doing quite well. You even managed to obtain this kind of card." As she pondered how to extort Yin before leaving, she overheard him say, "No, it's just that the owner of this establishment happens to be my mother-in-law." As expected of my disciple, the trio, along with Tun-Tun, strolled through the streets. Tsunade's reputation was unmatched. Villagers and ninjas alike greeted her warmly. Yin had never doubted that if Tsunade were to declare her intention to become Hokage, the villagers would rally behind her without hesitation. The granddaughter of the god of ninjas, a legitimate heir to the Hokage lineage. A legendary medical ninja who had healed countless injuries and possessing formidable strength. Anyone with a quarter of her capabilities would suffice to vie for the position of Hokage. Yet, this woman had no desire for it. "However, Lady Tsunade, you are quite naive. Do you think you can simply return after attending the engagement ceremony?" With the war just beginning, the third Hokage, no matter how indecisive, wanted to let go of such a strategic asset. As they meandered towards Konoha's private hot springs, they arrived at their destination. "Hey, turn around, turn around." A lecherous voice echoed, and both Yin and Tsunade, powerful ninjas with acute hearing, easily recognized Jiraiya's voice. Yes, just like that. Ha ha ha. Tsunade, furious, prepared to confront him, while Jiraiya remained oblivious, lost in his perverted musings. "Jiraiya, you scoundrel." Tsunade's slender legs smashed into the floor as her chakra erupted. She leaped high, compressing her legs' strength to its limit, creating a sonic boom that shattered the air. Heavenly foot. Her kick landed squarely on Jiraiya's lecherous face, the impact distorting his features. What the Tsunade? With a resounding crash, Jiraiya's head was driven deep into the ground. Yen simply gave a silent thumbs up. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya was quite the formidable individual, facing Tsunade's immense strength with a wry smile. Tsunade clapped her hands and remarked, "This scoundrel, despite being on the verge of becoming a senior at Minato's engagement ceremony, still resorts to such despicable antics. Yen, do him a favor and treat his face. It wouldn't be fitting for the photos if he S-bandaged up." With that, she hoisted the battered Jiraiya from the ground with ease, showcasing the prowess of the legendary Sannin. His thick skin was truly impressive, albeit the abilities of a ninja often bordered on the fantastical. Resistant to fire, lightning, and blunt force, yet fearful of kunai and shuriken. How could that possibly make sense? However, considering they were ninjas capable of incredible feats, perhaps it truly defied logic. As these thoughts crossed Yan's mind, a green glow emanated from his palm, healing palm technique. Under the stimulation of chakra, Jiraiya's swollen visage began to revert to its original form. "I truly appreciate your help, Yen, ha ha ha." Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head. "I nearly met my end at Tsunade's hands." Chapter 52. The helpless Yen. Are you alright, Lord Jiraiya? Yen inquired. "Haha, no worries, no worries. I've grown accustomed to Tsunade's brute strength," Jiraiya replied. Suddenly, he leaned in close to Yan's ear and whispered, "Back in the day, I once spied on your teacher while she was bathing and nearly got punched to death. After enduring it a few times, I gradually built up immunity. Truly, Lord Jiraiya is a paragon among ninjas." The clatter of Jiraiya's hearty laughter filled the air as he patted Yen's frail back. "You have a way with words. No wonder you and Minato are such good friends. You'll be his best man, won't you?" Yen nodded. "I have already promised Minato." "Haha, the bonds of youth are truly remarkable," Tsunade interjected, her expression darkening as she glared at Jiraiya. "Hey Jiraiya, your early return must be for more than just Minato's engagement ceremony, right?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya responded slowly, "It's not exactly a secret. Tsunade, you know that I have traveled across the ninja world seeking the child of prophecy. I returned because of another prophecy from the great sage of the Toads." His demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. The great sage foretold that a shadow looms over the ninja world, one that could overturn the very order of our realm. This individual is concealed within Konoha, and my purpose here is to uncover them. Based on my observations, my suspect is none other than the Hokage's advisor, Danzo. Tsunade scoffed, shaking her head disdainfully. "You must be a fool. How could one's fate, based on an ethereal prophecy, be predetermined? As a covenant partner of Miyaboka Mountain, I will unconditionally follow the sage's guidance." Yen adjusted his glasses, a cold glint in his eyes obscured by the lens. Neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade noticed. "Interesting. So you intend to make your move against me," he thought. "Brother of the Sage of Six Paths, the great sage of the Toads. As I suspected. Yet, it's a pity, Lord Jiraiya, the person you seek is both far and near." As Yen pondered his strategies, Tsunade and Jiraiya engaged in casual banter, preparing to head to an izakaya for drinks. "Now, Yen, I leave Shizun in your capable hands. As her teacher, I trust you implicitly." Little Shizun piped up, "Tsunade-sensei. You finally remembered me." "Understood, Tsunade-sensei," Yen replied, taking Shizun's small hand. Accompanying Tsunade seemed rather unfortunate. Her clothes were in tatters. He planned to take Shizun shopping for a new outfit. However, as a grown man accompanying a young girl to buy clothes felt somewhat inappropriate. "Thank you for coming out on such short notice," Yen bowed to the stoic Shizun. After a brief moment of mutual calm, they had at least eased the initial tension. Dressed in the Uchiha security uniform, Shizun maintained her usual cold demeanor but did not refuse Yan's request. She took Shizun's other hand, and together they headed to the commercial district, two large hands clasping a small one, reminiscent of parents escorting their child. "Puff, puff. How can my little short legs keep up? Watch me charge ahead." The name Mitsuo clothing sounds somewhat familiar. Pushing open the lightweight glass door, they found a plump shopkeeper seated at the cash register, cracking sunflower seeds, while a slightly overweight man moved freshly arrived garments. Mitsuo Daisuke. The silver-haired Daisuke turned his head. "What?" His gaze fell upon the three, 18-year-old Shizun and Yen, holding hands with a girl of about 10. His expression shifted to one of surprise. "This is quite a sight, Yen. It's not what you think." Yen and Shizun exclaimed in unison, their faces turning crimson as they exchanged glances. A slight electric spark passing between them. They quickly averted their gazes, the flushed ears and rosy cheeks betraying their inner turmoil. Just a relative's child, they insisted. Yes, yes. Shizun glanced at Shizun and then back at Yen, internally pleading, Tsunade-sensei, please save me. I really don't want to be a third wheel. So, Daisuke-sensei, you grew weary of the ninja life and opened this store? Indeed. While the pay at the Ninja Academy is considerable, it weighs heavily on my heart to see such young children learning to kill. Alas, we are all bound by the times. You need not blame yourself, Daisuke-sensei. Could you check if there are any children as clothes for my sister? Daisuke glanced at Shizun, who resembled a porcelain doll, and called for his wife to bring out some new styles. A delicate pink dress suited Shizun perfectly, transforming her from the appearance of a beggar into a vision akin to Cinderella donning crystal shoes, joyfully slipping on her little red boots. Now this is more appropriate. Tsunade-sensei, look at what you've brought for the child. Surely, a teacher who can barely afford a meal has no means to buy clothes for Shizun. Noticing the tag, Yen thought to himself that this truly was a case of passing the buck. Daisuke chuckled. Yen will undoubtedly make a wonderful husband, even without children. He pays such attention to detail. Shizun discreetly stole a glance at Yen, but said nothing. As Yen reached for his wallet to pay, a familiar voice rang out, Daisuke-sensei, do you have any white wedding kimonos? Kushina and Minato strolled through the glass door. What? Shizun Yen. The atmosphere grew tense as Minato and Kushina regarded Yen with an oddly scrutinizing gaze. Hey, let me explain. Moments later, Minato mused, so that is how it is. He stroked his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he leaned in close to Yen. Yen, this time I've won. Yen rolled his eyes. Yes, yes. Lord Minato has triumphed. As the two conversed, Kushina had already dragged Shizun away to choose a white wedding kimono, casting glances at Yen and Minato while whispering to one another. Yen helplessly covered his forehead, glancing at the overlooked Shizun, suddenly feeling a sense of shared plight. Is the engagement ceremony all prepared? Yes, it's in 3 days. I truly envy you and Kushina. Minato nudged Yen playfully, whispering, girls need to be pampered. While Shizun is stronger than you, she is still a girl. Just shower her with affection. True to form, you are indeed the ninja world's dating manual. Always charming the ladies. However, your words make me seem rather weak. How is your technique coming along? Yen swiftly diverted the conversation, opting not to delve into discussions with this successful individual. The Flying Thunder God technique, a forbidden art created by the second Hokage, is indeed quite challenging. Yet I've made some progress. Minato paused for a moment, his golden locks shimmering as he revealed a gentle yet polite smile. Furthermore, I believe there is room for improvement. Enhancements to the technique are welcome, but renaming it in your style is best left aside. You quirky naming genius. Oh, I wish to rename it to Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance now. 2. After the modifications. Why not simply change it to Flying Thunder God now? 2. Minato displayed an innocent expression. Yet, I truly find that name quite impressive. Chapter 53. Minato's ingenious ideas. The brilliance of a genius mind differs greatly from that of an ordinary person like myself. Yen, do you require my assistance? He inquired. Elaborate. Minato leaned closer to Yen's cheek. At my engagement ceremony with Kushina, I shall toss the bouquet deliberately to you, providing you the chance to present it to Shizun. Yen rubbed his nose, resting a hand on Minato's sturdy shoulder. As expected of my dear friend, I always knew you were full of clever ideas. As the two were discussing strategies, they heard, we are ready. You two should come and see if it suits you. Minato and Yen turned simultaneously. Huh. The sight before them left their jaws agape. Clad in blood red, Kushina stood in the light, her entire form enveloped in pure white. Her unique collar cascaded elegantly, wrapping delicately around her slender neck. So beautiful, Minato murmured, entranced. Indeed, stunning, Yen agreed, though his gaze drifted to Shizun beside Kushina, dressed in a pristine white gown. Simple yet exquisite, her flawless collarbone and graceful neck caught the eye. Compared to the ornate and lavish bridal attire, the bridesmaid's dress was relatively understated, as it should not overshadow the bride. It's your turn now, Kushina playfully declared, hands on her hips, pulling Minato into the fitting room while winking at Shizun. Minato, being dragged away, gestured behind his back. As a brother who grew up alongside Minato, Yen understood the implication. My good friend, I can only assist you to this extent. Shizun sighed, lowering her head. Let us go, Yen. Uchiha Yen was momentarily taken aback, his expression brightening before he quickly caught up. This was the first time Shizune had called him by name since Master Shimo's departure. Inside the fitting room, Shizune held various sizes of dresses against Yan's broad chest, seemingly searching for the perfect fit. Kushina, aren't we supposed to be trying on engagement dresses? Ah, but Minato looks good in anything, she exclaimed. Minato, come try this on. New spring attire, trench coat, swimsuit. The soundproofing of the narrow space was inadequate, and their conversation reached Yin and Shizune's ears. The couple next door seemed to be speaking loudly on purpose. Ignoring their comments, Shizune's search for sizes became a tad more vigorous. Moments later, under Shizune's selection, Yin donned a black suit for the groomsman, inspecting his reflection in the mirror. Tall and handsome, his physique was at its peak, thanks to the abundance of RC cells. Despite being slightly slender and having delicate arms, his broad shoulders made him resemble a walking clothes hanger. Shizune glanced at Yin, seemingly unsatisfied, and after a moment of thought, produced a pristine, delicate handkerchief, folding it into a triangle and placing it in Yan's pocket. Now it's much more perfect. Upon placing the handkerchief, Shizune looked up, her gaze meeting Yan's. In that instant, time appeared to stand still, an eternity captured in a fleeting glance. Shizune, no need for words. I have already forgiven you. Is that so? It's just that a certain seemingly humble yet profoundly proud individual has yet to approach me. Shizune shook her head with a hint of self-mockery. Well, a soft exclamation escaped Shizune's lips as something seemed to kiss her rosy mouth, twirling and intertwining. When the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless earthly encounters. Moments later, Shizune pushed away from Yan's chest, her face flushed and breathing lightly. You touch my nose. I apologize, I lack experience. Honestly, if you had much experience, I would want to strike you down. Shizune, momentarily bashful, transformed into a stoic face. Knock, knock, she said, tapping the partition in the fitting room. You too. Eavesdropping is not a good habit. The atmosphere fell into silence. Minato. The weather is lovely today. Indeed, Kushina, the moonlight is beautiful. They awkwardly exchanged unrelated pleasantries. Meanwhile, in the corner, Shizune sat with a pouting expression, holding a plush toy. Yin-senpai, Shizune, I've been forgotten again. At the Konoha tavern, the fan whirred softly, and although the establishment was bustling, the owner had deliberately chosen a quiet spot for the two legendary ninjas. Tsunade and Jiraiya sat across from one another, the table laden with sake and snacks. Cheers. Their cups clinked gently, the liquid within swaying. Tsunade swiftly downed a cup, refilling it immediately, one after another. It seemed that only inebriation could numb the unhealable wounds within her heart. In contrast to Jiraiya, who enjoyed good sake without overindulging, Tsunade's behavior epitomized that of a true drunkard. However, one could hardly blame her. Jiraiya sighed softly, his gaze complex, filled with sympathy, compassion, and unspeakable emotions. Having lost both parents at a young age, raised by her grandfather and great-uncle, both of whom perished for the village, and losing her younger brother on the battlefield, the most crushing blow followed, the death of her lover, Dango. It was a testament to her mental fortitude that Tsunade merely developed a fear of blood. Jiraiya pondered within himself whether he harbored feelings for Tsunade. The answer was unequivocally yes. Yet, as a living man, how could he compete with the memory of Dan? A deceased hero? Moreover, Dan was indeed a handsome, humble, and exceptional ninja. It was hardly surprising that Tsunade became his beloved. As for himself, well, without comparison, there would be no pain. Observing the inebriated Tsunade, her face flushed as she exclaimed for more. Jiraiya merely lowered his eyelids, a slight smile playing on his lips as he beckoned the server to warm some milk, replacing the sake beside Tsunade with it. Whether one liked or disliked seemed less significant. After years of fighting side by side, they had become partners upon whom they could entrust their lives, more than friends, yet less than lovers. The bond of kinship outweighed romantic feelings. Jiraiya smiled gently, his gaze lingering on Tsunade's beautiful face. Perhaps, one day when he too sacrificed himself for the village and for Tsunade, he might claim a place in her heart. Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, the third Hokage summons you. A masked Umbu appeared silently beside their table. Jiraiya merely took another sip of sake, having sensed their presence long before. Tsunade is intoxicated. Leave someone to watch over her. I will explain to the old man. Jiraiya rose, brushing his broad coat. Let us go. It has indeed been a few years since I last saw the old man. Chapter 54. Danzo is the darkness foretold in the ninja world. Following the Umbu across the rooftops of Konoha, the elite ninjas moved swiftly. Before long, they arrived at the towering and grand Hokage building, which was merely a few streets away from the tavern. Minutes later, Jiraiya knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Enter." A dignified yet somewhat aged voice resonated. In the past, the old man had not exhibited such weariness, Jiraiya mused to himself. Observing that the old man had indeed aged, no longer possessing the formidable presence of his former self. Pushing open the door, he found the middle-aged third Hokage, who was puffing on a cigarette while reviewing documents. The furrows in his brow had deepened, tightly knit together as if burdened by heavy concerns. "What troubles you, old man? Your expression is rather grim," Jiraiya chuckled, teasingly inquiring. "Alas," the third Hokage replied, tossing a piece of intelligence paper to Jiraiya. As he caught the scroll and unfurled it, his expression shifted dramatically upon scanning its contents. The news of the impending conflict between Sunagakure and Kumogakure had become common knowledge throughout the ninja world. Currently, the main battlefield was in a stalemate, with Sunagakure's elite Jonin, Rasha, and the blazing ninja, Yakura, leading their forces against the Kumogakure army, which had been pushed back several times by the opponent's sand techniques, struggling to advance. Furthermore, rumors had begun to circulate within Sunagakure, suggesting that Konoha had plotted to assassinate the third Kazekage, inciting outrage among the villagers who vowed to seek vengeance. Jiraiya's demeanor grew serious as he spoke. "Are you concerned that after the conflict, Sunagakure may still lack the Kazekage and thus turn their aggression towards Konoha?" The third Hokage flicked the ash from his cigarette, his voice raspy. "Indeed, but my worries extend beyond just Sunagakure. Other ninja villages are unlikely to remain idle. Therefore, Jiraiya, I implore you to stay for a while and assist me in persuading Tsunade." Jiraiya frowned slightly, responding, "I have no issues staying, but convincing Tsunade may prove impossible. You are aware of her hemophobia. Even performing medical ninjutsu is a struggle for her." The third Hokage nodded, raising a hand. "Tell Tsunade not to leave the village. We are at a precarious juncture. The village has entered a state of war readiness, and I have already dispatched numerous ninjas to the border." Jiraiya scratched his head and asked, "What about Orochimaru?" The third Hokage nodded, his tone swelling with pride when speaking of his prodigious disciple. "He should be engrossed in his research. Just a few days ago, he requested several forbidden techniques from the sealing books." Jiraiya pursed his lips, having hoped to invite him for a drink. "Rest assured, with Orochimaru and me, there is little to worry about." Recalling the words of the great sage Toad, Jiraiya cleared his throat and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly. "Old man, the great sage Toad has imparted a new prophecy to me." The third Hokage, still holding his cigarette, urged, "Do share." Jiraiya glanced at the tightly shut windows and doors, guarded by ANBU, ensuring there was little chance of eavesdropping. He boldly articulated his suspicions. The great sage Toad foretold of a darkness spreading within Konoha, gathering strength, which will lead to the destruction of the ninja world. Thus, I returned to Konoha to investigate this matter. I have a suspect in mind. Please do not be angered upon hearing it. It is your close friend, Shimura Danzo. The cigarette fell from the third Hokage's lips in shock. "What, Danzo?" Jiraiya raised his gaze thoughtfully. "Old man, you have always viewed yourself as the victim, which blinds you to the bigger picture. Consider this. If the Kazekage was indeed assassinated by Konoha, aside from you and your ENBU, who else possesses such capability? Furthermore, the intelligence and rumors from Sunagakure cannot merely be fabrications, can they? I suspect they may have acquired some information, leading them to designate Konoha as the culprit behind the Kazekage's assassination." Jiraiya supported his chin with his left hand, making a gesture that implied there is only one truth. Thus, the darkness that threatens to annihilate the ninja world is Danzo, instigating the assassination of the Kazekage to ignite the Great Ninja War. Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost left speechless by Jiraiya's reasoning, astonished by his ingenuity. However, the possibility seemed plausible. Could it be that Danzo has been concealing some nefarious deeds from me? Hiruzen's expression fluctuated ominously. "Do not speak ill of the Hokage's advisor. Jiraiya, you should return and rest for now." A moment later, the third Hokage issued a command to the ANBU ninjas, "Summon Shimura Danzo to see me." After a while, the ninja returned with news. "Lord Hokage, the root reports that Danzo is unwell." The third Hokage's suspicions deepened. Could it truly be that old Danzo is involved? I recall the last incident at the root base, an explosion they claimed was an attack. What if he is developing some devastating ninjutsu or weapon? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. The third Hokage resolved to visit Danzo personally, despite his usual radical tendencies, for he was ultimately loyal to Konoha, and he must not stray from the path. Come, let us go and check on the Hokage's advisor. Meanwhile, in another location, Minato and the exuberant Kushina had presented a beautifully crafted invitation to Jiraiya and Rin. Gazing at the exquisite invitation adorned with gilded letters, Rin pondered deeply. Indeed, watching them transition from classmates to a wedding is truly beautiful. Unlike some people who are always hesitant and indecisive, Jiraiya coughed, deflecting. Is that so? Upon noticing Shizun seated inside, Rin exclaimed, a savior. Jiraiya, I'll take Shizun to Tsunade-sensei. Thank you for your help today. With that, he hurriedly led the bewildered Shizun away. Jiraiya stood still, his purple hair flowing in the breeze, his delicate face flushing slightly as he recalled the passionate kiss they had just shared. What a coward. Arriving at the izakaya, they found Tsunade slumped over the table, intoxicated. Jiraiya sensed the presence of ANBU ninjas lurking on the rooftop. Adjusting his glasses, he addressed them. Thank you for your vigilance. I will take her home. The ANBU nodded, aware of Uchiha Rin's sensory prowess. Though his strength was not remarkable, his intricate web of relationships made him well known among the ANBU. As he lifted Tsunade, the overwhelming smell of alcohol wafted over him. Thank you again, Jiraiya-senpai, Shizun said politely. Not at all. Although Tsunade leaned limply against him, Jiraiya swore he harbored no ill intentions. One woman was already enough to give him a headache. He pondered a dilemma, whether or not to accept the bouquet at Minato and Kushina's wedding. Ah, what a hassle. I suppose being a villain suits me more than pursuing romance. Chapter 55, Hiruzen. You've deceived me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by a contingent of Yenbyu, visited the route under the pretense of a welfare check. As they approached the route base, the guarding ninjas were left utterly perplexed. Is this an order from the Hokage or from Danzo? Apologies, Lord Third, but without Lord Danzo's directive, we cannot permit entry. The third Hokage merely inhaled deeply from his cigarette, remaining silent. The ANBU squad leader beside him barked, how dare you? Does Konoha have places the Hokage cannot enter? Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling the squad leader to hold his tongue. Then please consult with Lord Danzo. The third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette, smiling as he spoke, but the emphasis on Lord Danzo was heavy. It is the third Hokage. As the guard departed, his steps faltered, trembling slightly as he hurried back to seek Danzo's counsel. What? Hiruzen is here? Upon learning of the third Hokage's visit, Danzo sprang to his feet, only to be met with a sharp pain from his injuries. What a disaster. If Hiruzen discovers the existence of Kia, I am finished. I cannot lose this would release ninja I just acquired. Quick, hide Kia. Danzo shook out his sleeves and commanded the guard. Invite Hiruzen in, and inform him that I am too injured to greet him. Yes, sir. Moments later, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped into Danzo's office, surveying the interior layout. The atmosphere was dark and damp, creating an oppressive sense of confinement. My gaze then shifted towards the figure lying on the bed. Wasn't this the second Tsuchikage? Upon closer inspection, I recognized him as Danzo, discernible from the remnants of his single visible eye. You see, he scoffed, I was merely ambushed by a petty thief. The third Hokage lowered his gaze, pondering deeply. If that were the case, then Danzo had indeed sustained injuries. Could Jiraiya have miscalculated? No, I must investigate further. The third Hokage adopted a stern expression and spoke gravely. Danzo, I am already aware of your actions. Do not attempt to deceive me. Danzo was taken aback. How could he have been exposed? Was there a traitor within the Foundation? But all the shinobi of the Foundation were nurtured from orphans and young clansmen. I do not comprehend your words, Danzo retorted defiantly. Oh, still playing coy are we? I am fully aware of your misdeeds. Danzo's countenance darkened, though obscured by bandages, making it difficult to discern his expression. Everything I do is for Konoha, he asserted. The third Hokage sighed, realizing that Danzo had inadvertently admitted as much. His expression softened as he continued. As your dear friend, you should have consulted me before taking such actions. He paused. Moreover, considering it is all for the sake of Konoha, I might yet support you. Danzo seethed internally. Wasn't it you who halted the wood release project? How could you suddenly offer your support? You fickle wretch. Yet, he was momentarily swayed by Hiruzen's unexpected display of sincerity. Since you plead so earnestly, I shall reluctantly share the matter of the wood release shinobi with you. Would release shinobi, assassinating the Kazekage. Both spoke simultaneously, only to realize they were not discussing the same issue. Time seemed to freeze, the air thick with silence, as their eyes locked onto one another. Would release shinobi, assassinating the Kazekage. The terms they uttered exchanged meanings, revealing a misunderstanding. You're deceiving me, Hiruzans. The Kazekage's disappearance has nothing to do with me, Danzo exclaimed. Hiruzans chuckled coldly. The pressing matter at hand is not the Kazekage, but the wood release shinobi. The significance of wood release to Konoha was immense. It symbolized not only power but also the legendary ability of the Sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, to pacify tumultuous times. If the wood release shinobi were to be successfully developed, it must remain under the village's control. A shinobi possessing wood release could easily be groomed for the position of Hokage, leading Konoha into a more glorious future. Hiruzans contemplated this. In stark contrast, Danzo's thoughts were entirely different. I cannot allow you to have the wood release. This is my achievement. Why should you steal it? The wood release shinobi belongs to me. And so does the position of Hokage. Hand over the wood release shinobi. He belongs to the village. Danzo slammed his palm against the bed, the force nearly causing the bandages to rupture. You cannot dictate this. It was you who halted the project. Now that I have invested my resources to achieve results, you dare to demand it back? Danzo, consumed by rage, struck the bed fiercely, causing the bandages to shudder. Should you refuse, I will have to summon Koharu and Hamura to discuss this matter thoroughly. Hiruzan's expression turned serious as he replied, the wood release shinobi is of paramount importance. If you are unwilling to relinquish him willingly, I will dispatch the Umbu to investigate the foundation. The blatant threat was uttered, and when it came to wood release, no matter the depth of their bond, it had to be accounted for. Danzo's fingers gripped the bedpost, turning slightly purple from the strain. The Umbu cannot be permitted to investigate the foundation. If the Sharingan is exposed, it will be over. I cannot relinquish my power before becoming Hokage. A true man does not sweat the small stuff, just like the protagonists of legendary tales. One may lose 100 times, but the final battle must be won. Danzo inhaled deeply, finally conceding, you have won, Hiruzans. I shall hand over the wood release shinobi. Humph. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your attempts to deceive me, Hiruzans replied with a cold snort, instructing the nearby Umbu to summon Orochimaru. It was obvious that his beloved pupil had contributed significantly to the success of the wood release experiment. Summoning him would serve to remind Danzo that certain matters should be discussed with one's mentor, and Hiruzans suspected Danzo might try to fabricate evidence to mislead him, thus requiring a trustworthy expert for verification. You, Hiruzans, you do not trust me. Danzo felt his anger boiling. He genuinely intended to hand it over. Yet Hiruzans questioned his integrity. Where was the trust between people? As they awaited Orochimaru's arrival, Hiruzans found himself growing bored. Without the use of a telescope, the waiting felt unbearable. A glance revealed a small, exquisite book by Danzo's bedside. Picking it up, he noticed the gilded cover illustrated two faces, one noble and heroic, the other cunning and aristocratic. The title read, Legends of the Shinobi World. Curious, he began to leaf through its pages. In the years XX, the daimyo of the Land of Fire ruled tyrannically, leaving the people in despair. Hiruzans read with great interest. Although it was a fictional tale, the themes were profound, and the strategies were intricate. If there were any shortcomings, it was that the daimyo, who held military and political power, was portrayed as the antagonist. It felt somewhat peculiar for the Hokage to be reading such a book. The characters were well developed, and after a brief reading, he found himself engrossed in a scene where the Rakage led 10 shinobi to ambush a hidden village. A knock resounded. Orochimaru had arrived. Hiruzans nonchalantly shoved the book into his robes. Hiruzans, that is my book. What of it? I Haven Tea brought up the matter of the cigarettes you borrowed last time. So what's the issue with taking your book? This is a limited edition signed by Kimokusei, and you need to return it. Hiruzan smirked, I want this very copy. You. Hiruzans. Danzo's visible eye widened in shock. Silence, Danzo. I am the Hokage. How does that relate to being Hokage? You only know how to pressure others with your title. You will come to regret this, Hiruzans. Orochimaru stood nearby, watching the two as if they were fools. If it weren't for the allure of the wood release shinobi, he wouldn't have bothered coming. Under Orochimaru's scrutiny, the child, Ao, was handed over to Hiruzans. On the way back, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils glimmered as he flicked his tongue. Teacher, How do you plan to handle this child? Hiruzen's cradled the sleeping child with utmost care, fearing to disturb him. He felt even more gentle than when holding Asuma. This child represented the future of Konoha. I plan to adopt him as my son, Hiruzen said affectionately, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Ao. Let us name you Sarutobi Daigo. Allow me to be your teacher. Hiruzen's nodded at Orochimaru, who would rekindle the will of fire once more. Subsequently, the matter of the wood release shinobi was buried between Danzo and the third Hokage, while Orochimaru and the Umbu were sworn to secrecy. After all, the power in Konoha was divided into three. Hiruzen's held the largest share, followed by Danzo, and lastly, Koharu and Hamura shared the remaining fraction. Hiruzen's did not wish for them to be aware of the wood release shinobi, wanting to avoid any disputes, thus he chose to remain silent. Danzo, equally dismissive of the other two, was too preoccupied with the sudden crisis to concern himself with them. Today, the scales of victory tipped heavily in favor of Hiruzen's, while Danzo faced a crushing defeat. Special epilogue, best enjoyed with the soundtrack, One Day You Will Appear by My Side by Prism Band. Time flew swiftly. The distant wars did not disrupt life in Konoha, save for a portion of shinobi reassigned to the front lines. In the daily pursuit of research, one occasionally treats Tsunade and others to splendid feasts. Before long, the engagement ceremony of Minato arrives, merely 3 days away. As the third generation's disciple, a student of the legendary Three Ninjas, and an elite jonin of Konoha, Minato's union with Kushina, the last scion of the friendly Uzumaki clan, marks a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. Notable figures from Konoha gather in attendance, including members of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by his wife Mikoto serving as the maid of honor, are all present. Uchiha Kakashi, a classmate of Minato, is also in attendance. The leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, as well as the head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hisashi, and the recently unconfined Hinata Ryuga, are among the guests. It is not only Minato's engagement celebration, but also a gathering of Konoha's elite. Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, rests his chin on the table at the entrance of the banquet hall, quietly recording the gifts received. A certain mischievous individual has dragged him into this role, dressed in a child-sized suit that contrasts his aloof demeanor, drawing the attention of numerous female guests who affectionately ruffle his hair, which has suffered countless affections. Inside the banquet hall, as the engagement ceremony awaits its commencement, delectable dishes are gradually served by attendants, showcasing an array of culinary delights. With the privilege of possessing an internal VIP card, Yin generously reserves the entire establishment for Minato. After all, it is funded by the Kuroyuji Trading Company, so it is of no concern. Minato, you ought to express your gratitude to your generous uncle, she quips. In the backstage preparation room, the groomsmen's quarters, Yin loosens the tight tie around her neck, surrounded by the fathers of the 12 ninja guardians, now the male ensemble of Konoha. A strikingly handsome blonde, Hayashi, casually drapes an arm around Yen's shoulders. Hey, Yen, now that Minato is engaged, when will you treat us to a feast? Hayashi teases, while the somewhat anxious Jukyu sits nearby, puffing on a stick of Kuroyuji brand cigarette. Sigh, Yen laments, I wish I could escape this. If only I had a Kimui Sharingan to tear apart this world. Yet, she has already devised a plan for when she catches the bouquet, an approach that ensures no one will be harmed. Hayashi turns to the mirror to adjust his appearance and remarks to Jukyu, speaking of which, Jukyu, why don't you find someone? Isn't there a saying that the greatest joy for a man at a wedding is to meet the bride's friends? Now's your chance. Forget it. My old man gets scolded by my mom at home every day, and I get dragged into it too. Women are terrifying, Jukyu replies, momentarily dismissing the idea. However, you, my friend, are quite the flirt, hoping to meet the bride's friends. To be honest, she is indeed beautiful, albeit with a bit of a temper. You could give it a try, he adds, rolling his eyes at Hayashi. Indeed, I concur that Hayashi is quite the tease, Yen nods, recognizing the truth in Jukyu's words. Hey, I'm being humorous here, Hayashi defends himself. Meanwhile, Shizen stands quietly to the side, overlooked once again. Hokuto, seated in a chair, rests with his eyes closed. The formal attire suits the Uchiha clan well. With their characteristic black hair and eyes, the clan members are predominantly strikingly handsome. Among Konoha's male ensemble, Yen and Hokuto stand out, one gentle as the breeze, the other cool and reserved. Ding Zhuang, due to his physique, cannot wear tailored suits and resorts to indulging in food, which aligns with his expectations. What gifts have you prepared for Minato? Hokuto suddenly inquires. Kanai, perhaps? A honeymoon travel voucher? Couple's pillows? The group turns to Yen, who remains silent. It's a secret. You shall find out shortly, she whispers, placing a finger to her lips. Behind her stands a large black box shaped like a flame fan, hinting at the surprise. In the bridesmaid's room, Joie stands behind Rio, adjusting her corset. Her once wild hairstyle now neatly styled, presenting a serene demeanor. Mikoto touches up her makeup in front of the mirror, while Kushina engages in conversation with her. Thank you for calming me, Mikoto-ne, she expresses. No problem, but I am curious as to why you are holding an engagement ceremony. It seems Konoha lacks such a tradition. Kushina's previously joyful expression dims slightly. Because it is a tradition of the land of whirlpools, she explains. I apologize. Mikoto's eyes are filled with regret as they meet Kushina's. It's quite all right, Mikoto-ne. Minato fully supports my decision, and with so many family members around me, I truly feel happy. Jiraiya, dressed in a black patterned kimono, sits in Minato's father's position, laughing heartily. Many have already come to toast him, while Tsunade casts a disapproving glance his way. Hey, we haven't even started. And you're already drinking so much. No worries. I have a great tolerance. Jiraiya the sage can drink 100 cups without faltering, he boasts. His face flushed as he glances at Tsunade. However, it is quite novel that we, representing the parents of the bride and groom, attend without them yet being married. He chuckles. Just don't let Minato down, Tsunade sighs, rubbing her forehead. Soft, soothing music plays from speakers brought from the land of waves. The third Hokage watches the lively scene with a smile, reflecting on how Konoha hasn't seen such vibrancy in years. Even the Uchiha clan has blended in seamlessly. It's just that among Minato's friends, there are high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan. Do not lower your guard around them, Hisashi, Koharu remarks, sipping her tea. Indeed, Mito agrees. Haha, don't speak such gloomy words. It's a rare occasion for my disciples' joy. The third Hokage shifts the topic. Though a bold thought crosses his mind, perhaps if Minato were to become Hokage, he could perfectly resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village through bonds. He shakes his head, dismissing the notion. Never mind, let's not dwell on this. Once all preparations are complete, the ceremony, overseen by Jiraiya, proceeds smoothly. Finally, it reaches its climax as the bride and groom make their entrance. Under the gaze of many, Minato, dressed in a black patterned kimono, and Kushina, adorned in a white wedding gown, step forward, flanked by a charming groomsman and beautiful bridesmaids. Minato beams with joy, his figure appearing even more upright against the backdrop of his dark kimono. His azure eyes brim with affection as they fixate on the most significant person in his life. Kushina shyly lowers her head, her cheeks flushed with warmth. The couple slowly approaches Jiraiya's side, who beams with pride. Feeling fortunate to witness his outstanding student transition from school uniform to wedding attire. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya announces, the bride and groom are now in position, and their dear friend, Uchiha Yen, has prepared a surprise gift for them. Suddenly, the lights extinguish, plunging the venue into darkness. A massive spotlight illuminates Minato and Kushina, the white wedding gown appearing even more pure and elegant under the glow, while Minato's golden hair shines brilliantly. A gentle breeze stirs, causing their garments to flutter, and the large screen behind them lights up, freezing a moment in time. The young Kushina stands angrily to the side, while Minato awkwardly scratches his head. Riding on the back of a mischievous child, it reveals a snapshot of their first encounter. Accompanied by the resonant strumming of a guitar, Yen, concealed in the shadows of the stage, begins to play a melodious tune crafted specifically for his dear friend Minato. The sweet, soothing melody reverberates throughout the hall. The song One Day You Will Appear by My Side resonates deeply, evoking the sentiment that all is understood by you. Fingers intertwined, we transcend time, embarking on a journey into tomorrow hand in hand, where fortune is destined to manifest. I await that day, as the audience immerses themselves in the poignant yet joyful melodies. A narrative of a couple overcoming countless trials to unite in marriage unfolds in their minds. The large screen begins to showcase a series of photographs, capturing moments like Watergate and Kushina passing notes in class, Watergate cradling Kushina under the moonlight, barbecuing with classmates, and the couple with various friends, culminating in a snapshot of the two, now adults, smiling hand in hand before the camera. The final video clip features all classmates, including teacher Daisuke, joyfully exclaiming, "Congratulations on your engagement. What a heartfelt effort, Yinsher." Jiraiya bursts into laughter, applauding, as if you were his disciple. Tsunade retorts with a smile, echoing the applause. The venue erupts into thunderous applause, marveling at the creativity of the wedding. Under the soft glow of lights, Watergate approaches Kushina, kneeling gracefully to place the ring upon her finger. The officiant, teacher Daisuke, begins to recite various blessings, while the accomplished Yinsher has already retreated to the sidelines with the bridal party. Leaning against the wall, he sets down his guitar, gazing at the couple under the spotlight, a tender smile gracing his lips. Memories of a fleeting figure from a past life flicker in his mind, her face now blurred. In that previous life, he had practiced this song for a long time, recalling the pain of his fingertips as they pressed against the strings, only to ease once calluses formed. Alas, he never had the chance to play it for that girl nor confess his feelings. An excellent idea. Dressed in a white gown, the bride exudes an air of pure elegance, her subtly adorned face complementing her grace as she stands beside Yinsher. On the other side, Lin, adorned in a similarly elegant dress, accentuates her curvaceous figure. If the bride is the pristine white moonlight, Lin embodies the passionate red rose. Yinsher finds himself at a loss for words, surrounded by two of the most beautiful girls in attendance, yet his thoughts drift to an ordinary girl from his past. Wearing round glasses, his first love. As the blessings conclude, a beaming Kushina clutches her bouquet, her gaze fixed on Yinsher in the crowd. With determination, she throws the pure white bellflower bouquet into the air. The bouquet symbolizes the unwavering love of the newlyweds and carries the significance of passing on happiness. Receiving the bouquet at a wedding is considered exceptionally auspicious, granting the recipient the chance to inherit the couple's joy. A spotlight falls upon Yinsher, signaling that his moment of confession has arrived. Jiraiya clinks glasses with Tsunade, intrigued by whom Yinsher might choose. All eyes turn to him as Watergate gestures animatedly, urging him to act. Kushina, fist clenched, offers encouragement. Yinsher exhales softly, adjusting his glasses. Ignoring the worried expressions of the bride and Lin, he steps forward, each stride deliberate and solemn, bouquet firmly in hand, resembling a knight at a coronation. Upon reaching the stage, he solemnly presents the flowers to Watergate, leaving everyone in astonishment. Watergate exclaims, "What are you doing, Yinsher?" Kushina adds, "What is happening? Am I helping the boy steal my husband?" Yinsher grins, proclaiming, "Congratulations on your marriage, Watergate." Laughter erupts as Jiraiya sputters his drink. Tsunade gazes at Yinsher in disbelief, and the audience, including Kyubi, is in stitches, praising Yinsher's cleverness. Watergate quickly recovers, accepting the bouquet. "Thank you, dear guests. Yinsher shares an unbreakable bond with me, and thus I choose to preserve this happiness between Kushina and myself." With that, the angelic Watergate leads the applause, which ripples through the audience, gradually silencing whispers of surprise. Yinsher descends from the stage, his thoughts unoccupied by either the bride or Lin. He envisions a world free of pain. The bellflower, signifying eternal love, also embodies the essence of unrequited love. Ignoring the crowd, Yinsher steps outside, leaning against the balcony. A gentle breeze tousles his hair, revealing his smooth forehead. His gaze wanders toward the cerulean sky, shrouded in contemplation. "Care for a drink?" Hokuto, clad in a suit, emerges with 2 glasses. "Thank you," Yinsher replies, clinking glasses with Hokuto before both down their drinks. "What a remarkable decision," Hokuto observes. "Is it? I suppose it's fine." Hokuto shakes his head, then adds, "However, I'm not here for that." His handsome face reflects concern as he gazes in the direction Yinsher is looking. "You feel lonely, don't you? I can sense it." Extending his hand, he offers, "If you're feeling isolated, I, representing the Uchiha Hawk faction, invite you back. My subordinates and I would be more than willing to welcome you." His bright, sincere eyes momentarily catch Yinsher off guard. Yinsher shakes Hokuto's hand, but gently declines. "Thank you, but I am accustomed to my solitude." "Is that so? If you ever change your mind, do let me know." Hokuto chuckles lightly before returning to the gathering, leaving Yinsher alone at the balcony, a solitary figure. After a moment, a sigh escapes Yinsher's lips. "Why is everyone so kind to me? Yet I will ultimately disappoint them all." He raises his gaze, his eyes as tranquil as an ancient well, dark as the abyss. Note: the following section is purely fictional and does not relate to the main narrative. Months have passed since Watergate's wedding, with the standoff between Sunagakure and Kumogakure persisting. A massive army from the Land of Lightning has traversed through several smaller nations, ultimately reaching the Land of Grass, where they have been engaged in a stalemate with Sunagakure for over half a year. It is an unspoken agreement among the 5 great nations that smaller nations can serve as battlegrounds, preventing the conflict from spilling into larger territories. The protests of the smaller nations are rendered powerless in the eyes of the larger ones. The daimyo of the Land of Grass supports the conflict between Kumogakure and Sunagakure, stating that as long as nobility is unharmed, all is permissible. The citizens of the war-torn Land of Grass suffer greatly, facing famine and despair. Kumogakure's ninjas specialize in physical combat, but they find themselves at a disadvantage against the Sunagakure forces, renowned for their puppet techniques and hidden weapons. Ordinary ninjas struggle to defend against the relentless onslaught of concealed weaponry from the Rakage. The deadlock continues. Yet the ambitious and formidable Third Rakage has no intention of lingering in the Land of Wind for too long. A war table is set at the center of the command post. The Third Rakage stands with arms crossed, addressing his trusted advisors. In 10 days, we launch a full-scale assault on Sunagakure. Yes, Lord Rakage. The report was sent back to the village, instructing AI and Karabi to make necessary preparations and procure additional supplies for the march. Our next objective is the Third Rakage's eyes sparkled with an endless fire as he spoke. The Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. The assault on the Land of Wind was purely opportunistic, capitalizing on the absence of their leader, the Wind Shadow, who was the weakest among them. This was a chance to seize wealth while the enemy was vulnerable and to provide some battle experience for his subordinates. A victory would be splendid. He would not mind incorporating the Land of Wind into his domain. However, if they were to fail, it would not matter much, as that barren land contributed little beyond dragging down the economy. This time, he only led a small contingent, with the main forces remaining in the village and the formidable Karabi not yet unleashed. The Third Rakage was not reckless. Rather, he was exceedingly astute, reserving his trump card for the most formidable opponent, Konoha. According to the intelligence from the Umbu, the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had died less than a decade ago, and the current Jinchuriki had nearly been abducted by a special jonin from his own village years prior. This illustrated that the enemy's Jinchuriki was far inferior in controlling the tailed beasts compared to Karabi. Thus, they posed little threat. The ambitions of Kumogakure were crystal clear: to seize the fertile lands of the Land of Earth and the bountiful economy of the Land of Fire. The raid on the Land of Wind was merely to stir the waters of the ninja world, forcing the old man Inoki and Sarutobi to face the consequences of their actions. As for the possibility of an alliance, the Third Rakage remained non-committal. It was fundamentally improbable. Konoha's pride as the strongest ninja village would likely reduce any alliance to that of a vassal state. The old man Inoki was well aware that he coveted Konoha's riches even more than the Rakage did. Currently, the upper echelons of the Land of Earth lacked combat power, while the lower ranks were oversaturated. Even with an abundance of food, if they did not reduce the number of ninjas promptly, it would not sustain them for long. After all, ninja lords do not engage in production. In the temporarily rested Kumogakure forces, the Third Rakage returned to his tent and flipped through a few pages of a legendary text of the ninja world, praising its stratagems. Truly a remarkable individual. Once this war concluded, Kumogakure would ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world, and I shall surely invite Mr. Kinmo Kasai to assist. Though they had withstood Kumogakure's attacks multiple times, the disparity in national strength was insurmountable. Sitting in the main seat, Granny Chio, clad in light armor, was troubled by supply issues, and the Sand Ninja forces exhibited signs of fatigue, deeply longing for home. Meanwhile, the daimyo of the Land of Wind repeatedly slashed military funding, even stating that if the Rakage wished to take the position of Wind Shadow, then let him. Such outrageous remarks implied that the ninja village was merely a dog he raised. The internal and external turmoil left Granny Chio distressed. However, she found solace in the fact that the young people in the village had matured. She cast a kind glance at the brown-haired man and the one with greenish-brown hair, both of whom shone brilliantly in this war, particularly Raza. His mastery of the gold dust technique rendered him unstoppable on the battlefield. While it lacked the viciousness of the Third's iron sand technique, it was far more valiant in combat. Leaf Warehouse, too, was an exceptional ninja, possessing the Kekiai Genkai of Scorch Release. Chio slowly remarked, "Once this war concludes, the one among you who achieves the greatest merit will become the fourth Wind Shadow." Ambition ignited in the eyes of Raza and Leaf Warehouse, Attaining the title of Shadow was the ultimate aspiration of a ninja. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his official duties and indulged in a moment of relaxation. Asuma's younger brother, Daisuke, had already begun to run about, though Asuma often bullied him. He hoped that Daisuke would grow up to be as composed as Shinzo, lost in thoughts of a bright future. Sarutobi envisioned Daisuke relying on wood release to earn the trust of his companions and vanquish all foes. He dreamed of being crowned in glory and ascending to the role of Hokage, where the Sarutobi clan would boast dual Hokages, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful retirement. While he was lost in reverie, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared, startling him. "You should knock before entering," Sarutobi exclaimed, nearly dropping his pipe. "Apologies, Third Lord. An urgent report has arrived from the front lines in Sunagakure and Kumobakure. Both are reallocating troops and may soon engage in decisive battle. Is that so? You may leave. I need time to contemplate." After the Umbu exited the room, the Third Rakage stood and began to pace, sighing deeply. What a tumultuous time. Unlike ordinary ninjas who might overlook such matters, how could he, as Hokage, be oblivious? Compared to Sunagakure's full national effort to resist Kumogakure's assault, Kumobakure had likely deployed less than a third of their forces. Striking Sunagakure while they were fatigued was likely a strategic move to prevent their interference in future actions. Sunagakure's mainstream ninjutsu was particularly effective against Kumogakure, aiming to defeat the weakest village that posed the greatest threat to them. What were these barbarians planning? Were they truly intent on dragging the entire ninja world into the fray? Such a troublesome situation. The Third Rakage quietly returned to his desk and began drafting a confidential document for the Ninja Academy, proposing to lower graduation requirements and reduce the time to graduate. During wartime, every effort must be made to bolster their ranks in preparation for Kumogakure's next move. After a grueling day, utterly exhausted, the Third Rakage decided to indulge himself. He focused intently, retrieving a crystal ball. Ninjutsu, telescope technique. As the misty scenes appeared within the crystal ball, a grin spread across his aged face. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office was shattered to pieces. "You old man, how long do you intend to keep me locked up?" Tsunade, forbidden from leaving the village, furiously smashed the door with her fist. The Third Rakage was startled, nearly losing his composure. "Old man, you better run. I'll hold her back." Jiraiya, behind Tsunade, pretended to intervene but was instead eyeing Tsunade with mischievous intent. "You scoundrel, Jiraiya, get away from me." The ground shook as Tsunade's delicate yet powerful fist landed squarely on Jiraiya's face, sending him crashing through the wall and into the rubble. Moments later, a hand emerged from the debris, trembling as it gave a thumbs up. "I got what I wanted. It was worth it. Old man, you better take care of yourself." Chapter 57. Join the Bronze Tree. Scorpion, the goddess of the moon, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The sultry voice of the slug resonated on the podium, recounting the long-forgotten history of the ninja world. The teaching assistant wrote key events on the blackboard. It was indeed a challenge to ask the slug to write knowledge points on the board herself. Scorpion sat in the front row, diligently taking notes, while Iace, seated beside him, appeared rather bored. Even when the slug's eyelids drooped, she dared not lose focus. Fully aware that the slug had a lenient temperament and would not deduct points for lapses in attention. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, and a melodious song emanated from the loudspeakers. Unmistakably home. After class, Scorpion quietly packed his books, preparing to head to his workshop. "Scorpion-senpai, could I have your autograph?" Scorpion-senpai, would you like to share my lunch?" "Scorpion-senpai, I would love to have lunch with you." Iace blushed, donning the student council armband on her shoulder. "Go away. Scorpion still has projects to complete. Delaying him would hinder the development of the Land of Waves. Are you afraid we might steal your boyfriend?" "Exactly. Scorpion is both handsome and talented. He cannot be monopolized by just one person." Beep beep beep. The sound of a luxurious car approached, its sleek body crowned with a metallic black goat's head emblem. Without acknowledging the surrounding chatter, Scorpion took a seat beside Kinmo Kusai. The car glided smoothly along the spacious road of the Land of Waves Engineering Academy. The gecko served as the driver, with Kinmo Kusai seated in the back. He had little interest in romance or women. In the past, he sought eternity. But after spending over half a year in the Land of Waves, he discovered something far more captivating than eternity: truth. Within less than a year of enrollment, I achieved full marks in all general courses and, through the groundbreaking research on the chakra motor vehicle, I successfully graduated ahead of schedule and secured a position in the mechanical engineering group. Even the notoriously strict Altai within the academy praised Scorpion's innate talent. However, out of respect for Kaneki, Scorpion chose to remain in the academy, under the pretense of maturing like a child, as he genuinely enjoyed the atmosphere there. Is there something on your mind? Kaneki inquired gently, his voice warm like a gentle breeze. Scorpion nodded. He knew Kaneki would not seek him out without good reason. Thus, he spent the year residing and working in the workshop, and had it not been for IAs occasionally dragging him out for haircuts and baths, he might have turned feral by now. The war between Sunagakure and Kumogakure is about to end. What does that have to do with me? Kaneki raised an eyebrow, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Your grandmother is the supreme commander. If we lose, it could cost her life. Must I truly sever all ties and emotions? Kaneki smiled, opening the window to let the refreshing breeze sweep into the car, ruffling Scorpion's crimson hair. His expression was one of deep conflict. On one hand, the war was ignited by his assassination of the Kazekage, forcing Grandmother Chiyo to bear the burden of resisting the invasion from Kumogakure. On the other hand, he felt ashamed to return as a rogue ninja who had betrayed his village. Kaneki perceived Scorpion's turmoil and spoke slowly. The wheels of history turn relentlessly, a force no one can halt. The role of an individual is merely to hasten or delay this process. Thus, even if you had not assassinated the Kazekage, the war would have eventually arrived. Scorpion nodded. He may not grasp the intricacies of politics, but he understood Kaneki's words clearly. Go forth. As the first outstanding graduate of the Engineering Academy of the Land of Waves, it is time for you to make your mark in the ninja world. Kaneki paused, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. But there is no rush. We must prepare thoroughly. Losing a talent like you would cause me great distress. Gecko. Proceed to Research Institute 01. Understood. Following the endless road and numerous security checkpoints, they arrived at the Land of Waves' most secretive and vital region. Scorpion gazed in astonishment at the heavy defenses along the route. Every ninja village possesses its own secret laboratories, and Sunagakure is no exception. Yet, the guarding forces here were astonishingly formidable. Patrols in trench coats were stationed every less than a mile, piquing Scorpion's curiosity further. The common thread among all scientific researchers is an insatiable curiosity. A moment later, the vehicle halted before a sealed underground passage. Following Kaneki, Scorpion looked around with keen interest. The Land of Waves has this place? How fascinating. Gecko unlocked the fortified door. Before even entering the underground, the roars of various beasts echoed from within. As they descended the passage, it felt to Scorpion like a cold, dark prison. Surrounding them were silvery steel panels, and a group of researchers in lab coats awaited Kaneki's arrival. As they walked, they passed countless cramped cells from which the unsettling howls emanated. Kaneki's voice took on a chilling tone as he turned to Scorpion. It is time to unveil the truth of the Land of Waves. In reality, the Land of Waves is governed by a group of beings known as ghouls. Kaneki spread his arms wide, and behind him, his Kagun erupted, releasing a multitude of variously shaped tentacles. And I am the leader of the ghouls. As you can see, we are more powerful, united, and cohesive than humans. He extended his hand towards Scorpion. Will you join us? To become a true member of the Land of Waves. Scorpion hesitated for a moment before inquiring. What are the drawbacks of being a ghoul? Naturally, Kaneki, who wished to recruit Scorpion as a core member, did not conceal the truth. We require a specific type of food known as white absolute kin goods. Scorpion pondered for a while, resting his chin on his hand. Actually, I lean more towards transforming myself into a mechanical being. This does not conflict with becoming a ghoul. In fact, becoming a ghoul may facilitate my transformation into a mechanical being. Kaneki's Kagun extended towards Scorpion, who placed his hand upon it. The strength and resilience he sensed sent shivers down his spine. Such a robust biological organ could rival many artifacts within the ninja world. If this can be transformed into powerful mechanical creations, then I am intrigued. I accept. Moments later, having consumed Kaneki's blood, Scorpion became a ghoul. Unlike the impulsive number 1. Number 2 did not consider having Scorpion directly devour the Kagun. The risk was too great, especially since Scorpion, being a research-oriented talent, could not afford to be wasted. Thus, Kaneki opted for a more cautious approach. Transforming into a ghoul and consuming or implanting the Kagun is certainly less potent than a one-eyed ghoul consuming the Kagun with a human body. But the risks are lower and more controllable. Let us proceed. Your teacher Altai has prepared a gift for you. Following Kaneki, Scorpion entered a dimly lit room where Altai had evidently been waiting for some time. Upon opening the door, Scorpion saw Altai, still exuding his gentlemanly demeanor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Altai first greeted Kaneki and then smiled at Scorpion. Welcome to the Bronze Tree, Scorpion. I knew you would make the same choice I did. This is also the gift I have prepared for you. Behind Altai stood a colossal humanoid creature, resembling a beast crawling on the ground. Its body bore multiple signs of mechanical augmentation. Scorpion's eyes sparkled as his face flushed with excitement. What a magnificent mechanical creation. The Super Tyrant. Chapter 58. Altai's gift, do you like it? Altai asked, stepping closer to Scorpion, while Kaneki observed with keen interest. It would be even better if Scorpion could form bonds within the Land of Waves, ensuring this talent would not slip away. Kaneki was ever eager for capable individuals. His next target was the orphan medic, Kabuto, after the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Scorpion's delicate hands caressed the steel plating. Noticing that the gaping wound on the Super Tyrant's chest, which had been inflicted during its battle with his puppet, had begun to grow new flesh. The grotesque scars spread like spider webs, yet the newly formed flesh was even tougher and more resilient. It is simply beautiful. The ominous aura radiating from the Super Tyrant suggested it was in a deep slumber. Its streamlined adamant and tree steel armor combined both lightweight and hardness, making it impervious even to the sharpest wind-based ninjutsu. The purple-black armor entwined around its right fist, seemingly affixed by metal, made those fists larger than Scorpion's own body. Even the frail head was covered by steel armor, with thermal imaging prosthetic eyes implanted. It is no exaggeration to say that this creation is an unparalleled weapon on the battlefield. Kaneki felt a pang in his heart as he gazed at it. The cost of the modifications could equate to the bounty of 3 fully grown horses. The financial director would surely weep in despair, yet the investment is worth it. If it could anchor Scorpion to the Land of Waves, it would be an incredible gain. Were it not for the chakra motor vehicle still not being mass-produced and only available to the higher-ups of the Black Goat, Scorpion could undoubtedly become immensely wealthy from this patent. After all, which noble could resist the allure of a steel beast? A man's blood is half oil. Even for something as inconvenient as a carriage, nobles spend lavishly seeking out prized horses and extravagant decorations. You will receive the key to the Super Tyrant when you embark on your journey, Kaneki stated coolly. As the creator of the ghouls, Kaneki possessed a terrifying power, having developed the half-ghoul's Kagun to an unimaginable realm. Any ghoul that fell within the coverage of his Kagun cells, devoid of consciousness, would become his loyal minions. I am utterly perplexed by the enigmatic figure of the Perfect He, a being that seems to embody both mystery and intrigue. Perhaps we must await the fourth war a decade hence. The gleam in Jinmu's dual pupils flickered as he contemplated this notion. However, there appears to be a shortcut to mastery, the possession of the dragon vein, a conduit of temporal power. Uchiha, regarding the cherished Scorpion, inquired, "Do you know why our research team's previous collective project focused on mechanical puppets?" The student was oblivious. Meanwhile, Scorpion, now filled with admiration for Uchiha, acknowledged his exceptional talent, yet recognized that Uchiha's extensive experience in the realm of machinery rendered him more authoritative. Scorpion was determined to transform his innate gifts into formidable abilities. Though he understood that this would require time, nevertheless, he was resolute in his belief that he could surpass his mentor. Uchiha produced a scroll, and amidst the swirling smoke, a small octopus-shaped puppet materialized. "This is our achievement," he proclaimed. While this puppet lacked overwhelming power, it was astonishingly swift. A sinister smile crept across Uchiha's dark visage as he remarked, "Let us express our gratitude to Lord Jinmu. Without his financial support, our research team would never have accomplished such an extravagant endeavor." With a snap of his fingers, the core of the octopus puppet opened, revealing dozens of explosive tags within. In the next instant, from the shadows behind the tyrant, countless octopus puppets ignited with a malevolent red glow. Scorpion's pupils constricted in shock. What a work of art, he mused. At the same time, Akatsuki, having sneezed multiple times, sat contentedly in his office. Since joining the Black Goat Company, he was spared from the harsh elements while searching for bounty ninjas. Each day, he awoke to find his bank account considerably enriched, indulging in a metaphorical intoxication of wealth. Yet, when he opened his office computer, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the building. Akatsuki's emerald eyes blazed with fury upon discovering that the mechanical research team had siphoned off 100 million from the guild's account. His veins throbbed as he growled. I shall make you wasteful scions repay this debt tenfold. Otherwise, I am no more than Akatsuki, who dared to confront the god of ninjas. With a classified document issued by Konoha, the village commenced an expansion of its military forces. They fervently procured medical supplies from the Black Goat Company, while simultaneously acquiring kunai and shuriken from the Land of Iron, essential tools for any ninja. The academy significantly reduced the difficulty of assessments and shortened the graduation timeline, resulting in an average graduation age for lower ninjas of no more than 10 years. As the graduation examination approaches, make sure to practice your body flicker technique. Obito, Rin gently advised, intertwining her fingers. Obito, wiping his nose with a finger, patted his chest confidently, replying, Fear not, I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. With that, he formed hand signs and attempted the great fireball technique, only to produce a diminutive fireball. Perhaps he could offer a smoke signal to Madara in the future, but as for taking lives, he would rather abstain. Rin giggled softly, reassuring Obito, it's perfectly fine. Even the smallest efforts are charming, Obito-kun. Just then, an elderly lady approached them. The kind-hearted Obito, compelled by his nature, abandoned his conversation with his goddess to assist her across the street. Truly, you are a saint, Obito-kun, she exclaimed. Unbeknownst to him, two figures observed him from behind at the Black Goat Cafe. Yen, sipping coffee, turned to Minato and stated, That little brat you're watching. I hope you'll take him on as your apprentice. Minato took a sip of his black coffee, grimacing at its bitterness, and replied, I'm curious why you're so invested in such a child, especially given that the number of lower ninjas is about to surge, meaning many jonin will be obliged to mentor these novices to ensure they can wield a kunai when the time comes. Yen removed his gold-rimmed glasses, which had been resized multiple times due to issues with fit, and wiped them with a handkerchief. This pair has been a treasured gift. I must safeguard it. He continued, If I were to articulate my thoughts, I would say I have high hopes for that child. I've long believed he possesses the heart of a lion. Minato, sensing mischief, quipped, How does Kakashi compare? Obito has the edge, Jinmu replied. For one who can master most of Madara's techniques in just 3 to 4 years and manifest would release in an instant while under White Zetsu's influence. He cannot be deemed a fool. He merely has yet to sever his shackles. Minato, for once, allowed a mischievous smile to surface. The third Hokage informed me of plans to place Kakashi in my team. Why not pit them against each other and see whose judgment proves superior? Indeed, as the original narrative suggests, Kakashi would become the companion killer after his father's death, shunned by many teams, and would join Minato's squad after some time. Have I already begun a butterfly effect? He pondered, grateful that he had sought Minato's counsel in advance. Furthermore, Minato's moral compass would ensure he would not neglect Obito due to their wager. Rather, he would strive to make the competition between him and Yen fairer. Casual enough. But let us extend the timeline a bit. How about we set it for when they both become jonin? Minato proposed, unwavering in his faith in Yen's insight. Knowing him to be cunning, Yen blew on his steaming coffee, a mischievous glint in his eyes. When the night of the Nine Tails arrives, you will understand the terror of Obito, empowered by the Susanoo and the Ghoul's blessing. Yet, prior to that, I must ensure that Rin is firmly within my grasp. Do not disappoint me, Obito-kun. You are my vanguard against the Sage of the Six Paths, Chapter 59. I wish to join the Bronze Tree. Exhausted after assisting the elderly woman, Obito returned home. Why does that old lady always seem to appear in my vicinity? He lamented, pondering his innate gift for aiding the elderly. As graduation approached, the formerly optimistic Obito felt a tinge of melancholy. Would he and Rin be placed in the same class? This thought prompted the unexpected image of another individual to surface in his mind, silver-haired, with dead fish eyes and a black mask, Kakashi, the villainous figure. Shaking his head, he wondered why he would think of such a character. Obito, dinner is ready. His grandmother called. Coming right away, Grandma. Her voice jolted him from his reverie. At the dinner table, Obito recalled Kakashi's father, the Leaf's White Fang. Should he pay a visit to that rascal Kakashi? It had been many days. Perhaps it was time to let bygones be bygones. He raised his youthful face to his grandmother and asked, Grandma, do I look more like Dad or Mom? You resemble both, she replied, gazing at him fondly with a gentle smile. Are you prepared? Scorpion inquired, packing several scrolls into his backpack. Not donning his ninja tactical uniform, but rather wearing the overalls of the Mechanical Academy. Jinmu, sipping coffee nearby, asked, Are you ready? Yes, nearly everything is set, Scorpion replied. Shall I escort you? Just then, a comical voice interrupted. Hey there, Jinmu. The ride fare is a sweet 10,000. Jinmu could only sigh, vexed by the absurdity of it all. Very well. The body of the dove began to enlarge, stretching like clay and enveloping Scorpion within, slowly burrowing into the earth. The technique, Mayfly technique, allowed for swift movement underground, and Jinmu had summoned a ride for Scorpion. Otherwise, the distance is so great that merely reaching it would take nearly 10 days. In the land of grass, the battlefield of the sand-hidden village looms. Chiyo, clad in light armor, stands before the sand-hidden army. Before her stands the Third Rakage, arms crossed, his heavy eyes filled with disdain for sand-hidden. Old puppet mistress, I respect you as a person, why not just surrender? His eyes narrow, pupils glinting with fierce determination. If he could conquer without battle, that would be ideal. The brutes of the cloud-hidden village speak of surrender with ease, while the warriors of sand-hidden fight to the last breath. As his words echo, the morale of the sand-hidden troops rises under Chiyo's encouragement. Is that so? The Third Rakage chuckles, clapping his hands. Hundreds of ninjas appear, their melodies weaving the familiar sounds of the sand-hidden village. The lilting and melodious songs resonate across the fierce battlefield. Suddenly, I long to return home. So do I. I wonder how my son is faring. It's been ages since Miko wrote to me. In an instant, the sand-hidden army's hard-won morale plummets under the influence of their homeland's music. We cannot wait any longer, Hozuki urges, with her expression fluctuating between hope and despair. Chiyo has no choice but to order the attack, bewildered at how the Rakage learned such tactics. Countless sand-hidden ninjas surge forward. Bang, bang, bang. The strong guards beside the Rakage beat the drums with vigor. The synchronized battle cries shake the heavens, their thunderous drumming repelling the sand-hidden's advance. What is this? My legs feel weak. Several inexperienced genin are so intimidated by the cloud-hidden's imposing aura that their legs tremble. Sensing the impending disaster, Rozuna rushes forward. Sand gold technique. Countless grains of gold sand erupt from the earth, rushing toward the cloud-hidden army under his command. He knows the enemy employs countless tricks. If he does not act, his own troops might flee. The Third Rakage merely chuckles, a clever trick with the gold sand, young one. This is a tactic he learned from the legends of the ninja world. In warfare, when conditions are nearly equal, morale is paramount. The first sound of their homeland weakens the enemy's desire to fight. The second sound of the drums bolsters one's own courage. The third is a psychological tactic. If one can first eliminate the enemy's commander, victory is nearly assured. The time and place may be uncertain, but if one possesses the will of the people, the outcome of the war is all but decided. In the next moment, the Rakage's figure bursts forth, activating his lightning release chakra mode. His hair stands on end, exuding a presence more fearsome than a tailed beast. Young one with the gold sand, your technique is commendable. The Third Rakage charges into the golden mass. The impenetrable gold sand cube is shattered by the force of his punch. Boom. In the next instant, the enemy makes a throat-cutting gesture and rushes at Rozuna like a flash of lightning. There is no doubt. This young master of gold sand poses a significant threat in battle. Black lightning envelopes his body. Realizing the danger, Rozuna quickly raises a wall of gold sand beneath him, forming several barriers of gold sand. Chiyo also unleashes nearly 10 puppets. Hozuki flings several fiery orbs, which would instantly vaporize the moisture from any ordinary ninja's body, turning them into desiccated corpses. Yet, the Rakage laughs heartily, embodying the strongest spear and shield of the ninja world. His hands, suffused with lightning release, effortlessly disperse the fireballs. However, he avoids direct contact with the scorching flames. The fireballs are extinguished by the lightning chakra enveloping his palms. Compared to Chiyo's puppet techniques and poisons, which could be deadly to most ninjas, they have no effect on his battle-hardened body. That fiery young one and the gold sand boy are the true threats. Moments later, the battlefield is strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing. Faced with the relentless assault of the cloud-hidden, the sand-hidden army resembles slaughtered lambs. Chiyo, Rozuna, and Hozuki gasp for breath as they gaze upon the battle-worn figure of the terrifying Rakage. Despite being covered in wounds, his left hand withered from moisture loss. The Rakage remains undeterred. His hair flutters wildly as he laughs in the tempest. To have fought me to this extent, you should take pride in yourselves. However, it ends here. Lightning dances in the Rakage's hand, his gaze fixed on Chiyo, prepared to deliver a finishing blow to the enemy commander. A clear, youthful voice rings out. "Stop, Third Rakage." The Rakage looks up to see a figure in blue overalls perched on a branch. With red hair, handsome features, and a slender frame, the boy exclaims, Who are you?" "I am Sasori, an excellent graduate of the Engineering Academy of the Land of Waves," he replies coldly. The Third Rakage shakes his head, dismissing the boy from the Land of Waves. However, the injured Chiyo and Hozuki exchange uneasy glances at Sasori's appearance. "Little Sasori, leave now," Chiyo croaks, realizing the despair facing the sand-hidden village. She does not wish for her grandson to share the same fate. Sasori merely smiles at his grandmother, causing Chiyo to pause. Her grandson is smiling? "Do not worry, grandmother. This farce is about to end." His expression turns icy. A massive creature, towering several meters high, emerges from a scroll, its mere presence exuding immense power. In the next moment, he declares, "Leave, invaders of Cloud Hidden." Countless miniature octopus puppets surge from the forest, surrounding the battlefield's remaining soldiers. Each puppet opens a storage compartment in its core, revealing dozens of explosive tags. The Third Rakage is taken aback. The sheer number of explosive tags must be close to 1,000,000. He has no doubt these could obliterate the entire battlefield. Cloud Hidden, retreat. The objective of weakening Sand Hidden has been achieved. There is no need for these brave men to perish here. The remnants of the Cloud Hidden army swiftly withdraw. And as they depart, the Rakage casts a deep glance at Sasori. "Remarkable young one, I shall remember you." Chiyo and Hozuki look on in astonishment as Sasori single-handedly drives away the Cloud Hidden army. Their grandson has truly matured. Sasori, intending to inquire about where he had been during his time away from the village, is abruptly struck by a revelation. "Grandmother, I cannot return. I killed the third Kazekage. I wish to join the Akatsuki." His expression is cold as he casually mentions the assassination of the Kazekage, as if discussing the slaughter of a mere animal. Chapter 60. 1 against 2. Grandmother, I cannot return. I killed the third Kazekage. I wish to join the Akatsuki. Chiyo is stunned by Sasori's words. "What nonsense are you speaking, little Sasori? You are still so young. How could you possibly kill the third?" Sasori says no more, instead summoning a puppet of the third Kazekage from a scroll. As the dark sand iron technique rises, it confirms Sasori's claims. The last flicker of hope in Chiyo's heart extinguishes. "How could you learn such a wicked technique, Sasori?" He merely raises his head, smiling. "Eternity is the true art, is it not? By turning the third Kazekage into a puppet, he need not fear illness or aging." Sasori's calm words send chills down the spines of the sand-hidden puppet masters. To assassinate their village's leader and transform him into a puppet, all under the guise of bestowing eternity. What a terrifying individual. Tears stream down Chiyo's weary eyes as she weeps, lamenting why she had not understood Sasori's heart sooner. Hozuki, however, remains more rational. "It is too late now, sister." Chiyo immediately turns to Rozuna and Hozuki, declaring, "Whosoever among you can capture Sasori alive shall be the next Kazekage. I will devote myself to supporting you." Rozuna, undeterred by his injuries from the Third Rakage, unleashes a torrent of gold sand. Yetsong furrowed her brow, pondering the complexities of the situation. After all, the individual before her had just rescued her village of shinobi. It was indeed uncharacteristic of her to repay kindness with enmity. However, considering he was a traitor attempting to assassinate the Kazekage, the scales of justice seemed to balance, and sparing his life after victory would suffice. How audacious! Scorpion laughed maniacally. Although this technique was not yet perfected, he decided to allow them a glimpse of its potential. His crimson hair danced in the wind as 6 scythe-like appendages sprouted from his waist, each adorned with countless delicate, nimble tendrils. The form of Scorpion's puppetry perfectly aligned with his fervent desire for more arms to manipulate his marionettes. A massive scroll unfurled behind him. Scorpion lowered his head with a cold smirk. The secret technique, 100 machine manipulation, unleashed a flurry of metallic puppets connected to the tendrils via chakra threads. The terrifying spectacle sent a tremor through Chiyo's pupils. Was this a technique capable of being wielded by a mere human? Even after dedicating her life to puppetry, she could only control 10 puppets simultaneously. What, then, were the appendages behind Scorpion, resembling arachnid limbs? Scorpion smiled in the wind, his blue overalls starkly contrasting the horrific crimson of his appendages. "If you do not learn puppetry, you will see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. If you learn puppetry, You will see me as a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. In the next moment, the shards of the golden wood technique in his hands were crushed, a crimson mist enveloping the tyrant's metallic mask. Boom! A great plume of steam erupted from the tyrant's mouth. He had awakened. Tyrant, eliminate the one controlling the gold sand. The super tyrant's crimson eyes darted toward the gold sand manipulator, Rasha. A surge of fury welled within him. Despite his limited intellect, he had previously been pierced by a similar technique. He pounded his chest with his fists and sprinted like a beast. The appendages behind him, resembling a Gatling gun, unleashed a torrent of projectiles, which pinned themselves against Rasha's sand wall. Rasha grimaced. This high attack, high defense, high mobility behemoth was the most challenging type for him to contend with. He could only continuously unleash sand bindings to restrain the tyrant, avoiding direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Scorpion was skillfully maneuvering his puppets, constantly engaging Yetsong. The overwhelming power of his scorching technique was too formidable to allow close combat. Thus, it was most fitting to have his vast army of puppets engage the high magic. Fragile Mage, the third Kazekage. Scorpion's ability to simultaneously confront two adversaries without faltering astounded the sand-hidden forces. If only Lord Scorpion could fight alongside us, we would surely vanquish the Cloud-Hidden. Indeed, Lord Scorpion's talent is terrifying. Given time to grow, he would undoubtedly surpass the third Kazekage by several folds. Ninjas are drawn to strength. Scorpion had already intimidated his sworn enemy upon his arrival, rescuing the sand-hidden from its precarious predicament. He then demonstrated his formidable prowess by taking on two opponents, who were no mere amateurs, but rather Yetsong, master of scorching techniques, and Rasha, the manipulator of magnetism. The most renowned genius of the Sand-Hidden, a successor to the Kazekage, was finding it arduous to resist the onslaught of a scorpion barely under 15. Chiyo was on the verge of forcibly channeling chakra to summon the 10-puppet brigade in support of the two when she was halted by the voice of Izo. Sister, do not overexert yourself. Trust in Rasha and Yetsong. Izo's wrinkled face forced a smile as he uttered a self-deceiving phrase. Moreover, since Scorpion is willing to save us, perhaps he merely wishes to showcase his growth. Chiyo hesitated to strike her own grandson. Had Scorpion not betrayed the village, he would surely have ascended to the position of Kazekage. A wave of regret washed over her, and her hatred for Konoha intensified. It was all Konoha's fault. And White Fang too. Since he is dead, let bygones be bygones. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. I shall ensure you pay the price. The tyrant roared once more. His hemocyte cells activated to their peak, the armor covering his right fist crackling with energy. The purple-black armor punched through the sand wall, shielding Rasha. The massive figure surged forward, causing Rasha's expression to shift. He had no choice but to resort to that technique developed to suppress the one-tail. Magnet release, sand gold burial. The scattered sand and gold on the ground coalesced like a sandstorm, attempting to compress the tyrant into a mere pancake beneath the weighty grains. The tyrant's red eyes flared. This technique had already been employed against him before. Possessing a beast-like intellect, the tyrant would not fall victim to the same trick twice. As the sand confined the tyrant, Rasha took a deep breath, his gaze shifting towards Scorpion, who was locked in fierce combat with Yetsong. His focus sharpened. The position of Kazekage was within his grasp. Suddenly, numerous appendages erupted from the tyrant's body, piercing through the sand's web of confinement. As long as one breach was made in the sand gold burial, the pressure would significantly diminish, a feat that the tyrant's robust physique could withstand. Those righteous eyes locked onto the man suspended in the sky. The armored fist, covered in steel, ignited with fiery brilliance. Boom! The fist shattered the confines of the sand, propelling itself outward, dislodging from the tyrant's body like a cannonball aimed at Rasha. The unexpected turn of events left Rasha with no time to defend. The sand wall before him was not yet thick enough to withstand the incoming blow. With a gasp, he spat a mouthful of blood, his body flung backward several meters. Truly a grievous fate. The rapidly approaching colossal fist struck with the force of a fully insured semi-trailer speeding down the highway. It could only be said that Rasha's survival was a testament to the near-mystical resilience of a ninja against blunt force. The remaining sand-hidden forces cautiously approached, helping Rasha to his feet as they checked for signs of life. They then shouted back, Rasha, the Jonin, is not dead. Lord Scorpion has indeed shown restraint. I knew it. How could Lord Scorpion possibly harm his comrades? Yes, indeed. Ultimately, It was Rasha's lack of skill that led to this outcome. Still conscious, Rasha overheard their words, nearly choking on his breath before succumbing to darkness. Chapter 61. The foolishness of the sand-hidden scorpion, not yet transformed into a human puppet, still harbored emotions for the sand-hidden. Otherwise, he would not have traversed such a distance to save them in the land of grass. Manipulating dozens of steel puppets with both hands in his back, he cursed inwardly. The scorching technique was ineffective. Yetsong leaped backward, wielding kunai, the oversteam technique, capable of evaporating bodily moisture, had no effect on these iron puppets. Several iron puppets dove from the sky once more, leaving Yetsong with no choice but to block hastily. Sparks flew as kunai clashed against the puppet's blade arms. Scorching release, oversteam. Several orange fireballs surged toward Scorpion's core, yet were intercepted by his puppets. Surrender. You no longer stand a chance. Scorpion spoke with a calm demeanor. Stop the grandiloquence. Yetsong evaded the third Kazakage's sand-iron trident once more, the stalemate persisting. Enough, Yetsong. Chio's aged voice rang out, halting the attacks from both Scorpion and Yetsong. Let the young Scorpion depart. The situation has deteriorated beyond recovery. Chio resigned herself to abandoning the thought of bringing Scorpion back to the Sand-Hidden. She needed to return swiftly to preside over the inauguration ceremony of the fourth Kazakage. The Sand-Hidden was gravely weakened after the battle against the Cloud-Hidden, needing to guard against IWA, Hidden's predatory gaze, and the disturbances from several aggressive smaller nations. The Rain-Hidden and the Mist-Hidden would be all too eager to see a great ninja village decline. The chilling wind swept across the battlefield littered with corpses. Suddenly, the rain began to fall in a gentle patter. Scorpion stood upon a branch, rainwater cascading down his crimson hair. The blood pooling on the ground was gradually washed away, mingling with the scent of rust. Observing the sand-hidden ninjas lifting their injured comrades with anguished cries and sorrowfully collecting the bodies of their fallen, Scorpion murmured, "What a loathsome war." Chio's hunched figure seemed even more frail. Scorpion let out a sigh. He was no mere straw or wood. Dozens of puppets emerged once again, startling the Sand Village ninjas. However, the puppets did not attack. Instead, they assisted the Sand ninjas in collecting the corpses of the deceased. I knew it. Lord Scorpion is certainly not a traitor. Indeed, rather than relying on Chio, we should invite Lord Scorpion back to be the Wind Shadow. Absolutely, absolutely. Chio cast a hopeful glance at Scorpion, only to meet his cold, unyielding gaze. Aoi turned to Scorpion and said, "If you are weary from the outside world, you may return to the Sand Village." I shall not return. War is a grotesque affair, and the Land of Wind, one of the 5 great nations, is among the chief culprits. Scorpion replied frostily. Perhaps you should truly witness the conditions in the Land of Waves, to understand how laughable the so-called 5 great nations appear to that esteemed individual. Scorpion's words dripped with mockery and irony. The shackles of your own making bind your development and progress. The tides of time are unstoppable by any man. I shall follow that esteemed individual's side in pursuit of absolute eternity. Aoi's expression darkened at Scorpion's blunt remarks, yet he refrained from becoming angry. Is that so? We shall go and see for ourselves. Aoi remained skeptical about the might of a small nation, despite Scorpion's assertions. His disbelief was not unwarranted. It was the arrogance of the great nations of the ninja world. Watching the defeated forces of the Sand Village retreat, Scorpion stood quietly upon a branch. A large mass of white clay rose from the ground. Oh my, how terrifying, Scorpion! Truly worthy of the mechanical pioneer of the bronze tree. Are you leaving? A mere 10,000 ryo for the fair. Let us depart. They are all rather dull individuals. I still have unfinished projects to account for in the mechanical group. As he leapt down from the branch, Scorpion recalled all the puppets into a scroll. Scroll 1, Super Tyrant. Scroll 2, Third Wind Shadow. Scroll 3, 100 Machine Performance. Scorpion pondered, narrowing his eyes. Today he felt no fear, neither of groups nor of individual elite-level shinobi. However, against creatures as colossal as tailed beasts or ninjas possessing unconventional powers, he felt considerably powerless. Perhaps I should try the idea suggested by the leader of the Golden Wood, a giant robot named Gundam. With that final thought, Scorpion's body sank into the clay, enveloped by a white dove as he burrowed underground. Konoha, the Ninja Academy's Genin examination. Do not worry, Obito. Just watch me. Might Guy flashed a thumbs up at Obito, his teeth glimmering. He stepped onto the stage first, forming hand seals. An emaciated shadow clone immediately appeared. The examiner's lips twitched, but he still gave Guy a nod of approval. The standards for the examination had been lowered, making even this lackluster performance sufficient. "Come on, Obito," Rin softly encouraged, and soon she was called up for her own examination. As expected, Rin, with her outstanding performance, also passed. The two rallied behind Obito, cheering him on. "Go for it, Obito. You can do it. This is youth." "That's right, Obito. I will always be watching over you." Hearing Rin's encouragement, a fierce fire ignited in Obito's eyes. "Don't worry, Rin. I've trained hard." The examiner's voice rang out, "Uchiha Obito." Nervously, Obito stepped onto the stage. Examination item, Shadow Clone Technique. Hearing this, Obito felt a surge of joy, relieved that it was a technique he excelled in. He formed hand seals. A burst of white mist erupted, and a clone identical to him appeared. "Not bad, 90 points. Elated by the examiner's score, Obito jumped for joy. Accepting the sacred Konoha forehead protector, he tied it above his goggles. "Obito, you're amazing." Rin praised him, causing him to feel a bit giddy. Moments later, all the passing candidates awaited the arrival of the class instructor. As one by one, students were led away by the Jonin, Obito began to feel anxious, uncertain if he would be placed on the same team as Rin. "It's all right, Obito, even if we're not on the same team. I will still come to play with you often." "That's right, Obito. No matter who your teammates are, it's all about the bonds of youth." Obito merely rolled his eyes at Guy. "You green spandex-wearing beast, who wants to bond with you over youth?" In Class 5, featuring Nara Shikaku, Ebisu Might Guy, and the Jonin instructor Uchiha Fugaku. A striking figure in a black cloak leaned against the door, with cascading purple hair and a stunning visage. "My teacher has arrived. I must take my leave. Youth waits for no one." Guy hurried to the entrance. "What? This kid managed to get into Fugaku-sensei's class? He is the foremost master of Genjutsu in the Uchiha clan." Sometime later, in Class 7, Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, Kakashi, and Jonin instructor Namikaze Minato. The initial joy of being in the same team as Rin was overshadowed by the presence of Kakashi. "Isn't that guy a Chunin? Why is he on our team? Damn that Kakashi." Rin, with hands intertwined, tilted her head to look at Obito. "This is wonderful. I get to be on the same team as Kakashi. Humph. That arrogant guy. I'd rather not be on the same team as him." Chapter 62, The Storm in the Ninja World. With the battle between the Sand and Cloud villages drawing to a close, everyone was left astounded by the outcome. Explosive intelligence reached the tables of high-ranking officials everywhere. According to everyone's predictions, Cloud was supposed to crush Sand with overwhelming force. Yet, the sudden emergence of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, at barely 15 years of age, drove back thousands of Cloud ninjas and defeated elite Jonin, Zaku and Rashi, who had teamed up. Scorpion was even offered a bounty in the black market. Recognized as the #1 genius in the ninja world and the strongest puppet master in history, with a bounty reaching 5 Asuma. Numerous spies also reported on Scorpion's claims of being an engineer from the Land of Waves and the legendary figure he spoke of. More information flowed back from the spies, prompting some great nations to take notice of the small, marginal Land of Waves. The returning Sand Village immediately condemned the Cloud Village, stating that the barbaric Cloud had torn up the treaty and instigated war without honor. "Our genius ninja frightened off 1,000 of your ninjas. The Third Rakage is truly regressing." Cloud retorted, "Who else would we strike but you? What do you mean your village? Those are ninjas from the Land of Waves. And a village that can lose its own shadow is unworthy to be compared with Cloud." Konoha interjected, "Let us keep the peace. There's no need to quarrel. Peace is paramount." Sand replied, "Once I finish with the barbarians, I will settle the score with you." Cloud declared, "Shut your mouth. I announce war against Konoha." Mist chimed in, "Then I shall join in as well and declare war on Konoha." Stone declared, "War against Sand, Cloud, and Konoha." Konoha exclaimed, "You bastards. Go ahead and fight." Thus, unbeknownst to the very person involved, the butterfly effect caused by him led to the premature outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. In Konoha, at the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage smashed the table to pieces once more. These brutes. The ninja world is truly in chaos now. It's all turned into a battlefield. The third Hokage, with a cigarette in his mouth, could not shake the frown from his brow. Thankfully, the legendary 3 shinobi were still in the village, and he and Danzo were still in their prime, while Minato had successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Even in a forefront war, victory was not out of reach. However, The scale of this war was unprecedented, and its duration was uncertain. Sighing once more, the troubled Sarutobi Hiruzen began to devise a strategy for defense and offense. In the Cloud Village, Dad, everyone outside says you were frightened off by a teenager. Let me go out and take him down. Before even entering the door, AI's voice rang out as he pushed open the door to the Rakage's office, followed closely by Killer B. Get lost. A massive fist struck AI on the head, sending him flying. The Third Rakage remained expressionless. The old man referred to this as a temporary measure, rather than risking mutual destruction by seizing the barren lands of the Sand Village. It is wiser to conserve strength and plunder the Leaf Village instead. A book struck AI upon the head. He should return and thoroughly study this tome, for within it, the Rakage recounts victories and defeats in every war, illustrating that macro-level warfare relies not on fleeting triumphs. Oh, Elder, it is you who failed to bring me along. You too be gone. In the Rock Village, Oyuki gazed at the intelligence reports with a pained expression. The prodigies of the Sand Village are exceptionally talented, while the Cloud Village harbors ambitious designs, and the Leaf Village needs no mention, being the foremost among the ninja nations. Although the Mist Village has isolated itself, the notoriety of the 7 ninja swordsmen is earned through bloodshed. Only the Rock Village, though seemingly prosperous, suffers from internal strife. His own son lacks the talent to learn Dust Release, and that young fellow Akatsuchi can only be considered moderately gifted. With age upon him, if he does not find a successor soon, the art of Dust Release may be lost. The explosive release forces are scarce and costly to cultivate. Under normal circumstances, the Rock Village has too many lower-ranked ninjas. A portion of the surplus ninjas must be expended, Oyuki contemplated. And as for that so-called Land of Waves, it is merely a trifling nation, not to be feared. Just as he was about to rise, a crack resounded. My poor back. In the Mist Village, the third Mizukage sat in his office, issuing directives to the 7 ninja swordsmen before him. This war shall primarily focus on wealth acquisition, with the first step being to seize the Land of Waves as a relay station. Historically, the Mist Village has utilized the Land of Waves as a relay point due to its advantageous geographical position, being easy to defend yet difficult to attack, alleviating concerns from the rear. The Mist Village is the most enigmatic among the 5 great ninja villages, having long been closed off, making infiltration by outsiders exceedingly difficult. Its bloodline clans are numerous, second only to the Leaf Village, yet it is also the village most despised by common ninjas for its bloodline clans. Successive Mizukages have sought ways to diminish the power of these clans. Viewed from another angle, it is a peculiar reflection of the Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan. The aged mentor sighed, advising, Lord Mizukage, it may be prudent to investigate the Land of Waves. The third Mizukage raised a hand in dismissal. It matters not. It is merely a small nation. He chuckled. My beheading sword is eager for action. They are but insignificant foes. I am quite keen to engage with this scorpion of the red sand. Below, the 7 ninja swordsmen began to discuss among themselves, even before the battle had commenced, contemplating how to divvy up the spoils. The third Mizukage rose, speaking slowly. Enough chatter. Let us speak on the road. Assemble the troops. Our target is the Land of Waves. In the Sand Village, the returning troops, laden with injuries, bore low spirits. Chiyo understood the urgent need to uplift the morale of the soldiers. She immediately began preparations for the election of the 4th Kazekage, with candidates being Shikuten Yakura and Jiden Rasha. The election would commence with votes and combat between the two. During the election segment, Yakura proclaimed, I shall do all within my power to lead everyone in the development of the Sand Village. Rasha countered, I can procure gold sand to support the village. Yakura vowed, I will embody the will of the sand with my life. Rasha repeated, I can procure gold sand to support the village. Yakura responded with confusion. Rasha retorted, you are a miser. The first round of voting concluded with Rasha's overwhelming victory. The second round of combat ended in a draw. Thus, the title of 4th Kazekage was bestowed upon Jiden Rasha. Subsequently, Chiyo discreetly approached Yakura. I hope you can investigate the Land of Waves. In the Land of Waves, within the Black Goat Trading Company, Cardo rushed into Kinmaku's office with a frantic expression. Lord Kinmaku, our merchant ship, sailing near the Land of Water, has been raided by a large number of mist ninjas. They seem to be heading towards the Land of Waves. Kinmaku merely closed his notebook, which he had been writing in, and replied nonchalantly, It matters not. I shall intervene. Inform the gecko to extract half of the specimens from Laboratory 01 and gather the current members of the Bronze Tree. Kimiko lifted his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his features. This shall be our first battle. Let the ninja world tremble. Cardo wiped the sweat from his brow, a mix of fear and excitement coursing through him. Facing one of the 5 great nations. The land of water. This was something he had never dared to imagine. Understood, Lord Kinmoku. I assure you I will complete the task. Chapter 63. Within the borders of the Land of Waves. Ninja Prohibition. With Kinmoku's command, the entire machinery of the Land of Waves began to churn into action. All villagers along the border of the Land of Water were evacuated. A multitude of bronze tree members donned in white cloaks transported countless coffin-like containers to the port. Everyone stood ready, awaiting the arrival of distant guests. The crimson mists of the Land of Waves thickened ominously, enveloping even the sea. At sea, the mist ninjas sat idly aboard their ships, finding the march towards plunder and slaughter far more tedious than the act itself. They longed for a more challenging opponent. Hibana Shizuku polished his exaggerated beheading sword, renowned for its cruelty as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Compared to the small size of kunai, this sword, capable of cleaving a person in twain, was truly fearsome. I wonder how much treasure we can seize this time, huh? Exclaimed Sujetsu, brandishing the large sword Samahata. Standing at around 2 meters tall, the most avaricious among them. Many of the surrounding pirate raiders were his subordinates. I don't understand why the third Mizukage insisted we all go to such a small nation, complained Kirikira Reiga. It is well known that their 7-man team could easily decimate a small nation. Conquering the Land of Waves would be a mere trifle. It seems it will be another dull battle, he remarked while chewing on a piece of grass, reclining on the ship's deck, utterly disinterested in this small nation. However, he had heard that the Land of Waves had been developing well recently. Perhaps they could strike it rich. Are you ready? Kimiko, clad in a black cloak, stood at the port, the sea breeze whipping through his garments. All is complete, Gecko replied respectfully. Scorpion appeared somewhat anxious. Chief, did this incident arise from my actions? Kimiko ruffled his hair, assuring him, it matters not. The Land of Waves has amassed strength for too long. It is time for the ninja world to witness it. How is your golem progressing? The energy source is lacking quality. Kimiko rested his chin in thought, murmuring, the tailed beasts are acceptable. If we can acquire even one, it should suffice. Kimiko nodded, I shall resolve this swiftly. Just as he finished speaking, Cardo's voice rang out with alarm. Lord Kimiko, we can see their masts. Understood. Kimiko replied coolly. In the next moment, his slender form began to swell, crimson flesh proliferating. Layers of bone, more resilient than steel, enveloped the firm blood and flesh. In an instant, an immense cloud of dust erupted. The crimson single eye on his bone mask flickered with intensity. This is truly artful. Scorpion stared in a daze at Kinmoku's transformed visage, his towering figure looming within the crimson mist. Beneath the shroud of mist, the distant sea was obscured from view. Lord Kinmoku possesses strength rivaling that of Hashirama Senju. There is no cause for surprise. Kato's sharp voice pierced Scorpion's ear. Though both were mid-level officers, Kato, with his greater seniority, seemed to assert his experience. Indeed, this fellow feared that Kimmoku valued Scorpion too highly, worrying that Scorpion might encroach upon his authority. However, someone like Scorpion had no interest in mundane power. We have arrived. Hibana Shizuka hoisted his beheading sword onto his back, while Suigetsu rose. A gleeful grin plastered across his face. Haha, let the little ones stir with excitement. Kirikura Reiga licked his lips. It has been too long since I have tasted blood. Only Kurasame Shuriken remained vigilant. Beware, for this crimson mist appears quite unsettling. Is it the technique of mist concealment? Before him, a distant red light ignited in his vision. What could that be? Without hesitation, Wooly Shiba bellowed, no? Quickly, abandon ship. With that, he leapt from the cabin, followed closely by the 7 ninja swordsmen, while the remaining ordinary ninjas remained oblivious. A colossal beam of light, potent enough to pierce the heavens, surged forth. The thunderous roar of destruction enveloped the fleet of mist ninjas. Numerous warships erupted in flames. Standing upon the water, Biwa Juzu regarded the wreckage of the battleships with trepidation. This must be a jest. Is this the power of a tailed beast bomb? A miscalculation in intelligence, should they advance or retreat? Kurasame Samui mused. As the most ruthless and bloodthirsty among them, his vigilance was unparalleled. By the gods, I must press forward. To be repelled by a minor nation would be a lifelong source of ridicule. Black Ho Raiga scowled. Perhaps this technique can only be employed once. After deliberation, They quickly surged towards the shore with their subordinates. The longer they lingered on the water, the more chakra they consumed. The enemy's capabilities remained unclear. Recklessly expending chakra could prove perilous. Upon reaching the shore, the 7 ninja swordsmen remained alert, scanning their surroundings. The red mist thickened, obstructing their vision. None among them possessed ocular jutsu, and within their visible range, their subordinates vanished without a sound. The surrounding circumstances were shrouded in uncertainty. Eerie howls echoed, accompanied by the sounds of screams and the gnashing of flesh and bone. They assumed defensive stances, surveying the area. Damn it! This land of the water country is too sinister. I have visited before. Suddenly, a peculiar figure materialized, devoid of facial features or limbs. Its entire being cloaked in pallid skin with spider-like appendages protruding from its back. The red mist gradually dissipated, revealing even more grotesque creatures behind it. In mere moments, they found themselves encircled by these monstrosities. Cursed be it, there are far too many. Where is our army? I cannot say. They must have been scattered by the mist. Or perhaps they have already been devoured by these fiends. Kurasame Samui raised his sewing needle, pointing it at a winged aberration holding a severed head, one of their own. But why have they not attacked? Are they merely blocking our escape? Biwa Juzu, not known for his intellect, inquired, for had he been clever, he would not wield a beheading sword as a ping-pong paddle. Kurasame Samui could only shrug helplessly. Currently, there are 2 possibilities. Firstly, from my observations, these creatures do not possess great strength, likely around the level of a chunin, yet their numbers are vast. We, being at least jonin level, pose a threat they dare not confront. They are likely waiting for one of us to strike first, thereby increasing their chances of seizing our corpses. However, Kurasame Samui's eyes narrowed beneath his mask. This likelihood is low. The second possibility is that a more formidable entity is controlling them. Perhaps one who derives pleasure from watching us struggle in our demise. Truly a kindred spirit who revels in torment. What shall we do? Break through? Biwa Juzu cursed. That may be our only option. Kurasame Samui sighed, tightening his grip on the sewing needle. A voice, raspy and abyssal, thundered through the mist, as if a colossal hand had seized their hearts. Ninja are prohibited from entering the land of water. Chapter 76. She awaits his death news following the truce with the hidden cloud. Konoha, apart from a small contingent of ninjas stationed at the front lines, began to disperse a substantial number of warriors to support the battlefronts at the Hidden Stone and Hidden Mist. Minato and Kakashi, along with various combat teams, accompanied their commander Orochimaru to the battlefield at the Hidden Stone, where Jiraiya was stationed. Meanwhile, Yin and the medical ninjas, under the escort of an elite squad, advanced towards the Hidden Mist battlefront. As anticipated, this conflict would serve as a grand stage for Minato to etch his name in history, emerging as the formidable yellow flash of the ninja world. Yin squinted thoughtfully. Upon learning he was dispatched to the Hidden Mist front, he had already informed his comrades in the Bronze Tree, leaking the marching route of Konoha's medical ninjas to spies in the Hidden Mist. It was likely that those wretches were already lying in wait. How amusing it would be to witness how Terumi would react upon receiving news of my demise. He mused with a hint of schadenfreude. Perhaps she would awaken her Sharingan in a tempest of rage and sorrow. Accompanying the medical ninja unit, Yin pressed onward to the Hidden Mist front. The main forces had been dispatched to the more intense battlefield at the Hidden Stone. The escort for the medical ninjas consisted of elite jonin from the Sarutobi clan and 2 special jonin from the Umbu. Such a configuration was considered high-end in the context of war. Not everyone was a legendary figure like Minato, who could slay 50 jonin from the Hidden Stone with casual ease, instilling such terror in the enemy that they established a protocol to surrender unconditionally upon encountering the Golden Flash. It is worth noting that prior to this, all ninja villages had tacitly accepted that missions took precedence over the lives of ninjas. However, what truly piqued Yen's curiosity was what kind of squad the Hidden Mist would send to execute this assassination mission. The winds in the forest were gentle. Even as they leapt between the trees, there was no sting of discomfort. A group of ninjas raced through the thickets like superhumans. Suddenly, a bizarre laugh echoed through the woods. Hey, Uncle Sharkface, at least leave me a few scraps. In an instant, they heard water release. Great shark bomb technique. A massive blue shark surged forth, disrupting their formation. Not good. It's an ambush from the Hidden Mist. Quickly, conceal yourselves, shouted the elite jonin of the Sarutobi clan. as he swiftly formed hand seals and expelled an equally gigantic fire release, Great Fire Dragon. As the blazing dragon collided with the Great Shark Bomb, the Inferno, laden with destruction and heat, was wholly consumed by the shark. After absorbing the chakra from the Great Fire Dragon, the Great Shark Bomb grew even larger and more fearsome. Barreling forward, effortlessly cleaving through the trees in its path, raising a tempest of dust. The residual shockwave inflicted heavy casualties on the medical ninja unit sheltered behind. A boy with sharp fangs, wielding an explosive blade in one hand and a long sewing needle in the other, cackled wildly as he charged into the medical ninja unit. Commencing a massacre, Yin glanced around, then simply laid down on the ground. Utilizing the aberration as a medium, he created a false body while his true form had already transformed into a mist of blood, burrowing into the earth. On the hidden mist front, Terumi's blade once again struck with precision and mercilessness. Each swing claimed a life. Her gaze remained devoid of emotion, as if all of this unfolded precisely as she had foreseen. The air around them was thick with the scent of blood and fear, causing the morale of the hidden mist ninjas to waver. She wiped the blood from her face with her soft sleeve. Monsters were dispatched in an instant. The hidden mist and Konoha ninjas were still engaged in battle, but at this moment, a vacuum had formed around Terumi. The reason was simple. The sheer number of corpses piled around her was overwhelming. Many hidden mist ninjas failed to detect the presence of jutsu, merely witnessing the ethereal butterflies before losing their lives. Those butterflies seemed to carry the scythe of death, light and yet lethal. This was not ninjutsu, but rather sorcery. The hidden mist ninjas had been utterly paralyzed by fear. Currently, the situation in the hidden mist could be described as a thorough beating at the hands of Konoha. Even though the hidden mist excelled in countering the Uchiha clan with their water release techniques, they stood no chance against the most ancient bloodline limit in the ninja world, the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan profoundly imparted a lesson to the hidden mist on what true fire release entailed. Moreover, during this war, the Uchiha clan birthed even more monsters. Finally, the Uchiha clan, long ostracized by Konoha, found their reprieve on the battlefield of the hidden mist. The most notable among them were three individuals: Fierce-eyed Fugaku, along with the Uchiha twin stars, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, observed the dwindling morale of the Kirigakure army. Their commander, Kurigane Yagura, had begun to withdraw his forces. Meanwhile, the Konoha army established a stronghold in the region. Konoha's forces in this battlefield primarily comprised members of the Uchiha clan and civilian shinobi. Teacher Shursui is incredibly powerful. This is the essence of youth, exclaimed Might Guy, his face brimming with admiration. Beside him, the youthful Hibisuk had yet to transform into a lecherous elder, adorned with round sunglasses and clad in a form-fitting black outfit. Teacher Shursui is indeed a genius of the Uchiha. His prowess is to be expected. He adjusted his sunglasses while holding a small book, eyeing it with a mischievous glint. Having a formidable mentor is a boon. As long as one remains within proximity to Teacher Shursui on the battlefield, danger is significantly mitigated. In contrast, Nara Shikamaru languidly chewed on a blade of grass, gazing at the retreating Kirigakure forces. Kirigakure is truly weak. I haven't even utilized my full strength yet. The group engaged in lighthearted banter, cherishing these rare moments of leisure amidst the backdrop of war. The oppressive gloom of conflict weighed heavily upon them, with only the camaraderie of friends offering brief respite. I heard that the battlefield at Kumogakure has reached a ceasefire, remarked Guy, scratching his head in puzzlement. Indeed, the reinforcements are en route, he continued. I saw Teacher Shursui joyfully welcoming the support troops. Could there be someone significant among them? Foolish Guy, it's Uchiha Rin, the medical ninja. She is Teacher Shursui's beloved. Hibisuk corrected him with exasperation. Hibisuk found it absurd that Guy, whose father was in a relationship with his own mentor, couldn't even remember names. Such a simpleton, indeed. A one-track mind of a taijutsu novice. Speaking of which, isn't his father stationed at the Kirigakure front lines? That green-skinned beast who does push-ups crazily every morning. Meanwhile, Shursui hummed the tune that Rin played last time, joyfully joining the throng welcoming the reinforcements. The leading Sarutobi Jonin stepped forward, his arm heavily bandaged, accompanied by other wounded shinobi. Shursui scanned the crowd, searching for the figure he longed for, but his heart sank when he did not find her. The Sarutobi Jonin, with a pained expression, produced a list. He collapsed before the assembly, apologizing. I failed to complete the mission. We were ambushed by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before he could finish his words, Shursui stormed over in fury. The name at the top of the casualty list was unmistakably Uchiha Rin. Grasping the Sarutobi Jonin by the collar, her face contorted in anguish and rage, she demanded, "You must be lying. Rin cannot be gone." The Sarutobi Jonin lowered his head in sorrow. "I am sorry." Rin was a respected and exceptional ninja whom everyone trusted. With the confirmation of her worst fears, Shursui released her grip, her steps faltering as though she were a marionette with its strings cut, murmuring in disbelief, "This cannot be." In her daze, she briefly envisioned the handsome face adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. War raged for 3 months. Letters from home are worth their weight in gold. Yet, she had received neither correspondence from Rin nor the dreadful news of her demise. Blood and tears streamed from Shursui's eyes, and she could no longer distinguish between the two. Who was responsible for Rin's death? Her throat constricted, producing a hoarse, mournful sound. The Sarutobi Jonin, seething with anger, replied. It was the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, along with the tailed beast Jinchuriki, Kisame Hashigaki, and the prodigy of Kirigakure, Ao. Shursui remained silent, drawing her blade and turning away, her steps unsteady. A subordinate attempted to console her, but was halted by Uchiha Bozu. Let it be. Captain Shursui prefers solitude in her sorrow. Bozu gazed mournfully at Shursui's retreating figure, his eyes revealing a blend of admiration and unspoken feelings, skillfully concealed. A living person can never replace the place of the deceased. Given Shursui's character, it was certain that she would remain unmarried for life after the loss of her beloved. Meanwhile, the trio from Shursui's squad watched as she sorrowfully faded from view. A beautiful, graceful figure, unflinching in the face of any adversary, displayed such an expression of despair. What could have transpired? Mike Guy was about to join the crowd when he spotted his father, tears streaming down his face, rushing towards him. Guy, Rin has sacrificed herself. What? Teacher Shursui's beloved is dead. Might Daisuke wept openly, enveloping Guy in his embrace. Guy, your father owes his very existence today to Rin. I intended for you to become Rin's adopted son, to care for him in his old age, but now. Daisuke's voice broke once more, and a man in his 30s wept like a child. Rin, Teacher Shursui. The shared grief enveloped Might Guy, and he too began to weep. Father and son embraced as they had done countless times before, but today, no one laughed at their display of emotion. Rather, many around them joined in their sorrow. Each medical ninja is a vital resource for the village, and in battles between great nations, medical ninjas are often captured for their high value. This time, however, the merciless Kirigakure shinobi had broken the code by killing a significant number of Konoha's medical ninjas, inciting the wrath of all Konoha shinobi. Who among them had not sustained injuries? Who had not been healed by a medical ninja? Perhaps among the fallen were their own kin. A palpable atmosphere of sorrow enveloped the shinobi. The Sarutobi Jonin slammed his fist into the ground, gritting his teeth as he declared, "It's all the mist's fault." Indeed, it's those damned mist shinobi. The others echoed, "Annihilate them. Avenge our comrades." Revenge. A fierce blaze of fury ignited in the eyes of the assembled warriors. In the command room, Shimura Danzo, bandaged from head to toe, tapped his cane lightly, one eye fixated on the freshly delivered battle report and the list of the fallen. His gaze lingered on Uchiha Rin's name. "Damn those wretched mist scum," he muttered. A flurry of memories flooded his mind. The first time, amidst the encirclement of Kumogakure, he and Rin fought side by side, with the gravely injured Rin entrusting him with the last of his 3 Tomo Sharingan. The second time, he himself was gravely wounded, his body ravaged by Hashirama cells, relying on the 3 Tomo he had seized from Rin's son to survive. Now, all of Rin's descendants were dead, leaving only a 3-year-old boy. As Danzo reflected, even the cold-hearted man felt a twinge of emotion at the sight of such devastation. A lineage of loyalty and valor, Rin. I shall honor you as the true bearer of the will of fire. With a heavy sigh, he ordered that the remains of the fallen shinobi be returned to Konoha for a proper burial, especially Uchiha Rin. I shall personally ensure he is laid to rest in the finest cemetery in Konoha. In Danzo's mind, Rin was not only the grandson of a revered figure, but also a disciple of Tsunade, an outstanding medical ninja, and a pure descendant of the Hokage lineage, even lacking the cursed power of the Sharingan. Upon hearing these orders, the root shinobi nodded and swiftly took the scroll containing the bodies of the fallen ninja back to Konoha. It was customary for the bodies of fallen shinobi to be returned to their villages. First, to guard against malevolent jutsu that might desecrate the souls and bodies of the deceased. Second, the information contained within the minds of the deceased shinobi could be extracted, holding significant strategic value. Third, particularly for those with Kekkei Jinkai, there were individuals in the black market willing to pay handsomely for their remains. Danzo tapped his cane once more. Bring Uchiha Fugaku to see me. Tonight, we shall launch a night raid against Kirigakure. In the eyes of Shimura Danzo, a fierce glimmer erupted. Every medical ninja is a treasure of Konoha. How dare these scoundrels, who survive by plundering at sea, commit such acts of murder? They must pay the price. If I were to endure this, I might as well change my surname to Saratobi. If this account is not settled clearly, I shall no longer be Shimura Danzo. The conveyance of information between ninjas is swift, especially in the presence of wise summoning beasts. On the battlefield of Iwagakure, night had fallen, leaving only a few tents flickering with the light of fire. Even though she could not participate in combat due to her hemophobia, Tsunade assisted Jiraiya with battle reports at the Iwagakure front. With a light scoff, Tsunade invoked the summoning technique and sensed the call of the slug. The miniature slug appeared on the table. What is it, slug? Lady Tsunade, Lord Yin has sacrificed himself. Upon hearing this, Tsunade froze momentarily, an expression of disbelief gradually appearing on her beautiful face. Her right hand clutched the fabric of her attire at her chest. How could that little brat possibly die? Memories began to assault Tsunade's mind, scenes with that little brat flashing before her eyes. Tsunade-sensei, I have so many questions to ask you. Tsunade-sensei, please don't always get drunk and trouble Shizun. Tsunade-sensei, if you store excess chakra and control your body precisely, why do you insist on dragging Shizun along to endure hardships? Tsunade-sensei, aren't you always losing at gambling? Why not bet that I won't return from the battlefield this time? In the worldview of Naruto, the bond between a master and disciple is akin to that of a father and son. Tsunade lost her granduncle and great-uncle in her youth, her lover and brother in her prime, and her disciple in middle age. The weight of such losses rendered her breathless, and the scenes around her grew increasingly hazy. Please accept my condolences, Lady Tsunade, the slug gently comforted, having to tell a lie at Yan's request, claiming he had perished. Tsunade's pale, delicate hand struck the table with force, shattering the solid wood and causing the slug to tremble in fear. How terrifying. I apologize, slug. Please return for now. I need some solitude. Tsunade lowered her eyelids, clutching the pendant gifted to her by her granduncle, Hashirama Senju. Am I truly a cursed and unfortunate person? Grandfather. Jiraiya had already arrived outside the tent before she smashed the table. The tall figure stood silently outside, refraining from entering to disturb Tsunade. A remarkable ninja indeed, Yen. He murmured. The next novel shall be titled Tales of Medical Ninjas. The following day, Minato, having rushed to the Iwagakure front, was struck as if by lightning upon learning the news. Yen is dead? You must be joking. If anyone in Konoha held a deep bond with Uchiha Yen, it was Minato, second only to none in their connection. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Tsunade could not rival it. Minato and Yen had grown up together, attended the same class in their youth, and trained under the same legendary Sannin, knowing each other for over a decade. The sun-like Minato's gaze trembled as he struggled to accept the stark reality written in black and white before him. Chunin Uchiha Yen, on XX date of XX year, engaged in a support mission, was ambushed and honorably perished. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Minato's fingers clenched the list until they turned blue. The usually warm Minato's expression darkened with rage. Yen Senpai is gone. Rin, with disbelief etched on her face, could not fathom that their humorous teacher from the specialization class had died. Obito, aware of his old friend's demise, hung his head low, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand, pulling his goggles down to shield his expression from others. The first to declare that he harbored a lion in his eyes has just died. In such a mundane manner. Neither a glorious death like the Third Rakage nor a noble sacrifice in the line of duty, just a simple assassination. Though he had taken the lives of many enemies in missions, witnessing the death of someone close left Obito in turmoil. Confusion, fear, and hesitation arose within him. He wished to escape the brutal, cannibalistic world of ninjas. Kakashi feigned a semblance of sorrow, maintaining his stoic demeanor as he coldly remarked, ultimately, Chunin Uchiha Yen was too weak to have been killed by the aftermath of a ninja battle. Truly a feeble individual. Kakashi's heart screamed in disbelief. Could there truly be someone capable of slaying a leader? Possessing the strength of an elite Chunin, He had never even grazed Yen's hem. However, Kakashi had adopted a persona that valued missions over comrades ever since his father's death. His words aligned with the cold, detached image he portrayed. "Shut up, you heartless bastard, Kakashi." Obito, unable to contain his anger, lashed out and struck Kakashi in the face, knocking him to the ground. Kakashi clutched his swollen cheek, reprimanding loudly. "Did I hit a sore spot? After all, you are just as weak, Obito. If it weren't for Minato-sensei's help, you would have perished on the battlefield long ago. You bastard." Obito prepared to retaliate, but Rin intervened. "Please, stop fighting. Obito, calm down a bit, and Kakashi, your words are too hurtful." Minato remained immersed in the sorrow of his dear friend's passing. Slowly, he parted his lips. "That's enough, everyone. The mission is about to commence. Let us rest briefly." It was only upon Minato's intervention that the uproar came to a halt. Kakashi gingerly applied ice to his swollen cheek, internally lamenting, "Did Obito really hit that hard? I'm on your side, after all." After a moment of rest, the support unit began receiving orders from Jiraiya. As Jiraiya's direct disciple, Minato not only rose to the rank of elite jonin as a commoner, but also mastered the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, pioneered by the second Hokage. Even the once-renowned lightning release chakra mode paled in comparison to his speed. Having already made a name for himself in the military, Minato was well on his way to contention for the title of fourth Hokage, with Jiraiya undoubtedly providing support. Minato, the elite unit led by Iwagakure's Jonin, East Death, has breached the defensive line. I have decided to send you alone for support. A glimmer of hope flickered in Jiraiya's eyes, an implication that even Minato could discern. This was an opportunity, a chance to solidify his name. Minato placed his right fist over his heart. "Sensei, Jonin Namikaze Minato guarantees the mission's success." In his heart, he silently vowed, "Yan, I will become Hokage. Please keep watching over me." Meanwhile, Kakashi, due to his remarkable performance in the war, was also promoted to Jonin, leading his original team on an S-rank mission to destroy Iwagakure's supply line, the Kamizumi Bridge. Before departing, to celebrate Kakashi's promotion, Minato gifted him a sword of ninja love, while Rin presented him with a medical ninja toolkit. Obito, still sulking over past grievances, grumbled, "Self-important Kakashi. I wouldn't dream of giving you a gift." Kakashi merely raised an eyebrow, thinking, "I suppose you have nothing worth giving anyway. I'm not interested." Obito clenched his fists. "You jerk." Witnessing the two bicker as they always had, it seemed as though the prior rift had melted away, prompting a shared smile between Rin and Minato. Their bond remained as strong as ever. The two parties did not linger for long. After a brief adjustment, they each set off to execute their respective missions. With the extraordinary mobility granted by the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato swiftly made his way to the Eastern Front. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas, including the likes of Mei Village's Yekawa, had been driven back to their stronghold, their defensive structures breached by the enemy. The Iwagakure commander, Dongshiren, stood triumphantly atop the corpse of a Konoha ninja, laughing heartily. The Konoha scum are truly weak. Perhaps Iwagakure should be recognized as the strongest ninja village. The Iwagakure army had first slain the Third Rakage and then continued their relentless advance on the battlefield, pushing Konoha into a state of retreat. Their morale soared to unimaginable heights. Nearly all Iwagakure ninjas fantasized about toppling Konoha from its pedestal. While there existed a reverence for seniority and strength, there was also a hope and yearning for the underdog to rise, a true contradiction. "Damn it, I can't hold on any longer," a Konoha ninja gasped, clutching his bleeding arm. "Don't worry, our reinforcements will arrive soon," Yekawa shouted, attempting to rally the spirits of his comrades, though his words had little effect. Suddenly, a flash of gold darted through the air, accompanied by a trident-shaped kunai. The blonde-haired figure clad in a green vest appeared beside the beleaguered Konoha forces. "Apologies for my tardiness. However, I alone am enough for this battle." Chapter 79, The Golden Flash. The Tyrant's Egg. The death of Obito. Was it a joke? Reinforcements consisted of just one person? The arrival of Minato Namikaze struck the hearts of the Konoha ninjas like a mighty hammer. Although they knew of his strength, relying solely on one person felt utterly implausible, especially against an elite force of 50 Iwagakure Jonin. 50 Jonin, not the mediocre ninjas of small nations, but genuine elite warriors forged in the crucible of countless battles. Seeing the puzzled expressions of his comrades, Minato resolved to demonstrate his capabilities through action. His gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the Iwagakure captain, Dongshiren, who returned the stare with a mocking thumbs-down gesture. The fact that Konoha had dispatched only one person to confront their 50 jonin was laughable. Haha, they only sent one to face 50 of us jonin. It seems Konoha has truly fallen. Indeed, Iwagakure is the strongest. Long live Lord Inoki. Only one cautious ninja offered a mild admonition. Captain Dongshiren. It appears he is the Golden Flash. I care not for his golden or black flash. With 50 jonin here, even the legendary Sannin of Konoha would be forced to bow down. Yet, moments later, he would no longer be so arrogant. Unbeknownst to them, due to the hostile relations between the villages, Iwagakure was unaware of Minato's past triumphs in repelling the newly appointed Fourth Rakage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki single-handedly. Dozens of kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal were hurled from Minato's hands. The Iwagakure ninjas dismissed them with derision, just a trick. However, upon witnessing their contempt, Minato smirked slightly. Though this technique was a mere introduction, it would suffice. In an instant, a golden figure darted among the kunai, his left hand charged with a Rasengan, while his right wielded a kunai that sliced through the air. Swish, swish, swish. The 50 jonin, who had moments ago mocked the Konoha forces, now gaped in disbelief, clutching their throats. Especially Dongshiren, who found himself cut down by Minato's prowess. Boom. Like cannon fodder, the 50 jonin fell one by one. This is impossible. They are 50 jonin. Too powerful. Weave-1. He is the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze. Yekawa and the other ninjas cheered, rushing forward to lift Minato into the air. In a few days, news of this terrifying feat would spread across the nations. Konoha's jonin, Minato Namikaze, had annihilated an entire army of 50 jonin in the blink of an eye, severely wounding Iwagakure's elite forces. Henceforth, it would be decreed that upon encountering the golden-haired Shunshin ninja, one could unconditionally abandon their mission. Yen, who had been lying in wait beneath the Kanabi Bridge after faking his own death, immersed himself in his research. He was on the verge of creating the most perfect experimental subject in history. Preparations were essential, the current points had become useless, and the underperforming system no longer refreshed its rewards. The Eternal Eye and Perfect Kekai Genkai could only be obtained through task completion, which was infuriating. Yen hastily exchanged for several dozen sample packs. During this time, he had been dedicated to creating a truly perfect pack. By concentrating and compressing the RC cells from the numerous samples to their utmost limits, he aimed to ensure that, upon consumption, one would not perish. Unlike Kakashi, who required physical growth to assist the pack's maturation over a prolonged period, he intended to produce a super ghoul identical to himself instantly. Achieving a half-ghoul that could rival the complete Susanoo was merely a matter of time. Even the system-modified perfect ghoul was not beyond reach. However, it was evident that such immense power would not be bearable for an ordinary individual. The user would undoubtedly suffer tortures more brutal than death, akin to having all 206 bones in their body shattered and reformed, a pain of unimaginable intensity. But who cared? It was meant for Obito. Having already endured so much pain, a little more mattered not. Surely, Obito would be grateful to me, wouldn't he? Yen squinted, his elongated peach blossom eyes resembling serpent-like pupils, fixated on the crimson pack pulsating within the petri dish. It throbbed like a heart, the rich RC cells radiating with exuberance. At last, the miracle that all ghouls yearn for, or perhaps a poison unleashed upon the world. The tendrils coiling around the pack twisted, faintly forming an abstract visage of a weeping face. So beautiful and perfect. I shall name you the tyrant's egg. The rumbling above continued incessantly. The battle seemed to be fierce. Even if Kakashi were to fully transform into a ghoul, his fragile eyes could not withstand a single strike from a jonin. In truth, Yen had merely replaced Uchiha Madara's role. After all, Madara had been turned into a shut-in by that second fellow. Still a devoted fan of Senju Hashirama. What an unexpected turn of events. The ninja world was becoming intriguing. Above, Obito found half his body pinned beneath a massive rock. Kakashi, I seem to have forgotten to give you your promotion gift. Rin, please give my Sharingan to Kakashi. Live on with my eyes. At this moment, Obito's life hung by a thread, and even uttering a few words was an immense struggle. Why? Why did you push me away? Kakashi frantically shoved against the boulder, attempting to summon the power of the ghoul within him, but alas, the immature pack could not provide him with greater strength. Anger and sorrow would not grant him more power. I often called you an idiot. looked down on you from the depths of my heart, and thought you were someone who did not cherish his comrades. Why save me? Kakashi cried, collapsing to the ground, weakly pounding on the boulder with his hands, lamenting Obito's actions. Because we are comrades. A person who does not cherish their comrades is even worse than worthless. Obito spat out another mouthful of blood, laughing. Rin, too, looked on with tears in her eyes. The speed of the rock's collapse was accelerating. Rin, please hurry. The procedure for transplanting an eye in the ninja world was not complex. In mere moments, Rin had transplanted Obito's eye into Kakashi. With his eye removed, Obito could see nothing, yet he could clearly sense Rin and Kakashi's positions. He refrained from confessing his feelings at the brink of death. That would be taking advantage of the situation. Just like during graduation, he had prepared roses but dared not voice his cherished feelings. If rejected, he might not even remain friends. What a painful and failed life it had been. Kakashi surpasses me by far. He will surely find happiness with Rin. What a bittersweet reality, joy intertwined with regret and pain. Kakashi, protect Rin well, bearing my Sharingan. Become a figure worthy of trust. A thunderous sound echoed as another boulder fell. The two knew they could no longer linger, retreating from this place with immense sorrow and reluctance. Meanwhile, Obito quietly awaited his demise in the darkness. Wearing the plague doctor's mask and cloaked in a deep black coat, he held a staff, sensing the faint chakra above. He lightly tapped the ground with his staff, a smile curling beneath the mask. Dove, the time has come. Go forth to greet our savior. Such a touching moment, reminiscent of a film I once watched. The dove, half buried in the earth, produced a handkerchief to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Indeed, love among humans can transcend the boundaries of life and death. Yan's head was filled with confusion. What on earth were these white Zetsu watching every day in the land of waves? Is this truly the white Zetsu I remember? Chapter 80. The script begins. The rumbling continued as rocks crumbled above. The dove vanished into the stones. In that instant, Obito had already lost consciousness. In a daze, a soft mass of clay enveloped him. So he was blind after all. In no time, the dove returned Obito to an underground cavern. The injuries were indeed severe, but to me, they were merely trivial. Yan shook his head, donning the goddess' hand. The kaleidoscope within his eyes began to manifest. With 100-fold precision in his finger movements and powerful vision, no injury could be deemed significant. Doctor, here are the surgical instruments. The dove, now clad in a nurse's uniform, cheerfully handed Yan a scalpel. In less than half an hour, Yan had completed the surgery. Obito's injuries were not particularly grave. He had merely lost one side of his body. If only there were compatible white Zetsu cells to fill the void. The rest was merely the extraction of foreign objects and the suturing of wounds. Yan removed his gloves. It's time to hasten your growth. Dove, keep a close watch on this fellow. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Donning the plague doctor's mask once more, he transformed into a mist of blood and vanished into the ground. The war between Iwagakure and Konoha was far more intense than depicted in the original narrative. Iwagakure had already summoned the Four Tails and Five Tails, forcing Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato to unite in resistance. The remaining ninjas were hardly more than cannon fodder before the colossal-tailed beasts. 10,000 snakes. Manta. Slug. The sudden call of the slug made Orochimaru and Jiraiya turn back. Tsunade, pale-faced, wore an expression of determination. Perhaps the death of her apprentice urged her to end this cursed battle swiftly. Even her hemophobia was slightly suppressed as the fragmented miniature slugs swiftly attached themselves to the numerous injured, transmitting green chakra to heal them. The massive 10,000 snakes and Manta worked together to restrain the fully tailed beast-formed Four Tails, Son Goku. The 10,000 snakes formation. Countless serpents erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, ensnaring the Five Tails, Mew, and preventing this beast from slaughtering the ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya, cover me. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes glinted as he shouted. The tips of his fingers began to emit red, yellow, blue, green, and golden lights. As a versatile ninja capable of developing cursed seals, Orochimaru's mastery of sealing techniques was naturally formidable. Received. Jiraiya slapped both hands onto the ground, instantly transforming it into moist, soft black mud. Hells of the Yellow Springs technique. The Five Tails, resembling a horse, found its limbs ensnared and could not move. With a furious roar, the Five Tails gathered destructive energy within its mouth, forming a dark purple sphere. Minato frowned slightly, his gaze sharpening. He swiftly teleported beside Mew's colossal head, gathering chakra into a Rasengan and striking it forcefully, interrupting its casting. This level of force was insufficient against a tailed beast. Minato, undoubtedly a high-mobility ninja, found his methods lacking against such a massive creature. However, at that moment, Orochimaru had completed the 5 elements sealing technique. Chains of varying colors extended from his fingertips, imprisoning the weakened Five Tails back within its Jinchuriki. With a thunderous crash, the massive Five Tails was pulled back into the Jinchuriki's body. A young man lay unconscious in the deep pit. Everyone's gaze sharpened as they rushed forward to rescue the Jinchuriki. Yet, a cloud of blood mist had already stolen the Jinchuriki away. Only the furious Four Tails remained on the battlefield. There was indeed a disparity among Jinchuriki. Old Zetsu had already grasped the threshold of perfect Jinchuriki, far surpassing the Five Tails Jinchuriki, who was merely a supporting character. Moreover, as an old friend of Inoki, he would not allow the ninjas of Konoha to kill Zetsu. Perhaps the Four Tails had escaped, and Inoki was en route. Yan thought this, the kaleidoscope in his eyes manifesting. The next moment, he entered the mental space of the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Cold, damp, and dark, within the confines of the cage lay a gigantic white horse, sprawled on the ground. Who are you? A tremendous malice enveloped Yan, yet he merely smiled gently, unaffected. Do not be so angry, Five Tails. I am here to grant you freedom. I trust no human. Then that is fortunate. I am not human. Yan's words caused Mew to tilt its head, genuinely unable to comprehend what this being was saying. In the next instant, Yan's form burst forth from countless layers of flesh and bone. 6 octopus-like tentacles coiled around his waist, intertwining with the wings sprouting from his back, transforming into 3 pairs of gigantic, jet-black wings through the growth of flesh and blood. In an instant, a colossal creature resembling a complete Susanoo emerged. The white bone mask revealed a crimson single eye, its eerie visage possessing a hint of divinity. The 3 pairs of wings obscured the sky. Unlike the beast lying prostrate, this form embodied a more divine appearance. A being with 6 wings, a fallen angel, sent alarm bells ringing within Mew. Danger, danger, danger. It immediately rose, baring its teeth. The bone mask slowly receded, revealing a gender-neutral face filled with pity for all beings. The pupils of that face glowed a fierce red. Sleep well, Mew. With a thunderous crash, the massive Five Tails collapsed to the ground. Seeing that the task was completed, Yan withdrew from the Five Tails Jinchuriki. The battle above had ceased at Inoki's command. Long before seizing the Five Tails Jinchuriki, he had assigned a mission to an Iwagakure Jonin to capture Noera Rin. Surely they awaited him somewhere. The blood mist formed from Heko cells enveloped the Five Tails Jinchuriki, bringing them to a cave. The dazed Iwagakure Jonin nodded slightly. The unconscious Noera Rin lay nearby. My lord. Yan simply used a chakra scalpel to cut into the vital area of the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Under the control of the Heko cell's corrosion, this wound would not heal. Take this fellow and that girl back. If all goes well, he has only an hour left. Yan turned his masked face away, casting an illusion on the Iwagakure Jonin, forcibly sealing the Five Tails within Noera Rin's body, sending a message to command the Konoha ninjas to rescue. Understood, my lord. The Iwagakure Jonin knelt on one knee, responding respectfully. Even as a Jonin, it was difficult to resist the illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, this plan corresponded with his inner drive for revenge against Konoha, a splendid illusion, perfectly aligned with one's desires. Who would willingly awaken from such a reverie? Next comes the anticipation for the opportune moment. Anyone who dares to disrupt the script shall be obliterated by my hand. A wicked smile plays upon the corners of my lips beneath the mask. Truly, it is malevolent, the curse of evil that has transformed a once innocent soul into this. Chapter 81. What is love? The answer lies in being her devoted admirer. Several days later, within a dimly lit cavern, only a few flickering lights illuminate the stifling darkness. On a stone bed lies a youth with disheveled hair, his eyes tightly shut. Half of his body is ghastly pale, resembling something inhuman, and the skin on one side of his face is crumpled like a wrinkled sheet of paper. Slowly, he opens his eyes. Where am I? Is this a pure land? Hey, you're awake. The surgery was a success. You're a girl now. A face as pallid as his own suddenly looms before him. A ghost. He startles, only then realizing the implications of the words spoken by this white apparition. Instinctively, he looks down. Thankfully, he is still himself, albeit a bit pale. Doctor, he has awakened. White Pigeon exclaims, grinning widely, her mouth nearly stretching to her cheeks. In his gaze, a peculiar figure adorned with a bizarre bird-beak mask turns to face him, holding a pencil as if sketching. Hey, bird-headed stranger, where is this place? The researcher emits an odd laugh. I saved your life. And you dare to address me in such a manner? What an impolite little rascal you are. After a moment of bewilderment, he replies, Excuse me, sir. May I inquire where I am? You do not need to know. As he speaks, the researcher raises a test tube filled with a green liquid. Kakashi and Rin. He murmurs, attempting to rise, but collapsing weakly onto the floor. Your injuries require at least another week to heal, the researcher states indifferently, seemingly unconcerned. I cannot wait that long. I must find Rin and Kakashi, and also teacher Minato. If you are referring to that white-haired, dead fish-eyed brat, and a lovely girl. I happen to know where they are. White Zetsu's large face reappears before him, filled with mockery and jest. Upon hearing White Zetsu's words, he struggles to rise. But it is a futile effort, only causing his face to flush in frustration. White stranger, please tell me what has happened to them. White Pigeon giggles. I could tell you, but you must first share what love feels like. The pale hand gestures helplessly. Though I have watched many human romance films, I find it difficult to grasp that feeling. He smiles, revealing his teeth. However, after discovering you, I feel I can empathize with your emotions, even if only slightly. So, what is love like? Tell me, and I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of that white-haired boy. Were it any other question, he might have had an answer. But this love? He is merely 11 years old. How could he possibly know? Yet, he is a man who bears the Uchiha name and aspires to become Hokage. Such matters shall not daunt him. Love is simply the satisfaction of gazing at the other person. I long for her to always watch me, to witness my ascension to Hokage, to protect the village, to help elderly ladies cross the street, to give me a hug when I am sad, and to comfort me when I am scared. Even if she may not love me back, I would not feel disappointed. His thoughts drift to the moments shared with Rin, a blissful smile gracing his lips. White Pigeon rests her chin on her hand, pondering. Though I do not fully understand, in human terms, would you be considered a devoted admirer? What is a devoted admirer? He asks, perplexed. Someone like you. White Pigeon exclaims, striking her palm with a fist, as if realizing something profound. Ah, I understand now. So love is being someone's devoted admirer. He pretends to nod sagely. Indeed, I am a devoted admirer. Upon hearing this, the researcher nearly spills the reagents in his hand, taken aback. Indeed, the uncorrupted version of him and White Pigeon share a peculiar harmony. He brushes off the dust from his coat and stands. Looking like that, you cannot save them. The researcher squats down, his expression concealed beneath the bird mask. He pulls out a crystal ball from his coat. Technique of the telescope. A spying technique of the third Hokage, the principle is not overly complicated. And so the researcher naturally learned it. Within the crystal ball, Kakashi carries a weakened Rin through the dense forest, pursued by several ANBU-clad IWA ninjas. Witnessing this scene, he struggles fiercely, the bandages on his body tearing open, revealing bloodied wounds. Yet, he pays no heed, his right eye wide and bloodshot, while the left remains a hollow void. He cries out in desperation, Please, sir, I beg you, take me to save Rin and Kakashi. The researcher merely shakes the crystal ball, and the vision vanishes. Awaken, fool. That white-haired dead fish-eyed boy is far stronger than you. If he can only flee, what use would you be to them? The researcher shakes his head, uttering words of despair that weigh heavily on him. In despair, he slams his fist against the ground. Why am I so weak? But in the next moment, he suddenly lifts his head, hope igniting in his eyes. He struggles, dragging his battered body across the rough stone surface, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Sir, since you say that, you must have a way to save them, right? I implore you, please help them. He repeatedly bows his bloodied forehead against the ground, begging the man in the bird mask, even as blood flows freely. Please, sir, I am willing to serve you. His voice is hoarse, tinged with a hint of tears. Alas, the researcher sighs deeply. I wish to assist you, but there is an ancient wretch watching me from the shadows. I cannot act recklessly. However, I do have a way for you to save them. As he speaks, a smile creeps across his lips. The bait is set. The gaze of the bird-masked figure meets the yearning eyes of the boy. The price? Once you save them, you must assist me in eliminating that old man. He lurks in the shadows, desecrating your ancestors. I agree. I beg you, help me. Chapter 82. Such a reality. I shall never accept. Upon hearing his words, the researcher erupts into manic laughter, clutching his mask. Excellent. The contract is sealed. Those who break their word shall suffer the punishment of the stone of devour. However, I must forewarn you, while there are methods to grant one instantaneous power, the side effects are not to be taken lightly. The pupils beneath the bird mask seem to ignite with a ghostly green flame. Will you accept, Torukuin? The title did not stir any realization within him. He fervently nods. I am willing to bear any cost, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of flames. Though his voice wavers slightly, he is no longer the child who would cry out at the slightest injury. I am an exceptional ninja, even superior to Kakashi. It is merely that no one has yet recognized my talent. Thus he muses. The researcher chuckles wickedly, akin to a wicked queen offering a poisoned apple to Snow White. Within the palm of the divine hand glove, a pulsating mass emerges, tendrils coiling to form a mournful visage. Should you choose to accept, consume this. He presents the egg of tyranny into Toru's outstretched hand. With hands clasped behind his back, he spoke slowly. This is the egg of the Overlord. Consuming it will grant you talents that rival those of the gods of the shinobi world. Even if you have just ingested it, it is sufficient to resolve your predicament. He paused slightly, then broke into a grin. However, there is a 90% chance of death for the consumer. As for the 10 who survive, they must endure excruciating pain, as if their bodies are being crushed, ultimately transforming into a monstrous creature that craves human flesh. Given all this, are you still willing? There was no concealment in his words. Rather, the more Obito understood, the greater his chances of success became. The most exquisite lies are often woven from 99 truth and a mere one falsehood. The issue of cannibalism had long been resolved, and even a super ghoul could consume human food, albeit without nutritional benefit. Kakashi's condition was due to his incomplete transformation. Once fully transformed, he could no longer sustain himself on human sustenance. Nevertheless, this did not deter Rin from intimidating Obito, for he knew Obito had no choice. The Uchiha clan was the most desperate for love, and the depth of their affection determined their potential. For instance, Tobi had heard from White Zetsu that she alone had nearly obliterated the Mist Village. This was without the use of the Sharingan. Rin firmly believed that his death would not prevent Tobi from awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobi's talent was on par with that of the legendary Minato. Hearing about the agonizing experience of having his bones shattered turned Obito pale, for pain was his greatest fear. And he would become a flesh-eating monster. Surely Rin would despise him for it. Yet if he did not consume, he would perish. What should he do? Rin, Kakashi, and teacher Minato. Noticing Obito's dazed expression, Rin pulled out an hourglass from his pocket. You have 15 minutes to decide. If things go as expected, these two will perish once the sand runs out. At these words, Obito's gaze sharpened. Even if it means becoming a monster, I only want to protect you, Rin. No matter what, Kakashi, as a monster, I will forever watch over you. If I cannot protect Rin, I will definitely devour you. You must be happy after I leave. Imagining a dramatic scenario, Obito opened his mouth wide and swallowed the egg of the Overlord in one gulp. He then fell to the ground, convulsing violently. As blood erupted from his body, he howled like a wild beast, expressing indescribable agony. Meanwhile, Rin observed coldly, even taking notes on Obito's condition. 10 minutes later, Obito gasped for breath. His shoulders, back, and lower spine bulged ominously, clearly having grown a Kagun. Despite the intense pain, he managed to stand. His eyes filled with unwavering determination. I must save Rin. White Dove clicked her tongue, remarking, desperation can be truly terrifying. Very well, I shall assist you. In an instant, she transformed into a pliable form, enveloping Obito. Me. As a token of your love, I shall empower you. Thank you, and you too, Birdbeak Uncle. Obito leapt to the stone gate. With a thunderous crash, a single punch shattered the granite door. Hold on, I'll take you there faster. The White Dove, like a venomous serpent, slithered up the rocky surface, guiding Obito into the stone. Thank you, White Creature. Actually, my name is White Dove. Same difference, haha. The two vanished from Ren's sight like old friends. Once they had left, Ren removed his mask, revealing a handsome face that Obito found familiar. He murmured, I truly look forward to our next meeting, Obito-kun. With a maniacal laugh, he covered his eyes. The next moment, his gaze turned to the figure outside the screen. Savoring the unfolding drama, he slowly raised a finger to his lips. Shoo, the show is about to begin. On the ground, Obito sprinted with fervor, the excruciating pain failing to sway his resolve to rescue Rin and Kakashi. Rin, Kakashi, wait for me. despite the agony coursing through him and blood splattering from his pores. Obito's spirit soared with anticipation. They probably didn't expect I'm still alive. Hee, I'll see you soon, just wait. A sudden explosion roared, accompanied by the sharp cry of 1,000 birds. It was Kakashi's Chidori, a technique he had pilfered from Ren. With such a powerful jutsu, Kakashi must have defeated the enemy. This thought lightened Obito's heart. He envisioned a victorious reunion, returning to Konoha amidst cheers and celebration. However, when he finally arrived on the scene, the sound he heard was not the shattering of glass, but rather the heart-wrenching explosion of a shattered heart. The hand crackling with lightning did not pierce the enemy's chest, but instead plunged mercilessly into Ren's heart. Obito felt his entire being swell, his head spinning, his heart hammering like a war drum. Why? Wasn't he at your duty to protect Ren? You promised me. The searing pain of his body was overshadowed by the anguish of his heart. Obito felt as if his soul was being cleaved, cut, and fried. Even the most torturous interrogations could not rival this torment. In an instant, Obito's right eye and Kakashi's left eye spun wildly, the two tomo morphing into three, then rapidly intertwining to form a boomerang pattern. What is happening? I refuse to accept this reality. Chapter 83. I am in hell. Climax. What is happening? I refuse to accept this reality. Obito screamed, his voice echoing like a demon in the depths of hell. Meanwhile, Kakashi had long since fainted the moment he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even a body enhanced by Ghoul Kagun could not withstand the excruciating pain of the Mangekyo. At that moment, Obito endured the dual torment of his bones and flesh being crushed while his soul ascended in agony. He looked around, desolate and heartbroken. The scars and pain of the flesh were but a fraction of the suffering of the soul. White Dove, loyal to the end, erupted into several pale, tendril-like appendages, transforming into a spiral white mask. All the memories between us have been carefully collected. I always cried in secret, like a weary bird that has lost its way home. Soft, melancholic music emanated from the white mask, but Obito was beyond caring. White Dove, meanwhile, reveled in the spectacle, having already consumed a sound device before arriving. As the good doctor would say, this is Obito's exclusive BGM. A true show needs the right soundtrack. With the bizarre sounds and this strange character, White Dove realized he had to retrieve this woman quickly. Even in death, her body had value as a vessel for the Jinchuriki. I'll deal with that odd character. Several masked Umbu from a Wagakure communicated, completely unaware that a beast was on the verge of exploding with rage. With a sudden jerk, Obito's shoulders sprouted four white, bony spears, and his dark, liquid-like wings ripped through flesh. A large portion of his waist exploded, followed by 6 elongated centipede-like scales enveloping his legs, enhancing his explosive power significantly. Wow, how many Kagun does he have? This is exhilarating. Following Obito means there's plenty to enjoy. White Dove thought excitedly. He had seen other ghouls use Kagun, but none had given him the thrill that Obito did. He was a finely tuned killing machine. Yet, at that moment, Obito stood there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. The sound of slicing wind echoed as several shurikens pierced into Obito's body, yet he showed no reaction. Flesh quickly regenerated, pushing the embedded shurikens out. What in the world? A bold Wagakure Jonin charged forward, plunging his blade into Obito's heart. He attempted to withdraw the weapon, but it felt impossibly heavy. He could not pull it free. The moment he raised his gaze, he was met with a bloodshot shuriken pattern. Deep blacks intertwined with crimson, the outer rim of the eye swirling with countless blood vessels. The Sharingan and the Mangekyo merged into one. In that eye, fury, slaughter, and hatred swirled, revealing a multitude of horrors. But in the next instant, he found himself collapsing to the ground, his body lifeless. A single hand had snapped his neck, extracting his bloodied spine and head from his corpse. Obito's dark hair transformed into a silvery hue as he charged towards the remaining Umbu with a beastly ferocity. Kill him. Damn, what is this creature? We must not allow him to seize the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. Various ninjutsu and shurikens were unleashed, only to be swatted away by 6 centipede-like appendages. Ninjutsu surged through Obito's form without effect. Thunderous sounds erupted as several Umbu ninjas descended from above, their blades slicing through the air, only to feel as though they struck nothing but empty space. Crack, crack, crack. The sound echoed as several Umbu had their heads violently torn away. They were not simply broken. They were mercilessly wrenched from their bodies. Obito lunged at another Iwagakure ninja. With a resounding crash, he slammed him into the ground, sending large chunks of rock flying. Obito, in a fit of rage, pounded relentlessly on the last Iwagakure ninja. It was less a battle and more a massacre, a brutal release of pent-up fury. As he struck, blood and tears streamed from his right eye. Countless withered branches tore through his body. The cells of the Mangekyo and White Zetsu appeared to undergo a transformation. Crimson Mangekyo awakened on the steel-like branches, and the resulting steel branches hung the corpses of the Iwagakure Umbu high above. The ground was littered with few remains. The once serene moon in the sky had transformed into a blood-red orb, reminiscent of Obito's right eye at that moment. A gnawing hunger rumbled within him. The mangled corpses before him seemed to transform into exquisite delicacies. The white dove, aware of the surroundings, removed its mask, as all others had perished. Silver-haired Obito delicately licked the blurred, dust-covered flesh. In the next heartbeat, he ravenously gaped his mouth wide, devouring the delectable feast, even if it was tainted with stone and earth. Hungry, hungry, hungry. The appetite within him had turned Obito into a gluttonous demon. The transformation into a ghastly creature was complete. The hunger from reshaping his body had rendered him a pure beast. The centipede-like appendages pierced the abdomens of each body hanging from the branches, plucking them like ripe fruit. Obito indulged in every morsel, devouring skulls, organs, flesh, and even bones with insatiable greed. The white dove, sensing the moment, began to sing again, "I am not accustomed to the Sharingan." Moments later, beneath the blood moon, withered branches and white bones littered the ground. Blood flowed slowly across the earth, the sound of horrific chewing resonating. The frail figure adorned with a bone mask relentlessly gnawed at the remnants of the once living around him. The exposed pupil wept crimson tears as the corpses were mindlessly consumed by the beast. He crawled forward, encountering a short-haired, beautiful girl lying before him. The beast was poised to devour this nearby corpse. Just as its hand was about to touch the girl, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain began to pour. The beast's hand was seized by a man wearing a bird-beak mask. Amidst the thunderous roar, the man's expression remained hidden. Yet he seemed to alternate between maniacal laughter and pity. "You must not consume her corpse. It would surely bring you a lifetime of torment, Obito-kun." Yin laughed maniacally, relishing the brute strength of his opponent. So perfect, so beautiful, so full of potential. The super ghoul, the divine Mangekyo, the cells of Hashirama. A monster. A pure monster had been born. The snowflake-patterned Mangekyo, Sharingan, gradually appeared in Yin's eyes. The immense ocular power that had slumbered for years erupted. The power cultivated over years was incomparable to Obito's newly born single-eyed Mangekyo. In the next moment, he fell into a deep slumber. Yin smirked, leaning close to Obito's ear. "Obito-kun, I deceived you. Though a super ghoul cannot draw nourishment from human food, consuming is still permissible. Having tasted human flesh, can you ever turn back?" Yin cackled again, instructing the white dove to take Obito back to the temporary base. Yin's gaze shifted behind him. As the master of souls, the Mangekyo could indeed perceive them. Lin's spirit sat weeping in the corner, trembling in fear at the unfolding scene. Yet, as a departed soul, she was powerless to intervene, not even able to communicate. Yin deliberately resisted the pull of the Pure Land, allowing Lin to witness everything firsthand. After all, how could a perfect script be considered perfect without an audience? Moreover, this beast was born entirely because of her. Yin's focus intensified, causing blood tears to stream from his eyes as he barely managed to draw Lin's soul into his gaze under the influence of the Sage of the Six Paths. He murmured, "As a senior and teacher, Lin, I shall grant you an opportunity. Witness what manner of monster your Obito-kun truly is. Of course, as compensation, I will allow you to remain by his side in spirit." Yin spoke to himself like a madman, but Lin clearly saw and heard everything through his eyes. She curled up in the corner like a frightened rabbit. She longed to cry, but as a spirit, she could not shed tears. Before her lay countless souls of ninjas, like slaughtered pigs, suspended from iron hooks named Yinma. It felt akin to being in a human meat processing factory. "Obito-kun, I too am in hell." Chapter 84, Minato. "Are you ready to see my face beneath the mask?" All around lay wild grass and white bones, the brown rocky ground stained a vivid crimson from a brutal slaughter. Yin donned the dark, plague doctor mask once more. Familiar faces had arrived. It was time to give them a warm welcome. Yin hoisted Lin's corpse over his shoulder. Kakashi, unconscious, dropped a blade of love. With a whoosh, a golden figure appeared beside Kakashi. Minato Namikaze surveyed the scene, horrified by the carnage, the scattered limbs of ninjas. Bones strewn everywhere, gnaw marks evident on the remains as if they had been bitten by some ferocious beast. Before him stood a peculiar figure wearing a crow's beak mask, shouldering Lin's body. Yet, within Minato's perception, only the masked figure and Kakashi still bore any life. His azure eyes narrowed. Is Lin already dead? I have long heard of your fame, the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Yin chuckled softly, altering his voice to sound like a hoarse old man. And you are? Minato rose, gripping the blade of love tightly. Just a lost passerby, not worthy of comparison to a celebrated ninja like you. Minato naturally did not trust this man as compliments and vague words. More information would have to wait until Kakashi awoke. Since you harbor no ill will, please lay my disciple's body to rest. She is a ninja of Konoha, Minato stated calmly, his demeanor gentle but not naive. Lin was not only his disciple but also a companion of the village. Watergate would not allow anyone to seize the corpse of a companion before his eyes. Although I have no intention of becoming your enemy, this girl is indeed my trophy. Without my presence, that white-haired brat would have long been eliminated by the Rock Village's Umbu. Yin spoke slowly. If the body of Noera Rin were to be handed over to Minato Namikaze, how could he leverage this vessel to coerce Obito? Engaging in combat with Minato would not be a concern. Long ago, he had meticulously gathered the unique abilities of nearly all Konoha's elite shinobi, analyzing their weaknesses one by one. Much like a certain super baby clad in bat pajamas from a previous life, one could spar with him but not formally challenge him. The essence of a ninja's battle is an information war. Yin could be said to know even the color of Minato's undergarments. How could this man possibly defeat him? While I appreciate your assistance, I will not permit anyone to desecrate the remains of my companion. Apologies. Upon finishing his words, Minato formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Gales roared forth, carrying the power to obliterate all in their path. This level of C-rank ninjutsu rivaled some formidable B-rank techniques. Minato had amplified the power of this jutsu he mastered in his youth by dozens of times. What a pity, I had hoped to cultivate a friendship with you. Yin feigned a gesture of resignation, his masked face concealing any expression. The enormous wings at his back erupted, soft and fluid like a scarf or sheet, enveloping Yin's body as they began to expand and whirl. The shards of the wings spun faster and faster, whipping up a tempest that formed an indomitable barrier, intercepting the great breakthrough. Possessing an exceptionally high battle IQ, Minato would not remain stationary like a fool at the moment his opponent countered. He had already launched a dozen kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. They embedded themselves throughout the battlefield, using ninjutsu to disrupt the opponent's movements. Complemented by the unpredictable Flying Thunder God, ultimately defeating his adversary with the rapid, space-time instant body technique combined with an unsealed Rasengan. The sound of slicing through air echoed as Minato attacked from various angles with intricate and cunning maneuvers. However, Yin had already studied Minato's weaknesses. The 6 octopus-like appendages unfurled from his back, perfectly countering each of Minato's assaults. Minato's expression tightened. Could his speed with the Flying Thunder God be deciphered? Was his opponent's reaction time even swifter than his own? If Yin were privy to Minato's thoughts at that moment, he would surely be amused. He did not possess Minato's rapid reflexes, yet Minato overlooked one crucial detail, the Flying Thunder God mark. If the mark was inscribed on the flesh, even removing that piece of flesh would not erase it. Thus, Yin deduced that the Flying Thunder God was likely a technique that inscribed a mark upon the soul. The kunai, devoid of a soul, merely served as a temporary vessel for a fragment of his consciousness. Therefore, without the 6 paths power, only the original bearer could erase the Flying Thunder God mark. The principle of the Flying Thunder God relied on the host's perception of the soul fragment to achieve spatial teleportation. It operated on the same premise as summoning techniques, which also bind contracts through the soul. Given this, as one possessing the Enma, Yin could naturally counter Minato. With each instant he executed, Yin could sense the soul fluctuations at a specific location ahead of time. As long as he knew where Minato would teleport, countering his attacks would be exceedingly simple. This fellow. Bang, bang, bang. Minato flashed like golden light, yet his Rasengan had never come close to Yan's form. Of course, Yin had never laid a finger on Minato either. Each time the tentacle prepared to strike, Minato would slip away like an oiled rat. This man was far too quick. The flying thunder god truly felt like cheating. No wonder it was considered a divine technique even during the Fourth War, capable of assisting against Sage Obito. The two remained locked in a stalemate, unable to touch one another. A sense of frustration welled up in Minato's heart, unable to retrieve his disciple's corpse. He vowed that once this war was over, he would develop a devastating ninjutsu. Otherwise, facing some tough-skinned foes, such as tailed beasts, and this hardened adversary before him, whose body seemed an extension of his very being and was incredibly resilient. Even his specially crafted sword could not cleave through, suffering nicks instead. Stand down, Minato Namikaze. I have stated that I bear you no ill will. I would be quite pleased to befriend you. Yin stood amidst the pool of blood, quietly observing the panting Minato. How disheveled you are, Minato-kun. Would a friend wear a mask? Minato retorted, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the other, yet unable to discern who it truly was. It could not possibly be Yin. After all, it was Minato who had helped bury Yan's body, and nothing seemed amiss. Who exactly are you? Minato questioned, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this mysterious figure. The ninjutsu exhibited was extraordinarily peculiar. Were those twisted steel appendages a unique technique or a bloodline limit? Yin chuckled softly. If it were you, it wouldn't be impossible to see my face. A smirk of mockery formed on the lips hidden beneath his mask. But are you truly prepared to behold my visage? In the next instant, Yin removed the mask. Minato's eyes widened. Chapter 85. It must be quite painful, Obito-kun. In that moment, Yin unveiled his face. Minato's eyes widened as he strained to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic figure. Yin removed the birdbeak mask. Minato saw nothing. For beneath the mask lay yet another mask. Even as Yin lifted the mask, he had already shrouded his face in bone. Thus, what Minato beheld was the mask of the Hokage, the crimson, malevolent single-eye glimmering. Minato-kun, when we meet again, you will witness it, but not now. Upon hearing this, Minato sensed the other's intent to escape and swiftly flicked his wrist, launching another kunai. Yet it embedded itself in the ground. Yin had long since vanished underground with Rin's corpse. Minato surveyed the scene with complexity, baffled by what had transpired. It was all riddled with enigmas, and those in the know remained unconscious. His team was essentially obliterated, leaving only Kakashi as the last survivor. Furthermore, Minato was deeply concerned. First, his father had been forced to death, and now his comrades had perished in the war one after another. Would such a tragic experience warp Kakashi's character? Kakashi, meaning lonely scarecrow, was indeed an apt description. In the subterranean cavern, the unconscious Obito had been brought back by the White Dove. Meanwhile, Yin returned to the temporary base, carrying Rin's corpse. Why retain both Rin's soul and body? The transaction with Obito was one aspect. In truth, Yin sought to further incite Obito. A dark thought flickered in Yan's mind, prompting an eerie smile. If Obito were to discover that I was the true mastermind behind everything, he might even be willing to perish alongside me. White Dove, maintain the vitality of Noera Rin's corpse. We are returning to the land of waves. Yin donned his golden-rimmed glasses, reverting to his former elegant and amiable demeanor. Now, ensuring the mission's completion, we can finally return to the land of waves. It has been dreadfully dull outside. Lord White Dove wishes to return to enjoy some cola and fried chicken. The White Dove transformed into a large mass of clay, enveloping Rin's body, continually supplying her with yang-release chakra, gradually healing the wound inflicted by Chidori that pierced her chest. Yet, devoid of a soul, her body, even if kept alive, was merely a puppet. Seeing Noera Rin's pale complexion gradually regain its color, Yin then shifted his gaze to the unconscious Obito. He slept soundly. A mere 11-year-old boy with premature white hair and wrinkles adorning half of his face. The scars on his body were jarring. Inuyasha gazed at the white-haired Obito, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to shed any more tears. Inuyasha sensed the turmoil within her soul and smiled gently. Do not worry, Rinchan. I will ensure you stay by Obito's side. Yet, as she spoke, Inuyasha suddenly paused, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Indeed, the Uchiha lineage harbored madness deep within, as the warm, moist sea breeze swept across the shinobi world. The setting sun cast its golden glow upon the land, revealing a breathtaking expanse of blue. Inuyasha rested her hands upon the deck, reveling in the beauty of the sea. This route was the shortest path from the land of fire to the land of waves, allowing them to reach the port in less than a day. The terrifying reputation of the Land of Waves deterred the Mist Village from raiding this place, leading countless merchants from the Land of Fire to flock to the shores of the Land of Waves. Surrounding the large merchant ship, adorned with the Black Goat's head flag, were numerous smaller vessels. Perhaps these cunning traders understood that following the Black Goat meant they would not be robbed. However, Inuyasha paid them no mind. Their profits would ultimately flow into the hands of the Land of Waves. Such was the confidence of those who controlled production resources. Obito had awoken early. Yet he sat like a wooden puppet in the cramped cargo hold, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Inuyasha donned a plague doctor mask and approached the despondent figure. Observing his state, she inquired, "Do our promises still hold?" Obito numbly nodded. For him, a world without Rin was more terrifying than death itself. He had lost the will to live, driven solely by the mission assigned to him by the one who granted him power. Perhaps after eliminating that old man, he would take his own life as well. He wondered if, in death, he would reunite with Rin. "Rin, I miss you so much." Inuyasha shook her head slightly, disheartened by Obito's despondency. "Obito-kun, I have long said that a lion resides within your eyes. You see, you now possess the strength to effortlessly defeat 10 foes whom even Kakashi would struggle against." Suddenly, the previously dull Obito turned his head. "Obito-kun, there is a lion hidden within your gaze." Those words resonated deeply within him. After all, apart from Rin, this was the first person who recognized him. Uchiha Inuyasha, a spirit sacrificed in war. She removed her mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face. "It's been a while, Obito." Obito's ashen pupils contracted sharply. Why was someone who should have perished standing before him? What had transpired? Inuyasha anticipated Obito's reaction and clapped her hands. A servant dressed in a suit, white dove, cheerfully wheeled in a cart. "Esteemed guest, here is your coffee and red tea." White Dove spoke with a serious demeanor, enunciating every word in the dialect of the Land of Waves. As the first to engage with the Land of Waves, he had not only adapted, but had also become enamored with roleplay. Inuyasha took a sip of coffee and remarked, "If memory serves, Obito-kun, your favorite drink is sweetened red tea and dango, is it not?" Obito nodded, his gaze still vacant. Because Rin enjoyed sweet treats, such a humble and feeble love, that he would even mold his preferences to mirror hers. Inuyasha quietly listened, then took another sip of her coffee, relishing its bitter taste without sugar. There existed numerous forbidden techniques in the shinobi world capable of resurrecting the dead. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression shifted, revealing a look of desperation. Inuyasha understood his unspoken desires and swiftly redirected the conversation. "But even if Rin were resurrected, what would change? You possess eyes akin to mine, and you surely understand the cost and power of awakening such eyes. Do you not realize yet that it was not merely the Rock Village ninja or Kakashi who caused Rin's demise? It was war, the grotesque system of the shinobi world. The bloody slaughter instigated by the 5 Kages for their own interests. Countless shinobi and civilians have perished like Rin, each one suffering as you do." Inuyasha continued, "However, unlike them, you possess the ability to change everything. The only way to eradicate suffering and death is to utterly dismantle the system of the shinobi. Obito-kun, you are the chosen one, the singularity." As she spoke, a tremendous aura emanated from Inuyasha, while a glimmer of light sparked in Obito's pupils, reigniting the fire within him. The lion, on the brink of death, had risen anew from the ashes. "Senior Inuyasha, teach me how to change all of this. I will sever the ties of fate in this world." Simultaneously, Rin's spirit longed to cry out to Obito, "Obito-kun, I do not wish to be resurrected. I do not want to see you suffer or risk your life for something. I only wish to silently watch over you." Yet, she could not voice her thoughts. Unable to produce any sound, she could only helplessly witness Obito being led astray by the devil. Surely, he would encounter many detours and endure immense suffering, wouldn't he, Obito-kun? Chapter 86, Obito's Hell. 48 hours. Senior Inuyasha, teach me how to change all of this. I will exact vengeance upon the Rock Village and this grotesque, cannibalistic shinobi world. Obito gritted his teeth, resolute in his quest for revenge. Inuyasha nodded, stating, "This is the spirit I hoped to see. There is much more I will tell you slowly in the Land of Waves." Obito paused, questioning, "The Land of Waves? Isn't that just a small nation bordering the Land of Fire? What could be significant about such a place?" Hearing his words, Inuyasha chuckled softly, lifting her gaze slightly. "Do not allow the arrogance of great nations to cloud your judgment, Obito-kun. The current Land of Waves possesses the power to annihilate any major country aside from Konoha. It is merely due to certain circumstances that they have refrained from acting. Inuyasha smiled. And you shall be reborn in the Land of Waves, as the savior we have all agreed upon, to receive our guidance. The first is I shall provide you with intellectual and strategic support, aiding you in your swift adaptation to everything and how to manipulate the 5 great nations from the shadows, igniting greater discord. The second is the Emperor of the Land of Waves, who wields the most formidable Ghoul abilities. Even I am not as proficient as he in the development of RC cells. He is the true god of ghouls. The third is the living fossil of the shinobi world, whose credentials surpass even the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. In the annals of shinobi history, only one person can rival his renown, and you shall inherit his legacy of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Confidential information, deemed classified by the 5 great nations, flowed freely from Inuyasha. Aside from the Mist Village, Suna, and the Cloud Village, who had dealt directly with the Land of Waves and collaborated with the Black Goat, only Konoha and the Mad Rock Village remained ignorant of this looming power. Obito nodded, clearly unable to fully comprehend that as a lowly genin, any one of his 3 mentors was capable of shaking the very foundations of the shinobi world. We are the ones who know all and the manipulators in the darkness. A black trench coat adorned with a half-decayed bronze tree emblem was handed to Obito by White Dove. From this day forth, you are the 3rd leader of the bronze tree, the one-eyed owl. It was well known that an owl represented 2 individuals. One could only wonder how Kakashi would feel upon discovering that his partner in the organization was none other than his good friend, Obito. Inuyasha couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, reveling in her wicked sense of humor. Welcome to the bronze tree, Obito-kun. The bronze tree? Obito inquired, his youthful and peculiar face lifting in confusion. A clandestine organization associated with ghouls, or perhaps the foremost organization within the shinobi world, boasts a membership primarily composed of elite ninjas, with a presence that spans the entire realm of ninjutsu, encompassing thousands of individuals. This organization adheres to a hierarchical system represented by 3 distinct colors of cloaks: white, gray, and black, corresponding to the ranks of Chunin, Jonin, and Kage. Obito, with both hands gripping the black cloak that symbolizes the supreme authority of the bronze tree, drapes it over himself in silence. Only by wielding greater power can one hope to exact vengeance upon the 5 great nations. It is time to disembark. With those words, Yen rose and beckoned to Obito. In the humid, warm sea breeze, the massive ship belonging to the Black Goat Trading Company slowly docked at the port. At this moment, the port had been cleared by the Black Goat Trading Company, with all core members dressed in formal attire, prepared to welcome the legendary and immensely esteemed figure known as the Doctor. Kaneki stood at the forefront, flanked by Scorpion and Kato. At this moment, Kato wiped sweat from his brow, uncertain whether the arrival of the second-in-command of the Bronze Tree would lead to a further division of the power he held. However, he likely overthought the situation, as Yen would soon be heading directly to the laboratory designated as 01, where this research fanatic spent his time, aside from eating and sleeping. Descending the ladder, Obito and the Dove followed Yen off the deck. Scanning the throngs of people, they noted the sea of white and gray. Everyone raised their hands to 2 centimeters from their temples, shouting their loyalty in unison. The synchronized movements left Obito in awe. Even the quality of Konoha could hardly achieve such precision. The Land of Waves is indeed a peculiar place. Of course, everyone in the Land of Waves is exceptionally talented, and they speak so beautifully. I absolutely adore it here. Later, Lord Dove will take you out for some fun. Already donned in a white cloak, the Dove casually stated, hands clasped behind his head. Is that so? Then I am most grateful. Yen led the way, accompanied by a group of researchers. Obito was soon approached by a seemingly affable man, clad in the highest-ranking black cloak, whose handsome and gentle visage bore a hint of sharpness. Upon locking his gaze with Obito, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if being scrutinized by some ferocious beast. Greetings, Obito-kun. I am Kaneki-ken, and I shall be considered one of your instructors. Kaneki smiled gently. In the next moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. If there are no other matters, we may commence your hellish training at once. The mention of hell sent a shiver down Obito's spine. The Dove turned his head, feigning ignorance. The scenery in the Land of Waves remains delightful. Leader Kaneki, I shall take my leave now. With that, he vanished using White Zetsu's secret technique. An hour later, Obito gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground in agony as tears streamed down his face. The pain was akin to swallowing a king's egg. Rin, it hurts immensely. Kaneki reprimanded him sternly. What expression is that? What gaze is that? What are those tears for? Can tears bring peace to the shinobi world? Stand up. After receiving a harsh scolding, Obito gradually rose, wiping the tears from his cheeks. I shall not cry again, for I am already in hell. Please continue, Teacher Kaneki. Now that is more like it. All tragedies in this world stem from the inadequacies of those involved. Young man, in the shinobi world, if you wish to lose nothing further, you must possess formidable strength. Crack. Obito screamed in agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead as Kaneki's twisted power shattered his limbs once more. This marked the first phase of training for him, the training of endurance. Ghouls, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, could trade injuries with the fragile ninjas, as long as the damage did not directly affect the brain or heart. All elite members of the Bronze Tree had undergone this trial, but the standards for Obito were more severe. After all, he was an ardent savior. Only when he could calmly utter the words, at this point, will this level of pain still affect me? After enduring the repeated shattering of his limbs, would he truly graduate? For the next 48 hours in this hell, Kaneki would indiscriminately attack all non-lethal areas of Obito's body until he fully acclimated to such levels of pain. The Bronze Tree had already dispatched a significant supply of white Zetsu cans and some corpses of fire-style ninjas to replenish Obito's energy. The corpses of fire-style ninjas were strongly requested by Uchiha Yen, as it was believed that consuming numerous corpses of ninjas with a similar chakra could potentially grant the ability to acquire those traits. Yen was eager to observe whether a living ghoul possessed this capacity for evolution. He was anticipating the birth of the immortal Obito. Chapter 87. Rin. You wouldn't want Obito to be killed, would you? Indeed, with a resolute will, Kaneki remarked with a smile, as Obito lay bruised and battered. Yet his single eye conveyed an extraordinary determination. I can continue. Let us take a brief respite. There are still 36 hours remaining until the training concludes. Obito's expression turned ashen, clearly indicating that the absence of pain was a falsehood. Kaneki, little Obito, I've brought lunch. A gentle woman with orange and green hair entered, carrying a bamboo basket draped with a deep blue silk scarf. No, the training is not over yet, Kaneki replied, crossing his arms. Leaf's expression darkened, showcasing a warning glare. A short break is acceptable. Balance is essential. Noticing Leaf's displeasure, Kaneki quickly amended his statement. Obito stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Was this truly the same Kaneki who had subjected him to such torment? Little Obito, come join us for a meal. I prepared plenty. Hearing this, Obito cautiously glanced at Kaneki, who gave a slight nod. As a perfect ghoul, he could consume normal food, though it would not provide any nutritional value. With that reassurance, Obito stepped forward to accept Leaf's lunch and began to eat. In a state of rationality, he forced himself to swallow the flesh of corpses, which, despite the unpleasantness, was not entirely distasteful to a ghoul's palate. Yet, Obito struggled with a profound psychological barrier. Not eating would hinder his strength, while eating repulsed him. It was a truly perplexing predicament. As he tasted regular food, a mix of emotions washed over Obito, and he raised his single eye to behold the sunlight illuminating Leaf and Kaneki. The harmonious scene gradually overlapped with a memory of a golden-haired, red-haired figure in his mind. It seemed he had disappointed Aunt Kushina, who had assured him before departing that he would not return injured. Yet now, not only had he returned wounded, but he had also, in a sense, already faced death. At this moment, Obito was not the isolated, twisted individual of his past life. Despite facing similar adversities, he now had support from behind and like-minded companions, preventing his character from becoming excessively distorted. However, his hatred for the 5 great nations, particularly the Hidden Stone Village, deepened, and his disdain for the shinobi system grew ever stronger. While eating, Obito recalled many past events, transparent tears slowly streaming from his single eye. What's wrong, little Obito? Was Auntie S cooking not to your liking? Oh no, it's quite delicious. It makes me miss home. I wonder how Grandma is doing. Apologies, Teacher Kaneki. I need to use the restroom. Very well, go ahead. Kaneki nodded in response. After Obito departed, Leaf nestled against Kaneki's broad chest, her eyes cast downwards. What a pitiful child. The bloodstains and fragments of flesh scattered across the ground painted a grim picture of the scene's brutality. He is but 11 years old. Yet this is his fate. Leaf nodded, her gaze lowering slightly. Does fate truly exist? It does. There are unseen hands manipulating everything behind the scenes. And the bronze tree was born to shatter fate. As Kaneki reminisced about the plot of Naruto, he pondered the notion that diligence could surpass innate talent, a notion he deemed the greatest of fallacies. Throughout the narrative, only Might Guy and Rock Lee embodied the belief that hard work could transcend the limits of bloodlines to their fullest extent. Yet, what does that achieve? One may find themselves, like a once promising child turned mediocre in later years, relying on decades of arduous training and burning resolve to gain but a fleeting moment of glory. In stark contrast to the effortless power wielded by the sons of Sage of Six Paths and other illustrious bloodlines, this reality is indeed disheartening. In Laboratory 01, Rin summoned Scorpion. Clad in a white lab coat, Rin spoke softly, "Scorpion, I require you to create a puppet." Scorpion tilted his head in confusion. Surely, a leader of such prowess would not need an external vessel like a puppet. Rin merely retrieved a photograph from his pocket. The image depicted a gentle, golden-haired man caressing the hair of two young boys, while a vibrant girl, cheeks adorned with paint, flashed a beaming smile and formed a peace sign. Taking the photograph, Scorpion examined it closely as Rin continued, "I need you to craft a puppet resembling the girl in the photograph. Though it need not be an exact likeness, about 60% will suffice." Scorpion nodded, understanding. If combat functionality is unnecessary, a few hours will be ample. Creating a simple wooden puppet, devoid of any considerations beyond mere mobility, was a task Scorpion felt wholly confident in. He did not inquire about the purpose of this puppet. The leader had his own plans, and Scorpion merely needed to follow orders. Several hours later, a smiling puppet stood before Rin. He scrutinized it, noting its roughness. Yet it bore a resemblance to Rin Noera from the photograph. However, that radiant smile was somewhat jarring. "Make some adjustments," Rin instructed. Scorpion, puzzled, responded that he had adhered to the specifications. His craftsmanship was impeccable and met Rin's requirements. Yet Rin stepped forward, gently caressing the puppet's face. "This smile is too glaring. Transform her expression into one of sorrow." Scorpion could not fathom how a mere expression could wield such significance, but he dutifully complied with Kaneki's command, altering the puppet's visage to reflect tears. From a distance, it appeared as though Rin truly wept. Rin nodded in satisfaction. Let Rin's soul inhabit this puppet, serving alongside Obito, while convincing him that she is merely an ordinary intelligent puppet. Should the day come when the puppet meets her demise, the truth shall be revealed to Obito. This should further provoke his emotions, perhaps. He considered himself rather wicked for plotting such a scheme. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, and a kaleidoscopic pattern emerged. The trembling, feeble soul hiding in the corner was extracted. Moments later, the puppet Rin lowered her head, gazing at her wooden hands, frozen in place, as if her sorrowful visage truly wept. Rin adjusted his glasses and coldly stated, "You must not reveal the truth to Obito in any form. The entirety of the Land of Waves is my domain. Should I discover otherwise?" His gaze turned steely as it reflected a chilling light. "I will detonate the curse mark embedded in Obito's heart. Rin, I trust you do not wish for Obito's demise." The weeping puppet silently nodded in compliance. Rin's demeanor softened, a gentle smile gracing his face, reminiscent of his previous warmth in the classroom. "Then I entrust this to you. Rin-chan, please take care of Obito." Yet Rin no longer harbored feelings of respect or admiration. Only fear and loathing remained. Chapter 88. Dove, I want to film your movie. Obito-kun click. As Obito's leg was once again twisted, his expression remained unchanged, steadfast, and resolute. Despite the arduous path ahead, he would not shy away from it. In the past 48 hours, he had endured a myriad of torments, including but not limited to having his organs pierced and limbs broken. In a frenzied state of consumption, his body rapidly healed. The regenerative abilities of a super ghoul were incomparably superior to those of ordinary ghouls, especially under conditions of ample sustenance. The obsidian wings behind Obito had begun to flicker with fiery crimson. Even mere proximity to him elicited a sensation of searing heat, confirming Ren's deductions. Provided he consumed a substantial and consistent diet of ninja corpses or live bodies, he had a chance of imbuing his Kakuja with particular attributes. Yet this was far from Obito's limits. Kaneki mused, eagerly anticipating the moment Obito would unfurl his phoenix wings. As for the matter of ninja corpses, acquiring them during wartime posed no challenge. One could simply procure them from the Cloud Village or the Black Market. Although the significant corpses would not be sold to the Black Goat, the lesser shinobi corpses would be readily exchanged for supplies. Obito staggered to his feet, his heart battered and broken. No amount of physical pain could compare to the wounds of his spirit. The chasms within his heart and soul were injuries that would never heal. Congratulations, you have passed the first training. Your progress is truly remarkable. Thank you, Kaneki-sensei. I'll take my leave to rest now. Obito nodded, utterly exhausted. Initially, Kaneki had ominously intended to insert a centipede into his ear, but was thwarted by the furious rebuke of Yakura, who intervened just in time. How terrifying. Is it true that ghouls are so ruthless in their pursuit of strength? The gentle sea breeze of the land of waves caressed Obito, ruffling his spiky white hair. Passers-by glanced at him, for his appearance was indeed peculiar, yet none mocked him. Instead, many approached, offering assistance. With these thoughts, Obito lifted his gaze, the bright sunlight causing him to squint, perhaps having lingered too long in darkness. He found himself unaccustomed to such warmth. Ah, hello, Obito-kun. I heard your hellish training has concluded. The greeting came from Dove, who was clad in an absurdly stylish outfit. Sporting a brown leather jacket and round gold-rimmed glasses, he carried a hefty stack of books, the topmost being the director's self-cultivation. It seemed that each encounter with this individual was akin to a performance. Weary, Obito chose not to engage with him. For this was the very person who had callously abandoned his steadfast companion, his comrade in arms, the armored white Zetsu. Come now, don't be so cold. The leaders wish to nurture you, Dove said with a sheepish grin, quickening his pace to draw nearer to Obito. Leaning in, he whispered, Obito-kun, as an apology. Allow me to treat you to a meal. At the mention of food, Obito instinctively touched his stomach. Despite having consumed numerous cans of white Zetsu and corpses, his appetite remained unfulfilled. Moreover, Kaneki-sensei had seemingly neglected to provide him with funds. Moments later, the two found themselves seated at the deep-sea restaurant. According to Dove, this establishment boasted the finest reputation in the land of waves and was frequented even by Kaneki-sensei. Obito's gaze drifted to a nearby table where a beautiful woman in a cherry blossom kimono nestled against Kaneki, their shoulders touching, an image of pure happiness. As this thought crossed Obito's mind, he lowered his head once more, stirring his coffee with a spoon. The heart-shaped milk floating atop the brew swirled and dissipated as he stirred. In the reflection of the cup, he seemed to see the girl who had once awarded him his diploma. Yet in the next moment, like the bubbles in the cup, that illusion burst. Everything was merely a figment of his imagination. Greetings, esteemed guest. What may I get for you today? A rotund, chubby seal waddled over. It was indeed a marvel to see a sea creature with legs. Could this be a wise spiritual beast? It seems that the popularity of this establishment is no mere coincidence. At least in Konoha, there has yet to be a summoning beast employed as a restaurant server. In the realm of ninjas, summoning beasts are regarded as combat companions. However, many ninjas fail to realize that a considerable number of these creatures harbor an aversion to battle. They are often compelled to act as accomplices in violence, bound by the summoning scrolls of their predecessors or the capture by ninjas. Ah, it's Ghoul, the white dove cheerfully exclaimed. Just 2 portions as usual. It appeared that he was a regular patron here. Obito merely glanced at the menu. The prices were rather steep. How could this peculiar white creature afford such sums? Perhaps sensing Obito's doubt, the dove grinned broadly. Obito-kun, you mustn't judge me through a lens of prejudice simply because I am not human. In the land of waves, there is no discrimination against creatures like me. Even summoning beasts are not looked upon with suspicion when they stroll through the streets. My wealth comes partly from my salary at the Black Goat Merchant Guild, and partly from my friendship with a brilliant inventor. Whenever he creates something new, I invest in his ventures. The dove chattered on. But Obito was left bewildered by terms like initial stocks and investment, concepts that were still foreign to the ninja world. Nevertheless, he understood one thing. This creature was exceedingly wealthy. With a mindset of indulging in lavishness, he ordered an extravagant feast. The dove remained unperturbed, still smiling at Obito, as if he were eager to witness the consumption of several thousand ryo worth of food. After a while, the dove produced a contract. Obito-kun, I need your assistance with something. While Obito was still savoring a tender octopus, he looked up to see the dove offering a sheet of white paper with black text. What is this? Obito inquired. It's a letter of authorization. Noticing Obito's confusion, the dove elaborated. Ever since we fought side by side, even a cold-blooded creature like me has felt a resonance of emotions with you. Additionally, I have a penchant for cinema and some wealth. So I wish to adapt your story into a film. It will surely garner much interest. Obito gazed blankly at the dove. What is a movie? The film version of Windflower. Snow likely has a timeline around the 61st year of Konoha, but its popularity remains unknown. It's when specialized individuals enact a story, which is then projected onto a large screen for many to watch. Given his lack of understanding, Obito simply signed the document after hearing the dove mention, drawing from his experiences. Chapter 89. Good night, Obito-kun. Sweet dreams. Having signed, Obito naturally handed the contract back to the dove, who beamed with joy. With thousands of white Zetsu at his command, he could easily fill the role of extras. He just needed a few key actors. Obito-kun, would you like to perform in your own story? I can offer you a share of the profits. Obito gulped down his coffee and replied nonchalantly, whatever. You'll become a big star. The idea seemed trivial to him. After finishing the last roasted octopus, he wiped the grease from his mouth. The newly authorized dove was ecstatic and decided to give Obito a tour of the beautiful sights in the land of waves. After all, should Obito develop new affections, it would be wise for him to know where to take someone out on a date. It was only fitting that the dove, had thought ahead. Movies often depict the three great dating spots: cinemas, aquariums, and Ferris wheels. However, walking would take too long. They would need to take a vehicle. With this thought, the dove reached into his abdomen, rummaging around to produce a small, brick-like flip phone. It was time to summon his dear friend, the advanced mechanical technician of the land of waves, Sasori. After a few rings, Sasori's voice came through, and the dove relayed his request. Sasori readily agreed, as he was already scheduled to pick up Ia's father. A few minutes later, a limited edition Black Goat luxury car came to a stop in front of the Deep Sea Grand Hotel. Wearing sunglasses, Sasori sat in the driver's seat, while a girl with a small cap, Iase, occupied the passenger side. Iase scanned the crowd with her hands cupped around her eyes, easily spotting the pale green-haired figure. What is this? Obito wondered, gazing curiously at the gleaming black vehicle he had never seen before. It's a mode of transportation in the land of waves. Though not many know how to operate it, the dove explained attentively, opening the car door. He had somehow changed out of his director's attire into a deep black suit, complete with a tie, giving him a somewhat pretentious air. Donning large, dark sunglasses, he cleared his throat and said in a deliberately gruff voice, "There's no time to waste. Mr. Obito, it's time for you to save the world." Noticing several gazes drawn towards them, Obito reluctantly climbed into the car. Sometimes, being in the company of a socially anxious creature like the dove was truly awkward. Sasori observed the two settle in through the rearview mirror, a smirk gracing his lips. All set? He asked. Before Obito could respond, the dove and Iase had already fastened their seatbelts. The brand-new engine roared to life, resembling a beast in its ferocity. The car accelerated from 0 to 100 kilometers in mere seconds, showcasing the power of high-quality, clean energy chakra. Obito felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, finding it even more disorienting than being on a boat. The land of waves was indeed a remarkable place, unlike any other he had encountered. At the port of the land of waves, a large merchant ship proudly displayed the black goat emblem. At the helm was a man with pink hair, leaning against the deck's edge, relishing the ocean view. The sea breeze of the land of waves is delightful. After more than a decade, I've finally returned to my homeland. His nose felt a bit moist. It's my first time in the land of waves. Frankenstein, his face stitched together with black lines like a Frankenstein monster, approached Minato. Is that so? Then I must show you around. No one knows the land of waves better than I do. However, as Minato gazed at the rows of neatly arranged concrete buildings, his jaw nearly dropped. What happened? Is this still my hometown? He was certain this was not the capital of the land of fire. As he and Frankenstein disembarked, they spotted a black beetle car parked outside the port, where a pink-haired girl in a small cap was wildly waving her hands. Though they had never met, the stirring in his blood and their shared hair color and facial features spoke volumes. Minato felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he dashed forward. Frankenstein lowered his head. Sister, we will meet again. Inside the vehicle, the dove handed Obito more tissues. Stay strong, Obito-kun. Obito was retching uncontrollably. It was astonishing that someone who could endure 48 hours of hell could be car sick. The dove struggled to stifle a laugh, while Sasori leaned against the car door, his sunglasses removed and resting on his shirt, smiling as he observed the reunion between father and daughter. Apologies, but I may need to take Iase back, Sasori said. Oh, We are the ones causing you trouble, Sasori. Besides, I doubt Obito-kun will ever want to ride in a car again. Obito's face turned pale. So this contraption was called a car? What a terrifying weapon. He could endure the agony of broken bones without flinching, yet this was unbearable. With a sigh, the dove remarked, "Just don't vomit on me." In an instant, he transformed into a large mass of clay that enveloped Obito. Armor fusion with white Zetsu. As the dove's sunlight chakra flowed into Obito's body, it alleviated some of his nausea. In the next moment, the dove disappeared into the ground, descending into the depths. Upon reaching the lighthouse at the port of the Land of Waves, Obito leaned over the railing, gazing into the distance, utterly mesmerized by the scene before him. The twilight hour was descending, as the warm sun lowered itself, casting a golden hue that intertwined with the tranquil expanse of the sea, creating a seamless horizon. A white dove, having inexplicably changed into an outfit resembling that of a commentator, held a microphone that it had evidently extracted from its own being. Obito was filled with questions, bewildered by how it managed to conceal such items. The dove adjusted the microphone, cleared its throat, and with raised eyebrows, proclaimed, "Welcome to the highest point of the Land of Waves, which we affectionately call the Sky Tree. According to one of the 7 legends of our great land, watching the sunset with your beloved at the juncture of dusk and the other shore will grant you a lifetime of companionship. Go for it, Obito, good luck." Obito chose to ignore the noisy creature, his gaze lost in the far-off horizon of the sunset. How beautiful the Land of Waves is. Its tranquility almost makes me forget the agonies of war. If only the entire ninja world could be like this. He sighed, wishing fervently for Rin to be by his side. Shrinking his neck, he momentarily shed the weight of being the fated savior and the third leader of the divine tree, feeling instead like a frail child incapable of even performing the shadow clone technique. Sitting beneath the lighthouse's railing, he gently swayed his feet. Even his fearsome visage appeared softened under the gentle light of dusk. In the distance lay the azure ocean, with the warm, salty breeze caressing his lips, reminiscent of the savory rice balls his grandmother used to make. He recalled how she eagerly anticipated seeing her great-grandchildren, teasing him and Rin even when they were just 5 years old. If only time could flow backward, he mused. The dove, meanwhile, had plunged its hand into its throat, fiddling with some unknown object. Moments later, a soothing yet melancholic melody emanated from within. "There are always unexpected encounters, like when I met you," it sang. For once, Obito refrained from critiquing the creature, closing his eyes and succumbing to sleep amidst the whispers of the sea breeze. Exhausted after 2 sleepless nights, he finally found rest. The dove scratched its head, reluctantly waving at the screen outside before transforming its body into a long blanket, draping it over Obito. "Good night, Obito-kun. Sweet dreams." As the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon, illuminating the sky tree, warm light enveloped Obito's head, rousing him from slumber. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he threw off the white blanket and stifled a long yawn. Reflecting on the dream from the previous night, a sunny smile graced his lips. In that dream, he had solemnly received the Hokage hat, accompanied by Kakashi as his aide, inspecting the village of Konoha as a respected Hokage. Rin had been at home, preparing a meal, eagerly awaiting his return. How wonderful, he thought. How utterly false. It felt as if he were caught in an illusion. Gripped by the stark contrast between the dream and the harsh reality, he clenched the blanket tightly. Suddenly, the blanket transformed into an abstract humanoid figure that leaped up with a dramatic shout. "Obito, how could you treat your blanket like that?" The dove exclaimed, clearly annoyed. "Today is the day for Teacher Yan's lecture. We're going to be late." Obito, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly bore a frown, glancing at the dove with an odd expression. "Isn't there a humanoid ride-sharing service right here?" The dove, feeling uneasy under Obito's scrutiny, spread its hands and replied, "Let this be a lesson for you." Moments later, at the Engineer Academy of the Land of Waves, the venue had been meticulously arranged by the members of the Divine Tree. Obito emerged, clad in his white Zetsu armor. From below ground, the room was modest, with sheer curtains fluttering in the sea breeze, and the decor was clean and straightforward. Yin sat at a mahogany table, perusing a hefty tome. Upon noticing Obito's arrival, he offered a slight smile. "Welcome, Obito-kun. The Land of Waves is quite pleasant. I assenti it?" Obito nodded, and the dove separated itself from his form. "I'm off to recruit extras." The classroom was now just Obito and Yin. "Obito-kun, if the entire ninja world resembled the Land of Waves, what do you think?" Obito pulled out a chair and sat not far from Yin. That would be a realm of mutual understanding and peace. Yin removed his gold-rimmed glasses, wiping the fog away with a handkerchief, and casually remarked, "The greatest obstacle to peace is the 5 great nations. If we are to pursue peace, I have 3 strategies, classified as upper, middle, and lower. Which one would you like to learn, Obito-kun? Children make choices. I want them all." Yin chuckled softly. "You truly are greedy." The lower strategy involves ensnaring the entire world in an enormous illusion, where everyone can live out their brief, yet beautiful lives in a dream. The world of illusion isn't so bad, after all, considering the cruelty of reality. Before Yin could finish, Obito interrupted, "But this world is already so hypocritical. Subjecting everyone to a false peace through such illusions seems even more disingenuous." Yin's words were cut off by Obito, indicating that his resolve against the infinite Tsukuyomi was not yet so deeply ingrained. Surely, there must be another way, a method that prevents the majority from suffering. That statement truly reflects your character, Obito-kun. A world where no one suffers could never exist. Obito nodded in silence, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Yin closed his book and moved to the window. "No, it's not that there isn't a possibility, but if we wish for everyone to be free from pain, one must inevitably bear the burden of all suffering." Yin turned to Obito. "Gather the 9-tailed beasts to merge into the legendary 10 Tails, and select a sufficiently powerful and just person to be the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Then reviving all the deceased would not pose a significant problem." His voice grew hoarse, pausing before continuing. "But, Obito-kun, do you truly believe that entrusting the fates of all humanity to a single individual is the right course of action? Even if they were ageless and immortal, they would still endure infinite loneliness. Who can guarantee that they would maintain their divine essence throughout the ages? Or do you think you could handle such a burden? Just like a certain superhero Yin had once seen in a tight suit, who was kind, fair, and perfect, trusted by the people and known as the god of humanity. Such perfection could not exist in reality." Obito fell silent once more, this time for a lengthy duration. Asking an 11-year-old to ponder such profound matters was indeed beyond comprehension. Yet he grasped Yan's underlying message. Defeating the 5 great ninja villages was merely the simplest step on the path to peace. What about the upper strategy, Teacher Yin? Please enlighten me. As the thought of the upper strategy crossed his mind, Obito hurriedly spoke, feeling as though he had found a glimmer of hope, akin to a fading soul mustering the courage to rise amidst silent ridicule, only to be rescued by a fiery-haired little witch leaping from a roaring helicopter. Extending her hand toward him, the upper strategy entails completely dismantling the ninja and feudal lord systems. Yin spoke slowly and heavily. This path is ultimately drenched in blood, bones, and tears, with even more sacrifices and deaths than the previous 2 strategies combined. However, it remains the only path devoid of aftereffects. Even a peace enforced through military might cannot be deemed absolute peace. It would be like the god of ninjas establishing a new nation by unifying the 5 great countries. Yet upon their demise, the world would shatter, giving rise to even greater hatred and conflict. Illusions are but fabrications, and the destiny of humanity should not rest in the hands of a singular individual. Instead, let us turn the tide and entrust the fate of mankind to the collective, rather than to the self-proclaimed noble figures, the shadows that loom over us. This path is destined to be a solitary and burdensome journey. Even if one emerges as the initiator of all bloodshed, their end will not be flawless. The executioners of all slaughters, even if cloaked in the names of justice and peace, cannot alter the blood that stains their hands. We must dismantle all existing systems, compel everyone to unite their strength, and eradicate the barriers of the past, thereby giving rise to a new entity, one far grander than the nations that currently exist. Would you still consent to this? If sacrificing myself could sever the shackles of war, then let me bear that burden. I have already dwelled in hell, and it cannot be worse than my present state." With a profound tone, Obito spoke. Run, in his heart, chuckled. He had successfully guided Obito to this juncture. Concepts of peace and the 10 Tails were trivial matters, and he felt a twinge of regret for Obito. "Then please, act as my vanguard and confront the Sage of 6 Paths. At the very least, allow me to witness the vast chasm that lies between myself and the true divine." Chapter 92. If one could evade overwhelming joy, sorrow would not descend. Rin glanced out the window, perhaps because the time spent imparting thoughts to Obito had slipped away unnoticed. The once azure sky was now shrouded in a heavy darkness. Thick clouds gathering as if a torrential downpour was imminent. Let us conclude for today. Tomorrow you shall meet your third teacher, a person with whom you share profound ties. I am certain your interaction will be exceedingly pleasant. Obito nodded. Although the knowledge imparted by Ruin did not bestow immense power, he sensed that these peculiar ideas were far more valuable than mere personal strength. As Obito was about to step beyond the threshold, he was suddenly called back by Rin. Obito-kun, during your days in the Land of Waves, I have prepared a special gift for you. A subtle smile graced Rin's lips. It is something developed independently by the Land of Waves, and I believe you will find it quite delightful. Obito nodded absently, thinking it inconsequential. At this juncture, the only thing sustaining him was the hope for peace. Perhaps I shall see it and decide then. Rin picked up the now cold coffee from the table and spoke calmly. Thank you, Senpai Rin. The moment he stepped out of the campus, the oppressive clouds, laden with thunder, finally erupted, unleashing a torrential downpour. The raindrops fell incessantly, reminiscent of someone weeping uncontrollably. Obito allowed the rain to soak his grayish-white hair, trudging through the downpour like a forlorn kitten. What could this gift possibly be? Following the address provided by Ron, Obito silently lowered his head and slowly made his way to his destination. Hey, Obito, do you need an umbrella? A dove appeared seemingly out of nowhere, holding a black umbrella, grinning widely. No need for such things. I understand. That's just how a moody adolescent behaves. Obito remained silent, cracking his knuckles as his right eye erupted with a sinister crimson light. Speak again, and I shall end you. Well, I just realized that White Zetsu is slacking. I must go supervise. See you later, Obito. Don't get too soaked. With a cheeky grin, the dove vanished underground. Obito found his mood dampened by this creature's antics. He despised the rain. The incessant patter always reminded him of the day Rin was killed by Kakashi. Even though he knew there was a deeper truth to it, he was unwilling to believe or confront Kakashi. He merely wished to escape the reality that Rin was his entire world, and Kakashi had taken her from him. Yet, he found solace in the rain. Kisame had once said that tears could not save the shinobi world, but Obito was merely an 11-year-old child, a mere waste in Konoha, confined to performing D-rank missions. Yet now, standing in the rain, he could weep without being noticed. With these thoughts, Obito slowly made his way back to the house Rin mentioned, a 3-story villa located in the heart of the Land of Waves. Even in this small territory, it was considered a luxurious area, one he could scarcely afford after a lifetime of missions. With a creak, he turned the doorknob, and as the gears within the lock slid down, he opened the door. Habitually, he called into the house, "I'm back." Regrettably, there was no joyful voice greeting him with, "Little Obito is back. Come and eat." The sound of raindrops falling from the eaves echoed strangely, reminiscent of water droplets striking metal. Obito squinted and opened a small door within the house. What he beheld rendered him momentarily speechless. Rin, a small figure, sat alone on the threshold of the inner courtyard, resting her chin in her hands. Even from behind, she captivated him. "Is it you, Rin?" His voice trembled, filled with panic, yet a flicker of joy ignited in his heart. Yet, perfection is a rarity in this world. If one could avoid overwhelming joy, sorrow would not follow. As a shinobi, I am truly sorry. The face he had longed for, that haunted his dreams, slowly turned towards him. Yet, it was not what he had hoped for. Before him was a weeping visage, bearing a resemblance to Rin, but lacking the exact likeness. Obito could recall Rin's mole with precision. How could he mistake the genuine for the false? Moreover, Obito suddenly erupted in a frenzied roar, akin to a wild beast unleashed, his deafening rage erupting from his lips. Rin, how could she ever bear such a countenance? The dark, centipede-like chakra erupted from Obito's slender waist, intent on tearing apart this impostor masquerading as Rin. The mechanical sounds had already indicated that this being was merely a puppet. The puppet Rin turned her head awkwardly, placing a small blackboard against her chest. "Welcome home, Obito-kun." Seeing Obito's fierce demeanor, she quickly retrieved a small eraser from her hollow metallic abdomen and wiped away the welcome message. With clumsy, mechanical fingers, the puppet Rin cautiously inscribed another line. "I'm sorry for disappointing you, Obito-kun." As Obito prepared to destroy this being, the chakra halted just before Rin's visage. His expression was colder than ice, yet inside, he was stirred. The grotesque chakra gradually receded. That weeping face bore an uncanny resemblance to her. "Why, Why? Why must you torment me so? Obito howled. I have tried so hard to forget all of this. This reality, this puppet is not what I wished for. The puppet Rin stood motionless, unable to express what had transpired. She could only maintain her sorrowful expression, unable to shed tears. After a moment, Obito regained his composure, his eyes devoid of light as he turned away, leaving the puppet Rin frozen in place. A pang of hunger rumbled within him, prompting him to step towards the refrigerator. He opened the pristine cabinet, filled with cans of white zetsu and various fragments of bodies. Obito seized an arm, ravenously tearing into the frost-laden flesh as if in a fit of rage, consuming all that was before him. As he devoured the corpses, the fire chakra consumed them bit by bit. Obito's back unfurled unconsciously, the fiery red and profound darkness intertwining. The temperature soared, causing the frozen meat within the refrigerator and the frost upon the cans to melt away. The puppet Rin wore the same expression, lumbering towards the kitchen. The clanging of pots and pans echoed continuously. Before long, a steaming bowl of omelet rice was placed before Obito. He looked up to see that sorrowful face once more. Yet, she had prepared Rin's signature dish. What is true and what is false? Obito could not discern, utterly unable to distinguish between them. If one were to suggest that this was indeed Rin herself, it would seem far-fetched. How could a deceased person possibly resurrect in a puppet's form? Yet, if this were a mere imitation, her demeanor, habits, and essence bore an uncanny resemblance to Rin. So much so that Obito felt as though she were vividly standing before him. In that moment, Obito was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Uchiha Obito pondered how much information Uchiha Shin truly possessed. He felt like a lab rat in the hands of his creator, ensnared by delicate threads, meticulously executing every task expected of him. However, he was undeniably in need of Shin's assistance. No individual could single-handedly conquer the entire shinobi world. What should I do about Rin? His already fragmented heart, even if stitched together, would still endure the agony of piercing pain. Living was indeed tormenting. He longed to escape, to scream frantically at Uchiha Shin. Why me? Why does tragedy relentlessly pursue me? Why is my life so wretched? The formidable power of the space-time Sharingan was but a refuge for a coward. Chapter 93. If you were to perish tomorrow, I too would meet my end on that day. Should you survive today, I shall also share this day with you. As Obito indulged in a ravenous feast, the puppet Rin merely stared at him vacantly. Trapped within Shin's kaleidoscope, Rin could clearly observe every step of his machinations against Obito. Yet, she could not speak, forced to watch helplessly as Obito suffered. After devouring the last remnants of corpses, Obito closed his eyes and drifted into a heavy slumber. The wings of his behind receded, leaving only a red-hot, tumor-like mass upon his back. Rin cautiously twisted a moist towel and began to cleanse Obito's battered body. The scars that marred his skin were almost unbearable to behold, with grotesque gaping wounds encircling his limbs. Within Rin's emotionless mechanical eyes, an indescribable sentiment began to stir. She was well aware that Obito, the clumsy creature resembling a little duck, harbored feelings for her. His emotions shone like a luminous bulb, impossible to conceal. What a fool he was, believing he had hidden them well. And what of Rin? Could she claim to like Obito? It was more akin to a bond that hovered just above friendship, yet fell short of romance. Meanwhile, Obito, convinced he harbored affections for Kakashi, was indeed a grand fool. Rin recognized that her admiration for Kakashi merely stemmed from a longing to be associated with a genius, not genuine affection. Now, having witnessed Obito's transformation after her death, it altered some of Rin's original feelings in a hazy manner. What a troublesome individual he was. Even if he made mistakes, it would be all right. He could be foolish. Obito, even if the world stood against him, she would continue to watch over him. Rin did not wish to contemplate nations or villages, war or peace. Her heart was too small to encompass anything beyond family and friends who felt like family. Her mechanical arm lifted Obito gently and placed him upon the bed. Gazing at the sleeping figure, she noticed his furrowed brow, at times contorted in rage and pain, as he murmured his own name, occasionally uttering Kakashi's name. Rin carefully lay beside the troubled Obito, her mechanical arm resting on him. Though her steel frame could not provide warmth, her heart could. As Rin embraced him, the tension in Obito's brow gradually eased. The gentle night breeze stirred the curtains, and the silvery moonlight bathed the two in its glow. The lifeless puppet girl sang sincere vows to the despairing child in the depths of the night. Should you perish tomorrow, Obito, my life shall also conclude on that day. If you survive today, I shall share this day with you. In the time that remains, we shall not part. The scars and pain shall be our eternal wounds. On the following morning, Obito opened his right eye. The sun of the land of waves shone as brightly as ever, heralding the dawn. On the table lay a pair of vibrant fried eggs and warm milk. A small sign was placed beside the breakfast. Obito-kun, skipping breakfast is bad for your health. Remember to train diligently today. As Obito stared at the sign, a wave of guilt washed over him, recalling his impulsive desire to tear apart this puppet the previous day. How rash, Uchiha Obito. After swiftly consuming his breakfast, Obito set off for the training location specified by Shin. It was a sprawling villa by the shore. At the entrance, several peculiar figures resembling white doves yawned, clutching watering cans and various gardening tools. Some tended to the flowers, while others pruned the unruly branches. Yet, one tree bore a striking resemblance to a familiar face on the Hokage rock. A certain white Zetsu, wearing a straw hat, lay nearby, his half-masked face spiraled. Oh, you must be the little one looking for that esteemed person, Akatsuki cheerfully remarked. Just head upstairs from here. Obito softly expressed his gratitude and ascended the winding staircase. Upon opening the door, he found a slightly portly older man reclining in an ergonomic chair, wearing the headphones described by the doves. Hello, teacher, he greeted. Madara turned his head, having already been informed by Kinomoto that this boy had joined their ranks, showing no surprise at his arrival. Madara plucked a cigarette from the box on the table, lighting it with a flick of his finger, the smoke curling in the air. After a satisfying inhale, he tossed the cigarette box to Obito. Care for one, Junior? Obito hurriedly caught it but did not take one, instead placing it on the nearby table. I'm still a minor. This elderly man appeared kind and gentle, reminiscent of a grandmother, not at all like the complex-minded Shin or the fearsome Kinomoto. Perhaps he would be easy to get along with, Obito mused, as he settled into a chair beside Madara. Let's start a game. Madara adeptly opened the game interface, connecting to the local network, and pushed another red and black controller toward Obito. Have you played before? Obito shook his head. Nothing in Konoha compared to such marvelous devices. Madara, puffing on his cigarette, chuckled softly. Is playing games part of the training, teacher? Obito inquired, unable to see how this could possibly be training. Madara maintained a serious expression. The character skills in this game closely resemble those in the shinobi world. It can also help hone your Sharingan. Moreover, the pain from the intense moments can stimulate the growth of your eye's power. Turning to Obito, Madara's eyes shimmered with crimson three-tomo, his immense chakra radiating throughout the room. Such overwhelming power left Obito astounded. Just three-tomo could be so terrifying? He felt as though his Mangekyo Sharingan paled in comparison to Madara's. So, gaming could indeed enhance one's ocular abilities. Obito felt a moment of enlightenment. Madara nodded with a smile, hastily selecting the character Senju Hashirama, as if fearing Obito might contest him. Obito, on the other hand, gazed at the array of faces on the screen with a serious expression. The second Tsuchikage, the second Hokage, the third until a hooded figure with a tiger-striped mask appeared, labeled as Mysterious Mask Man. What a splendid mask. Obito decisively pressed the selection button. The battle commenced. In the first round, Obito, still fumbling with the skills, was soundly defeated. In the second round, he lost again. The third round ended in failure as well. The two battled from dawn until dusk, oblivious to the passage of time. During their skirmishes, Madara casually imparted some insights on ninjutsu and jinjutsu, particularly after each victory, when he offered commentary on his triumph. Damn that Uchiha elder. You lack honor. Targeting me with your three-tomo. Obito exclaimed. You wicked Uchiha brat. Why are you using your Mangekyo? I only have one eye, so you're cheating even more. The kaleidoscopic prowess surpasses that of the three-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 94. The end of life is not death, but oblivion. Kakashi scrubbed his hands vigorously in the frigid water. Yet the crimson stain seemed etched onto his skin. No matter how he tried, his hands remained tainted, the Sharingan unyielding, and the boulder immovable. I suffer greatly, Rin Obito. Under Jiraiya's command, the Iwagakure forces were repelled at the front lines. The newly crowned Fourth Rakage dispatched the Kumogakure army to engage in battle against Iwagakure. Confronted by the strongest in the ninja world and the second ninja village, even the numerically superior Iwagakure found themselves at a disadvantage, leading to a temporary ceasefire. During this respite, Minato brought the injured Kakashi back to Konohagakure for recuperation. Kakashi wept silently, the nascent form of his grief quivering within him. Yet that anguish felt as confined as an embryo within an egg, unable to break free from its barrier. A knock echoed at the door. Kakashi, in a daze, approached and turned the knob. Before him stood his teacher Minato and his sister Kushina. "I apologize for the sudden visit," Kushina said, holding up a basket. "I made some sanma, your favorite." Minato stood beside her, concern etched on his face. "Thank you, but I can't eat anything," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. A sense of desolation enveloping his heart. The loss of a dear friend, the piercing chidori that transcended bonds, his father's suicide, a succession of blows left Kakashi gasping for breath. "Cheer up, Kakashi. Obito and Rin would not want to see you like this." As he spoke, Minato gestured to Kushina. She placed the basket at Kakashi's doorstep and departed, leaving Minato to speak privately with him. Even the ever-optimistic Kushina found it difficult to muster joy in these war-torn days. Why did that little brat Obito have to die? "We promised to come back whole," Kakashi lamented. And Rin, such a kind and lovely girl, alongside his childhood friend and the boyfriend of his close companion. Minato's dear friend. Under the shadow of war, countless intertwined fates had perished so simply. Kushina longed to rush to the side of Rin and Obito to comfort them. But as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she was unable to leave the village. "Let us take a walk," Minato suggested, placing a hand on Kakashi's head. "This cannot continue. My pain is no less than yours. Rin held a place in my heart akin to that of Obito, and Rin in yours." Minato's expression grew somber. "Rin, so cautious and afraid of death. How could she possibly die? Yet I witnessed her burial myself. I even handled her funeral arrangements. Even so, I refuse to accept this cruel reality. I have always believed Rin was a superior ninja." Kakashi remained silent, his head hung low. If Obito were here, he would surely mock Kakashi, saying how he too could wear such a defeated expression. But he was gone, buried beneath the massive stone at Kanabi Bridge. Minato led Kakashi to the Konoha cemetery. The withered leaves of the phoenix trees fell, and numerous gravestones stood desolately across the vast cemetery. Some were immaculate like marble, while others were shrouded in dust. Death and suffering are the norms of war. Kakashi, death is not the end of life, oblivion is. They stood before 3 gravestones. One larger stone marked the grave of the benevolent medical ninja Uchiha Rin, who passed at the tender age of 20, surrounded by white chrysanthemums left by those she had helped. Flanking her grave were 2 smaller stones, the hero of the Sharingan, Uchiha Obito, and the medical ninja Noara Rin. Minato approached and gently brushed away the dead leaves from Rin's gravestone. He then folded a towel from his pocket into a small square and meticulously wiped each surface of the stone. "You know, Kakashi, on the day Rin died, I wept. My teacher was not so strong. Even as the yellow flash, even as the fastest ninja, I missed the deaths of my beloved friends and my student. I truly failed." Minato lowered his head, striving to conceal his emotions. Heroes are not meant to shed tears. If even heroes show fear and sorrow, they betray the trust of countless souls. An era that births heroes is inevitably one marked by tragedy. Kakashi stood in a daze before Obito's grave. The flowers he had placed there not long ago were now wilting. Minato regained his composure and stood, addressing Kakashi. "If you wish to cry, then cry freely. Perhaps it will bring you some solace." At those words, Kakashi knelt before Obito's grave, quietly sobbing. Why am I not the one who died? I treated you so well. Why did you push me away?" Under Minato's comforting presence, Kakashi could no longer contain his grief, and all his repressed feelings surged forth, transforming his quiet sobs into gut-wrenching wails. The autumn wind caressed their faces, scattering the scattered white chrysanthemums, while a fine dust settled once more upon the gravestones. Surrounding them were scattered ninjas dressed in black attire. Some sat at graves pouring sake, while conversing about trivial matters. Others, like Kakashi, succumbed to tears, while some silently observed. Standing in the wind for a long time, their thoughts adrift until dusk fell, murmuring softly, "I will come to see you again." Minato handed Kakashi a copy of The Will of Fire, a new book by Jiraiya-sensei. "This has always inspired me, Kakashi. A ninja is one who endures everything." Minato's azure eyes shone with resolve as he recited lines from the book. "If the cycle of war and hatred is a curse, then I shall sever the chains of hatred. Even if I have yet to find the answer, I must believe that the future is filled with hope." I have always held this belief deeply. Upon hearing of Obito's sacrifice, his grandmother fell ill. "Kakashi, if possible, I hope you can go in the name of our dear friend, Minato said. Kakashi nodded, understanding. He would care for Obito's grandmother, even without Minato's encouragement. This was his debt to Obito. Obito, let me carry your eyes forward. I will see true peace for you. Kakashi thought, feeling increasingly conflicted. He despised the 5 Kages and the villages that brought war, yet he was bound by heavy ties to his comrades in Konoha. What should he do? Obito, if it were you, what would you do? Special Edition, a love story in the land of waves, best accompanied by Zards suddenly. The timeline of this side story is set shortly before the Night of the Nine Tails, when Obito was 14 or 15. Before dawn, the first light of morning had yet to pierce the darkness. In a brightly lit laboratory, the body of a girl lay submerged in a nutrient solution. Thanks to the advanced nutrient solution and yang release, this body had matured to the same age as Obito. The puppet Rin, dressed in a maid's outfit, stood beside the white-coated Rin. In his palm rested a delicate pocket watch, and with a smile, he addressed the puppet. Are you ready, my dear Cinderella? Put on your magical crystal shoes. It is time to meet the prince. Rin's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and with the allure of the kaleidoscope. A mysterious power surged within the laboratory. The transparent soul was extracted from the puppet and re-imbued into the flesh of Noera Rin. In the nutrient chamber, Rin slowly opened her eyes. Ding, Yin remarked, pressing the pocket watch in his palm with an intrigued smile. The countdown has begun, Cinderella. Make sure to savor this fleeting yet beautiful day. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight fell upon Obito's face. He rose from his bed to find a small writing board. Obito-kun, be happy today. I am off to repair some parts. Breakfast is ready and laid out on the table. Over time, Obito had grown accustomed to the companionship of the puppet Rin, and her sudden departure left him feeling a bit unsettled, even though she was not the real Rin. In the past few years, Obito had made rapid progress under the relentless training of 3 teachers. According to Yin, there were few in the ninja world who could rival him now. Today was also a rare day of rest for Obito. He recalled how the previous day, the white dove had mysteriously informed him of a surprise awaiting him. Yet, Obito had little faith in that rascal. He had been tricked countless times before, from reckless car racing to filming movies and even eating herring from a can. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he brushed his teeth with increased fervor. After quickly finishing his morning routine, he pushed open the door and inhaled deeply the fresh air, constantly following that old coot Madara would surely lead to lung cancer someday. The weather in the land of water was always pleasant, close to the sea, with a perpetual spring-like climate. As he strolled through the bustling streets, it felt like a festive celebration, teeming with people. In the urban forest of the land of water, various large screens continuously broadcast advertisements for the zealous savior. The white dove had insisted on dragging Obito into filming this melodramatic movie that he found utterly ridiculous. Hey, Obito-kun, you would be perfect for the role of a tragic male protagonist. Obito donned his hood, shoved his hands in his pockets, and navigated through the throngs of people. He eventually paused beneath a grand, ancient cherry blossom tree. Petals fell like confetti, drifting down onto his dark-clad shoulders. He closed his eyes and sat quietly, accustomed to meditating alone, reflecting on the past that was too painful to voice. However, he could not forget. The only survivors of that battle were himself and Kakashi. As his teacher Jinmu had said, the human brain is like a fragile USB drive prone to demagnetization. If one wishes to retain those indelible memories, they must repeatedly replay them in their mind. The anger and anguish of his past had transformed into a source of motivation for him. As thoughts of revenge against the 5 great nations surged within him, a rush of exhilaration welled up in his heart. Rin, soon I will create a world devoid of war. Wait for me. Obito. A gentle call pulled him back to reality. It was Rin, the living, breathing Rin. The tender girl stood amidst the crowd, her smile radiant, her eyes brimming with unmistakable affection. She hurried toward Obito, who also rushed to her. In the surging crowd, they embraced tightly. Even if the depths of despair are unfathomable, even if longing pierces my very bones, I will always regard you with the same affection. As if time had stood still. Was it an illusion? No, it no longer mattered. The truth was irrelevant. All he knew was that he had missed her dearly. Obito, I have always been watching over you. I know all your joys and sorrows, your efforts. Tears streamed down Rin's face as she spoke, laughingly wiping away the tears from beneath her eyes. You must have taken many detours and suffered greatly. But it's okay. I will always be by your side. Everything is worth it. Obito buried his head in Rin's embrace, unable to contain himself any longer. Tears flowed freely, like wild horses breaking free from their restraints. His voice a blend of joy, pain, and fatigue. Even if it meant severing fingers, twisting limbs, or piercing his heart, Obito would not flinch. Yet now, he cried like a child. Countless nights of nightmares had awakened him. Countless thoughts of giving up had crossed his mind. Even the pain bestowed by the sovereign's egg could not compare to Rin's gentle inquiry of his hardships. As they savored their long-awaited reunion, above them, the white dove held a telescope, observing the scene. TSK, what a sweet aroma of love. But Obito-kun, as your dear friend, let me lend you a hand. I've taken quite a loss here. This is the most unprofitable business I've ever done. Ha. Charge forth, countless white Zetsus. We are Obito's support team. Yes, boss White Dove. A chorus of dozens of white Zetsus responded in unison, and soon, many more emerged from the other floors. With the force of an army, the White Zetsu Brigade arrived, bringing along countless celebratory cannons. The large cannons were ignited, showering the air with colorful streamers that fell like rain. The booming sound of the cannons echoed continuously. Streamers danced in the sea breeze, adorning the entire city in vibrant hues. All advertisement screens momentarily paused to broadcast a single scene. A dashing host in a suit, holding a microphone, smiled as he announced, "The program team has received a special request from an unnamed white dove for his dear friend, and he encourages her to boldly pursue love without waiting for her to enter a relationship. Now, please enjoy suddenly. Suddenly, I received your letter. It seems I can hear your long-lost voice. I will rush to you at once." Even in this sweltering summer, the white dove continued to shout into a megaphone, demanding, Hey, the 1,000 boxes of fireworks I ordered must arrive before noon." Behind him, the white Zetsus shouted in unison, "Boss White Dove is amazing. This time he truly went all out for you, Obito." The white dove silently glanced at his bankbook, relieved that he could still profit from Obito's movie. Next time, he thought, he would invest in smartphones, feeling that they could become even smarter and more promising. As the streamers fell upon the two, a gentle and melodious song filled the air, celebrating the joy of lovers reuniting. Obito's face turned slightly crimson. This white dove was not too bad after all. Rin's cheeks also flushed as the grandeur of the occasion overwhelmed her. The entire city celebrated with fireworks and serenades, a scene straight out of a dream. Onlookers soon noticed the two embracing for an extended period, coupled with such an explosive display. Perhaps tomorrow's headlines in the land of water times would read, "Mysterious wealthy man spends lavishly to win a smile from his beloved. Kiss, kiss." The crowd cheered, clapping and egging them on. Compared to other ninja nations, the land of water had embraced reform more openly and purely. Finally, feeling bashful under the gaze of the crowd, Obito blushed and lifted Rin into a princess carry. Leaping high to escape the scene, the rushing wind brushed against Rin's face as she wrapped her soft arms around him, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Obito-kun, you have truly become much stronger, even more so than Kakashi." Upon hearing this, Obito's ears turned red once more. In the past, Rin had always claimed he was impressive but had never said he surpassed Kakashi, for overly flattering words felt insincere. Obito was aware of his own limitations. He could never truly rival Kakashi. But now, he thought, was a different matter. "Come on, do you really think Obito-sama learned how to do this? I could easily crush Kakashi's head with a single blow." Such was the confidence of Obito now, molded by the teachings of the three strongest ninjas in the world. The bug-level power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the near-immortal physique of a super ghoul. Obito, the one-eyed owl, the indomitable Uchiha Obito. The leader of the iron-blooded three of the first organization in the ninja world, the Bronze Tree. Even Minato-sensei was no match for him. A profound sense of achievement surged within Obito as he embraced Rin even tighter. "Hold on, Rin-chan," he whispered. With that, Obito leaped from the towering edifice, soaring downwards. The fierce sea breeze whipped across his face, and his back unfurled a crimson pair of wings that spanned over 3 meters. The intertwining black and red resembled molten lava coursing through his veins, the flames dancing with such intensity that each flap could unleash a conflagration akin to an inferno. Were it not for Obito's mastery over the temperature of his wings, he could have instantly reduced the entire neighborhood to ashes. The rising warmth flushed Rin's delicate face. "Obito, let us go watch a movie," she exclaimed. "All right, I'm at your command," he replied. As they ascended to the sky, Obito's wings retracted, gliding gracefully downwards. The surroundings felt eerily vacant, devoid of any bustling crowd. The doors of a cinema named the White Dove opened wide, and before they could step inside, several cheerful staff members greeted them. "Congratulations, you are our 100th guest today. You will enjoy a private screening along with complimentary popcorn." Rin dashed in with excitement, for it was her first time at the cinema, a truly novel experience. She had heard tales of puppet bodies, but now she was fulfilling a long-held wish. Obito intended to follow, but was halted by a staff member. That ordinary-looking man transformed into a figure resembling the White Zetsu. "Obito, the boss of White Dove has invested heavily, providing you with a staggering 100 million, he announced. "There are more surprises ahead, so make sure to seize the opportunity. White Dove is impressive. From today onwards, he becomes my brother by another mother." Obito nodded and quickly pursued Rin inside. Left behind were a few staff members, their faces gradually morphing into the pale visages of the White Zetsu. "Ah, how beautiful love is," one mused. "Indeed, the boss of White Dove is quite generous. Obito has had it tough, and it makes me anxious to hear him answer questions like what is 10,007. The White Zetsu, now possessing human senses, struggled to grasp human emotions, save for the boss of White Dove, the only one to achieve such a feat, something even the specialized Akatsuki couldn't manage. The current White Zetsu aimed to transition from mere convenience to experiencing human emotions. Inside the cinema, as Obito entered the pitch-black screening room, he spotted Rin already seated, holding 2 large cups of popcorn. He hurried over, feeling somewhat bashful, as the movie she had chosen starred him. They leaned against each other, sharing breaths and warmth. The plot of the fervently dramatic film was rather straightforward. A boy, having lost his beloved, acquires the powers of a ghoul, aiming to ensnare the entire ninja world in a false illusion of peace, only to be ultimately defeated by a horde of righteous heroes. It was a classic tale of teenage angst, especially the line, "I am the second sage of 6 paths, the only one that exists now," made Obito cringe during filming. Yet, Rin was utterly engrossed, captivated by the boy's primal roars, devouring power amid a sea of corpses, haunted by nightmares of his beloved's demise. He curled up in a corner, hugging his knees while sleeping, a pitiful sight akin to a forsaken child. Tears glistened in Rin's eyes. In a flurry, Obito fumbled for tissues, awkwardly dabbing at her tears. "You silly." Rin suddenly embraced him and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. That ethereal sensation made Obito feel as if he had inflated into a great balloon, soaring into the heavens only to burst. Soon, the film concluded with poignant memories following the boy's defeat. Resting her chin on her hand, Rin sorrowfully remarked, "He looks like an abandoned puppy, so lonely." "Indeed. Not just a puppy, but a beaten-down stray," Obito replied, his sudden self-deprecation causing Rin to smile faintly. She understood everything. Obito simply chose not to speak, and she would refrain from probing. He had already endured so much pain. To force him to respond would be akin to salting his wounds. All she needed to do was remain by his side, offering gentle support and silent encouragement. "Ding ding. How did you find the film?" The White Zetsu staff member in a red cap approached once more, holding 2 vouchers for an all-you-can-eat feast at the deep-sea restaurant. "As long as you give this screening a 5-star rating, you'll receive 2 additional couples dining vouchers." "Of course," Rin replied, accepting the review form and handing Obito one. They quickly completed the forms and returned them to the White Zetsu. "What a hassle," he said, adjusting his cap before flipping the visor back, cheerfully handing them the dining vouchers. "The taxi has arrived. You must hurry," he urged, though Obito remained oblivious to any underlying implications. "Thank you so much." Rin bowed sincerely to the White Zetsu. "This feels a bit rushed." Oblivious, Obito, with his carefree nature, failed to sense anything amiss, and he despised riding in vehicles. At a breakneck pace, a 17 or 18-year-old with red hair and sunglasses piloted a stretched black limousine towards them. "Quick, get in. Lord Scorpion is quite busy," he called out, winking at the departing duo, to which the White Zetsu responded with an okay gesture. In a flurry, Rin linked her arm with Obito and jumped into the vehicle. Scorpion chuckled softly, settling in. Obito's thoughts raced. "No, I can't throw up, not in front of Rin." He resolutely suppressed his nausea, forcing himself to swallow. "Rin?" she gasped, taken aback by his sudden discomfort, while Scorpion smoothly brought the car to a stop. "You too, hurry and get out. Time waits for no one," Scorpion urged, exasperated at the 2 young ones who seemed to believe they had all the time in the world. It was already noon. The deep-sea restaurant was bustling, completely packed with patrons. Yet, all were white Zetsu extras. The spotlight of the entire script belonged solely to Obito and Rin. As they descended from the vehicle, a seal with a tall chef's hat pushed a long buffet cart brimming with delectable dishes, the aroma wafting through the air. He placed a plate before them, and as Obito savored the food, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Rin. Sharing a meal with someone he cherished was, without a doubt, the most exquisite joy. A fleeting glance and a gentle smile from Rin tugged at Obito's heartstrings, awakening a long-dormant heartbeat that had been silent for years. Each dish presented was met with her delicate sampling, as she persistently served him food. "You must finish everything, Obito," she insisted. For Rin's offerings, he would gladly exceed his limits. Stop trying to be strong. Unbeknownst to them, a figure named Ghoul had begun to play the violin, with notes dancing gracefully from the instrument. As Obito indulged in his meal, he unexpectedly bit down on something hard and retrieved a glimmering diamond ring from his mouth. A staff member disguised as White Zetsu approached with exuberance. "Ah, you two are truly fortunate. You have discovered our grand prize, the heart of the ocean. What is that?" Obito asked, tilting his head in confusion. "Isn't it risky to hide a ring in the food? What if a guest swallows it?" The staff member chuckled. "It's a wedding ring, of course. Any customer who finds it will receive a complimentary wedding photo shoot." Obito's face turned crimson at the mention of wedding photos. "Do you not want to, Obito-kun?" Rin asked, her expression adorably innocent. "As long as Rin is willing, it's perfectly fine." "That is wonderful." Rin clasped her hands together, beaming as she inquired about the fitting room's location. The staff member pointed, revealing an upscale wedding dress boutique that had seemingly appeared beside the deep-sea hotel. "I don't recall this being here before." Obito rubbed his eyes in disbelief, recalling past visits. "Let us not dwell on that. Let us go," Rin urged, linking arms with him. Moments later, clad in a tailored suit, Obito stood tall while Rin gently tied his tie. She wore a pristine white wedding gown, the train trailing behind her, her face free of makeup, adorned only with the sparkling heart of the ocean on her ring finger. Upon the command of White Zetsu, Obito shyly embraced Rin, and as she tossed a luminous white flower into the air, it scattered petals around them. Ghoul held up the sign of the deep-sea hotel behind them, and Rin received a photograph from White Zetsu, concealing it in her pocket with a mischievous grin as Obito leaned in to see. "You can't look yet," she playfully denied. "Why not?" he protested. "Because I said so." During their playful banter, a professional driver named Scorpion arrived without prompting. They climbed into the car, but Obito felt a peculiar urgency in the air, as if everyone were racing against time. Subsequently, they visited the aquarium in the Land of Waves, where dolphins frolicked, seemingly smiling. Rin whispered to Obito, "You must promise to be as joyful as the dolphins." Together, they rode the Ferris wheel at the eye of the city, sharing a kiss at its pinnacle. They stood atop the lighthouse of the Land of Waves, as the sunset painted the sky crimson, with the tide receding and animals returning to their nests. Obito marveled. "It's truly incredible, Rin." "Indeed, the Land of Waves is beautiful," she replied. "Will you stay by my side in the future?" "That depends on your actions," he teased. Rin giggled, resting her small head on his shoulder, twirling his pale strands of hair, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Yet, she masked it well, and Obito continued to gaze at the distant sunset with a cheerful demeanor. "Did you know, Rin, that in the 7th urban legend of the Land of Waves, couples who witness the retreat of the sea at dusk will grow old together? I once thought it was merely a jest by that white dove. Yet now it feels profoundly true. I believe it too. I truly wish to grow old with you." As Rin spoke, her smile faded into tears. Obito, taken aback, watched as raindrops began to fall, spoiling the moment. Meanwhile, the white dove, holding a walkie-talkie, cursed the heavens. "Damn it, what's with this rain? How can I set off the fireworks?" Behind him, countless white Zetsus awaited orders beside the fireworks boxes. "Boss, Afe has returned to seek assistance from that esteemed figure. Hurry, time is limited." In a villa on Black Goat Island, Afe cheerfully addressed Madara. "So, that's the situation, Lord Madara. Can you stop the rain?" "Humph. I wouldn't neglect my progeny, especially one who is considered my disciple." Leaning on his cane, Madara emerged, his aura intensifying. A colossal half-body Susanoo enveloped him, its massive hands forming seals. Even with the Rinnegan sealed within Nagato's eyes, Madara could wield some diminished powers. Shinra Tensei. As energy surged from the outer path's statue, the torrential rain was repelled, and dark clouds dispersed. Coughing, Madara's frail body reminded him of his mortality. Sustained only by the statue's chakra, he clasped his hands again and bellowed, super large barrier technique. A transparent barrier enveloped the land of waves, isolating the rain outside. Humph, since you've accompanied me in this game for so long, I shall assist you just this once, brat. He coughed violently, blood staining his hand as he glanced at a white Zetsu, cleaning himself before retreating upstairs. The rain has ceased, boss. Good, everyone. Let it go? Let it go? The white dove roared, suppressing tears. Countless fuses ignited, launching fireworks into the sky, where thousands exploded in a dazzling display. The sky formed the faces of Rin and Obito, kissing, while vibrant letters below proclaimed, "May you always be happy, Obito-kun." Rin, lying beside Obito on the platform of the sky tree, suddenly laughed. "Thank you, White Dove. Look, that is us." Indeed, Obito nodded, realizing White Dove was no longer just reliable, but utterly remarkable. He felt an urge to pay respects at the Uchiha shrine, considering them as brothers by fate. However, it seemed White Zetsu was orphaned. Oh well, if he benefits, let him claim my sacrificed parents as his own. Lost in such thoughts, Obito smiled blissfully, wishing time could freeze in that moment. "Obito, what is it?" Rin's lips found his once more, stealthily slipping something into his pocket. Moments later, Rin stood, tilting her head beneath the shower of fireworks, radiating satisfaction and happiness. "Obito, encountering you has brought me immense joy. I am truly, truly happy." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. In the next instant, her body shattered into countless fragments of light, dissipating into nothingness. Obito sprang to his feet, desperately grasping at the remnants, but they slipped through his fingers like fireflies just out of reach. "Please, Rin, don't leave me." Toby roared hoarsely, "What do you think, Cinderella? Are you satisfied with the script?" Yin smiled at the girl beside him. He had already sown the seeds of the reanimation illusion into Toby's eyes, with each lesson deepening the imprint's effect. The scene of Rin shattering into light and shadow was merely an illusion. However, it was indeed true that the prince's Cinderella was set to depart from him. "Not at all. It would be perfect if not for you, you scoundrel." "Huh, but I am, after all, your senior and teacher," Yin replied, reclaiming Rin's soul, causing her body to slump lifelessly, retrieved by the researchers of the bronze tree. "The little girl speaks the truth. You are indeed a scoundrel." Kaneki emerged from the shadows, speaking slowly. "What an evil fellow. Is that so? Yet we are, in essence, one and the same. Furthermore, I have allowed him experiences he never had in the original narrative. Toby should be grateful to me." "Humph." Kaneki said nothing, leaving with a cold snort. Yin turned his face toward the screen, feigning innocence. "Hey, why am I being portrayed as the villain? Am I the only bad guy here?" The alarm clock rang, and Toby turned it off. The puppet Rin had already prepared meals on the table and was currently washing Toby's clothes. Upon waking, Toby felt a strange object in his pocket and reached in to retrieve it. It was a photograph. A rosy-cheeked young prince embraced a girl radiating happiness with a smile. White bellflowers scattered in the air, and the corner displayed a sign for the Deep Sea Grand Hotel. "Rin." Toby's voice was hoarse. He remembered nothing. "When was this photo taken?" Flipping it over, he read the back. 10:32. Went to see the movie he filmed with Toby-kun. He seems like a discarded puppy. 1321. Took wedding photos with Toby-kun. We held our wedding at the Deep Sea Grand Hotel. 1531. Visited the aquarium with Toby-kun. The little dolphins are adorable. Toby-kun should be as happy as them every day. 1643. Rode the Ferris wheel with Toby-kun. We kissed at the highest point. 1923. Watched the sunset line at Sky Tree with Toby-kun. We will grow old together. Toby-kun is the best. I like you, Noira Rin. Chapter 95. The Third Power. Susanoo. Extra chapter does not affect reading. The timeline still follows the main narrative, on the battlefield of Kirigakure, under the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan. The Kirigakure forces were being relentlessly pushed back, their decline evident. Unable to withstand direct confrontation, they resorted to a strategy of detours, dispatching the new 7 ninja swordsmen to hunt down various isolated teams. Kai, Noira Haruka, and Ebisu were hiding in the dense forest. Their task was to intercept a small transport convoy. "I have a bad feeling about this." Ebisu adjusted his glasses, concern etched on his face. This was one of the few missions where their team was separated from their teacher. Noira Haruka leaned against a tree stump, a blade of grass in his mouth. "I think you're overthinking it. You've lived under teacher's protection all your life. Ha ha ha, this is what youth is all about. Mato Kai exclaimed, reveling in the joy of executing the mission. What's wrong with living under teacher's protection? Even high-ranking ninjas can easily perish in war. We should just wait for the mission target. Unbeknownst to them, several pairs of eyes had already locked onto them. A cruel laughter echoed from behind. Heh heh, it's the little brats from Konoha. Let us kill them. What a boring bunch. I thought we could catch a big fish. From the thick branches above, 7 oddly shaped ninjas appeared. They are. Ebisu's eyes widened. Noera Haruka was equally dumbfounded, unable to believe that their average strength, which barely reached that of a Chunin, had encountered the enemy's greatest force. We're doomed. Though Mato Kai was a spirited fool, he understood what the 7 ninja swordsmen represented. Kisame Hashigaki, Mangetsu, and the rest of the 7. I can barely open 5 of the 8 gates. I don't know if that will be enough. You two go ahead. The strongest among them, Mato Kai, shouted to his companions. Heh, you actually think you can escape? What a naive fellow, a nameless ninja wielding a sword grinned. Hurry up and finish this. I fear Konoha's reinforcements will arrive too quickly. As they discussed the cruel ways to kill them, a green figure descended from the sky. Old man. He gave Mato Kai a thumbs up. Kai, this is the peak of youth. Old man, are you going to use the Death Gate? That's right. Now is the time for Konoha's Azure Beast to ignite. Watching their bizarre exchange, even the 7 ninja swordsmen were momentarily stunned. What the hell? This guy in a Chunin's attire doesn't think he can stop us, does he? What an idiot. Let us finish this quickly. Just as Kisame had finished speaking, the green-clad man's aura began to surge. What is this? In the midst of their astonishment, a voice, cold as ice and laden with unending hatred, resonated through the forest. Leave your youth to burn later. I will handle them. Countless dreamlike butterflies surged from the woods, coalescing into a slender and graceful figure. Uchiha Obito. If there was anyone Kirigakure feared most in their battle against Konoha, it would undoubtedly be Uchiha Obito. The deceptive illusions, even avoiding direct eye contact, were inescapable. Teacher Obito. The trio exclaimed in surprise. Nothing was more reassuring than having Teacher Obito by their side. Mato Dai had already opened the 6th gate, but had not released it, seemingly intending to use it to cover Obito. After all, the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen was too great, even for Uchiha Obito. He lacked the confidence to believe she could defeat all 7 simultaneously. What is there to fear? Even Uchiha Obito cannot withstand our combined might. The figure wielding the explosive blade charged forward. Countless explosive tags rained down from the sky, scattering around Obito. The thundering sounds echoed incessantly. Uchiha Obito said nothing. Her heart was already shrouded in a volcanic eruption of hatred and boundless darkness. The beautiful, elegant figure walked through the explosions, her crimson gaze flickering. The explosions transformed into illusions, becoming mere phantoms. Impossible. What is this? The explosive blade wielder stared in disbelief. Another illusion? Let me give it a try. He threw his long blade, wrapping it around Obito's curvaceous figure. In an instant, as he sensed the flesh, the blade became ethereal, passing through Obito's body. Damn it! What kind of ninjutsu is this? Before the wielder could finish his words, a user of Hiramiki pierced his body from behind. Coughing violently, the long blade wielder spat out a mouthful of blood, glancing back. In his final moments, he saw the brilliant crimson in the Hiramiki user's eyes. This is boom. His body collapsed to the ground. Kisame's pupils constricted sharply. The intel was wrong, far too erroneous. Retreat. He had already transferred some chakra to his teammate. He sensed that today's battle would end in defeat. Obito's cold gaze merely glanced back. The trio instantly fell to the ground, sinking into a deep slumber. Mato Dai? Have you received a favor from Yen? In the deathly silent battlefield, a remark completely unrelated to the battle startled Dai, whose body was engulfed in green chakra. But he quickly responded, Mr. Yen has been incredibly gracious to me. That is good. As Yen's fiancé, I need you to keep everything that happens next a secret. As soon as the words fell from Dai's lips, the immense power of governance could no longer be suppressed. A kaleidoscope in the shape of a clover emerged within his eyes. What manner of eyes are these? They were not the 3 Magatama. As his left eye spun rapidly, countless illusory butterflies appeared, enveloping a portion of the forest and forming a colossal purple barrier. Gazuki Manyuki wielded his beheading sword and struck at the barrier. Akin to chopping through tofu, yet it remained unbroken. The barrier exhibited remarkable resilience and elasticity, impervious even to the sharpest of blades. It seemed the only way to escape was to slay her. Kazuki Manyuki bared his sharp fangs in a wide grin. Like a darting sword, he lunged toward Uchiha's governance. Die! The beheading sword, propelled by a fierce gale, aimed for Uchiha's slender and pale neck. Just as it was about to strike, crack, the beheading sword shattered. In Kazuki Manyuki's incredulous gaze, a massive purple skeletal hand crushed him into a pulp. The black diamond mark on governance's forehead spread across her entire body. 100 Heroes Technique. Release. As the chakra of the 100 heroes and the kaleidoscope power were unleashed without restraint, the grotesque purple giant rapidly grew veins and muscles, clad in Tengu armor. Towering several meters high, governance's expression was cold. Tremble. This is the third power, Susanoo. Chapter 96. Annihilation of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. The overwhelming and oppressive evil eye power permeated the surroundings. The chakra surrounding Uchiha condensed into a tangible form, manifesting as a female Susanoo wielding a great sword. What is this? It's terrifying. The sight of the giant delivering a fatal blow to Kazuki Manyuki was utterly shocking. Governance turned her gaze towards Kisame Hoshigaki. The murderer of Shin remains. Allow me to hold him off. You deal with the others first. Knowing he could not match the remaining four, Dai shouted toward Governance. His figure vanished swiftly, appearing before Kisame. With legs spread like a crescent, bolstered by the sixth gate. He struck fiercely and swiftly. Konoha Hurricane. Kisame raised his Samahata to block. Compared to that unknown, terrifying ocular technique, he preferred to face this brute force. Governance then shifted her gaze to the other four, commencing her own slaughter. Dai and Kisame engaged in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. This green-skinned Kappa's taijutsu was too vigorous and swift, leaving no openings. Kisame retreated a few meters, leaping back as he formed hand seals. Are you going to use ninjutsu? Dai also jumped back, clenching his fists, prepared for his 8 gates ultimate technique. Water release, great shark bullet technique. A roaring giant chakra shark materialized from Kisame's hands. A sinister grin spread across his shark-like face. As a tailless beast of the mist, he possessed an extraordinary amount of chakra and a unique technique capable of devouring opponent's chakra. Combined with Samahata, it was a recipe for endless power. Alas, he faced a Konoha beast devoid of chakra. This is youth. To the peacock. Dai leapt high, his fist creating a thunderous sonic boom. His fist rubbed against the air, igniting fierce flames, resembling a splendid peacock displaying its feathers. Countless flames collided with the azure shark, producing a tremendous roar, and a cloud of steam enveloped the scene. Was it not consumed? Kisame exclaimed in shock, considering it an excellent opportunity to flee. He realized he must be cautious of taijutsu users who relied on steam in the future. It was truly terrifying. Amidst the swirling mist, he hurled Samahata, which enlarged in midair, swallowing Kisame whole and furiously digging into the ground. When the mist dissipated, there was no trace of Kisame left on the devastated terrain. Is he dead? Might Guy surveyed the area. There was no sign of Kisame or his chakra. Governance's battle was nearing its conclusion. Her delicate face was smeared with blood, and only the petrified wielder of the beheading sword remained among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Don't come any closer, he stammered, crawling backward. The purple giant, impervious to ninjutsu and fearsome illusions, was an invincible monster. Uchiha Governance panted, blood tears streaming from her eyes, and the intricate 100 heroes patterns on her face made her appear even more enchanting and mysterious. The crimson glow in her eyes flickered once more. Descend into hell. The great sword in her hand swung downward, effortlessly severing his head. The newly appointed 7 ninja swordsmen, established for less than a year, faced utter annihilation once again. Perhaps we should simply call it the annihilation of the 7. I've resolved my end here, Might Guy remarked, not questioning further. As a single-minded individual like Kai, he understood that repaying the woman before him was a way to honor Mr. Shin's legacy. Mr. Shin's kindness remains unfulfilled. He raised his thumb, displaying a radiant smile. The barrier in the sky slowly faded, revealing the landscape beneath. Click. Governance sheathed the great sword and spoke softly. You've been a great help, Mr. Dai. Upon returning, report that it was the 2 of us who defeated the 7. Do not reveal anything about my eyes. Dai nodded, decisively choosing the latter in light of the kindness shown to him by Shin during his most destitute and desperate days. It was Shin who extended a helping hand without hesitation. He even considered making Kai a surrogate son for Uchiha Shin, caring for him until the end. Yet now, Shin was gone. His disciple had inherited the favor of governance's teachings, and thus, aiding her was a rightful act. May Mr. Shin's spirit bless us, Dai said slowly, before he and governance carried the unconscious trio away from the scene. The annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen tilted the scales of victory once more in favor of Konoha. It seemed this prolonged battle, lasting over a year, was nearing its conclusion. As the group departed, Kowa, the Samahata, with its tongue lolling out, emerged from the ground. The Samahata brand excavator was truly effective. The large tongue hung out, exuding a burnt-out expression. Ugh! The naked shark-faced man also crawled out from Samahata's mouth, retrieving clothes from his portable scroll to drape over himself. Observing the devastation around him, Kisame silently mourned for his fallen comrades. However, he held no fondness for them. As a former member of the Mist's Umbu and the new 7 ninja swordsmen, he had witnessed too much bloodshed, leading to a fear of closeness. He surmised that the assailants targeting them were likely the relatives of those they had slain. Taking a deep breath, Kisame thought, let the Mist's executioner, the tailless beast, perish in this battle. He was weary of war, removing the Mist forehead protector from his forehead and silently marking a line across it. In truth, Kisame was quite an emotional individual, though his cold exterior made him difficult to approach. If he did not value connections, he would not have distanced himself from the Mist Kunoichi, who had affections for him. After all, ninjas were beings that dwelled amidst death. Where to next? Perhaps the land of waves. I hear it's flourishing. Furthermore, the Mist suffered a significant loss there, so no one would dare pursue me. Kisame hoisted Samahata onto his back, untroubled by the thought of it being summoned away. As the only sentient sword among the 7 ninja swords, Samahata could resist the call of summoning techniques. The solitary outcast, burdened with a living blade, hastens towards the land of waves, unaware that his weariness of war will soon lead him down an irrevocable path. Ignited by a beast consumed with fury. Chapter 97. The one who killed Yin is Shimura Danzo. Following the demise of the Third Rakage, another shocking death of a prominent figure emerges. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist were vanquished by the combined might of Uchiha Itachi and the perennial underdog, Might Guy. Many in Konoha were incredulous, questioning how the seemingly ordinary Might Guy could possess such formidable strength. It was not until he publicly opened the 8th gate, revealing chakra prowess rivaling that of a Jonin, that the naysayers fell silent. In a moment, the technique developed by Might Guy, the 8 gates, garnered immense attention, leading a multitude of ninjas to focus intensely on taijutsu, with Might Guy becoming a revered figure among them. The ninja world even spread rumors that the 8 gates surpassed the lightning release chakra mode as the pinnacle of physical techniques. Despite avenging his deep-seated grievances, Itachi felt an overwhelming void within. Even after slaying the murderer, the wounds within his heart remained unhealed. The offensive from the Mist began to wane with the downfall of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the year-long conflict seemed to be approaching its conclusion. The morale within the Uchiha clan soared, perhaps due to the despair their genius instilled in their foes, as they reveled in jubilant celebrations. Yet, the protagonist of this revelry had departed long before. In the dense forest, Itachi leaned against the trunk, reclining on a sturdy branch, his gaze fixed into the distance. Lost in thought, he nestled his small head into the crook of his arm, his eyes filled with desolation and confusion. The promised return to hold a wedding after the war seemed an eternity ago. Suddenly, measured footsteps echoed steadily, strong and deliberate. The newcomer was Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader. Standing beneath the tree, he directed his gaze upwards towards Itachi, whose youthful visage bore the weight of premature furrows of worry. Are you troubled? His voice floated up, rich and low, perhaps a gesture of concern from a leader towards the clan's most exceptional young woman, or perhaps with ulterior motives. Surely, you wouldn't seek me out for trivial matters, came Itachi's cold retort from above, a clear mockery of the pacifist leader. As a member of the Uchiha's few neutral factions, she felt no inclination towards either the hawkish Uchiha Obito or the dovish Uchiha Fugaku. How blunt of you. However, as clan leader, I have an obligation to care for each member. Fugaku continued, I suspect that after enduring similar pains, you, too, have awakened this eye. As he spoke, a peculiar pattern flickered in Fugaku's eyes. It was the Sharingan. Indeed, I awakened this ominous eye not long ago, after witnessing a dear friend's death before my eyes. He confessed, closing his eyes as if unwilling to revisit that anguish. I've thoroughly scouted the area, There is no sign of Danzo's route nearby. Itachi pondered for a moment before responding. You aren't here to flaunt your newfound power, are you? No. I merely believe that as one who has also awakened this cursed eye, you are deserving of my trust, especially since we are kin, are we not? After uttering this, Fugaku fell silent for a moment. I may know the truth behind Uchiha Yan's death. Upon hearing this, Itachi suddenly leaped down from the tree, drawing her katana and pointing its tip at Fugaku's throat. What are you implying? Her voice was laced with fury. For Yan's death was an indelible pain she could not forget. The wind rustled the leaves in the forest. Fugaku maintained his stoic demeanor, unperturbed by Itachi's aggressive stance. Yan's death was no accident. According to my trusted sources, an insider leaked information to the Mist before the medical unit's deployment. Who was it? Itachi demanded sharply, feeling as if a colossal hammer had struck her. Who was responsible for Yan's demise? Fugaku closed his eyes and revealed the name, Shimura Danzo. Why would he turn against his own comrades? Itachi inquired, her anger simmering. At this, Fugaku burst into laughter, pointing at his own eyes. Because of the Sharingan, to them, we are the malevolent Uchiha. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and deep. The glory of our clan has long faded. It has been too long since anyone witnessed the power of our eyes, and thus, miscreants covet what we possess. During Danzo's command of the Mist campaign, many of our clan members vanished after being dispatched on classified missions. I suspect it was Danzo's route that eliminated them, otherwise, there would be no bodies. He narrowed his authoritative gaze. Thus, Uchiha Yan's demise must be linked to him. Itachi raised her blade, poised to strike Danzo's encampment. Fugaku was taken aback. No, don't act so recklessly. I informed you of this in hopes of recruiting you, and you're ready to behead him? The war may be nearing its end, but it is not over yet. If the commander is slain, how can we continue to fight? He hurriedly stepped forward to block Itachi's path. No, don't be so impulsive. You will endanger all our clansmen. Itachi's eyes were icy. Step aside, or I shall slay you alongside them. Witnessing Itachi consumed by vengeance, Fugaku regretted revealing his suspicions to her. Initially, he had hoped to ally with her against the pressures from all sides. Now, he faced a dilemma. She sought to confront the very source of the issue. But who was that? Shimura Danzo, the de facto second-in-command of the village. The shadowy hand of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his closest friend. What would happen if she killed him and provoked the third Hokage, even with 2 pairs of Sharingan? It would merely be a thorn in Konoha's side. Suddenly, the glint of Itachi's blade flashed towards Fugaku as ethereal butterflies danced up from the sword's edge, signaling her genuine intent. Let me finish. Fugaku's mind raced, overwhelmed. Suddenly, a brilliant and near-truthful thought struck him. Uchiha Yan is not dead. The blade was lowered as Itachi's mind went blank at his proclamation. Is that true? Her voice trembled. Shimura Danzo's motive for hunting our clan members was to acquire the Sharingan. However, it is well known that Uchiha Yan had not awakened her Sharingan. So I believe Danzo's intention in leaking information was to lure the Mist ninjas to attack, amidst the chaos, to abduct Yan. Fugaku continued with his reasoning. With such a multitude of Sharingan to seize, Danzo must be conducting some clandestine experiments. I suspect that after capturing her, he has placed Yan in some experimental facility. Thus, your assault on him now would only jeopardize Yan. Itachi paused, considering Fugaku's conjecture. It indeed held considerable merit. Upon reflection, there were many jutsu capable of falsifying corpses in the ninja world. It was possible that such secret techniques existed within Root. Chapter 98. The Clown Kisame? They will have to fight in groups in the future. As a ray of sunlight pierced the dawn, with the cessation of hostilities among the major ninja villages, the ninja world seemed to welcome a fleeting peace. At the port of the Land of Waves, a robust man with a shark-like face bore a colossal sword akin to a door. The massive blade was wrapped in bandages, yet the man emitted an aura of terror. Just disembarking, Kisame stood astounded at the scene before him. The towering Sky Tree Lighthouse loomed far above all structures in the ninja realm, while an unrecognizable asphalt black road sprawled across the land. The houses of the neighboring residents resembled small boxes crafted from steel. How peculiar, truly peculiar. The faces of the people radiated joy, yet in the renowned land of the hidden mist, seldom did one see anyone smiling as they ventured outside. Nestled between the land of fire and the land of water, influenced by the warm sea breeze and its geographical position, the Land of Waves enjoys a perpetual spring. This stands in stark contrast to the damp and chilly atmosphere of the hidden mist. Kisame quietly disembarked from the ship, gazing around like a country bumpkin. The streets were bustling with a diverse array of individuals, wind country folks with white scarves wrapped around their heads, people from the land of lightning with both dark and fair skin, along with merchants from all corners of the world. A smile crept across Kisame's shark-like visage. Had they remained untouched by the ravages of war? How fortunate they seemed, living in a realm that had seemingly forgotten the horrors of conflict. He found himself intrigued by how such a seemingly backward little nation had transformed into its current state. Strolling down the street, a speeding vehicle resembling an iron dragon rushed past, sending a gust of wind in its wake. Feeling the tremendous force behind him, Kisame leapt onto the vehicle. The man in the driver's seat poked his head out, intending to shout an admonishment, but upon seeing the foreigner with the shark face, he assumed Kisame was merely another wandering ninja seeking work in the land of waves. The man pulled out several hundred ryo and handed them to Kisame while gesturing toward the talent market. Kisame scratched his head in confusion. After accepting the money, he headed toward the talent market, uncertain of what unemployment or a talent market entailed. Perhaps these were terms exclusive to the land of waves? He hurried toward the market, noticing many individuals holding signs, waiting for employers. It seemed to be a place for hiring. This thought led Kisame to remove his enormous shark skin, which was nearly the size of a door, and inscribe on it the words skilled in killing, food, and lodging provided. The burly figure with a shark face sat there like a small dog, holding the sign aloft. Where can I find unique waitstaff and chefs? A round seal-like creature named Ghoul held a phone in one hand while attempting to recruit at the talent market. At the store manager's request, only unique employees were to be hired. Yet how many peculiar and intelligent beings were seeking jobs? As Ghoul spoke, he suddenly noticed the large shark-faced figure sitting nearby. Nothing strange, just a shark person. Wait, a unique species. Ghoul's eyes sparkled as he waddled toward Kisame. Kisame, puzzled by this small seal-like creature standing before him, scratched his head. What are you doing? Holding something akin to a ninja tool. What can you do? Kill. Can you serve food? Kisame nodded, understanding the essence of the tasks. After all, in his ninja experience, he could manage anything from scaling fish to shaving with his shark skin. You're the one. Since we're both from the same place, I'll pay you a bit more. Ghoul, speaking excitedly, made another call on his phone. Moments later, a car adorned with the emblem of the Deep Sea Hotel arrived at the talent market. Under Ghoul's guidance, the two climbed into the speeding vehicle, with Kisame curiously observing everything around him. It was also novel. The Deep Sea Hotel was bustling during lunchtime. A few waitstaff could hardly keep up, and upon seeing Ghoul and Kisame, they hurriedly ushered the two into changing rooms. What skills do you possess? Ghoul inquired while changing clothes, treating Kisame with great familiarity. As a hybrid creature navigating the human world, he had faced significant discrimination, and things had only improved slightly upon arriving in the land of waves. Skills? Kisame tilted his head. Killing, interrogation, infiltration, does that count? Ghoul sighed, holding his forehead, perplexed by how his round body had become so rotund. Can you perform tricks? Well, does ninja art count? Like this. As he spoke, Kisame conjured several small blue sharks that leapt into the air. Perfect. Ghoul nodded vigorously. They had found the clown the leader had requested. They dressed Kisame in a clown outfit and adorned him with a red nose. Kisame curiously pinched the red nose perched on his face. It was amusing. From now on, you'll be called South River. Yes, Clown South River, Ghoul exclaimed, hastily pushing Kisame outside. However, Kisame's towering form made it difficult for him to maneuver. He chuckled, donning the clown wig and nose as he stepped out. Ghoul raised a microphone, shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Clown South River." As the crowd cheered, Kisame walked out slowly, his fierce countenance juxtaposed with the comical wig and red nose, adding an extra touch of humor. He formed hand seals, carefully regulating the output of his chakra to maintain the jutsu at a minimal level. Shallow seawater seeped from the bottom of the restaurant, and several crystal-clear mini sharks leapt from the water. With Kisame's deliberate maneuvering, the mini sharks opened their wide eyes, appearing adorably clumsy, which elicited cheers from the diners. However, a startled Kinji nearly spewed his food onto Yakura's face. Not you, buddy. Although I sensed a powerful chakra entering the land of waves today, I never expected it to be you. Kisame Hashigaki, one of the top-tier powers of the hidden mist, why are you here in the land of waves playing the clown? What is wrong, Kinji? You look a bit off. It's nothing, just an old acquaintance. But upon reflection, perhaps this could be an opportunity to win Kisame over? A loyal and principled ninja of the shadows. In his past life, he witnessed Kisame willingly allowing himself to be devoured by sharks rather than divulging information about Akatsuki under Konoha's interrogation. It was truly a tear-jerking sight. Since in his previous life, you had been a pawn for Obito, exhausting yourself for his illusory world, why not? Kinji set his coffee cup down, intrigued as he observed Kisame transforming his ninjutsu into a performance. Obito's recruitment of Kisame during his trials was now a thought. However, how many of his team members were former Akatsuki members? Uchiha Obito, Deidara, Kakazu, and Kisame. Kinji tightened his grip on the coffee cup, worried about the curse of undressing. They must unite. Chapter 99. The first encounter with Kisame Hoshigaki. In the land of waves, at the Deep Sea Hotel, a finished Kisame stood in the restroom, gazing at his clown-like reflection in the mirror. It was strange to realize that ninjutsu could bring joy as well as destruction. Yet, perhaps this feeling wasn't so bad after all. He stared into his fierce shark face, now softened by the clown makeup, which lent it a touch of humor. He forced a smile, striving to make it appear less stiff. South River, you performed quite well today. Ghoul pushed the door open and entered, his round figure appearing particularly comical. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Monster! As Ghoul turned to flee, he saw South River darting out at an astonishing speed. Hurrying to the kitchen, he found the shark's skin voraciously devouring the dishes. The chefs struggled to restrain it, until Kisame arrived, effortlessly lifting the ravenous shark's skin with one hand, despite the chef's futile attempts. The shark's tail brushed against Kisame, imparting some chakra to him. Seafood is delicious. Kisame instantly understood the shark's skin's intention. It couldn't resist the tantalizing aroma of the kitchen's dishes. He could only chuckle sheepishly at the chefs. How much? I'll compensate. With a smile, Kisame reached into his pocket, revealing a few crumpled bills, realizing that his possessions were likely still in the hidden mist. He scratched the back of his head apologetically, asking if he could possibly receive an advance on his salary. Suddenly, Ghoul dashed over, spotting the tongue-wagging Samahata on the ground. It seemed to find this creature quite distinctive. Could it take commands? Upon hearing Ghoul's question, Kisame nodded. Ghoul's eyes sparkled with excitement, announcing that they now had both a quirky clown and a unique mascot. He instructed it to sit down, stick out its tongue, and roll over playfully. Kisame, somewhat disengaged, awkwardly directed the dog-like Samahata. Ghoul scratched its spiny belly, holding a few slices of raw fish, while Samahata continuously wagged its tongue in a friendly manner. Kisame felt a pang of annoyance. He knew Samahata had a voracious appetite, but he hadn't anticipated it enjoying these treats alongside its chakra. Ghoul waved his hand reassuringly, stating he would explain the situation to the manager, suggesting that with a little grooming, Kisame's pet could serve as the restaurant's mascot. Kisame narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to voice his concerns, but ultimately decided against it. If the Hidden Mist were to discover that he had allowed one of the sacred 7 ninja swords to serve as a mere restaurant mascot, he would surely be relentlessly pursued by the Umbu. Never mind, he thought. It was unlikely anyone from the Hidden Mist would venture into the Land of Waves. In the Land of Waves, within the Black Goat Trading Company, Obito Uchiha, clad in shorts and bare-chested, had his senses shielded by a jutsu, rendering his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears imperceptible. This was part of his sensory training. In a state of sensory deprivation, he dispersed his heki cells into the air, relying solely on his primal instincts to perceive attacks. This exercise not only honed his senses, but also laid the groundwork for his next training session in transferring heki and altering its form. The crimson tendrils behind Kinmaku created explosive sounds as they lashed out mercilessly like spears. Obito sidestepped one strike and leapt to kick the midsection of the scaled heki. A faint black mist filled the air, undoubtedly his heki. Through his heki sensory perception, he could distinctly feel waves of heat approaching from various directions. Indeed, Kinmaku paused his assault, noting that with further practice, Obito could master the observation haki. Finally, Obito removed the black cloth from his face. Was he deemed satisfactory? Close enough, Kinmaku replied with a smile. Even under the interference of illusions, you can manage calmly. However, he added, your interim assessment is not complete. An intriguing individual is approaching. Kinmaku's lips curled into a sly smile. I want you to defeat him and recruit him as your subordinate. Of course, he is no insignificant figure. Taken aback, Obito asked, who? Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Obito nodded. He didn't need to know the opponent's identity, strength, or background. Just the location would suffice. He felt an overwhelming confidence in himself. His demeanor was cold, only occasionally reminding him of the fleeting moments of his youthful innocence while gaming alongside the old man Uchiha Madara. After a day of performances, Kisame's antics had transformed him into the signature clown of the deep-sea restaurant. Who could resist a clown skilled in sorcery? Especially the children, who adored his performances. He removed his red wig and gently washed off his clown makeup with fresh water. Approaching the entrance, he lifted Samehada, whose tongue was still hanging out. A sign outside indicated that patrons could take photos after dining. He hoisted Samehada onto his shoulder and casually tossed a few pieces of meat into its gaping maw. Passing by an izakaya, he grabbed a few cups of sake. With a pop, he uncapped a bottle and poured one into Samehada's mouth, downing another himself. The land of waves was simply delightful, so much so that he nearly forgot he was a killer ninja from the hidden mist, instead relishing his role as a jovial clown who brought laughter through his tricks. Suddenly, from an empty alley, a bizarre man clad in black emerged. His face concealed by a one-eyed bone mask, 2 horns protruding slightly backward. The masked man's voice was hoarse and sharp, reminiscent of glass scraping against metal. The tailless beast of the mist is merely a clown. The masked figure abruptly threw back his head in maniacal laughter, causing Kisame to furrow his brows. Who are you? I am known as Owl, the destined savior of this false and tattered world. How arrogant to call oneself a savior, Kisame thought. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he unleashed his hidden power. Even the 5 Kages would not dare proclaim themselves as saviors. What are you? Hiding in the shadows? Owl let out a dry chuckle once more. With a swift motion, 6 centipede-like Heki lunged toward Kisame, gripping Samehada tightly. He clashed with the spiny skin and Heki, producing a shower of sparks. As a tailless beast, Kisame possessed a strength unmatched by ordinary ninjas. Yet even so, he sensed a slight difference in power compared to this adversary. The 6 Heki pressed down relentlessly, and Kisame braced against them, cracking the floor beneath him. What jutsu is this? At that moment, Obito's eyes glinted red, and the tips of the 6 centipede-like Heki began to spin, generating a vortex capable of tearing through reality. An immense pulling force emanated from the Heki, drawing Kisame, along with Samehada, into the Kamui space. However, this technique was effective against Kisame, who had relatively low mobility, but it would prove ineffective against the likes of the Flying Thunder God. As he was pulled into the Kamui space, Kisame gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. Countless coffin-shaped boulders filled a dimly lit space. This was the most bizarre of space-time ninjutsu. Kisame tightened his grip on Samehada. Engaging an opponent skilled in space-time ninjutsu was indeed an unwise choice, but there was no turning back now. Suddenly, flaming feather-like Heki fragments soared toward him, which he deflected with Samehada. Raising his gaze, he spotted the masked man, Owl, perched atop a towering stone pillar, looking down at him. Even through the mask, Kisame could sense his mocking demeanor, akin to a tiger toying with its prey, relishing the thrill of the hunt. The eerie space-time ninjutsu and the unprecedented bloodline limit organ left Kisame acknowledging that he had underestimated his adversary. With such abilities, even the 5 Kages would falter. Obito spread his arms wide, like a frenzied zealot. The world is so hypocritical and cruel. Peace is a distant fantasy, and I shall be the savior who ends the ninja world's wars. Kisame frowned slightly. A madman. Rising to his feet, Obito pinched his right index and middle fingers together. Kamui, transfer and annihilation. A deafening roar of destruction echoed as dozens of massive stone pillars appeared above Kisame, crashing down at the masked man's command. The oppressive wind pressure was suffocating. Water release, 1,000-feeting shark. The platform where Kisame stood morphed into a lake as Samehada continuously supplied him with chakra. The chakra within him, rivaling that of a tailed beast, surged forth, fueling the jutsu. Countless giant sharks leaped from the water, charging fearlessly toward the descending stones. The cacophony of crashing stones reverberated endlessly. As the debris fell, Kisame brandished Samehada and leapt upward. The power of this man's jutsu was formidable. Seeing that Kisame had managed to withstand his technique, a sinister smile crept across Obito's masked face. Not bad. Heaving breaths escaped as the crimson and ebony wings, spanning 3 meters, emerged from the ruptured shell upon his back. Even the mere, unconscious flapping of these wings could summon flames fierce enough to incinerate. With a powerful sweep, his form lifted into the air, soaring at dizzying speeds within the realm of Kamui. The shards of his wings erupted like a relentless barrage of gunfire, spewing forth tongues of fire. As he wielded the Sword of the Sea, it became increasingly difficult to counter such an overwhelming onslaught. Water release, great water explosion. The eyes of the ghostly Kisame narrowed as he unleashed a torrent of raging waves from his mouth, forming a massive, elliptical water sphere resembling a serpentine vine. In that instant, the Sword of the Sea and Kisame merged into one. The transformation was complete. He became a hybrid of man and fish, gliding through the suspended water like a bird in flight. The searing shards descending from above were thwarted by the protective water sphere. Interesting, thought Obito, his brow furrowing slightly. To truly win someone's loyalty, one must obliterate them in their area of expertise with overwhelming force. This was a lesson imparted by Shin. Like a swift arrow, Obito pierced through the water sphere. The blazing wings collided with the water, generating an explosion of steam that billowed around them. His flesh and bones rapidly proliferated. Though he could not achieve a colossal form, he could transform entirely into a being of power. For sharp-boned spears erupted from his shoulders, encasing his body in layers of tough, resilient armor. 6 centipede-like scales fused together to create a formidable blade of strength. His wings expanded to envelop a form that now measured 4 to 5 meters. The flames extinguished, leaving only darkened feathers. The mask of the transformed warrior tilted slightly. Fingers as sharp as steel, swords extended outward. Observing this, Kisame realized this individual intended to finish him in 5 minutes. Arrogance, he thought. Activating water release, great water shark bullet technique. The currents around him coalesced into a colossal water bullet shaped like a shark, hurtling directly toward Obito. The ferocious beast roared as it lunged forward. Obito stood motionless in the water, the cells of his body slowly dispersing. The massive blade behind him, under the influence of chakra, gradually compressed the searing flames into its form, erasing all sound and light. The residual flame blade, imbued with the wrath of the fire deity, reached its zenith of power. The surrounding steam hissed as the very environment threatened to melt metal into liquid. Meanwhile, Kisame intensified his chakra flow. When the two forces collided, an overwhelming pressure dispersed the surrounding waters, creating a cacophony within the realm of Kamui. Even the great shark bullet, capable of devouring chakra, seemed diminished amidst the chaotic currents. Boom! The blade, honed to perfection, cleaved through the wild shark with unrelenting force. A gruesome scar erupted from Kisame's shoulder to his torso. With a thud, he collapsed onto the stone slab of the Kamui pillars, the Sword of the Sea now limp beside him. The beast within him gradually shrank, reverting to the form of the masked man. He approached Kisame slowly. Cough, cough. Are the victors here to humiliate the vanquished? Despite knowing death was imminent, Kisame coughed up remnants of his insides, yet a wicked grin remained. But how could a butcher like me expect a peaceful end? A ninja is forever accompanied by death. My hands, stained with countless sins, cannot hide behind a clown's mask. No, killing you would be too regrettable. Obito sliced open his own arm, warm blood gushing forth. The molten-like liquid consumed by Kisame. The peace within the ninja world is an illusion, birthed by the entrenched interests of the 5 Kages, the feudal lords, and the very system of ninjas. To create a world devoid of tears and war, we must eradicate the ninjas. Kisame, having tasted Obito's blood, felt a surge of energy within him. The wound began to itch, and the large gash slowly healed, something within him yearning to break free. His eyes flickered as he pondered, to destroy the ninja system? A world without the creators of slaughter and destruction would surely be far happier than this one. Obito extended his hand, lifting the weakened Kisame. When I bring peace to the ninja world, you can live freely as your jester self. I will provide you with a grander stage, where you need not fear the pursuit of the mist or the devastation of war upon those you cherish. All the pain and bloodshed shall be borne by me alone. Is that so? Then surely, Mr. Owl, your existence will be fraught with hardship. No, it cannot merely be termed hardship. But if it is you, I believe you can endure. Intrigued, Kisame pondered the harrowing experiences that had forged such a fearsome and admirable figure before him.